Chapter 121. Outside the Jubao Pavilion. A carriage with a special mark on it stopped at the door. The four people followed the silver-haired Daojia, and got on the carriage one after another. The cold and arrogant girl named Qin Yuemo was still the last to get on the carriage, and sat with Daojia. The carriage slowly drove away. The people in the carriage looked at each other, and fell into a brief silence. After the carriage left the inner city, Daojia said with a stern expression, "You paid the gold coins." And Jubao Pavilion provided carriage transportation. And there was no obstruction to entering and leaving Maching. It can also provide trading services after your hunting harvest. I am only responsible for taking you to the outskirts of the Blackwood Forest, where low-level monsters often appear. As for the rest, you can only rely on yourself. You can choose to cooperate in hunting, or you can choose to hunt alone. As for the distribution after cooperation, you can also discuss it yourself. Since Luo Qinzhou and the other two men were going out of the city to hunt monsters for the first time, Daojia introduced it in more detail. If you want other services, such as asking me to personally lead you to find monsters, asking me to help hunt monsters, etc., you can discuss it with me privately. My asking price is not very high, and it is cheaper than the store. In the evening, there will be a warrior market in the Blackwood Forest. If someone successfully hunts a monster, he can sell it in the market. Even low-level monsters are full of treasures. Don't waste them, and throw them away in vain. Some monsters don't have monster pills, but their fur is very precious. Luo Qinzhou listened very seriously. He occasionally glanced at the cold and arrogant girl sitting next to Sister Dao, and a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. Why is this girl called Qin Yuemo? What is her relationship with the Qin mansion? That night, when he wrote lyrics on the painting boat, the name of the first lyric was Yuemo. Song Ryu as you, Qin Weimo's Mo. Today, a Qin Yuemo suddenly appeared. How could he not be curious? The carriage left the outer city and sped up. Outside the window, snowflakes were still floating in the sky, but not very big. After Sister Dao finished her introduction, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the cold and arrogant girl sitting next to her and said, "I remember that you were called Song Meijio last time. Why are you called Qin Yuemo this time? Can you keep a fixed name?" "No." The cold and arrogant girl crossed her long legs and continued to look down at her beautiful fingers and nails. On her slender fingers, she wore a light golden ring. The surface of the ring was engraved with strange patterns. Luo Qinzhou had seen a ring similar to this one in Jubao Pavilion, but judging from the appearance, it was not as beautiful and textured as this ring. And those rings, without exception, were extremely expensive storage rings. You can only look at it but not buy it. In other words, this girl is terribly rich, but she is so high profile, showing off her wealth. Isn't she afraid of being robbed by someone in the Blackwood Forest? Miss Qin, you are not from Mo City, right? The young man named Han Bei was so shameless that he started to chat with her. Qin Yuemo still looked down at her fingers and ignored him. Han Bei was not embarrassed. He smiled and said, "The leather coat on Miss Qin's body is not simple. It is probably made of very precious monster skin. Right? It is said that such clothes can be fireproof and waterproof, and can also resist some damage. And the storage ring on Miss Qin's finger is not simple either. I'm afraid you can't even think about it without tens of thousands of gold coins." Who knew that just after the flattery was finished, the cold and arrogant girl curled her lips and said with contempt, "Country bumpkin." Han Bei's smile froze. Sister Dao glanced at him and said, "That is the Zhixiao ring produced by Ziwei Pavilion in the capital. One ring costs at least 500,000 gold coins, and it is in short supply. It can only be customized." Han Bei. There was a sour smell in the carriage. The carriage carried 5 people and drove for a while. Han Bei started chatting again. "Sister Dao, I heard that the eldest princess will come to Maching in a few days. Will the eldest princess ride a horse into the city so that we can all see her style?" Wu Kuei on the side couldn't help but say, "The eldest princess is a female general. She should be able to ride a horse and is unlikely to sit in a carriage. By then, the streets of the entire Maching will probably be crowded with people." Han Bei said excitedly, "I hope to see the eldest princess at that time. I heard that the eldest princess is wearing red armor like fire and looks very beautiful." Sister Dao glanced at him coldly and warned, "Don't discuss the appearance of the eldest princess. And even more, don't show your ugly smile. In addition to the knife, I also like to cut off any person who disrespects the princess. Mo Chung has ushered in for decades of peace. I am an authentic Dian Zenin. How can I not respect the princess?" Pai looked at the cold proud girl. "Girl Qin, will we form a team later? One person is dangerous. One more person. One more safe. The Leng-ao girl Fiber said gently on the ring, took out a beautiful small mirror, and began to look at the mirror by himself. Still ignoring him. Miss Chin. Get lost. Chin Yuemo seemed to be impatient. Raised her eyes. Looked at him coldly. With a cold expression on her face. Han Bei's face froze, and he closed his mouth. But soon, he couldn't help but speak again. He turned his head and looked at the dazed boy next to him, and said with a smile, Brother Chu, let's go together later. If we kill a monster, we can split it 50-50. How about that? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and nodded. Okay. Han Bei laughed, patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Chu is still loyal. If the cooperation is pleasant this time, we will do it ourselves in the future, so as not to let those guys in Jubao Pavilion take advantage of us. Our money is not blown by the wind, so we should save it if we can. Brother Chu is so young. He should not have married. Right? Save more money, and marry a beautiful wife when the time comes, and have children. There is hope for life. Luo Qingzhou said, Has Brother Han married? Han Bei suddenly sighed and said, Originally there was a marriage, but my family background is not good, so it fell through. These days, people pay attention to the equal status of the family. Those people's eyes are all born on the top of their heads. After a pause, he sneered and said, But I don't care. When I have cultivated successfully, I will be rich and powerful. Where can I not find a wife? At that time, I will buy a big yard and marry her 10 or 8 delicate concubines. Isn't it much better than marrying a wife from a wealthy family and being controlled every day? Don't you think so? Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to agree. Han Bei seemed to be in a good mood, and he didn't care about the two women sitting opposite him. He approached him and laughed, Brother Chu. If I really have such a great blessing, I will definitely not forget you. Brother Chu. Those literati and scholars said that we should share concubines and difficulties together. Hee hee. Brother Chu. Just go to my place to have fun, and you will be full. The implication is, if you are a brother, come and cheat on me. Luo Qingzhou frowned, said nothing, turned his head and looked away. Han Bei had a lewd expression on his face, and when he wanted to continue talking about this topic, a whip suddenly flew from the opposite side, and instantly wrapped around his neck like a poisonous snake. Then, with a whoosh, the door curtain moved, and he immediately disappeared in the carriage. Ah! A scream suddenly came from the ditch outside. Then, there was a loud curse. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold and arrogant girl named Chin Yuemo opposite. The whip in her hand had automatically shortened and wrapped back around her slender waist, the handle swaying slightly, as if it had never been taken off her waist. The cold and arrogant girl looked at him. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. If you peek again, I'll gouge out your eyes, the girl warned fiercely, then continued to look down at the mirror, admiring her charming and beautiful face. The carriage was bumpy. Han Bei's legs were flying, chasing behind, still cursing. Soon, the carriage turned into a small road. After driving for a while, it slowly stopped. When Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage behind the silver-haired sister, he saw Han Bei running over breathlessly, still cursing with gritted teeth. However, when the powerful and arrogant girl got off the carriage last and looked at him with a cold look, he stopped cursing immediately. He ran over with sweat all over his head. A red mark appeared on his neck, and he panted and said, Miss Chin, if you don't like to listen to me, just cover your ears or tell me to shut up. You didn't remind me, but suddenly took action, which is not the behavior of a serious warrior. Chin Yuemo turned around and twisted his hips and walked towards the woods in front, ignoring him and not looking at him again. Sister Dao waved her hand and said, Follow me. The entrance to the Blackwood Forest is in front. After I lead you in, it's up to you. Remember, many trees there are marked. You can only stay on the periphery, and never go deep. If you don't listen to the advice and die in it, you will bear the consequences. When they signed up at the beginning, several people signed a life and death contract. Those who enter the Blackwood Forest to do tasks are responsible for their own life and death. Luo Qingzhou and Han Bei followed behind. Han Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked fiercely at the back of the slim and sexy girl in front, gritted his teeth and sneered, Just wait and see. In a few days, I will get that stinky girl to bed. By then, she will be completely obedient, crying and begging me to hack her to death. He. Luo Qingzhou frowned and quickened his pace. He didn't want to get too close to such a person, The identity of the girl was obviously not an ordinary family. Since she dared to come out alone, she must have her own support. This man called Han Bei is obviously a fool. He can't hide his words or things in his heart. He is simple-minded and impulsive. Cooperating with such a person will only lead to bad things. Brother Chu, wait for me. Han Bei chased him with a smile on his face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at his eyes, and suddenly heard what he said in his heart. Third brother is not exaggerating. The girl's appearance and figure are really top-notch. There must be a lot of gold coins and treasures hidden in the storage ring. I'll make a fortune today. It's worth it for us brothers to plan for so many days. I'll perform in front of these people first to let them relax their vigilance, and then defeat them one by one. But this kid looks a little poor, and he looks a little stupid. I don't know how many gold coins he has on him. Brother Chu, let's go together. Han Bei came over and patted his shoulder with a smile, and grinned and said, that stinky girl has a bad temper. I guess she is also very strong in bed. What do you think, Brother Chu? Luo Qingzhou didn't reply, but smiled stupidly, with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 122. Everyone. Before entering the Blackwood Forest, Sister Dao looked solemn, and gave a final reminder. My suggestion is that if you come here for the first time, it is best to form a team. The danger in the Blackwood Forest comes not only from various monsters and poisons, but also from other warriors. Speaking of this, she paused, glanced at a few people, and continued, here, murder and robbery often happen. The Blackwood Forest is a lawless place. If you are killed in it, no one will track down the murderer for you, and no one will collect your bodies. So, you have to be careful. Be careful of monsters. Be careful of other warriors. And be careful your companions. Of course, most of the warriors here are here for monsters. For things like murder and robbery. Perhaps only outsiders can do it. After all, every warrior has the possibility of counter-killing at the limit. It is more cost-effective to save the strength to kill warriors and kill monsters. Okay, that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. If you don't have any questions, just follow me in. Sister Dao finished speaking and waited for a while. Seeing that no one asked questions, she carried her curved broadsword and walked in front, following a winding path. They entered a primeval forest. The trunks of the trees at the entrance were thick and towering into the sky. The bark was as black as ink. There was a black stone tablet on the side of the road, with a few eye-catching blood-red characters written on it. Monster Blackwood Forest. Non-warriors are not allowed to enter. There was a heavy rain last night, and the temperature dropped sharply. The weather outside was already cold. But as soon as the few people stepped into this primeval forest, they felt an even colder and chilling breath. The few people who came here for the first time couldn't help but shiver. The air here contains a special breath, which is very suitable for monsters to survive. If ordinary people come in, even if they are not eaten by monsters, they will be cold. If they don't get rid of it in time after going out, they will become seriously ill and die in a few days. Even for our warriors, it is not suitable to stay in there for too long. So in the evening, no matter whether you have harvested prey or not, you must come out and gather in the open space outside. Walking in the forest, Sister Dao continued to give instructions diligently. At a fork in the road, she stopped and said, okay, let's break up here. The Blackwood Forest is very large, and the space outside is also very large. The deeper you go, the more powerful monsters there are. Not only can you not go in, but those low-level monsters dare not go in either. So as long as you are lucky, you can get something outside. Now, you can think carefully again, whether to hunt monsters alone or team up with someone. Of course, you can also pay me to join you. Wu Kuei arched his hands and said, everyone, then I'll take my leave first. I like to be alone. After that, he chose the middle road to leave directly. Han Bei shamelessly looked at the cold and sexy girl again. Smiling, Miss Qin, how about the three of us go together? It will be easier to find the monster if there are more people. Qin Yuema walked directly with her sexy long legs and left alone along a path on the right. The soft long hair draped behind her, as her slender waist and hips twisted, rippled like water waves. Charmingly, Han Bei swallowed his saliva, and only retracted his gaze after the other party walked away, and looked at Luo Qingzhou beside him, and said, Brother Chu, then it's a deal. We are together. No matter what we get, we will split it 50-50. And Sister Dao will be the witness. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, okay. Han Bei laughed in his heart. This kid is really stupid. I will be quick and give him a quick death later. Sister Dao saw that no one paid to invite her, shrugged and said, then I wish you a happy hunting this time. I will also go around and have a look. Maybe I can get some gains. She walked on the path in the middle. Since the middle road and the right road are taken, Brother Chu, let's go to the left, Han Bei said enthusiastically. Luo Qingzhou had no objection and said, listen to Brother Han. Han Bei's eyes flashed and walked in front. After they walked for a while, he turned around and smiled. Brother Chu, are you from Maching too? Since you practice martial arts, I guess your family conditions are good, right? Luo Qingzhou searched the forest, as if looking for a monster, and nodded. He is from Maching, and his family conditions are just okay. SOSO. Just okay. SOSO? Han Bei frowned. It was the first time he heard someone use this word to describe a family's conditions. Is it really SOSO? Or is it just modesty? Han Bei took another look at his clothes and waist, and laughed again. Brother Chu, if we kill the monster today, I will invite you to the best brothel in Mo City to enjoy 3 days and 3 nights. I guarantee that you will go in alive and well, and come out soft and limp. He. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, thank you, Brother Han. After that, with a bang, the skin and muscles that had been quietly accumulating strength suddenly exerted force, and the fist in front of the opponent suddenly attacked and hit him hard on the chest. Bang! Han Bei, who was smiling and preparing to speak, was caught off guard and was directly hit by this full-strength punch and flew out. A sharp pain and a head full of astonishment and confusion came over him. He fell heavily to the ground, ignoring the severe pain in his chest, and jumped up in a hurry. Bang! Who knew that as soon as he stood up, the fist hit his chest again. Another full-strength punch, with his tough skin and flesh. He took off most of the attack on his chest. Before he could recover, he was hit again. This punch hit the same place, with a crisp sound of click. His ribs were broken. He flew backwards again and fell heavily to the ground. This time, he failed to jump up immediately. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood. And just as he raised his head, the figure appeared in front of him again, and a bang punch hit his chest again. This punch directly caused his entire chest to collapse. His lungs and heart were all smashed. A large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. He opened his mouth and eyes wide, raised his hands tremblingly, and his throat made a ho-ho sound, as if he wanted to speak. Crack! Luo Qingzhou stepped on his neck with one foot, and with a sudden force, he crushed his entire throat. The man who was still grinning and talking in the last moment died in the next moment. He didn't even have time to utter a word. After confirming that he was completely dead, Luo Qingzhou began to search his body. There was no storage bag, only a bulging wallet and other items. There were 80 gold coins and some silver in the wallet. Luo Qingzhou only took the gold coins and silver, and did not touch anything else. This person did not come to the Blackwood Forest alone. There were other accomplices, and it was unknown how he contacted those people. So he must not take these things away. If there is a secret technique on something, his accomplices can accurately locate and track it. Then it will be troublesome. Sometimes being too greedy will cost you your life. He took the gold coins and silver and immediately left quickly. After walking a long way, he began to look for monsters on the outskirts of the Blackwood Forest. Every time you walk through a forest, there will be wooden signs on the big trees. In addition to warning people not to go deeper into the forest, it also serves as a guide. Otherwise it is easy to get lost in this primeval forest without sunlight. Luo Qingzhou pricked up his ears, slowed down his pace, and was very careful with every step. At the same time, on another road, the cold and arrogant girl named Qin Yuemo was leisurely walking in the woods, trimming her nails with a sharp knife. She seemed to be not taking this mission seriously. Suddenly, a burly bald man walked out from behind a big tree in front of her, looking at her with a sinister smile on his face. The girl didn't seem to notice, and continued to walk forward with her head down, trimming her nails very attentively. At this time, 2 other men with fierce eyes suddenly walked out of the woods on both sides. The bald man blocking the front grinned and said, Miss Song, long time no see. It has been half a month since we last went out on a mission together. I finally waited for Miss Song to come out. Qin Yuemo seemed to have just discovered him. He stopped and stared at him suspiciously for a few times, then said, You recognize the wrong person, right? My name is Qin Yuemo, and my surname is Qin, not Song. The bald man chuckled. I remember the first time I met Miss Song. Miss Song said your name was Zhang Jiujiu. Right? The second time, Miss Song was called Song Meiju. The third time, hee hee. Why is your surname Qin again? No matter what your surname is or what your name is, I will ask you again today. Are you willing to go back with me? The thin man on the right grinned and said, Third brother, why are you still wasting time talking to this stinky girl? Just knock her out and take her back. Qin Yuemol turned his head and glanced at the other two, and said lightly, It seems that there is still one person missing. Didn't the one called Han Bei come? As soon as these words came out, the three people changed slightly. The bald man immediately clenched his fists, ready to go, and said in a sinister voice, So Miss Song already knew it. Qin Yuemol's slender fingers lightly turned the nail clippers in her hand, and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I have rested for half a month, and I came out today. I am not here to hunt monsters. Guess what I am here for? Schwa. As soon as she finished speaking, the nail clippers in her hand suddenly flew out and directly pierced into the left eye of the thin man on the right. I am here to rob today. Ah! A shrill scream sounded in the silent forest. Then, scolding and cursing and air bursts sounded. Snap! 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 The sound of whips lashing also rang out. The battle ended quickly. After a while, the forest returned to calm. The three men who had just been so arrogant were now lying on the ground, their heads beaten to pieces by whips. And they died miserably. After the girl robbed them of everything, she walked away with her long legs, twisted her hips, and walked away. Not long after, she came to another forest. There was a corpse lying on the ground, with a collapsed chest, a broken neck, eyes wide open, and a mouth wide open. And it was also a miserable death. Hey, I underestimated that stupid guy. I thought it was him lying on the ground. The girl showed a hint of surprise on her face, thought about it, and continued to move forward. In the evening, Sister Dao was waiting in the open space at the exit with a wide curved knife. Not long after, Luo Qingzhou was the first to come out of the entrance. He had nothing in his hands. Sister Dao took a look at his body. It was clean. His clothes were not dirty, and there were no wounds on his body. Obviously, he had not fought with monsters. It doesn't matter. Don't be discouraged. You still have 2 days to go. Sister Dao comforted him lightly and asked, Where is Han Bei? Didn't he team up with you? Didn't he come with you? Luo Qingzhou said, He left when we were halfway there, and we didn't find him. Sister Dao said coldly, It's better not to be together. Otherwise, she didn't say much. After a while, Wu Kuei also came out empty-handed. Sister Dao looked at him and didn't comfort him. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the girl named Qin Yuemol twisted her slender waist and came out slowly. And it seemed that she didn't gain anything. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you still have 2 chances. No one can encounter monsters the first time they come out. And even if they do, they may not be able to hunt them successfully. So, don't be discouraged. Sister Dao comforted coldly, and then led the 3 out of the forest. On the road outside, the carriage was already waiting there. Suddenly, many more people were setting up stalls in the open space not far away. They were all warriors wearing tight clothes. Do you want to go and take a look? Sister Dao asked after looking at the 3 people. Qin Yuemol did not respond, and got on the carriage directly. Wu Kuei was not interested either and followed. Luo Qingzhou looked over there for a few times and said, Let's talk about it, after hunting down the monster. Sister Dao nodded and said nothing more. The carriage carrying 4 people quickly ran on the road. There was silence in the carriage for a while. Wu Kuei couldn't help asking, Where is Han Bei? No one answered. Sister Dao said coldly after a while, Whether he is still inside or has come out a long time ago. I said before that I will not wait for you later. Wu Kuei did not speak again. Qin Yuemol crossed her long legs and took out the exquisite little mirror again, admiring her charming and beautiful face. The carriage quickly entered the city and stopped at the door of Jubao Pavilion. Several people agreed on a time for tomorrow, got off the car, and left one after another. Luo Qingzhou went to buy candied haws. Just as he walked out of a street, he suddenly found a familiar figure standing in front of him, staring at him coldly. The whip on the slender waist swayed slightly. Following me? Qin Yuemol looked at him coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, No. Qin Yuemol glanced at the candied haws in his hand, said nothing more, and walked forward quickly. Luo Qingzhou was ready to move forward, looked at her, thought about it, and turned left into the alley, deciding to walk through the alley to avoid being misunderstood by the girl again. Just after passing through several alleys and about to reach Chin's house, he suddenly saw the cold figure again at the alley in front. Sure enough, you are following me. Do you want to rob me of money or rape me? Or both? The girl sneered and pulled out the whip from her waist. Her long hair fluttered behind her without wind. Luo Qingzhou stood still and explained quickly. Miss Qin, I really didn't follow you. My home is just in front. Hee hee. The girl held a whip and walked directly towards him. Chapter 123. The alley was quiet. There was no one else except the two of them. Qin Yuemo held a whip that swung strangely like a spirit snake, with cold murderous intent in her eyes, and walked into the alley step by step from the alley entrance. Luo Qingzhou clenched the candied haws in his hand and slowly retreated. Snap! A whip sounded. It was particularly harsh in the quiet alley. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt his soul tremble. But it had no effect. He turned around and ran without any hesitation. Qin Yuemo was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Although her whip just now hit the air, it could shock the soul and make people lose their minds instantly. Even the warriors of Haimulan today were no exception. They were all stunned by her move for a moment. But this person just turned around and ran without stopping? You are really capable. No wonder you dare to follow me, and want to rob me of my money and my body. Qin Yuemo snorted coldly. Did not chase. Put away the whip, and turned out of the alley. This kind of minion is not worth her wasting energy to chase. Back to the mansion. She entered the backyard, and the maids and servants avoided her respectfully along the way. She took a bath in the house, and changed into clean clothes. She went out to find the weak little cousin and listened to her stories and poems. By the way, think of a name for tomorrow from the poems or stories of the little cousin. A new name every day. Cool. Luo Qingzhou took a detour and turned into the alley behind the Qin mansion. After seeing that there was no one in the alley, Fong took off the mask on his face. The girl was in the bone refining realm, and the whip in her hand looked very unusual. It might be a legendary magic weapon. He was definitely not his opponent. And the most crucial point was that the other party was called Qin Yuemo. The lyrics he wrote on the painting boat that night were titled Yuemo. Song Ryue. Qin Weimo. According to the silver-haired sister, the girl's previous name was Song Meiju. Surname Song. Given name Meiju. If you remember correctly, the day after the wedding, when he first saw Miss Qin by the lake in Yueyetingyu Garden, Bailing had deliberately deceived him, saying that Miss Qin on the boat was called Nangong Meiju, because this name is relatively rare. He remembered it clearly. Now that I think about it, Qin Yuemo and Song Meiju. These two names are related to people in the Qin mansion. In other words, the other party is likely to be a person in the Qin mansion, or has a big relationship with the Qin mansion. He has been in the Qin mansion for so long, but he has never seen the girl. But Xiao Dai once said that she learned from chatting with the maids that there was a distinguished guest from Kyoto living in the Qin mansion. And coincidentally, it is said that the distinguished guest would go out of the city to hunt. When he heard Xiao Dai say this, he thought the other party was a man who often went out of the city to hunt ordinary beasts. But now that I think about it, the distinguished guest from Kyoto is most likely the girl just now. And the so-called hunting outside the city may be to go on a mission and hunt monsters. Otherwise, why would she live here? Luo Qingzhou was walking in the mansion, thinking. He decided to ask Bailing tonight. If Bailing didn't know, he would ask Miss Qin Air. Miss Qin Air must know. When he returned to the courtyard, Xiao Dai was heating up the dishes in the kitchen. Seeing him coming back, she hurriedly said, Sir, the dishes are cooling down so quickly. Wait a minute. They will be ready soon. Luo Qingzhou wanted to hug her, but he had to give up thinking that he had killed someone today and had not taken a bath yet. He put the candied haws in the little girl's room. After dinner, the master and servant took their clothes again and went to the lake in the moonlit night to take a bath. In this weather, taking a bath in the warm lake water must be more comfortable than taking a bath in the house. The two of them took off their clothes and went into the water. Luo Qingzhou looked at her snow-white and delicate girl's body, and couldn't help but think of the embarrassing thing that night. I wonder if Bailing will come here to take a bath every night in the early morning. He was moved and said secretly, Why not come and see tonight? The girl is not someone else, and he has no psychological burden to come and see. If the other party does not resist, he even dares to go into the water with her. In the sky, snowflakes are still falling silently. After the master and servant finished bathing, they returned to the courtyard. After Luo Qingzhou changed into clean clothes, he went to the Lingshan Moon Palace first. Beiling was standing at the door waiting for him. Today, she didn't hold flowers in her hands. She was leaning against the door frame in a daze, her fingers entwined with her hair. Luo Qingzhou took a look at her graceful figure and walked over. What are you thinking about? When he approached her, she hadn't come back to her senses yet. This opening frightened her. Beiling pouted her lips and glared at him, saying, Son-in-law, you scared me. What are you thinking about? Luo Qingzhou asked again. You are so focused. Are you thinking about someone you love? Beiling snorted and went into the house. I won't tell you. Luo Qingzhou followed her and said, Is Miss Xiaochan okay? Is she not sick today? Beiling suddenly stopped and looked at him and said, Son-in-law, tell me the truth. How did you bully Chan last night? Chan has been absent-minded all day today, and she must have been bullied last night. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and explained. Last night, the city gate was closed and we had nowhere to go. So we hid from the rain under the bridge. She may have been scared by the thunder. Or she may not have slept well last night. Or she may have been caught in the rain. She is so powerful. How could I bully her? Beiling was silent for a while and said, Chan is indeed afraid of thunder. When she was a child, forget it. Son-in-law, don't bully Chan. The bullying I'm talking about is not that kind of bullying. What kind? Beiling didn't say anything else and walked towards the back garden. When they walked to the passage next to them, Luo Qingzhou suddenly grabbed her hand and whispered, Bai Ling, I have something to ask you. Bai Ling froze in place, paused for a moment, turned around and looked at him and said, Son-in-law, men and women should not be intimate. You can't hold my hand, and you can't just call my name. Oh, Luo Qingzhou said, oh, still holding her hand, calling her name and said, Bai Ling, I want to ask you something. Bai Ling lowered her head slightly, looked at the two hands held together, and her voice became gentle. Son-in-law, asked. Luo Qingzhou said, Does our house have a distinguished guest from Kyoto? Bai Ling was stunned, looked up at him and said, Son-in-law, why are you asking this? Luo Qingzhou said, Answer me. Bai Ling hesitated. Luo Qingzhou suddenly bent down, came close, kissed her cheek, and said, Is there any? Bai Ling nodded obediently. Yes. It has been several months. And it came before the son-in-law came in. Luo Qingzhou asked again, Is it a man or a woman? Is it old? One person or several people? Bai Ling, this. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her mouth again, saying, Speak. Bai Ling replied, Female. Very young. Only one person. And a few little maids. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and said, What is her name? What does she look like? Bai Ling immediately shook her head and said, Son-in-law, this cannot be said. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a few times, suddenly lowered his head again, kissed her neck, and said, Can you tell me? Bai Ling lowered her head shyly, with two blushes on her cheeks, and said, Son-in-law, I don't know her name. I just know that she is very beautiful, and I haven't seen her. Luo Qingzhou said, How beautiful is she? Be more specific. Bai Ling didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou looked down along her neck, when he was about to bend down to kiss her. Beiling quickly covered her mouth and said, Son-in-law, I really don't know this. I swear. Luo Qingzhou said. Then who knows? Beiling lowered her head and stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a while, opened his arms, gently hugged her slender waist, lowered his head and kissed her mouth. After a while, he let go and looked at her quietly. Beiling's eyes were blurred, her face was red, and her chest was heaving, saying, Husband, madam, and the second lady. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, I still have to go find the second lady. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched her little nose. His eyes were gentle, and he whispered, Beiling, thank you. After that, he let go of her and went to the back garden. Beiling was stunned in the same place, with a dazed look on his face. The pavilion by the pond was empty tonight, and there was no figure of Miss Qin. But under the plum tree next to it, there stood a cold figure, looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou met her gaze and asked without avoiding it, Miss Xiaochan, why are you standing here alone? Where is your young lady? The girl turned her face away and ignored him, looking at her thin figure in the ice and snow. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of the scene of the two of them leaning against each other under the bridge last night. He hesitated for a moment, walked over, and whispered, "You just got caught in the rain last night. And the cold wind blew all night. Your young lady is not here. Why are you still waiting here? Go inside." From what they had been doing together last night, this girl was not actually the kind of person who was really cold and unapproachable. And after the two of them had been together all night last night, he felt that they had become much closer to each other. People only put down all their defenses when they are most vulnerable. He saw her vulnerability last night. So, he was no longer so afraid of her. "Let's go in." Seeing that she still ignored him, Luo Qingzhou boldly reached out and held her wrist. "I even touched her feet last night. So what if I held her hand tonight? Can she still kill him?" The girl suddenly turned her head and looked at him, her eyes cold. Luo Qingzhou turned around, pretending not to see, and took her wrist and forcibly pulled her into the house. The girl followed him step by step, but in the end, she did not resist, let alone draw her sword. Bailing watched at the gate of the garden, with a smile on her lips. Luo Qingzhou pulled the cold girl into the room, and stood at the door and said, "Have a good rest. You have a cold constitution, so don't go out in the snow and wind." Hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Well, if it is convenient for you, you can actually go to the lake to soak often. The water there is warm all year round. If you go there often, it may help you get rid of some of the coldness in your body." After saying that, he did not stay any longer, helped her close the door, and turned to leave. At the moment the door was closed, the girl standing in the dark in the room suddenly murmured, "Are you going too?" She was afraid of water. She was afraid of even the shallowest water. But as long as he was in the water, she would not be afraid. She wanted to go down with him just like that night when she fell into the water. He held her. Like that. Chapter 124. Who? The cold wind blew the snowflakes, which danced in the courtyard. The wind and snow at night were even stronger. The girl gently pushed open the window, and her weak body trembled in the cold air. The winter plum blossoms that leaned into the eaves had all withered. The house was covered with thick carpets, and a warm stove was burning on the ground. The girl was dressed in white clothes and wrapped in a snow velvet fox fur. But she still felt cold. The body was cold, and the heart was cold. "Miss, the wind is strong. Let me close the window." Chior stood outside the window and frowned. The girl stood in front of the window for a while, then nodded. When she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly looked at the door outside the courtyard. A familiar figure appeared there. The girl was slightly startled, as if she suddenly remembered something, and immediately raised her hand and closed the window. Outside, Luo Qingzhou stepped on the bluestone slab soaked by snow water and entered the courtyard. Seeing Chior standing in the corridor, he asked softly, "Has the second young lady rested?" Chior smiled slightly, walked to the door and said, "Not yet. The young lady is reading in the study. Come in quickly." "Sir." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the window and said, "No. I'll just stand outside the window and say a few words." Chior stopped at the door and said, "Sir, the young lady is reading on the couch. She feels a little uncomfortable today and can't come down. The window can't be opened, and the cold wind will blow in." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll say a few words to the second young lady at the door of the study." As he said that, he walked in. Chior laughed and covered her mouth and said, "Sir, Jure is not here tonight. You don't have to be afraid." Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm not afraid. It should be like this. The brother-in-law came to see the sister-in-law in the middle of the night, which was suspicious if he didn't know the rules and entered the room. How to explain the single man and woman?" Chior smiled slightly, looked at him again, went into the house, opened the door, and whispered, "Son-in-law, I'll go heat up the porridge. The young lady hasn't eaten yet tonight." Luo Qingzhou nodded. Chior walked out of the house and went to the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door of the study and looked inside. In the room, the light was bright. A weak girl in snow-white clothes was sitting quietly on the soft couch, holding a book in her hand, looking at him with a smile. "Brother-in-law, if you don't come in, I won't talk to you." After the girl finished speaking, she retracted her gaze from him, lowered her head and flipped through the book, with a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and said, "Second miss, I have something to ask you, and I'll leave after asking." The girl continued to lower her head and flip through the book. Ignoring him, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then bowed and said, "Then, miss, go to bed early. I'll take my leave." The girl suddenly looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou stopped. His eyes met hers, and bowed his head. "Miss, it's getting late tonight, and I have to go to Madam to pay my respects. So I want to say a few words to Miss at the door and leave. In fact, it's not an important matter. It doesn't matter whether I say it or not." Just as he finished speaking, Zhuer's cold voice suddenly came from the door. "Son-in-law, you don't have to go to Madam tonight. And you don't have to go for the time being. Madam is busy recently." Luo Qingzhou looked at her. Zhuer said again, "Madam also asked me to tell you, son-in-law, to accompany my young lady well, and be a qualified brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou: "What kind of qualified is this qualified? Is it to keep a distance and abide by the rules between brother-in-law and sister-in-law, or to obey the sister-in-law and respond to her every request? At least, there should be a standard. Right? Son-in-law, go in. I won't complain to Madam. Madam has been very busy recently. We will go to the celebration banquet of the eldest princess in a few days. Madam is worried about the gift for the eldest princess, and will not pay attention to you for the time being. So you don't have to be afraid." Zhuer said expressionlessly. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "Are we going to the celebration banquet of the eldest princess too?" Zhuer said, "Of course the master and the lady will go. As for the son-in-law, it is estimated that..." "Zhuer." In the study, Qin Weimo called softly. Zhuer immediately said, "Miss, I will go to the kitchen to help Chior heat up the porridge. You can talk to the son-in-law. I won't stay here and be annoying." After that, she turned around and left, going to the kitchen. At first, when the son-in-law knew that she was the lady's little spy, she was still a little nervous and ashamed. But she gradually got used to it. Anyway, she didn't do anything bad. Nor did she say anything nonsense. She told the lady the truth and was loyal to her own lady. So she was not afraid that the son-in-law would hate her. When she entered the kitchen, Chior looked at her and whispered, "Don't talk to the son-in-law like that in the future. Let alone the fact that the son-in-law is married into the family. The son-in-law will be sad. And the young lady will also be unhappy." Chior pouted and said, "Chior, are you helping the son-in-law? He didn't say anything nonsense. He was telling the truth." Chior whispered, "Don't tell the truth about everything, especially words that can easily hurt others. Didn't the young lady usually tell us? Before speaking or doing things, you should put yourself in other people's shoes first. If it is words or actions that hurt others, it is best not to say or do them. You must learn to tell white lies. Understand?" Zhuer suddenly looked at her strangely. Looking at her, he said, "Chior, tell me honestly, are you in love with the uncle? Do you want to be his concubine?" "Ah?" Chior was stunned when she heard this, and quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I don't." Zhuer snorted coldly. "No. You have been protecting the uncle, and have been trying to match our lady with the uncle. Do you want to wait for the uncle to be with our lady then? You can be the concubine of the uncle. Right? No. That's right. Humph. I'll go tell the uncle right now that Chior wants to keep the uncle in the boudoir tonight for the uncle to sleep with," Zhuer said, deliberately going out. Chior suddenly became anxious and hugged her from behind, blushing and saying, "Zhuer, stop talking nonsense. Be careful that the uncle hears it. It's so embarrassing." Zhuer laughed. "The little girl is anxious. The little girl is guilty. If you say it again, I will tear your mouth apart." "Uncle! Uncle!" Chior said that he wants the uncle to tear her belly apart tonight. Chior hurriedly covered her mouth and desperately dragged her into the innermost part of the kitchen. "Brother-in-law, come in." In the study, on the soft couch, the girl in white clothes invited him again softly, frowning slightly, biting her pink lips, with a bitter face, looking pitiful and sympathetic. With this look, how many people in the world can refuse? Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, said nothing more, lowered his head to take off his shoes, and walked in. A faint fragrance of the girl floated in the room, mixed with the warm air, and instantly wrapped his whole body. His feet stepped on the soft velvet carpet, and his heart seemed to fall into a softness. This room, this girl, this breath, this atmosphere, even if a person with a heart of stone comes in, he will soften. Luo Qingzhou walked to the soft couch and was about to lower his head to speak. The girl said softly, "Brother-in-law, come up. Come up on the couch." She said softly again. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and secretly said in his heart, "Anyway, I have come in, so I will go up. Anyway." The mother-in-law also said that he should be a qualified brother-in-law. Satisfying the sister-in-law's request should be considered. Right? He got on the couch and sat opposite. The girl stretched out her delicate jade hand, and her white jade fingertips gently touched a chess piece on the chessboard, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, can you play chess?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No." Even if he could, he had to say no. Otherwise the girl would invite him to play chess again, and that would be even more troublesome. Then Wei-mo will teach brother-in-law. Okay. Second miss. I came here tonight to ask you something. Is there a distinguished guest from Kyoto in our mansion? Do you know her name? Luo Qingzhou did not dare to hesitate any longer and asked directly. The girl was slightly startled when she heard this, and looked at him for a few times before saying, "Did brother-in-law meet her?" Luo Qingzhou had to lie. "I seem to have met her once in the mansion. I heard from the maids that she seemed to be from Kyoto. I wonder if it was her." Second miss. What does the distinguished guest from Kyoto look like? The girl looked at him softly, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curved. When brother-in-law lies, his eyes dare not look at me even more. Luo Qingzhou looked at the chess pieces on the chessboard, and his cheeks were a little hot. For some reason, every time he faced this girl, he would feel guilty as long as he lied. Her name is Nangong Meiju, the daughter of my mother's cousin, and her family is in Kyoto. She came to Maching to escape marriage. As for her appearance, the girl looked at him with a smile in her eyes. As a man, brother-in-law will definitely like the appearance and figure of Sister Meiju. If you see her, you will definitely remember it. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he secretly said, "It is indeed unforgettable." It turns out that the cold and arrogant girl who likes to be conceited is really her. Fortunately, there was no conflict with her yesterday. Oh, by the way, Miss Qin. Luo Qingzhou reached into his clothes, took out a bag of gold coins from his storage bag, put it on the chessboard, and said, "This is 200 gold coins. To return to Miss Qin. Last time he went to Jubao Pavilion to buy a dagger, plus the gold coins for selling demon pills. He only spent 80 gold coins from Miss Qin. Yesterday, he happened to pick up more than 80 coins in the Blackwood Forest, just enough to make up 200 coins. He didn't want to owe Miss Qin too much. As for Miss Qin's request to withdraw 200 gold coins every month, he would never accept it. If he accepted, wouldn't it be like being kept? And it was the sister-in-law who kept the brother-in-law. Moreover, he probably knew something about the situation of the Qin mansion. The economic situation seemed not very good, and Qin Chuan was practicing. At this time, of course, he couldn't spend other people's money anymore. Second miss. It's getting late. Then you take a rest. I'll take my leave. Luo Qingzhou put down the money and prepared to get up and leave. The girl panicked, subconsciously reached out and held his hand on the chessboard, and pleaded softly, "Brother-in-law, can you stay with Wei-mo for a while?" Luo Qingzhou frowned, lowered his eyes, and fell on her snow-white jade hand. The girl's fair cheeks were stained with 2 blushes. She bit her lips gently, then slowly took her hand away and lowered her head and said, "Brother-in-law, Wei-mo wants to talk to you." "Okay, son-in-law." "Miss, the porridge is here." Chiora brought in 2 bowls of porridge at the right time and placed them on the small table between the two of them, then took away the chessboard and chess pieces, and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, you have to finish the porridge. Stay with my miss for a while. Miss can't sleep at this time." After saying that, she left with the tray and closed the door. The room fell into silence. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to pick up the spoon, looked down at the porridge in the bowl and said, "Second miss, eat the porridge. Otherwise it will get cold in a while." The girl also picked up the spoon, gently stirred the porridge in the bowl, looked up at him and said, "Brother-in-law, if you finish it in 1 bite this time, I will give you the porridge in my bowl." Luo Qingzhou had picked up the bowl and was about to eat it in a few bites. But when he heard the words, he paused, had to put the bowl down again, lowered his head, and ate slowly 1 spoonful at a time. A smile appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth. The two of them lowered their heads and ate the porridge slowly, 1 mouthful at a time. Without speaking again, the girl occasionally raised her head and looked at him, her eyes full of happiness, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was always there. Outside the window, the cold wind was sobbing and the snow was falling. In the room, it was quiet and warm. Zhuer and Chior stood outside the door, holding their breath and concentrating, and no one spoke. The two felt very strange. Before, the young lady would cough from time to time even when she stayed in the room. and she would often cough up blood. But when the son-in-law came, the young lady stopped coughing. What happened? Zhuer tried to hold back, but couldn't help it, and whispered in a low voice, "Chiu. The young lady often coughs when she sleeps at night. You say if the son-in-law is here, will it?" Chiu didn't answer. Zhuer whispered again, "Chiu. How about trying it tonight? You will seduce the son-in-law later and invite him to sleep in your boudoir. When you make the son-in-law tired, then Before she finished speaking, Chiu covered her mouth, dragged her out, dragged her into the next room, closed the door, tickled her hard, and punished her severely. By the way, brother-in-law, Sister Meiji was here just now. In the study, the girl suddenly spoke. She thought that if she talked about this, maybe her brother-in-law would be interested, and maybe he wouldn't be in a hurry to leave. Luo Qingzhou's expression really changed. He looked up at her and asked, "Why is she here?" The girl looked at his expression and said softly, "Sister Meiju came to see me and listened to the stories my brother-in-law told me. Sister Meiju also likes to listen to my brother-in-law's poems and stories." Luo Qingzhou just said "oh" lightly, lowered his head and finished the last mouthful of porridge, stood up and said, "Second miss, I'm done." Then brother-in-law, I haven't finished yet. It's getting late. Brother-in-law, let's talk about bailing. Luo Qingzhou, who was about to check in, paused for a moment after hearing this, and slowly sat back. The girl looked at him with complicated eyes. Chapter 125. In the stove, incense smoke curled up. The room fell into a brief silence. Miss Jean Eyre's clear eyes seemed to carry a trace of guilt, a trace of pity, and a trace of hesitation. The topic was spoken, but she didn't know how to speak again. Some things were not something she could say. She couldn't bear to say it either. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Brother-in-law, what do you think of Bailing's difference from other maids?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said directly, "Second miss, you should have something else to say to me. Right? About Bailing?" Qin Weimo faced his burning gaze, lowered his head slightly, looked at the cold porridge in the bowl, and said slowly after a long silence, "Bailing is not a maid. Our Qin family has never regarded her as a maid. And Xiaochan is not." After a moment of silence, she whispered again, "Brother-in-law, Weima knows that you may have guessed something. However, this matter should not be told to you by Weima. And Weima cannot tell you. Sorry." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "It's okay. I know everything." Qin Weimo raised his head, looked at him with guilt in his eyes, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, don't blame my sister. I don't blame her." Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Maybe the second lady doesn't believe me. I not only don't blame her, but I am also very grateful to her. If it weren't for her, how could I come here? If it weren't for her, I might not be in this world. And in fact, they don't have to sacrifice someone. But they sacrificed. I am already very satisfied." "Brother-in-law?" Qin Weimo's eyes misted, and he looked at him softly and said, "Brother-in-law is so good." Luo Qingzhou stood up and smiled faintly. "Second miss, I don't want to be a good person. Good people don't live long. Just like..." At this point, he suddenly stopped smiling, looked at her, and said gently, "Of course, there are exceptions. Some good people will live longer than anyone else. Just like the second lady." Qin Weimo smiled bitterly and lowered his eyes. "Brother-in-law, second miss, it's getting late. You should rest early. I should go back." Luo Qingzhou stood up and said goodbye, got off the bed, bowed his head and saluted. Qin Weimo looked at him tenderly, and did not try to stop him. She knew that those who should leave would always leave. Just like the plum blossom outside the window that once bloomed proudly. It will leave when the season comes. No one can stop him. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside. And then the door was pushed open with a whoosh. Zhuer suddenly appeared at the door, and said in panic, "Son-in-law? Miss, it's bad. The lady is here." Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he was about to run out. But suddenly he came to his senses. Why run? Can't he just walk out? He and the second lady were innocent and had a clear conscience. They just sat on the couch and talked for a while. Their clothes were neat, and the atmosphere was harmonious. They didn't do anything shameful. Why run? Luo Qingzhou calmed down and walked out. Zhu Er hurriedly stopped him, and said in a hurry, "Son-in-law, you can't go out now. Madam has brought many maids and nannies here." "Son-in-law, You must not let too many people see you. Also, Madam was cursing outside just now, and seemed to be furious. If you go out at this time, you will definitely be severely punished by Madam, Luo Qingzhou said. I just talked to the second young lady for a while, Zhuer said. But it's night now. The son-in-law is the brother-in-law, and the young lady is the sister-in-law. Madam may not think too much, but other maids and nannies will definitely gossip about it in private. People's words are terrible. Madam will probably have to teach and punish the son-in-law at that time. If these gossips spread out, it will be even more serious. The eldest princess will come to Maching in a few days. We can't let people laugh at our Qin mansion. When Luo Qingzhou heard her say this, he immediately felt that the matter was a bit serious. Just as he was about to speak, there was a noisy sound of footsteps and Qiuer's voice in the courtyard outside. Madam, the young lady is reading alone in the study and hasn't rested yet. Luo Qingzhou, it's over. Now he can't go out. Son-in-law, hurry up. Hide. Madam is coming in. Zhuer urged hurriedly. Hurriedly closed the door, and then quickly bent down to pick up the shoes at the door, threw them in the corner next to them, and covered them with something. Luo Qingzhou heard the footsteps had reached the door of the hall, and his heart suddenly panicked. He had to turn around and look for a place to hide. Qin Weima had already gotten off the bed, walked to the bed, put down the Xiaomei on the bed, and whispered, brother-in-law. On the bed. Luo Qingzhou glanced. At this time, the footsteps were almost at the door. Song Ryu's angry scolding sounded, if you do bad things again, I will bury you one by one in the back garden as fertilizer. One by one. With a bitter face. Have I ever treated you badly? You think you won't provoke me if you don't speak? Right? Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled. Where did he dare to hesitate? Immediately rushed to the bed, jumped up, and squatted at the head of the bed in a hurry. Brother-in-law, lie down. There is a shadow in the quilt. The Xiaoman was thin, and under the light, you could vaguely see a shadow squatting there. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly lay down and covered himself with the quilt. Squeak! At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Song Ryu's beautiful face full of anger appeared. When she saw the weak girl in the room, her face immediately became gentle again, and her voice became soft in an instant. Wei Mo, you haven't slept yet. As she spoke, she took off her shoes and went into the house. Mayor, who was scolded behind her, and was about to take off her shoes and go in to serve, suddenly turned around and shouted coldly, wait outside. I have said it many times that Wei Mo is weak and can't stand the cold. And the room can't be dirty. You just came in from outside. Don't you know what you mean? In the future, no one except me can enter Wei Mo's room casually. Maya hurriedly lowered her head and retreated. Qiuer glanced at her own lady, hurriedly stepped forward to close the door, and then looked at Zhuer next to her, and they all saw the uneasiness and fear in each other's eyes. If the lady found out, it would be completely over. To be buried as fertilizer? Or to be sunk in a well? The two maids stood outside, their hearts raised to their throats. Trembling, Qin Weimel walked to the couch calmly and said softly, I can't sleep yet. Mother, it's so late. Do you have something to ask Weima? Song Ryu snorted coldly, walked to the couch in her snow-white silk stockings, sat on it directly, and said unhappily, they are all a bunch of idiots who only know how to eat. They are like wooden sticks and can't help it all. Mother is so busy that she is exhausted. When she asked them for advice, no one said anything. They were afraid of saying the wrong thing, so they just didn't say anything. Right? Then what's the point of raising them? After venting a lot of anger, Fong slowed down her tone and said, it's okay. I'm just upset. So I came here to talk to you. How are you today? Are you coughing again? As she spoke, she looked at the table in front of her. There was a bowl of porridge on the table, and she only ate half of it. She frowned again and said, silly girl. You don't eat well again. How can you get better without eating? Mother has told you so many times. But you just don't listen and don't take good care of yourself. Qin Weimo sat down slowly opposite and said softly, I feel much better today. I just coughed for a while during the day, but I've been fine at night. Song Ryu showed a hint of surprise on her face. Are you lying to your mother? Don't you usually cough more at night? Qin Weimo lowered his eyes slightly, glanced at the place where she was sitting, and said softly, Weimo doesn't know what's going on. Things just feel much better tonight. Song Ryu's face was full of joy. That's good. It's good to feel good. Take it slowly. The body will definitely recover. Don't worry. Qin Weimo said, Mom, have you been worried about giving gifts to the princess these days? Hearing this, Song Ryue frowned again and sighed. Yes. Mother racked her brains, but didn't know what gift to give. Your father can't help. Every time he asked him, he said to give it casually. The princess wouldn't care. Hey, the princess wouldn't care. But we can't be insincere. Right? Weimo. Do you think what mother said is right? Qin Weimo nodded and said softly, Mother is right. The princess has won peace for marching for so many years. And this time, she won a great victory. We really have to do our best to show our appreciation. Song Ryue said with a sad face. Mother is worried about this. She hasn't eaten well or slept well these days. She thinks about it every day. And every time she thinks of a gift, she feels that she can't give it to her. Qin Weimo smiled and said, Mother is afraid that she will be outdone by Aunt Zhang. Right? Song Ryue rolled her eyes and said, Don't talk nonsense. Does Mother like to compare so much? Mother has always been being low-key and pragmatic. I don't like to compete with those guys. Qin Weimo suppressed his laughter and said, Mother, Weimo has never met the princess and doesn't know what she likes. So I can't help you with this matter. Song Ryue sighed and was about to speak when she heard her say, But Weimo can recommend someone to Mother. And that person should be able to help you. As soon as these words came out, Song Ryue's eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, Who? Weimo. Tell me quickly. Qin Weimo smiled and said, Far away in the sky. Close at hand. Song Ryue was stunned and looked around with a puzzled look on her face. Luo Qinshou, who was hiding in the quilt on the bed, suddenly jumped in his heart and trembled like the two little girls outside the door. Where is it? Song Ryue was confused. Qin Weimo smiled and said, Sister Meiju. After saying this, Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, then slapped her thigh and said happily, That's right. How could Mother forget about her? She and the princess. Mother! Go quickly. Sister Meiju came to see me just when it was dark. She should not be asleep now. Qin Weimo smiled slightly and glanced at the bed behind her. Song Ryue waved her hand and said, Forget it. It's too late tonight. Let's ask tomorrow. There's no rush. The princess will probably be back in a few days. There's enough time. Qin Weimo said oh, and didn't say anything more. After a while, she raised her fingers, rubbed her temples, and said in a tired voice, Mom, Weimo is a little sleepy and wants to rest. When Song Ryue heard this, she hurriedly got up and walked to the table, blew out the oil lamp and candle on it, and blew out the oil lamp in the corner next to it, then walked to the soft couch and sat down, saying softly, Weimo, go. Go to sleep if you are sleepy. You don't have to accompany Mother. Mother will sit by herself. Qin Weimo looked at her and said, Mom, you? Song Ryue sighed and said, Your father is not coming back tonight. Mother is thinking about things. And she can't sleep these few nights. And she sleeps during the day. I will sit here with you tonight. If you are sleepy, sleep on this couch. Don't worry. I won't disturb you. Qin Weimo. What? Do you dislike Mother for dirtying your place? Don't even want Mother to stay on this couch? Song Ryue's face immediately showed a wronged expression. Qin Weimo could only smile bitterly. No. How could Weimo dislike Mother? I'm just afraid that Mother will feel uncomfortable sleeping on the couch. Song Ryue immediately smiled again. It's okay. You go to sleep first. If Mother is sleepy later, I will go to your bed to sleep with you. Okay? Ah? The jade hand in Qin Weimo's sleeve trembled slightly. Song Ryue laughed and said, Just kidding. Mother knows that you have mysophobia and don't like anyone to touch your bed. Go to sleep quickly. Mother will read a book and lie down on this couch later. It's soft and warm here. And there is a quilt. It's very comfortable. Don't worry about Mother. Oh! Qin Weimo looked at the bed covered by the curtain, but stood there without moving. Song Ryue asked curiously, What's wrong? Didn't you make the quilt after washing it? Mother will help you. No need to call Chior and others. After saying that, she was about to get up. Qin Weimo said quickly, Mother, the quilt has been made. Weimo is going to sleep. You should go to bed early too. Said that, not daring to hesitate any longer, he hurried to the bedside. Song Ryue smiled, picked up a book from the side, opened it and said, Go to sleep quickly. Don't worry about Mother. Mother is in good spirits. Qin Weimo didn't dare to say anything more. Walked to the bedside, looked back, and saw that she didn't look at him. So he quickly opened the curtain and got on the bed. His fair and beautiful cheeks instantly turned red. Song Ryua said strangely outside. Weima, why didn't you take off your clothes before going up? Qin Weimo sat in the tent, blushing and whispering. Oh, I'll take it off inside. Said that. He lowered his head, his jade hands trembling, and slowly untied his clothes. Chapter 126. The curtain moved slightly. In the dim candlelight, a slender figure was reflected on the tent, with her hair rippling, and she slowly took off her clothes. Her bare hands stretched out from the tent. The snow-white fox fur was gently placed on the soft chair at the head of the bed. This boudoir was actually just a partition of the study. The two rooms were connected, separated only by half-moon-shaped curtains on both sides. The exquisite beauty couch was not far from the bed. Miss Jean Eyre would rest here every time she was sleepy, and she hadn't returned to her original room for a long time. Song Ryua sat on the beauty couch with her back to the bed, reading quietly under the candlelight. When she turned around, she could see the slender figure reflected on the curtain. She flipped through a few pages of the book, looked back, and asked in confusion, Weimo, why are you sitting there? Aren't you sleepy? I don't think you've taken off your socks and skirt. Do you need mother's help? Qin Weimo's soft voice came from the curtain immediately. No. Mother. Weimo, take it off by yourself. Not long after, a pair of snow-white silk stockings stretched out from inside and fell on the soft chair outside. Then, the plain white belt and skirt. Finally, the jade hairpin on her head was taken off, and her hair was scattered. The slender figure sitting on the curtain finally laid down slowly and got into the quilt. The room was silent. Song Ryua sat on the soft couch and continued to flip through the book quietly. Outside the house, Zhuer and Qiuer's little faces were already pale with fear, and their legs were weak, almost sitting on the ground. It was approaching midnight. Song Ryua seemed to feel a little tired of sitting. She yawned, stretched, got off the soft couch, and walked towards the bed in the compartment. The two people lying on the bed suddenly tensed up and began to tremble at the same time. Huh? Song Ryua walked to the head of the bed and blew out the red candle next to it. Then she looked at the bed and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to pull open the curtain to take a look. But her hand was halfway stretched out and retracted. Whispering to herself, Weimo slept so well tonight. She didn't even cough, don't wake her up. After that, she turned around and left, walking towards the door. In the quilt, the two tense bodies began to relax slowly. Who knew that at this moment? Song Ryua, who was about to walk to the door, suddenly stopped and muttered to herself, how about sleep on Weimo's bed tonight? That girl is already asleep. I'll sleep on it secretly. It should be fine. The two people curled up in the quilt on the bed trembled again, their whole bodies tense. Forget it. Let's sleep on the beauty couch. The beauty couch is specially prepared for beauties. Song Ryua went over and gently opened the door, and whispered to the maids and nannies who were still loyally guarding outside with bated breath, go back to sleep. I will sleep here tonight, and I will go back by myself tomorrow morning. The maids and nannies immediately breathed a sigh of relief, bowed, and retreated silently. Song Ryua looked at Qiuer and Zhuer next to her and said, you can also go to the side room to sleep. No need to keep watch. Weimo slept very quietly tonight, and he didn't cough. I'm watching him in the room. Qiuer and Zhuer hurriedly bowed their heads and said, yes, ma'am. When Song Ryua closed the door and returned to the beauty couch, the two little maids' legs suddenly softened and they almost fell to the ground. The two of them supported each other and went to the side room opposite, thinking in their hearts, what should I do? What should I do? My son-in-law is still in there. Song Ryua returned to the beauty couch, lying sideways with a graceful curve, pulling a velvet blanket from the side and covering herself. Soon, she closed her eyes. The room was silent again. On the table in the corner, a thick red candle was still lit, burning silently. On the bed, in the soft and hazy curtain, the two of them huddled in the quilt, looked at each other, and then avoided each other. The girl's beautiful cheeks were covered with blushes. Her eyes were shining, and she was shy and lovely in the dark. She had taken off her dress, and she was only wearing a moon-white undergarment, revealing her snow-white shoulders and collarbones, and a pair of soft and delicate feet, unnaturally placed, touching the calves of the boy next to her. The hair scattered on the pillow was like soft silk, spread under the two of them. The two of them lay there, not daring to move. After a long time, it was still silent outside. At this time, Luo Qinshou, who had been stiff for a long time, finally moved carefully and looked at the shy and charming girl beside him. The charming fragrance and the girl's hot breath came to his face. Luo Qingzhou whispered, "She should be asleep." The little hand in the quilt suddenly covered his mouth. On the beauty couch outside, Song Ryue's voice suddenly came. "Wei Mo. Did you speak just now? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need your mother to see you?" Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and his body stiffened again. The girl's little hand still covered his mouth, shook her head slightly, and her mouth was closed without responding. After a while, Song Ryue's mumbling voice came from outside. "It's really strange tonight. This girl didn't cough at all. Did the medicine work?" God bless. The girl's eyelashes trembled. She bit her lips gently, her face red, and moved her head inside, sticking to his neck. The little hand was still covering his mouth, not taking it away. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to move. It was quiet outside. The cold wind was still sobbing outside the window, and snowflakes were falling. The night passed quietly. In the early morning, in the moonlit Nightingale garden, a figure came to the lakeside in the wind and snow, looking around, and then walked to the lakeside, with a face full of disappointment, pouting her mouth and muttering, "Not here." She stood by the lake for a while, then walked to the corner, untied the belt around her waist, took off her dress and underwear, and revealed a snow-white, jade-like, slender girl's body in the wind and snow. Plop! She jumped into the warm lake water and closed her eyes comfortably. After soaking for a while, Fong lay on the rock where Luo Qingzhou often lay in the shallow water, and closed her eyes with a look of enjoyment. After a while, she opened her eyes again and sighed, muttering, "It's a pity that the son-in-law didn't come. If I could play in the water with the son-in-law pa. I don't want it. I want to be a pure and tender flower forever. And I don't want to be dirty by the lecherous son-in-law." Not long after, another cold figure, holding a sword in his hand, came to the lake silently. She suddenly heard the sound of water splashing in the corner. Her eyes fixed, she tightened her sword, walked around the flower bed next to her, and then stretched her head to secretly look into the lake. A snow-white figure was lying on a rock in the water, with two small hands paddling restlessly in the water, and her body was twisting gently, as if she thought she was a fish. There was no other figure except her. The cold girl hiding in the flowers exhaled gently, and was about to leave. She frowned suddenly, and continued to wait patiently, looking at the door in the distance. The cold wind was whistling, and the snowflakes were fluttering. The girl held the cold sword in her hand, squatted in the flowers, and waited motionlessly. He asked her to come here often to take a bath. Bailing said that he actually wanted to peek at her body, so he encouraged her to take a bath here. But would he peek at her? Even if he wanted to peek, he would only peek at Bailing. Right? The girl was thinking in a daze among the flowers, until Bai Ling came ashore and suddenly found her. "Hey, Chan. Why are you squatting here? You scared me. You didn't come here to peek at people taking a bath, did you? Woo. Little Chan. You are such a person." After Bai Ling found her, he didn't even put on his clothes, and hugged her and made a fuss, wanting to drag her back into the water. He didn't stop until he saw her face turn pale, and her body trembled. Chan. I'm here. Are you still afraid of water? Look at you. You are so scared? It's very shallow here, and there are many stones inside. You can stand on them. If you don't learn to go into the water, you won't be able to play with your son-in-law in the future. Mandarin ducks play in the water. The cold figure broke away from her and left quickly. Not long after, she came to the outside of the small courtyard, stared at the closed courtyard door blankly for a while, and then walked silently to the eaves, holding the sword, and stood there alone, until dawn. Luo Qingzhou didn't feel sleepy at all. The girl in his arms had a hot face, and seemed to be asleep. The two dared not speak or move, and could only wait for dawn in such an awkward posture. When the sky was just getting light, Song Ryue, who was lying on the beauty couch outside, finally got up, sat in the dark for a while, got off the couch, went to open the door, and left quietly. The room was quiet again. After a while, Luo Qingzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to the girl in his arms, "Second miss. Your mother is gone." The girl was in his arms, breathing evenly, motionless. Asleep? Luo Qingzhou gently moved her head and arms away, got up carefully, opened the curtain, and got off the bed. When he was about to take the opportunity to leave, there was a slight sound of footsteps at the door. His face changed, and he immediately returned to the bed and got into the quilt. The door was opened. Song Ryue came back and laid down on the beauty couch again. And soon became quiet again. Luo Qingzhou secretly complained. Chapter 127. The night faded. The light on the window gradually brightened. In the courtyard outside, there was a slight sound of sweeping the fallen snow. Qior and Zhuer had not slept all night. Before dawn, the two got up and began to carefully clean the courtyard and the snow on the corridor outside. Song Ryue was still lying on the beauty bed with a graceful curve, sleeping soundly. The thick red candle in the corner was almost burned out, and her body was full of tears from last night. The light poured in through the window. The darkness in the room was gradually dispelled. On the bed, the two lay sideways, one in front and one behind, both with their eyes open and their hearts pounding. The girl was only wearing a moon-white undergarment. Her face was red. She was biting her lips, and she was facing the wall sideways. Her snow-white and thin shoulders were exposed. Her slender neck exuded a charming luster, and her black hair was scattered on the pillow and under her body like black silk. She was pillowed and pressed by two people. The person behind her also leaned sideways, and the hot air from her nose sprayed on her neck again and again, itchy and numb. Her body was soft and her eyes were blurred. At this time, the person behind her suddenly moved and whispered in her ear, "Second miss. Can I leave?" As she spoke, the hot air blew on her neck and ears. The girl trembled slightly, bit her lips, and whispered with a blushing face, "Mother sleeps very lightly." The person behind her was anxious. "It's dawn. If you don't leave, I'm afraid." The girl said shyly, Wait a little longer." The person behind her was silent. The girl waited for a while, but couldn't help it. She slowly turned around and faced him. She looked at him with clear and shy eyes, and her beautiful face was already red. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, lowered his head slightly, and avoided her gaze, but his eyes fell on her chest inadvertently. The moon-white underwear stood up, and the girl's development was like a budding flower, already fragrant and ready to burst out. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly raised his head again, and his eyes met hers again. At this moment, not only did he have nowhere to put his hands, but he also had nowhere to hide his eyes. His cheeks were slightly hot. Seeing him like this, the girl couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were full, and her courage couldn't help but grow. "I'm embarrassed, and my brother-in-law is more embarrassed than me. I'm shy, and my brother-in-law is more shy than me. So, what else do I have to be afraid of? The one who should be afraid is my brother-in-law." The girl's eyes were also full of smiles. Suddenly, she playfully extended her slender jade fingers and gently touched his chin, mouth, nose, forehead. Then she repeated these processes, having a lot of fun, and the smile on her face became more and more charming. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to move, so he had to close his eyes and let her play with him. The girl played playfully for a while, then picked up a strand of her hair and began to play with his mouth, nose and eyelashes. Luo Qingzhou could no longer bear it, scratched the place where she was tickled, opened his eyes, grabbed her restless little hand, and looked at her sternly. The girl was not afraid of him at all, and with her other hand, she extended her slender index finger and began to touch his belly. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her again and started to glare at her. The girl ignored him. Her two little hands were grabbed by him, and she suddenly raised her head and stretched her head to rub his forehead. Luo Qingzhou had to tilt his head back so that she couldn't reach it. The girl pouted her lips slightly, glanced at him, and her feet in the quilt suddenly moved again. The delicate little feet that took off their stockings began to tickle his calves. The girl's innocence and playful nature were fully reflected at this moment. It seemed that she hadn't played with others for a long time, but this time was not the time for playfulness. Luo Qingzhou had to raise his legs and forcefully pressed her restless little feet down. The girl pouted her lips and looked at him dimly. Luo Qingzhou frowned, his face serious, and said silently, "Stop making trouble. Think of a way quickly." The sky outside was getting brighter and brighter. Qior and Zhuer were already boiling water in the kitchen, ready to come over and help the mother and daughter get up and wash. If he was seen by his mother-in-law later, he felt that he would be buried alive in the yard outside as fertilizer. At this moment, Song Ryue, who was lying on the beauty couch, finally moved and sat up, and said in a hoarse voice with just woken up, "Wei Mo, are you awake?" The girl closed her mouth, quiet, and did not say anything. This girl can really sleep. It's good that she can sleep. Let her sleep more. It's rare that she didn't cough last night. Song Ryue got off the bed and stretched to herself, revealing her curvy figure. Then, she suddenly turned around and walked towards the bed. saying again, I have to see this girl. She didn't make a sound all night. Something is wrong. Luo Qingzhou's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly tucked his head into the quilt, and the whole person huddled tightly in the arms of the girl beside him, his heart thumping, almost jumping out of his throat. It's over. This time it's really over. As long as she lifts the curtain, she will definitely see an extra person under the quilt. Mom, I'm fine. I just woke up. Qin Weimao suddenly spoke softly, hugged him in her arms, blushed, pressed the quilt outside, and said shyly, Mom, I'm not wearing any clothes. Don't come. Song Ryua smiled and said, if you are not wearing any clothes, then you are not wearing any clothes. Why are you afraid that Mother will see it? Your body. Mother looked at it every day when she was a child. What's so strange about it? Do you have more precious things than Mother? Qin Weimao blushed and said, Mom, don't let you look, don't come over. Song Ryua heard her trembling voice and had to stop, and couldn't help laughing. Look how nervous you are. Okay. I won't go over. I know you are shy. No one can touch your bed or look at your body except Chior at this point. She suddenly sighed and said with a sad face, Weimo, the older you get, the more distant you feel from me. Oh, I miss you so much. You and your sister were together with me. We three, mother and daughter, took a bath together every day and rubbed each other. Mom, don't say any more. Qin Weimo trembled shyly and said, You go back first. Weimo needs to sleep for a while. Song Ryua turned her head and looked at the sky outside and said, It's time to go back. We have to go find Meiji later. Okay. Weima, you continue to sleep. Don't get up so early. Wait until you have a good sleep before getting up. The temperature is lower today. Remember to wear more clothes. Stay in the house. Don't go out. After saying that, she was about to leave, and suddenly said, By the way, Weima, should Luo Qingzhou come to tell you a story today? Hiding in the quilt, Luo Qingzhou, who was held in the arms of Miss Qin Er, couldn't help but tremble. Qin Weimo said shyly. Well, Song Ryua snorted coldly and said, If that stinky boy dares not to come today, you let Zhuer tell Mother, and Mother will deal with him in the evening. That boy is just itchy. Mother has been angry recently, and has nowhere to vent. I must find an opportunity in the next few days to vent on that stinky boy and let him understand his responsibilities. Mother, you go quickly. I'm sleepy, Qin Weimo urged in a trembling voice. Okay. I'm leaving. Song Ryua opened the door, walked out, and helped her close the door gently. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly got out of the quilt and was about to speak. Squeak. The door suddenly opened again. Song Ryua poked her head in from outside again, looking at the bed, and said, By the way, Weima, the stinky boy is coming today. Don't let him in. Just let him stand outside the window and talk. You are so stupid. Be careful not to let that boy take advantage. Qin Weimo blushed and said, Weima knows. Well, it's not that Mother doesn't believe him. It's really those men. None of them are good. They are all looking at the pot while eating in the bowl. You sisters are so beautiful. Which man doesn't want sisters? Mother, Weima is really sleepy. Okay. Every time Mother says something bad about him, you don't want to listen. No more. I'm leaving. The door closed, and the footsteps gradually faded away. The room fell into silence. Luo Qingzhou was pressed there, motionless. After a while, there was a slight knock on the door, and then Chior's voice came. Miss Madam really left this time? Zhuer followed her out. Qin Weimao then let go, blushing as he looked at the person in his arms whose face was flushed, and tremblingly said, Brother-in-law, second miss. I was wrong. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly got off the bed, bowed his head and apologized. I should have gone out directly last night. Even if Madam saw me, I would have been scolded at most. It would not be like this now. Dirtying the second lady's bed and second miss. Qingzhou is very sorry. Brother-in-law, Weimao didn't blame you. And you didn't do anything wrong. Actually, last night Zhuer suddenly ran into the yard from outside and whispered outside the window, Miss Madam has gone far away. Let the son-in-law come out quickly, lest Madam suddenly come back later. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he didn't dare to stay, and hurriedly said, Second miss. Then I'll leave first. After speaking, he immediately left the room. Son-in-law, wait a minute. I'll get you a pair of shoes. Chior hurried to the corner and lifted the covering, but suddenly found that there was only one shoe left out of the two, and the other one was missing. Huh? How come there is only one shoe left of the son-in-law? Where is the other one? Chior looked suspicious. picked up the shoe, and searched carefully in the corner again, but didn't find it. Jur also hurried in to help search the whole room, but still couldn't find it. Luo Qingzhou held a shoe and said embarrassedly, "Could it be that you put them separately?" Chior was so anxious that she was about to cry, and shook her head and said, "No. I remember clearly that when the lady was about to come in last night, I put both of them together in the corner." At this time, Jur, who was out looking, suddenly exclaimed outside, "Chior, come and see! Is this just the shoe of the son-in-law?" Chior heard it and ran out quickly. Luo Qingzhou also quickly put on a shoe, jumped out on one foot, stood at the door and looked at the yard. Two little maids stood in front of the flower bed. Jur was holding a shoe that had been soaked by snow water, with a look of astonishment on her face. "It's my uncle's. It's my uncle's shoes. How did it get here? Did you accidentally bring it out when you were cleaning the garbage this morning? How is it possible?" When the two maids were holding the shoes and guessing with doubts on their faces, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Hurry up and give me the shoes. I'm leaving. Be careful that the lady will come back later." When the two maids heard it, they immediately reacted and hurriedly brought the shoes over. Luo Qingzhou took it and put it on his feet immediately, regardless of whether it was soaked or not. Then he bowed to the two maids and fled. Soon he ran out of the door and disappeared in the wind and snow outside. Chior and Jur looked at each other, still not understanding how the shoes suddenly ran outside. Mississippi. They pushed open the door and entered the room. At this time, Qin Weimo was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, with a pair of snow-white and delicate jade feet bare, standing in front of the beauty bed, frowning and looking stunned. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Chior saw that her face was not right, and asked hurriedly. Qin Weimo shook his head slightly and said softly, "It's okay. Put the bowl away. I hid it under the couch." And she looked at the small table next to her that was taken down from the couch, and said, "Wipe the table too. There are traces of the bowl on it." "Oh, miss, go back to bed quickly. I will help you put on your clothes, and let Jur do the rest." Chior hurriedly supported her and walked to the bed. Jur picked up the hidden bowl and spoon from under the couch, and couldn't help asking, "Miss, did the son-in-law bully you last night?" Chior glanced at her and signaled her not to ask more questions. Jur pouted and said, "I won't complain to madam. I just want to know what happened to miss last night." "No." Qin Weimo sat down on the bed, slightly sideways, looking at the messy bedding and the place where he just lay. He was dazed for a moment and murmured, "Why would my brother-in-law bully me? Even if he wants to bully me, it's I bully my brother-in-law." "Ah?" The two maids were stunned. Chapter 128. The girl standing guard outside the door. The snow is still falling. The road is already covered with thick snow. Luo Qingzhou was wearing a soaked shoe and walking on the way back. He looked a little dazed and a little embarrassed. Last night's experience was like a nightmare. But it was not all a nightmare. The nightmare came from the mother-in-law who kept scaring him and made his heart almost jump out of his throat several times. But the girl on the bed added some embarrassing but interesting and unforgettable things to the nightmare. Of course, these things are not just pornographic. He thought to himself that he was so embarrassed last night and offended Miss Qin Er so much. He should not go there again in the future. But if he didn't go, wouldn't he be like those scumbags who took advantage of the situation and left? Of course, his relationship with Miss Qin Er was not like a scumbag playing with women. But will it be embarrassing when they meet next time? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh, thinking of the mother-in-law. He was still scared. When he was about to reach his own courtyard, he suddenly saw a familiar figure coming from the wind and snow in front of him. She was wearing a light green dress, with a slender figure, but her face was as cold as snow. She held a sword in her hand, and her eyes were staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou stopped. The girl named Xia Chan also stopped. The two of them were separated by the wind and snow, as if two peerless masters from different places, who had already agreed to meet here, were brewing the atmosphere before the duel. Luo Qingzhou was defeated and admitted defeat directly. He walked over and bowed and said, "Miss Xia Chan, where are you going so early?" In that direction. Besides where he lived, it was Yi Ting Yuan. Of course, it is also possible that she was bored and wandered around. The girl looked at him coldly. Her slender body stood motionless in the wind and snow. Only her soft hair and the light green skirt that was like a blooming flower swayed gently in the cold wind. Luo Qingzhou thought she would not respond as before. When he was about to say goodbye, the girl suddenly spoke, and her words became a little smoother, Where did you go last night? But she was still very cold. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked at her, and said calmly, last night? Of course, I slept at home. I got up early in the morning, so I came out to walk around the mansion. What's wrong? Miss Xiaochan, is there anything wrong? The girl clenched the sword in her hand, stared at him coldly for a while, and said, lie. Luo Qingzhou. The girl didn't say anything else. Her pretty face was like frost, and she left coldly. Luo Qingzhou stood there for a while, turned his head, looked at her thin figure gradually walking away, and secretly said, didn't this girl stand in the small courtyard again last night? It was getting late, and he had to go out of the city to do a mission. He didn't think much about it, and quickly returned to his own courtyard. Xiao Dai was sitting alone under the eaves at the door, frowning in a daze. When she saw him finally come back, she stood up and ran over with a look of surprise on her face, threw herself into his arms, and said in a crying voice, Sir, why didn't you come back all night last night? You scared me to death. And you didn't even tell me in advance. I waited for you all night. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly in his heart, reached out and touched her head, and said, something happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to come back to inform you. Silly girl. Don't wait for me next time. Just go to bed when the time comes. Understand? The little girl buried her head in his arms, hugged him tightly with both arms, and sobbed, Master, I can't sleep when you are not here. I thought that the master left me and ran away alone. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and said, why should I run away? The little girl raised her tender and beautiful cheeks, and said with red eyes, the master got married, but there is no wife to sleep with the master. The master is depressed. So, just leave. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing when he heard it, looking at her charming eyes and face. He suddenly bent down, put his arms around her hips, picked her up, and walked into the house and said, silly girl, didn't I tell you a long time ago that it doesn't matter whether you have a wife or not? It's enough to have our Xiao Dai. Why are you thinking about it again? Even if I want to leave, I will take you with me. Xiao Dai was hugged by him from behind and held in his arms. Her feet were off the ground. Her body was straight, and her arms were around his neck. She said with a red face, Master, but I haven't grown up yet. And you dislike me? Luo Qingzhou held her. After entering the house, he placed it on the table in the living room, kissed her pink lips, and said, don't worry. Isn't the new year coming soon? After the new year, Xiao Dai will grow up. The little girl was immediately shy and happy, bit her pink lips, and said shyly, really? Sir, you won't lie to me again this time. Right? After the new year. Will you want me? Luo Qingzhou pinched her pink face, walked towards the room, and said, Sir, a word. The little girl immediately jumped off the table, blushing and happily shouted, it's hard to catch up. Luo Qingzhou returned to the room and said, okay, go and get busy. I have to go out later. I guess she won't be back until the evening. The little girl immediately said oh, happily returned to her room, and went to get the half-embroidered peony. Just as she was about to go out, she suddenly thought of something and came to knock on the door and said, by the way, sir, when I went out to open the door this morning, I saw Sister Xiaochan standing alone at the door. It was still dark at that time, and it was so cold. I don't know why Sister Xiaochan was standing there. I asked her, but she didn't answer and just left. Luo Qingzhou was stunned in the room for a moment, and said, oh, I see. It's okay. You go and get busy. Then I'll go first. The little girl immediately took her things and went out to continue to work hard to learn embroidery. Did she come again last night? Luo Qingzhou said secretly. According to Xiaodia's words, he saw her before dawn, and then she left. But why did he meet her going back when he came back just now? Did she come back after Xiao Dai returned to the room, and didn't leave until just now? But why? Could it be to help her young lady look after him? Luo Qingzhou glanced out the window and saw that it was getting late. Without giving it any more thought, he immediately took out the martial arts stone, held it in his palm, and checked his data. Strength, 1,500. Speed, 12. Blow resistance, 800. Spirit, 32. Since the success of the flesh refining, all data have increased a lot, especially strength, which has increased by 1,500. Of course, since the soul has been promoted from the night wandering state to the day wandering state, the spirit power has also increased a lot. As long as the data continue to increase, there will be no problem. Luo Qingzhou put away the martial arts stone, thought about it, and took out the dark blue liquid from the storage bag and absorbed a drop. Then he went out and rushed to the Jubao Pavilion. Yesterday he went to the Blackwood Forest and didn't get anything. So he has 2 more chances to follow the Knife Sister out of the city to hunt monsters. After the 2 chances are used up, he will have to pay gold coins again next time. Unless he goes alone. Last night, he returned all the gold coins to Miss Jean Eyre. And now he only has some silver on him. The transactions between warriors are gold coins. Except for the demon pills. And there is no silver or copper coins. So, he must succeed in the next 2 days. Even if he hunted a lowest level monster, he could sell it for a lot of gold coins. Otherwise, when he had to pay to join the team next time, he would have no gold coins to pay. And he didn't want to borrow money from Miss Jean Eyre again. He left the Qin mansion from the back door. After seeing that there was no one in the alley, he took out the mask and put it on his face. He suddenly became another boy who looked a little dazed. Thinking of borrowing money, he suddenly remembered the cold girl again. The girl gave him all the silver coins on her body. He decided to come back tonight and return the silver to her. Of course, he couldn't return the original items. The girl gave him all the silver coins, and he decided to return them to her with the whole silver. In this way, it means that her generosity really helped him, rather than being useless to him. Many times, accepting other people's things is also respecting others, even if the other party gives you something that you don't need. Of course, it does not include some messy things and some unhealthy things. When Luo Qingzhou came to the Jubao Pavilion, he went directly to the top floor. Upstairs, only the silver-haired Dao Jia was sitting there, and no one else seemed to have come. As soon as he went upstairs, Dao Jia said, "I'm sorry. Today's mission is cancelled. The princess will enter the city in a few days. During this period, the city is heavily guarded, and we can't enter and leave the city at will. Let's talk about it after the princess leaves. When you come back, we will form a new team for you. There are still 2 chances." Luo Qingzhou was a little disappointed and said, "Where are the 2 people?" Dao Jia said, "They are the same. They have just left." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. Then I'll come after the princess leaves." Luo Qingzhou knew that this was not their fault, so he didn't say anything more and turned downstairs. The princess's visit to Emo City is a big deal. If warriors form teams and walk around randomly again, there will indeed be some unstable factors. Luo Qingzhou went downstairs, flipped through the bookshelf on the first floor for a while, bought a few books about the monsters in the Blackwood Forest, and left. The snow outside was falling harder. I don't know if the princess will ride a horse or sit in a carriage when she enters the city. But no matter what, the people of Emo City will definitely flock to welcome them. Luo Qingzhou bought a few strings of candied haws, took them in his hand, and walked through the alleys to go home. When he walked into the last alley away from the Qin mansion, he actually saw the sexy girl named Qin Yuemo again. The girl was wearing a black dress today, with long and straight legs, a seductive figure, long hair fluttering behind her, and a black whip wrapped around her slender waist. She was standing at the entrance of the alley, staring at him coldly. A cold smile appeared on her charming and beautiful face. This time, you should have nothing to say. Right? Rob money or rob sex. This lady will accompany you to the end. As she said, she pulled off the whip from her slender waist, stepped with her sexy long legs, and walked towards the alley with a cold face. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. He quickly raised the candied haws in his hand and said, "Miss Qin, you really misunderstood. Do you think I would have so many candied haws in my hand if I wanted to rob you of your money and sex?" The whip girl narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "It's just a cover-up. Also, before you die, I will let you die with your eyes closed. My surname is not Qin today, but Chui. My name is Chui Yingying." Snap! After saying that, she suddenly flicked the whip in her hand. The quiet alley suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. A little wild cat huddled in the corner was frightened and trembled, and collapsed to the ground. Luo Qingzhou's soul moved, and he immediately turned around and ran. "Huh?" The girl named Chui Yingying stopped immediately, looked at his figure running away quickly with a face full of doubt, and said strangely, "It's useless again? This time, I increased my strength." After Luo Qingzhou ran away, he stayed in front of a restaurant for a long time before returning home. He was now almost certain that the girl was Nangong Meijiao, the distinguished guest from Kyoto in the Qin mansion. "Chui Yingying? Wasn't that the character in Romance of the Western Chamber that he told Miss Qin Air? A new name every day? Luo Qingzhou was speechless. The people in the Qin mansion were weird. Even their relatives from Kyoto were weird. I really didn't know how to complain. Turning into the alley behind, and seeing that there was no one in the alley, he took off the mask on his face, and entered the mansion through the back door. Back to the courtyard. He yawned a few times. He decided to take a nap first and practice in the afternoon. He didn't sleep all night last night, and he was always on guard against the mother-in-law and Miss Qin Air. Now he was indeed a little tired. He put the candied haws on the table in the living room, closed the door, went to bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep soon. I don't know how long it took. A figure entered the living room from the back door and took a look at the candied haws on the table. Then she walked to the table, sat down, picked up the candied haws, and began to eat them one by one. Soon, all 5 strings of candied haws were eaten up. Then, the 5 empty bamboo sticks were inserted back into the table. The girl sat at the table for a while, seemingly savoring the aftertaste of the candied haws. After a while, she got up and walked towards the closed door. She pushed it, and the door was locked from the inside. The girl skillfully took out a thin knife from her pocket and reached in through the crack of the door. Then, she quietly pulled the bolt. The door was opened silently. The girl put away the knife, stood at the door for a while, looked around, walked in silently, and locked the door again. She came to the bed, and her eyes fell on the pretty face sleeping on the bed. After watching quietly for a long time, she took off her shoes, socks, dress, and took off the hairpin on her hair. Then, with her long black hair spread out, she got on the bed, got into the quilt, and leaned against his arms. A faint fragrance entered his nose. His eyebrows moved, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth, as if he was having a sweet dream. The girl raised her beautiful face. Her eyes were gentle as water, and she stared at him quietly for a while, then raised her little mouth and kissed him on the lips. The taste of candied haws left in her mouth was sweetly sent into his mouth. The girl reached out and gently peeled off his clothes. Chapter 129 Chan Chan's Punishment. At noon, when Luo Qingzhou woke up, the snow was still falling outside. He opened his eyes, was in a daze for a while, recalled the vague scenes in his dream, and then got up. Just as he sat up, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. What happened? He just took a nap. What puzzled him most was that he didn't feel anything in his sleep. Now he not only practices martial arts, but also cultivates his soul. His perception is different from that of ordinary people. It is impossible for someone to hurt him without him knowing. Could it be? He carefully put down his clothes and got up. Forget it. It seems that I can't practice today. It doesn't matter if I get hurt in other places. This place just hits the clothes. It hurts even if I move a little. How can I dare to do strenuous exercise? Put on your clothes and wash up. He decided to return the silver to Xia Chan first, and then go to Miss Qin Air. The mother-in-law had already said this morning, if he doesn't tell stories to Miss Qin Air today, he will be in trouble tonight. Taking advantage of the daytime, it is absolutely safe. He decided to tell Miss Qin Air a few rounds of the story of the stone and then leave, so as to avoid the embarrassing thing like last night at night. He went out of the room and prepared to take 2 strings of candied haws to give to Xia Chan and Bai Ling when he returned the money. But he was stunned when he arrived in the living room. The 5 strings of candied haws on the table disappeared. Only 4 empty bamboo sticks were left, and they were smooth, without even a trace of sugar juice left. Luo Qingzhou. Who stole his candied haws? Wild cat? Mouse? Thief? Obviously none of them. Who else could do such a thing except that eccentric girl? Even Xia Chan took it in front of him when he was there, and would never do such a thing secretly behind his back. It's clear who the thief is. Luo Qingzhou counted the silver, put it into the small bag Xia Chan gave him, and went out. He decided to condemn the cheating girl. Eating 1 or 2 strings would be fine. But why eat so much? What if your teeth get damaged in the future? Also, eating candied haws would be fine. But why did you attack him? Too much. When he arrived at Lingchan Moon Palace in the wind and snow, the gate was open. The front yard was very quiet. He knocked on the door and walked in. There was no one in the front yard. He went to the back with ease. Just as he walked to the door of the back garden, he suddenly saw Bai Ling leaning against the door, holding a string of candied haws in her hand, licking it happily with her eyes narrowed. There was only one left on the bamboo stick. It was indeed her. There were only 4 bamboo sticks left on the table, and the last one was now in her hand. Caught red-handed, Luo Qingzhou walked over quickly. Bai Ling heard the footsteps, turned around and saw him, was stunned for a moment, then showed a touch of joy in her eyes, quickly ate the last candied haws, and then threw the bamboo stick into the flowers next to her, puffed her cheeks, and said incoherently, "Gu Gai. Ni Lai Lu, wait. There's still Dingxi in my mouth." Luo Qingzhou walked closer, and was about to speak when he suddenly saw the cold girl standing next to him, staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou had to put aside the matter of the candied haws for the time being, took out the small bag from his pocket, held it in both hands and handed it to her, and said sincerely, "Miss Xia-chan, this is to pay you back. Thank you for helping me last time and solving my urgent need." Xia-chan was slightly startled and looked at the small purse in his hand. Bai Ling on the side quickly swallowed the candied haws in her mouth and said with a surprised look on her face, "Son-in-law, when did Chan-chan help you with her body? And even took the initiative to help you solve your urgent need?" Luo Qingzhou, "Miss Bai Ling, don't eat too much at ordinary times. And read more." Luo Qingzhou rolled his eyes at her, handed the silver in his hand forward, and said, "Miss Xia-chan, I'll pay you back. The bag of silver last time should have been accumulated by this girl bit by bit." When he saw her take out the last piece of silver from her pocket, he was still very sad and moved. So he gave interest today. Xia-chan stared at the small purse in his hand for a while, but did not take it. She turned around and left, walked to the pavilion over there, stood with her sword in her arms, and looked at the lotus leaves in the pond outside the pavilion, motionless. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and had to follow with the silver again, saying, "Miss Xia-chan, I borrowed this silver from you. Not from you. Take it." As he said that, he reached out to put it into her belt. Xia-chan twisted her body, tightened the sword in her hand, turned sideways to look at him. Her eyes were cold, and said, "Don't." Luo Qingzhou wondered, "Why? This money should be what you have saved up bit by bit with hard work. Right? Reward? Yours," the girl said coldly, with no expression on her pretty face. Luo Qingzhou? Reward for me? He was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly understood. Is it because of what happened that night? He was talking about what happened under the bridge that night. Xia-chan's eyes moved and said, "Yes." She actually answered about the other nights. "No need. We actually accompanied each other that night. It would be hard to bear without each other. So we don't owe each other anything." Luo Qingzhou put the purse in his hand on the stone table in front of him, fearing that she would not accept it. He had to say, "It is easy to borrow again. Miss Xia-chan, please accept it. I may borrow from you again next time. If you don't accept it this time, I won't dare to borrow from you next time." After listening, the girl was silent for a while, stretched out her hand, took the purse on the table back, and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou smiled, looked at someone who was hiding behind the pillar and eavesdropping, and sighed, "Miss Xia-chan, when I just came, I was going to bring you 2 strings of candied haws to eat. But the 5 strings of candied haws I bought were all stolen by a greedy cat. Next time, I will buy it for you next time when I go out." Xia-chan turned sideways and looked at the snowflakes outside the pavilion with a cold expression. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, and she thought to herself, "Xiao-chan cat?" Luo Qingzhou bowed and said goodbye, whispering to Bai Ling, who was hiding behind a pillar, "Come out for a moment. I have something to ask you." Bai Ling immediately shook his head, hurriedly ran into the pavilion, hid behind Xia-chan, stretched his head and looked at him and said, "Son-in-law, Chan-chan is here today. Don't even think about being naughty with her." Xia-chan turned her head and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and turned to leave. "Forget it. Just a few strings of candied haws. As for the wound on the chest, just treat it as a bite by a greedy cat. It will be healed in 2 days." After he left, Bai Lingfang licked the sugar juice on her lips and muttered, "The son-in-law is really a liar. If he really bought candied haws, he would bring them here. The cat would not steal his candied haws. By the way, Chan-chan, did you buy a string just now? You only left one for me. You are so stingy." Xia-chan ignored her, clenched the purse in her hand, walked out of the pavilion and returned to the room. Then she closed the door and carefully hid all the silver at the bottom of the clothes in the closet. He just said that he would come to her to borrow. So, she had to continue to save money. Save a lot of money. Then support him. She suddenly thought of something. Went to open the door. Walked out. Walked to the back garden. stopped in front of Bailing, and stretched out her hand. Bailing was stunned for a moment, and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "What? Repay the money?" "The money for the candied haws," she said coldly. Bailing. After Luo Qingzhou came out of Lingchan Moon Palace, he went to Miss Qin Air. As soon as he got outside the door, Zhu'er suddenly walked out of it in a hurry, almost bumping into him. When she saw him, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, "Son-in-law, go in quickly. Madam is just asking me to call you over." "Madam?" When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly said that it was not good. "Zhu'er, Madam, why is she here? Why did she call me over?" Thinking of what happened last night, Luo Qingzhou wanted to run away. How could he dare to go in? Zhu'er knew what he was afraid of, and hurriedly whispered, "Son-in-law, don't be afraid. It's not about last night. Madam doesn't know about last night's incident yet, and I haven't told Madam. Don't worry. Madam came here because of sending gifts to the princess. And Miss Meiju is here too. Miss Meiju said that the princess likes some heroic and war-themed poems and paintings, and Madam thought that son-in-law might write them. So she prepared to ask me to call him over. By the way, when Madam came just now, she was still angry, saying that son-in-law was not trustworthy, and he didn't come to tell my lady a story today, and said that if son-in-law didn't take the initiative to come today, he would be severely punished tonight." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't about last night, he could write 100 poems. But is that Cui Yingyin girl with a whip wrapped around her waist here too? "Son-in-law, why are you still in a daze? Go in quickly. Don't be afraid. Just behave well later. With the lady here, Madam will definitely not let Madam bully son-in-law," Zhu'er urged anxiously. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and had to follow her in. Snap! As soon as he entered the door, he heard a familiar whipping sound coming from the yard. Chapter 130. The eldest princess will like this poem. In the courtyard, snowflakes are flying. A tall girl in a lavender dress is holding a whip and standing in the yard with a proud look on her face. On the ground in front of her is a branch. Song Ryue and her daughter, wearing the same snow-white fox fur, are standing under the eaves and watching, surrounded by maids and nannies. Song Ryue smiled and said, "Meiju is really amazing. Women are as good as men." The other maids and nannies also echoed and praised. But when Luo Qingzhou stepped into the yard, these voices suddenly stopped again. When Nangong Meiju saw him, the pride on her face instantly turned into cold arrogance. She put away the whip, twisted her hips, and turned back to the eaves. The smile on Song Ryue's face also cooled down. Only the weak girl supported by Chior under the eaves was still smiling, with softness in her eyes. Song Ryue brought Nangong Meiju and a group of maids and servants, turned around and went into the house, and sat down in the living room. Luo Qingzhou stopped in the courtyard, not knowing whether to go in. Qin Weimo whispered under the eaves, "Brother-in-law, come in." When Luo Qingzhou came closer, the weak girl looked at him softly and chuckled softly, "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. Weimo will protect you." Luo Qingzhou. The girl smiled softly and signaled him to come in. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to gather his energy and go in. He walked to the young and beautiful woman sitting in the main seat of the living room, bowed his head and said, "Mother-in-law, you called Qingzhou. What do you want?" Song Ryue held the teacup, bowed her head and took a sip slowly, then looked up at him and said, "Can you write a few poems with heroic momentum, preferably with lofty ambitions, achievements, or national affairs?" Luo Qingzhou said without hesitation. "No." "Huh?" Song Ryue paused with the teacup in her hand, then slowly put it on the tea table next to her, looking at him coldly and said, "No." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Qingzhou is stupid. He really can't. Just now," he thought carefully, "he can't do these thankless things. These poems are given to the eldest princess. Poems discussing national affairs and wars are not like those about love and romance. If they are not well written, or the meaning is wrong, they will be caught by people with ulterior motives. Isn't it asking for trouble? Anyway, he is just a son-in-law, and he has no right to see the princess, let alone flatter her. So why bother?" Song Ryue's face darkened, and she looked at him unkindly. Qin Weimo said softly, "Mother, everyone has different literary styles. It is understandable that my brother-in-law is not good at writing such poems. Sister Meiju just said that the princess also likes painting. Weimo can make a painting, and then think of a poem to write on it. although it may not be presentable. It is always a heartfelt gift. The princess should not blame me. When the time comes, mother will give some other gifts to add icing on the cake. Humph! Song Ryue snorted coldly, rolled her eyes and said, some people. I don't know what's the point of raising him. At the critical moment, he is not even as good as a weak woman. Nandong Meiju sat aside drinking tea, with a cold and arrogant face, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Song Ryue was immediately furious. Her heart was rising and falling. When she was about to slam the table in anger, Qin Weimo hurriedly said, Mother, how about this? When the time comes, Weimo will draw a picture and ask brother-in-law to write a short story, or write a poem that uses the scenery to describe people. This should also be possible. Song Ryue snorted sarcastically. Will he do it? Qin Weimo glanced at the young man standing respectfully in the hall, and answered for him, brother-in-law will. Song Ryue's thin eyebrows jumped and narrowed her eyes to look at her. Nandong Meiju, who was sitting next to her, finally spoke, Weimo, are you familiar with your brother-in-law? You even know all this? Qin Weimo said softly, Sister Meiju, brother-in-law is talented. Not only Weimo knows, mother also knows. Everyone in the Qin mansion knows it. TSK. Don't include me. I don't know. Song Ryue sneered and turned her face away. Nandong Meiju smiled faintly. Talented? If you are really talented, you can't stick to only one style. Even if other styles are not good, you can still do it. Weimo. Don't be fooled. Qin Weimo smiled softly. Sister Meiju. Weimo knows what's going on. Nandong Meiju frowned and looked at the young man standing in the hall again. He looks good, but unfortunately he looks weak and fragile. And there is nothing different from other scholars. She really can't understand why Qin Jinjiao would marry such a person. She doesn't understand even the weak little cousin next to her seems to be fascinated by this guy. Every time she came here to talk to her, she heard her talking about her brother-in-law. And every time she mentioned him, her eyes were sparkling. It seems that except for this guy, she has no other topics to talk about. Is this guy really so charming? How can she not see it? Luo Qingzhou. Song Ryue suddenly spoke sternly. What Weimo just said. Can you do it? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, looked at the weak girl next to him, and when he was about to speak, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, Literati read books not just to chant some romantic poems. You should care about world affairs and national affairs. I heard Weimo talk about a few of your poems. The literary talent is indeed acceptable, but the ideas are a bit petty. In addition to moaning without reason, it is love. It is the one who can write some poems with lofty ambitions and aims at the country. That is the real talent. Song Ryue said with a cold face. Mei Jiao said it well. Luo Qingzhou. Can you do it? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Qingzhou doesn't. If you can't, go to my back garden and plant flowers now. You don't have to study in the future. Be a gardener. And let your little maid go too. In the future. Both of you, the master and the servant, can't step out of the back garden again. Song Ryue frowned and spoke harshly. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and suddenly heard what she said in her heart. What a dog guts. Today I must find a reason to teach this hateful boy a lesson. Otherwise it will be difficult to get rid of my anger. Luo Qingzhou? Qin Weimo said softly, Mother, even if you want your brother-in-law to do it, you should give him a few days. How can you ask your brother-in-law to do it on the spot? You are a bit bullying. Song Ryue turned to look at him, glaring at him and said, You said I bullied this kid? Then she stood up and said angrily, Do you know how your Aunt Jo's son-in-law lives every day? He has to get up before dawn every day, wait outside your Aunt Jo's door, wash clothes and sweep the floor, work like a cow or a horse, and do all the dirty and tiring work. Your Aunt Jo's daughter despises him, and even those maids dare to insult him, saying that he is not well fed and not warmly dressed. Your Aunt Jo even asked him to carry your Aunt Jo's sedan chair and drive the carriage. He was always slapped and whipped. Which son-in-law in other people's houses doesn't live like this? He is worse than a servant and can be bullied and scolded by anyone. Look at this kid again. What kind of life is he living in our house? It's like a god's life. He eats well and wears well. He doesn't have to do anything except study every day. He has a maid to serve him. He could also have such a beautiful wife. Sister-in-law and mother-in-law humph. He should burn incense and worship Buddha. Amitabha. Qin Weimo lowered his head and dared not say anything. In fact, She knew in her heart that what her mother said was right. Other sons-in-law in other houses all lived very badly, and even the maids and servants looked down on them. But, in her heart, her brother-in-law is not comparable to an ordinary son-in-law. The brother-in-law is talented, eloquent, can recite poems and write lyrics, and can write wonderful short stories. He is a good person with a good personality, and can protect her and make her happy. Anyway, the brother-in-law is good, and she doesn't allow others to bully him. Even her mother can't do it, although she knew in her heart why her mother was so angry today. Luo Qingzhou saw that the mother-in-law's face turned pale with anger, and her body was trembling as she spoke a series of words. She seemed to feel sorry for her daughter and regretted it. But she had not vented her anger yet, so she could only hold it in. After Miss Qin spoke for him, she lowered her head and pouted her lips after being scolded. She seemed a little unconvinced and wanted to continue to argue for him. Seeing that the mother and daughter, who were wearing the same snow-white fox fur and were equally beautiful, seemed to be arguing for him again, Luo Qingzhou had to speak up to break the tense and depressing atmosphere and said, "Mother-in-law." Qingzhou just thought about it and remembered a poem. "I don't know if it is appropriate." Song Ryue looked at him angrily and didn't speak. Nandong Meiju, who was sitting next to him, said, "Read it to me." Qin Weimo also raised his head. Song Ryue suddenly said, "Zhu, go to the study and grind ink, and let Chiu write it down. If he dares to fool me, this will be the last poem he wrote in Qin's mansion." Zhu agreed and hurriedly went into the study with Chiu. Luo Qingzhou sighed in his heart, brewed his emotions for a while, and then he started to read in a sonorous voice, "Golden knife and white jade, shining through the window at night. A man has wasted his time and has not made any achievements. He holds a knife and looks at the world alone. Beijing makes friends with all the strange people, and they share life and death. It is shameful to be unknown in the history books for thousands of years, and I am loyal to the emperor. Since you joined the army, the shore of the Han River, the snow in the morning of the Nanshan Mountain is as rugged as jade. Alas, although the three families of Chu can destroy Qin, how can the great Yin be empty?" The tone of this poem is sonorous and powerful, without any pause. After reading it in one breath, he couldn't help but feel a heroic ambition in his chest, and his blood was boiling. Although Song Ryue didn't understand immediately, she was immediately shocked, and her expression changed when she heard the momentum. After Qin Weimo heard it, she couldn't help but clench her hands, and a blush of excitement suddenly appeared on her fair cheeks. Her eyes were shining, and her lips moved, as if she wanted to speak, but she just looked at the purple-dressed girl next to her. Nandong Meiji pondered for a while, as if she was savoring a few sentences. After a while, she looked at Song Ryue and said, "Aunt, I have a gift for the princess. This poem, plus Weimo's painting. The princess should like it." Chapter 131 Weimo paints. Qingzhou accompanies. Seniors come to Dream to make an appointment. The atmosphere seems to be relieved, although Nandong Meiju did not directly praise the poem. This sentence clearly shows that the poem is very good. Song Ryue was naturally honored to receive the praise from the arrogant princess from Kyoto. She wanted to vent her anger, but it was not easy to vent it. She could only snort coldly, glance at the young man standing in the hall and said, "Just make do. SOSO. You said you can't act, but you acted? It's okay to be humble in front of outsiders. But do you need to be so hypocritical in front of your own people?" Qin Weimo defended weakly, "Mother, my brother-in-law may not have thought it through just now." Song Ryue raised her eyebrows and glared at him again. "You are the one who talks too much. I say one thing to him, and you say two things to me. Am I the mother or is he the mother?" Qin Weimo lowered his head. Song Ryue stood up, looked at the young man in the hall with a cold face and said, "Weimo will paint, and you write poems. Go now. If you can think of better poems, you can write a few more." This time the princess came to Imo City. Other families are scrambling to send gifts. "If you earn face for my Qin mansion, I will not be stingy. Whatever you want, I will give you." After that, his eyes flashed again, and he looked at him coldly and said, "If you make a contribution, you can make up for the mistakes you made in the mansion in the future. Do you understand?" Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he bowed his head and said, "Yes." Song Ryue waved his hand and said, "Go to the study with Weimo. Think about it carefully, and see if there are any works that can be shown. Don't go anywhere today. Just think about it in the study. Listen clearly." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and when he was about to speak, Qin Weimo stood up, walked towards the study, and whispered, "Brother-in-law, come in quickly." Song Ryua looked at him coldly with a stern face. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything more. He followed Miss Qin Er and walked to the door of the study. After hesitating for a while, he took off his shoes and walked in. Song Ryua looked at the pair of shoes at the door, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Nandong Meiju also stood up and said, "It's a pity that no one knows about military affairs and war. The princess has loved reading military books and various books about war since she was a child. Many strategies for fighting are learned from books. If someone presented a book like that, the princess would be so excited that she couldn't sleep and had to finish reading it." Song Ryua retracted her gaze towards the study and said, "Meiju, how about we go to the bookstore outside to have a look?" Nandong Meiju shook her head. The princess had finished reading Dian's military books before she was 12 years old. There is no need to waste time. Just give something casually. And he doesn't have to be too harsh. "Hey," Song Ryua sighed, "let's go and see Chuaner. Didn't you just say you wanted to see him practice martial arts?" The two walked out of the living room while talking, surrounded by maids and maids. She went down the corridor. When she reached the courtyard, Song Ryua looked back at the closed window of the study and frowned slightly. Nandong Meiju suddenly asked, "Aunt, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are in the same room. A man and a woman alone. Aren't you worried?" Song Ryua's eyes narrowed and she sneered. "What's there to worry about? I don't think that kid would dare to do anything out of line." Nandong Meiju glanced at her and said with a smile, "When he wasn't here, Aunt and Wei Mo sang the same praise. When he came, Aunt's face turned cold and she scolded him. Aunt, do you really treat him as a member of your family?" Song Ryua sneered. "What family member? He is a son-in-law. How can he be qualified? I praised him because I was following Wei Mo and didn't want to make Wei Mo unhappy. I scolded him because I was afraid that he would get carried away and not know what was good for him." Nandong Meiju smiled and said, "But Wei Mo's study is connected to the bedroom. As far as I know. Even my uncle has never been in." "Right?" Song Ryua didn't say anything else. Nandong Meiju didn't ask any more questions, and could only say softly, "It can be seen that when he came, Weima's eyes were bright. When Weima talked to me before, he was still coughing. But when he came, Weima got better. Aunt, I think I know what you mean." Song Ryua stopped outside the door, looked at the snowflakes in the distance, and was silent for a while before whispering, "The doctor said that the girl may not survive this winter." Nandong Meiju fell silent after hearing this. In the study, cigarettes curled and hot air filled the air. The weak girl in a plain white dress took off her thick snow-white fox fur and sat down in front of the desk. Luo Qingzhou stood by, picked up the ink block, and slowly ground the ink in the inkstone, looking at the beautiful and elegant girl with a slightly pale face in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the embarrassing thing last night. Qin Weima spread out a roll of snow-white rice paper, looked up at him and smiled. "Brother-in-law, the ink you grind must also be talented. If I paint with ink, it will definitely be better than before." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Second Miss can joke. Qin Weima's eyes curved. "When I am with my brother-in-law, I always feel relaxed. I can't feel depressed even if I want to." Luo Qingzhou smiled slightly, avoided her gaze, lowered his head and grinded ink, and said, "What kind of painting is the second lady going to paint?" Qin Weima looked at him a few more times, then retracted his gaze, thought for a while, and said, "It should be roughly in line with the poem that brother-in-law just wrote. By the way, brother-in-law." She raised her head and said, "Do you have any other poems?" Before Luo Qingzhou answered, she smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, have you discovered that mother actually knows you better than Weima? Every time mother forced brother-in-law to write a poem, Weima was very worried and nervous for brother-in-law, and wanted to persuade mother to spare brother-in-law. But every time brother-in-law could do it in one go, and each one was better than the last. Now that I think about it, mother really knows brother-in-law very well. Doesn't she?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and whispered, "Could she just be deliberately trying to find fault and teach me a lesson?" Qin Weima covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "That's true. But brother-in-law should know that mother is praising and showing off brother-in-law when brother-in-law is not around, or in front of Aunt Zhang and others." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. For some reason, he actually thought of the family of that era. Parents disliked their children at home in various ways. When their children were around, they said all kinds of bad things about their children in front of others, but when their children were not around, they defended and showed off their children in front of others. So, Does the mother-in-law really treat him as her own? Qin Weimo glanced at him, hesitant to speak. Brother-in-law. Actually, last night. Luo Qingzhou looked at her while studying the ink, and said, what happened? Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said, nothing. Brother-in-law. Can Weimo also force you to write a good poem like mother? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. Second miss doesn't have the same deterrent power as madam. I won't be afraid. Qin Weimo blinked and smiled. Brother-in-law is not afraid. Then tomorrow Weimo will tell mother that brother-in-law did not come home last night, and slept here with Weimo. And slept in the same quilt with Weimo. Luo Qingzhou. Second miss. I suddenly thought of another poem, which was written specifically for the general. And it must be more suitable for the eldest princess. If the second lady draws another picture of the eldest princess holding a sword, a heroic portrait of a man in armor in a military camp should be good. Qin Weimo pursed his lips and smiled. Brother-in-law is really forcing me. As he said that, he took a pen with his bare hands, dipped it in ink, and said, Brother-in-law reads. Weimo writes. Write the poem first, and see the momentum and atmosphere. Luo Qingzhou nodded, pondered for a while, and read while grinding the ink. The general opened the gate, and stood upright in the wind. The generals wanted to speak, but hesitated and dared not enter. The sword energy shot into the sky, and the drum sound shook the plain. The yellow dust blocked the road, and the horses chased the soldiers in a hurry. Bend the bow and go from here. And the arrows flew like rain. Intercepted 100 miles. Beheaded 5,000 people. Dai Ma bled to death. And the Hu people hugged the saddle and cried. In ancient times, armored soldiers were raised, and they often attacked when there was something. Taking advantage of the fortune of my temple, they sat and made the weapons go down, returning to the capital with a triumphant victory. The military appearance is so familiar. He read a sentence, paused, and waited for the girl to finish writing, and then read the next sentence. After the whole poem was finished, the rice paper was already filled with beautiful and graceful small characters. Qin Weimo put down the pen, lowered his head, and read it carefully again. Then raised his head, looked at him with complicated eyes and said, Brother-in-law, this poem cannot be given to the princess. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, why? Is there something wrong with it? Qin Weimo suddenly laughed. It's not that there is something wrong. It's just that it's too good. If the princess sees it, she will take brother-in-law to the military camp as a staff. In that case, Weimo will not see brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou smiled when he heard it, ignoring her next sentence, and said, there is another poem joining the army. Do you want to write it down, miss? Qin Weimo quickly took the pen and dipped it in ink, saying, yes. Then he laughed again, this time. I don't need Weimo to force it. Brother-in-law will write it. It's rare. Luo Qingzhou. She smiled and recited, the beacon fire illuminates Shijing, and I feel uneasy. Yashang leaves Fengke, and the iron cavalry circles Longcheng. The snow darkens the flags and paintings, and the wind is filled with the sound of drums. I would rather be a centurion than a scholar. Qin Weimo finished writing and murmured, I would rather be a centurion than a scholar. After reading, she frowned and looked up at him and said, if my brother-in-law really joins the army, he will never come back. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, it's just a poem. Are these enough? Qin Weimo looked at him with a dim gaze. If Weimo says it's enough, my brother-in-law will say it's late, and he should go back to study. Right? Luo Qingzhou. He was indeed prepared to say that. Not enough. Weimo once more. The girl's tone was like a spoiled child. And mother just said that brother-in-law should stay here today and not go anywhere. Luo Qingzhou said, I just wanted to ask. It's afternoon now. And it's almost evening. When does she plan to let me leave? Qin Weimo lowered his head, pretending not to hear him, did not answer, and changed a clean piece of rice paper. Luo Qingzhou continued to grind the ink. The room was quiet. After a while, Qin Weimo said softly, Brother-in-law, I will draw a picture first. If you are tired of standing, go to the couch and rest. I will call you when Weimo needs you later. Okay? If you stand here, Weimo is a little embarrassed to draw. Luo Qingzhou saw that it was still early, and thought that if he left now, his mother-in-law would know, and he would probably scold him again. So he nodded. Brother-in-law, there are books on the couch, all of which are the books you usually read. You can read them when you are bored. Qin Weimo said softly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her when he heard her words, and remembered that she said last time that she was reading these books, and she would give him questions after the new year. Not only did he feel warm in his heart, he walked over. When he came to the beauty couch, he hesitated. Last night, the mother-in-law was lying here. If she knew that he had sat there, would she bury him on the spot? Anyway, he had already sat there. Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore. Sat on it, picked up a few books from the side, leaned on the couch, and flipped through them casually. The room was warm and quiet. There were only occasional sounds of writing and flipping books. Luo Qingzhou leaned on the soft couch, and soon he felt drowsy and squinted his eyes. After a while, Qin Weimol turned his head and looked at him. After a while, he slowly got up, walked to the couch, picked up the blanket from inside, and gently covered him. Then he stood there, with soft eyebrows and bright eyes, looking at him quietly. I don't know how long it took. She suddenly bit her pink lips, walked closer, slowly lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling, and approached his sleeping cheek, and her fair cheeks were quietly stained with 2 blushes. At this moment, the sleeping body suddenly trembled, and said, Senior? The girl hurriedly stepped back, with a shy panic on her face, staring at his eyes carefully, and seeing that he did not wake up. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But all the courage she had just mustered was gone. Her face was red, and she sighed inaudibly. She turned around, sat back at the table, picked up the pen again, but her mood could no longer calm down. Senior, why are you here? Luo Qingzhou was sleeping soundly, and suddenly saw a familiar figure in his dream. The figure was emitting a moon-white light all over, floating in the void and looking at him. A strand of hair flew out of the halo, and the figure's clothes fluttered, like a fairy. Luo Qingzhou thought it was just a dream at first, but he soon understood. This was not just a dream, but the spirit senior came into his dream to find him. The moon-white figure stood there, looking at him quietly, without speaking. Luo Qingzhou felt that her breath was colder than before, and he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy, and asked again, Senior, do you have something to ask me? After a long time, the moon-white figure finally spoke in an ethereal voice. At 3 o'clock tonight, go to Yuanyang Tower to wait for me. After saying that, the moon-white figure suddenly dissipated like moonlight and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou's body lying on the beauty couch suddenly trembled, opened his eyes, and the moon-white blurry figure still appeared in his mind. After a while, he gradually woke up. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Qin Weimol stood up from the table, walked to the couch, and looked at him with concern. Luo Qingzhou put down the book in his hand and said in a daze, It's okay. He looked down and saw the velvet blanket covering his body. He was stunned and looked at the girl in front of him. There were still 2 attractive blushes on the girl's beautiful face. Chapter 132. It was evening. Qin Weimol had finished 3 paintings. Luo Qingzhou was grinding ink beside her, watching her carefully as she painted with her bare hands. With just a few strokes, she made the characters and landscapes come alive, and he couldn't help but praise her in his heart. The second young lady Qin is indeed versatile. When Qin Weimol finished the last stroke, she put down her brush, looked up at him and smiled. Brother-in-law, are you secretly thinking in your heart that the second young lady is indeed versatile? Luo Qingzhou, can you listen to your heart too? Qin Weimol smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Her eyes curved like crescents. Her eyes were full of light, and her appearance was very charming. Luo Qingzhou turned his head, gently opened the window, and took a look outside. The wind and snow were still blowing. A chill came along the window lattice on the corridor. Luo Qingzhou quickly closed it and turned around and said, Second miss, it's getting dark, so I'll leave. If you need more poems, you can ask Zhuer to come to me. Zhuer couldn't help but say at the door, Son-in-law, can't you let Zhuer go? Zhuer stood aside and smiled secretly. Luo Qingzhou had to say, I heard that Zhuer can read and write, and writes well. If I write a poem, can Miss Zhuer write it down? Zhuer smiled more and more brilliantly. Second miss, I'll leave first. You have a good rest, and remember to eat tonight. Luo Qingzhou didn't stay any longer and bowed to say goodbye. Qin Weimol stood up and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou left the study. Zhuer had a shy smile on her face. She diligently helped him get his shoes and bent down to help him put on his shoes. Zhuer pouted and sulked on the side. Luo Qingzhou put on his shoes and thanked her. Thank you, Miss Zhuer. Zhuer smiled and stepped aside, with a faint blush on her face. Luo Qingzhou left the living room and heard Zhuer muttering behind him. My son-in-law just praised you. Look how happy you are. If I call you to sleep with him, won't you faint from joy? You Chia hurriedly covered her mouth. Her face blushed, and she looked at the door in embarrassment. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear, walked straight out of the corridor and into the courtyard. In the study, the window was gently opened. The girl, wearing a plain white dress, stood quietly in front of the window, watching his gradually receding back, her eyes gradually becoming empty. Cough, cough, cough. She suddenly coughed again. Zhuer and Qiu at the door heard it and hurried into the room. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard, Xiao Dai had just returned. When the little girl went to the kitchen to serve dinner, Luo Qingzhou entered the room, took off his clothes, lifted his shirt, and looked at the scar on his chest. The swelling there had subsided, and the purple color had faded, but it was still a little painful to touch. He decided to take revenge on the girl when he went to pay his respects to Miss Qin later. Give her a taste of her own medicine. It's not like she hasn't touched her before. Xiao Dai quickly brought back a sumptuous dinner. Today's dinner not only had beef, but also a fish. There was even a bowl of bone soup. And it seemed the Chinese medicine was put in the soup. Xiao Dai came back panting with the tray, put it on the table in the living room, and said excitedly, Sir, there are so many dishes tonight. The kitchen said that there will be so many dishes every night in the future. So you can eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I can take more next time. Luo Qingzhou looked at the table full of dishes and asked in confusion, Have you asked what happened? Xiao Dai said, I asked. But the kitchen didn't say anything. It's really strange. They would complain if I took a few more pieces of meat. But now they asked me to take more dishes. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, it should be that the second lady knew that he was practicing martial arts. So she secretly asked someone to tell the kitchen. He sighed secretly, not knowing how to repay the second lady Qin. It seems that I can only accompany the girl more in the future, tell her more stories, and make her happy. Xiao Dai, sit down and eat together. No, master, Before she finished, Luo Qingzhou grabbed her little hand and pulled it into his arms, saying, There is no outsider here. Sit on master's lap and eat. As he said that, he picked up a piece of beef for her and stuffed it into her little mouth. Master. The little girl was so moved that she burst into tears. She opened her mouth and ate beef while mumbling, I will grow up quickly and serve you well. Luo Qingzhou took another piece of fish and stuffed it into her bulging mouth. Well, master, it's too much, I can't hold it anymore. Swallow it down. The little girl's face flushed red, and she swallowed it hard. Luo Qingzhou fed her first, and Fang quickly ate up the whole tray of food. After dinner, the two took clothes and went to take a bath in the lake. When the little girl was rubbing him, she accidentally rubbed there, and he grimaced in pain. The little girl thought he was comfortable, so she increased the strength. After taking a bath, he returned to the back of the house. Luo Qingzhou changed into clean clothes and went out. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace, he saw Beiling and Xia Chan standing there on the left and right. Seeing him coming, they all looked at him. Son-in-law, the young lady is not here today, so you don't have to go in to pay your respects, Beiling said. Seeing her face was a little solemn, Luo Qingzhou asked, What happened? Beiling hesitated for a moment, and then said, The second young lady just fainted. The young lady just went there. I don't know when she will be back. Luo Qingzhou's face changed when he heard it. I just came back from the second young lady in the evening. How could she suddenly faint? Xia Chan stared at him closely. Beiling sighed and said, The second young lady often coughs up blood and then faints. It has happened many times. But recently, Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, I'll go and see. Beiling hurriedly said, Son-in-law, it's not convenient for you to go now. Many people in the mansion have gone there. You probably can't get in if you go. And the young lady has already gone. So there is no need for you to go again. Wait until tomorrow daytime to go. Luo Qingzhou stopped, his heart full of worry. The girl was so fragile that it was pitiful. Her face was always so pale. She would be out of breath after walking a few steps. Now she vomited blood and fainted. I don't know. But when he was with her in the afternoon, she was still fine. She told jokes to tease him and drew 3 pictures. At that time, although her face looked bad, her body looked fine, and she didn't seem to cough at all. Why did she cough at night? I seemed to hear the mother-in-law say last night that she would cough badly every time at night. But last night, when he slept with her, she didn't seem to cough. Could it be that once she was nervous or happy, she wouldn't cough? Luo Qingzhou was thinking wildly in his mind. But he felt helpless. The Qin mansion had such great financial resources. But it hadn't been able to help the girl heal for so many years. What else could he do? Son-in-law. The young lady told me before she left that if you come, let me tell you to go back to bed early, and not go anywhere. Bailing looked at him and said. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Nodded and said. It's really not suitable for me to go now. So I'll go back. Son-in-law. Just as he turned to leave, Bailing called again. However, when he looked at her, the girl opened her mouth again, hesitating to speak. Bai Ling. Just say whatever you want. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, paused, and added, I'm not an outsider. Xiaochan stood aside, still looking at him quietly. Bailing hesitated for a while, then said, It's okay, son-in-law. Go back and rest. Don't worry about the second young lady. She's here. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, said nothing more, and turned away. The two girls watched his back quickly disappear in the wind and snow in the distance. After a long silence, Bailing sighed and whispered, If you tell your son-in-law what the young lady thinks, I guess he will feel insulted, and maybe ashamed and angry, and just leave. Xiaochan stood there motionless, looking at the place where the figure disappeared. Silent, Bailing looked at her and whispered, If your son-in-law really leaves and ends up on the street. Chan. What about you? Xiaochan still didn't respond, and stood there quietly for a while, then turned around and went into the house. Back to the room. She closed the door, then took out the purse from the innermost part of the closet, looked at it in front of the window for a long time, and murmured in a low voice, Give it all to him, don't starve. Outside the window, the cold wind was howling and snowflakes were flying. She recalled the countless cold nights when she was alone on the street. Hungry, cold, walking aimlessly in the dark. Walking. It seemed that there would never be an end. She was afraid of the night, afraid of the cold, afraid of thunder, afraid of many things. But she was more afraid of hunger. So she had to save money for him. She could live without him, but she absolutely could not let him go hungry outside. Luo Qingzhou returned to the house. Xiao Dai heard the noise and ran out of the room in a hurry. Surprised, young master. Why are you back so early today? Luo Qingzhou was worried about Miss Qin Er, and said, Miss Qin Er is not here. I talked to Bailing for a while and came back. You go and sleep in your own room tonight. I may need to practice. Xiao Dai said and said, Young master, don't hurt your body. You must remember to rest. After that, she went back to her room obediently. Ever since she knew that the young master was practicing secretly, she didn't dare to disturb him casually every night, unless the young master let her in or took the initiative to let her sleep with him. Luo Qingzhou closed the door and sat on the bed for a while before he calmed down and concentrated his mind. He did not practice the thunder fist in the room today. The soul floated directly onto the roof, penetrated the roof and flew into the air. Looking out from the air, Miss Qin's residence was ablaze with red, and there should be many people gathered there. He did not dare to approach, and floated out of the Qin mansion with a heavy heart, ready to float towards the Yuannong Tower. The senior soul suddenly sent him a message in his dream, asking him to wait at the Yuannong Tower at 3 o'clock tonight, and he didn't know what was important. He decided to ask the senior soul tonight if there was any cure for symptoms like Miss Qin's. Maybe the senior was knowledgeable and had the ability to save her. If the other party really had a way to save Miss Qin's second, he would do his best to agree to the other party's request, thinking about things in his heart. Just as he floated to the air of the alley behind the Qin mansion, he suddenly found a figure sneakily opening the back door, looking around, and walked out. Then he walked quickly out of the alley. Judging from her appearance and clothes, she should be a maid. At this time, all the people in the Qin mansion gathered at Miss Qin's second place. Why did she go out? Even if she was going to see another doctor or get medicine, she shouldn't sneak through the back door, right? Luo Qingzhou became suspicious and immediately floated down, following her silently. Chapter 133 Methods to Save Miss Qin Er. The snow was shining in the night. There were few pedestrians on the street, and the lanterns hanging in front of several shops swayed left and right in the cold wind, making a rustling sound. The maid walked quickly along the shadow of the corner, crossed a street. Then, she suddenly turned into a dark alley. At the corner of the alley, a short figure in servant's clothes was standing there waiting for her. The two met, turned their heads, and looked around. After saying something, The maid who came out of the Qin mansion suddenly took out a thick roll of rice paper from her arms and handed it to the short figure. Seeing that the two people were weak in energy, Luo Qingzhou immediately floated closer. The short figure took the rice paper, but did not unfold it to look at it. She stuffed it directly into her clothes and whispered, "That's all?" The maid whispered, "That's all for now. The poem and the painting. The poem is by the son-in-law, and the painting is by Miss Qin Air. I copied them all down." The short figure nodded and whispered, "Keep watching. There should be more than these. Remember, if it's really hard to do it, you can give up the painting. Just the boys' poems. These are the most important. Understand?" The maid nodded and said, "I understand." The short figure sneered and said, "Ren is full of talent. But this time, he will be accused of plagiarism and his reputation will be ruined. By then, he will not even be qualified to register for the imperial examination. Let's see how he can make trouble." The maid whispered, "If they really presented these to the princess, would they?" The short figure's eyes flashed with a fierce look. "Even if the princess is magnanimous and does not pursue it, the city lord will never let it go. If it spreads to Kyoto, humph, I'm afraid that those people in the Qin mansion will be confiscated and exiled at the lightest. Cheating and playing tricks on the princess is equivalent to cheating and playing tricks on the emperor. Now the princess has just won a great victory, of course. We can't take the lead in this matter. After all, we in the Qin mansion, we only need to give this poem to the Song family at that time." With their hatred for the Qin mansion, the two whispered a few more words, looked around, and separated in the alley. The maid left the alley and hurried towards the Qin mansion. The short figure went deep into the alley and left from the other side of the alley. Luo Qingzhou followed him silently like a ghost. The road ahead became more and more familiar. The cold light in Luo Qingzhou's eyes became more and more intense. Sure enough, it didn't take a moment. The short figure crossed several alleys and quickly entered the dark alley at the back door of Chunghua Mansion. Then, he went in through the back door and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou floated at the entrance of the alley, looking at this familiar alley and the familiar mansion next to it. After a while, he turned around and left. It seems that this time when the princess came to Mo City, she was greeted not only with various warm greetings and praises, but also with various conspiracies and tricks. Chunghua Mansion and other families may take this opportunity to make it impossible for Qin Mansion to turn over, and he will be completely fixed on the pillar of shame and will not have the chance to take the imperial examination. It is said that there is a god above your head. He came out today, but accidentally ran into such a big thing. I don't know whether I should be lucky or sad. He was just a bastard. But Chunghua Mansion had spent so much effort to get rid of him. Of course, the reason must not be just him. Chunghua Mansion chose to join forces with the Song family, obviously knowing that the Song and Qin families were incompatible and only one could survive. So they would definitely charge forward by any means. After all, Chunghua Mansion and the Qin family were also in a marriage relationship, and they would definitely not force themselves to come forward and give others a handle. I just don't know if this was the eldest lady's idea, or such a big thing. I'm afraid it's not just a woman who can make the decision. Right? The more Luo Qingzhou thought about it, the colder his heart became, and he became more determined to become stronger and take revenge. Flying for a while, he temporarily waved away the messy thoughts in his mind, calmed down his mood, and quickly flew towards the Yuanyang Tower. It was also the credit of the senior soul that he could come out and hear such a conspiracy today. If the other party hadn't invited him to the Yuanyang Tower tonight in his dream today, how could he hear it? He suddenly thought of Miss Qin Air in the mansion again. I wonder how that weak and pitiful girl is doing now. I hope she can hold on. Not long after, he arrived at the Yuanyang Tower. Although it was not yet 3 o'clock in the morning, the moon-white figure was already waiting on the eaves at the top of the attic. Luo Qingzhou floated over quickly, landing on the roof. He couldn't help but take a look at the red bead. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he was relieved and stepped forward, bowed and said, "Senior, you came to me in a dream today and asked me to come here tonight. Do you have any instructions?" The moon-white figure looked at the dark night in the distance. After a moment, he said, "Tell a story?" Luo Qingzhou paused and asked, "Junior just flew all the way here, and didn't see any magic tools to restrain ghosts. Have they been removed?" The moon-white figure said lightly, "It was removed after use, with the blood of the princess. No ghost can get within 100 steps of her, so there is no need." "I see." Luo Qingzhou deliberately chatted about the topic, and then bowed and said, "Senior, I have a friend who is now terminally ill and in critical condition. Do you have any way to save him? The moon-white figure was slightly stunned and slowly turned his head to look at him. After a while, Fong asked in an ethereal voice, "What friend?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Good friend. Very good friend." The moon-white figure looked at him in the halo, and was silent for a while, and said, "Confidant? Or someone you like?" Luo Qingzhou was a little strange, and suddenly felt that this senior was a little gossipy today, and bowed and replied, "It can be regarded as a confidant. My wife's sister. There is no need to hide these. He and Miss Jean Eyre are innocent and have a clear conscience. What is there to be afraid of?" The white figure looked at him quietly for a moment, then said, "What's wrong with her?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "She coughs frequently, and every time she coughs up blood. She is very weak. Her face is always pale. She is out of breath after walking a few steps, and she needs the help of a maid to walk. It is said that she has been like this since she was a child. The mansion has found many doctors for her and given her many medicines, but she has not gotten better. Senior, do you know what disease this is?" The white figure was silent for a while, then said lightly, "She is physically weak. Her soul is weak, and she may have been injured in the womb before she was born. Her 5 internal organs are damaged, and she is afraid of cold and movement. I am just guessing about the symptoms you mentioned." Luo Qizhou bowed and said, "Senior, if it is true according to your guess, is there any cure for this disease?" The white moon figure shook her head slightly. "No cure, unless she can practice both body and soul. But from your description, she has missed the best time to practice. Now her body is exhausted. The acupoints are tightly closed, and even the air cannot flow. If you force yourself to practice, you will die faster." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while after hearing this, and raised his head and said, "Senior, is there any way to delay her for some time?" The white moon figure looked at him, was silent for a while, and said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he lowered his head and said, "Senior, please tell me if I can help her delay for some time. I will never forget your kindness. If you have any mission in the future, I will do my best and will never refuse." The white figure looked at the rolling mountains in the distance outside the city. After a long time, he slowly said, "The simplest way is to take care of her emotions. As long as she is happy every day, doesn't have wild thoughts, and doesn't deliberately hurt her body, she will be happy. Of course, she will have fewer attacks. But if you want her to live longer, you need someone who shares her interests and feelings and accompanies her often." At this point, she paused and said, "Her body and heart should be cold. If that person can warm her up, she can naturally live longer." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while and said, "Then can that person be a woman?" The moon-white figure turned her head and looked at him, saying lightly, "If she likes women, then of course it's okay." Luo Qingzhou Sr., "You said like love between lovers?" The moon-white figure looked at him in the halo and said, "In this world, only the love between lovers can give people warmth of body and soul, as well as passion in the heart. For a person who has been ill for more than 10 years, her heart has long been dead. Occasional passion can not only awaken her hope and expectation, but also make her body acupoints connect again, awakening her original vitality." Luo Qingzhou's head was buzzing when he heard it. Can it be like this? But why did he feel nervous, scared, excited, uneasy, conflicted, and so on when listening to these words? "That senior, are these things you said really useful?" Luo Qingzhou was a little skeptical, because this senior just heard him casually describe the symptoms of Miss Jean Eyre, and he said so much at once, and what he said seemed to make sense, but also a little unbelievable. What if he missed the symptoms and this senior guessed wrong? The white figure was silent for a while, and said, "Whether it works, you can try it." "Luo Qingzhou?" The white figure looked into the distance again, and said, "Tell the story. Tell more tonight." After speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked at him. "Tonight? Is your wife still waiting for you at home?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, "No. Xiao Dai has already fallen asleep. Beilinger will definitely not go tonight." Miss Jean Eyre's illness made everyone in the Qin mansion feel heavy. The white figure stared into his eyes, and said, "Where did she go?" Luo Qingzhou secretly wondered what the senior was talking about tonight. After a pause, he replied, "Her sister is sick, and she is guarding there." The moon-white figure looked at him for a while, then turned to look at the dark night in the distance, and said in an ethereal voice, "Go ahead. Since she is not here tonight, you don't have to go back tonight. Go back at dawn. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Senior. In the Qin mansion. Many people had already gathered in and outside the courtyard where Miss Qin lived. The maids and nannies in the corridor were all wiping their tears secretly. The suppressed crying sound was also heard in the room. This night was very short for some people, but very long for some people. Luo Qingzhou was concerned about Miss Qin. In his worries and contradictions, he told the moon-white figure in front of him the story of the monkey's successful learning and making trouble in the heavenly palace over and over again. At the monkey's most glorious moment, the story came to an abrupt end. The eastern sky was already white. The night quietly receded and dawn suddenly appeared. I just don't know if that weak girl survived this cold and long night. Luo Qingzhou said goodbye and left, quickly flying to the Qin mansion. Chapter 134 Sister. The Qin mansion courtyard. The people who gathered here last night have gradually dispersed. In the room, only Song Ryu has stayed. Miss Qin Air has woken up, but her face is still extremely pale, and she doesn't even have the strength to sit up or get out of bed. Song Ryu's eyes are red as she feeds her medicine. In the corridor outside, Qin Chuan, dressed in black, stood there, frowning, with a heavy expression on his face. He was practicing martial arts in the courtyard last night, and hurried here immediately after hearing the news. He stayed here all night. After hearing what the doctor said, the Qin family was extremely heavy in their hearts. The situation of Miss Air is not optimistic. After walking out of the door, the doctor sighed again and said to Qin Wenzheng, who followed him, Master, prepare for Miss Air as soon as possible. This sentence was heard by the maid next to him and quickly spread inside. In the courtyard and in the house, there was crying. Until dawn, everyone gradually dispersed with red eyes. The entire Qin mansion was shrouded in a sad atmosphere today. No one dared to speak loudly. Everything was done carefully. After Luo Qingzhou's soul returned to his body, he hurried out of the door. When he arrived at the residence of the second Miss Qin, Shuer was seeing off the families of the second and third masters of the Qin family with red eyes. After seeing him, the little maid said with red eyes, Son-in-law, why did you come now? Luo Qingzhou explained in a deep voice, I was going to come last night, but I didn't come because there were so many people. How is the second miss? Shuer wiped her tears and said, the young lady just woke up. She couldn't eat anything, and she couldn't even speak. The doctor said Wu. Luo Qingzhou's heart was clenched, and he said, is there anyone else in the room? Is it convenient for me to go in? Shuer said with tears in her eyes, only the lady is in the room. Son-in-law, please go in quickly. The young lady must want to see you in your heart. Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate anymore and walked in quickly. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw a young man standing under the eaves, sighing. Second brother. He stepped forward and called out. Qin Chuan heard the voice, came back to his senses, and saw that it was him. With a hint of doubt on his face, Qingzhou, are you here to see Wei Mo? Jinjia has been here last night. You? According to the rules, Luo Qingzhou should not come. But Qin Chuan didn't say much, turned and walked into the house and said, let's go. I'll take him to the door to see. Wei Mo just woke up and is still lying in bed. You just greet him at the door. Mother is inside. After he came last night, he didn't let him in. Except for the doctor. Only women can enter that room. And only 2 people can enter at a time. And they can't get close to the bed, for fear that the different breath on their bodies will destroy the original air in the room and cause the girl to cough again. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, followed him into the house, and stopped at the door of the study. The door of the study was closed. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, knocked on the door gently, and said in a low voice, Mother, Qingzhou is here to see Weimo. There was no response from inside. Qin Chuan waited for a while, turned around and said to the young man in front of him, Qingzhou, it's good that your feelings are there. Mother already knows. You can go back. You are not needed here. Just study hard in the room. Don't worry about other things. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the closed door and nodded. Just as he was about to say goodbye and leave, the door suddenly creaked open. Song Ryu appeared in the door with red eyes. Looking at him coldly, Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, Mother-in-law? Qin Chuan patted his shoulder and said, Go. I'll talk to my mother. Unexpectedly, Song Ryu suddenly shouted coldly, Luo Qingzhou, where did you go last night? Why are you here now? Qin Chuan looked at her in astonishment. Come in now. Song Ryu shouted again, and suddenly reached out to grab the boy's wrist, pulled him in, and then slammed the door. Outside the door, Qin Chuan froze in place, his mouth open, his face dull. In the room, Song Ryue was furious and dragged Luo Qinzhou to the inner room. She was still not satisfied. She raised her foot and kicked him on the butt, saying angrily, "Go over here." She was not wearing shoes. Luo Qinzhou didn't feel anything when she kicked him on the butt, but he still cooperated and staggered forward a few steps, looking at the weak girl with a pale face like paper on the bed. Luo Qinzhou felt a sudden pain in his heart. He quickly took off his shoes, stepped on the soft blanket, and walked to the bed. When the girl saw him, a glimmer of light finally appeared in her dim and lost eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luo Qinzhou squatted down, looked at her sickly pale face with pity, and whispered, "Second miss." The girl looked at him softly with her eyes, moved her lips, but did not speak. However, the quilt moved slightly, and a pale and weak little hand slowly stretched out from it, and then stretched in front of him, looking at him expectantly with eyes. Luo Qinzhou was stunned for a moment, looked at her little hand, and then looked at her eyes. Then, he turned his head and looked behind. Wow! Song Ryue suddenly pulled up the curtains on both sides of the study and the inner room, and said coldly outside, "I'm going to sleep on the couch for a while. You stay with Wei Mo. I didn't let you go, so you stay here all the time. Don't think about going anywhere." After that, he turned around and laid down on the beauty couch, closing his eyes. Luo Qinzhou hesitated for a moment, looked at the girl's expectant eyes on the bed again, slowly stretched out his hand and held her little hand. The little hand was soft as if boneless, but unusually cold. The girl's eyes seemed to have color in an instant, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became more bright and shy. Luo Qinzhou squatted in front of the bed, gently holding her little hand, looking at her quietly. The girl also looked at him quietly. The two of them were silent and didn't speak again. There was silence in the room. After a while, the curtain behind suddenly moved slightly, revealing a gap, and an eye quietly appeared in the gap and secretly looked inside. Then, it left quietly again. After a while, the eye appeared again. After appearing 3 times in a row, Song Ryue's cold voice came from outside. "Luo Qinzhou, are you asleep? You can't speak? I asked you to come here to talk to Wei Mo and make her happy. What are you doing? Dozing off?" Luo Qinzhou had to look at the girl in front of him and said, "Second miss. How do you feel?" The girl was quiet for a while. Then she said softly, "Brother-in-law, I'm fine." As soon as the voice came out, the curtain behind her suddenly opened with a whoosh. Song Ryue said excitedly, "Wei Mo, can you talk now?" The girl closed her mouth again. "Song Ryue?" After a while, the girl slowly spoke, "Mother, talking is tiring. I need to save some energy to talk to my brother-in-law." Song Ryue. Humph. When the beautiful woman heard this, she was immediately furious. She glared at the bastard who stole her daughter's heart and squatted beside the bed. She pulled the curtain with a whoosh sound and cried angrily outside, "Mother is redundant. Mother is in the way of your business here. Right? Then Mother is leaving. Are you satisfied?" The girl's struggling voice came from the bed, "Mother, you go." Song Ryue. "No. I won't leave. You wish. If I leave, who knows what immoral things you can do." Song Ryue was immediately so angry that her chest hurt. She walked to the beauty bed and lay down. Her towering chest rose and fell with anger, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. People say that a daughter who is married is like water that has been poured out. But her daughter hasn't married yet, and she just came back from the gates of H.L. last night. Shouldn't she be the one who needs her the most, and is closest to her at this time? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and the sadder she got. After a while, the beautiful woman lying on the beauty couch couldn't help crying again, and couldn't help cursing the little bastard in a low voice again. "You're eating from the bowl, but you still want to take the pot away, you little bastard. You shouldn't have let the wolf into the house." Outside the window, it was already bright. Song Ryue lay on the beauty couch with tears in her eyes, and thought about it for a while, and fell asleep unknowingly. She didn't sleep all night last night, and cried all night, and she was already exhausted. The wind and snow were still outside. Qin Chuan stood in the corridor, frowning, puzzled, and wanted to knock on the door to ask clearly, but felt that now was not the time. After standing for another half an hour, Fawn left with a heavy heart. Lingshan Palace? In the pavilion in the back garden, Qin Jinjia stood in the pavilion in a white dress, quietly watching the snowflakes outside the pavilion. which fell into the clear water of the pond, like moths to a flame, and soon disappeared. She came out when it was dawn. She stood here for a long time. Bailing and Xiaochan stood under the eaves not far away, looking at her silently. They all knew that at this moment, her heart was still concerned about the mundane affairs and the weak girl. Even if she broke through, she still couldn't get rid of the bondage called blood relatives. And for some reason, she seemed to be more entangled with the people and things in this mansion. In the pavilion, the girl slowly stretched out her hand and caught a snowflake that floated into the pavilion with the wind. She was stunned for a long time, and then murmured, "For immortality in order to be immortal, we must cut off all these desires? Then what is the purpose of living after immortality?" The snowflake fell on her white palm and did not melt for a long time. After a while, it floated up again, floated out of the pavilion, floated into the pond, fell into the water, and caused a ripple that was invisible to the naked eye before it disappeared. Bailing finally couldn't help it and came over and said, "Miss, if you don't know how to say it, let me say it. I can joke with you. If I find something wrong, I will say it was a joke. You won't blame me." Xiaochan stood under the eaves, staring at her blankly, the snow-white figure standing in silence for a while, and said, "No need. Let him decide on this matter. I have already told him. I believe he will make his own choice." Bailing's eyes widened when she heard it. "Miss, has she said it? When did you say it?" "Neither Chan nor I know." The snow-white figure looked at the snowflakes in the pond and murmured, "Some things don't need to be said too clearly." Otherwise she turned her cheek slightly. Her eyes passed through the falling snow like a curtain, and looked at the girl holding the sword under the eaves, and whispered, "Otherwise, everyone will feel uncomfortable." Bailing also followed her gaze, and looked over. The girl under the eaves, holding the sword tightly in her hand, turned around, returned to the house, and never came out again. She wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She closed the door, took out the bag of money from the corner of the closet, and stared at it in the dark. She only felt pain. In the study, the incense burner was filled with smoke, filling the whole room. What was burning inside was not ordinary incense, but an expensive and precious medicine. It is said that it can warm people's spirit. On the beauty couch, Song Ryue was sleeping soundly, lying on her side, young and graceful, like a beauty sleeping on the beauty couch. Occasionally, her mouth pouted, and she mumbled a few words incoherently, but no one knew what she was saying. There were still traces of tears on her young and beautiful cheeks. Luo Qingzhou came out once and covered her with a blanket. If the mother-in-law knew that he had also covered this blanket, she would jump up from the couch and kick his butt hard with her feet. Luo Qingzhou returned to the inner room, sat down by the bed, held the girl's soft little hand, and told her a joke. The girl was amused and smiled. After laughing, her eyes suddenly trembled, and she looked at him pitifully and said, "Brother-in-law, don't leave today. Just stay here with Wei Mo. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou was about to nod in agreement, but she bit her lip again and said shyly, "Tomorrow I'll leave." The beautiful woman who was sleeping soundly on the beauty couch outside seemed to have had a nightmare suddenly. Her body trembled suddenly, and her face was full of fear. Chapter 135. At noon, the heavy snow outside the window finally stopped. On the beauty couch, Song Ryue woke up from her dream, staring blankly at the roof with her beautiful eyes, as if she was recalling the nightmare just now. Little bastard. After recalling for a while, she gritted her teeth and cursed. I don't know what hateful thing she remembered in the dream. Her face suddenly changed. She got off the beauty couch, pricked up her ears to listen to the movement inside, and quickly tiptoed to the curtain and peeked inside with one eye. When she saw that the hateful guy did not sneak onto the bed and do something wrong, but was still under the bed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem. Song Ryue cleared her throat and reminded the two of them. Then Whoosh opened the curtain and said coldly, "Luo Qingzhou, you stay here with Wei Mo today, and don't have to go anywhere. I will ask Shure to bring you some lunch later. You have to let Wei Mo eat a little. I have something else to do, so I have to leave first." After saying this, the girl lying on the bed nodded quickly, and was about to say, "Mother, you should leave quickly." Song Ryue felt a blockage in her chest, glared at her fiercely, and then glared at someone and warned, "As a brother-in-law, you should know what to do and what not to do. If you dare to do something unethical and immoral to Wei Mo, I want you to be in trouble." After saying that, she turned around and left with a gloomy face. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head and said, I will come again in the evening. Waymo is a patient now. You'd better go along with her in everything. If you dare to make her angry, watch your skin. After saying that, she opened the door and left angrily. Luo Qingzhou sat on the soft blanket in front of the bed, his mouth twitching slightly. He would not do anything unethical to the girl on the bed. But this girl. Did the mother-in-law mean that he could not take the initiative? But if the girl wanted to do it, he could only go along. Right? If he really did it, would he be skinned? The answer should be yes. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid, Waymo will protect you. Qin Weimao looked at his anxious and distressed face, and couldn't help but smile with his eyes curved. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her autumn water eyes, and secretly said in his heart, silly girl. I am afraid because you are too protective. The mother-in-law must be jealous. Of course, there are also worries. But he is upright and stable. And there is a clear relationship between him and Miss Qin Air. That was the words of the Seoul senior last night useful? Second, miss, I have something here. I don't know if it will be useful for your body. I'll feed you a drop and see the effect. Okay? In fact, when he came back from the Mandarin Duck Tower last night, he thought of the two kinds of spiritual liquid produced by the Sun and Moon Treasure Mirror. The Seoul senior said that Miss Qin's condition might be caused by physical weakness and soul weakness. It just so happened that his dark blue liquid and dark green liquid were used to increase physical fitness and strengthen the soul. Although it is impossible for Miss Qin to practice, it should have some effect on physical fitness and soul. Right? Maybe you can give it a try. Qin Weimao blinked his eyes when he heard this, and a hint of doubt appeared on his little face. One drop. Then she pouted. Brother-in-law is so stingy. Just one drop. Can't you give me a little more? Luo Qingzhou took out the bottle of dark blue liquid from the storage bag and said with a wry smile, one drop first. Let's see the effect. After that, he pulled out the cork, held her slender fingertips with one hand, and poured out the liquid in the porcelain bottle with the other hand. The girl saw this and became more puzzled. Don't you put it directly in my mouth? Can this thing only be licked? As soon as she finished speaking, the liquid fell on her fingertips. Then, it suddenly disappeared. The girl's beautiful eyes widened, and she was stunned for a while, looking at him, but didn't say anything. What her brother-in-law gave her must be very good. She didn't doubt at all that the boy in front of her would hurt her, nor did she hesitate whether this thing would cause harm to her body. Luo Qingzhou took out another porcelain bottle and poured a drop of the ink-black liquid on her fingertips. As soon as the liquid fell, it disappeared instantly, just like before. Okay, let's see the effect for now. If possible, we can use the second drop. However, Miss Second, don't tell anyone about this. If, brother-in-law, I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between the two of us. The girl smiled in her eyes and whispered, Waymo and brother-in-law, there are still many secrets, so I won't tell anyone. Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of the two of them sleeping together the night before, and what happened on the painted boat that night. Yes, there are indeed many secrets between him and Miss Second Qin. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, there was a slight knock on the door outside. Then, Chior's voice came, Miss, son-in-law, Chior has brought lunch. You can eat some first and then talk. Luo Qingzhou stood up from the ground and said, Okay, bring it in. He had to let the girl eat something. Otherwise, how could she get better without energy replenishment? The door opened. Chior took the lunch from Zhu, brought it into the room, put it on the table beside the bed, and whispered, Son-in-law, at least feed the young lady something. Luo Qingzhou nodded. The little maid said nothing more and quietly left. Luo Qingzhou brought the porridge, squatted beside the bed, picked up the spoon and stirred it for a while, scooped a spoonful, blew it, and then brought it to the mouth of the girl on the bed, saying, Second young lady, eat it. Qin Weimao looked at him softly and opened his little mouth. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, I will continue to tell the story of the stone to the second young lady. Let's eat and listen at the same time. Okay. Qin Weimao was silent for a moment, and said softly, Brother-in-law, Weimao wants to listen to the story of the stone. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Why? Qin Weimao smiled and said, after listening to the tragedy, you will know how beautiful your current life is, and you will cherish it more. Brother-in-law, don't worry that Weimao will feel bad after listening to the tragedy. With brother-in-law by your side, Weimao will only be happy and will never feel bad. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, avoided her gaze, lowered his head to stir the rice porridge in the bowl, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Okay, then I will tell the tragedy." Qianhong cried, and Wanyan mourned together. It is said that one day, Miss Lin was reading a book in the room. Qin Weimao looked at him tenderly, listening carefully while eating the porridge and vegetables he fed her. Before she knew it, she had eaten 2 bowls of rice porridge, some fish and vegetables. "Okay, let's stop here today." Luo Qingzhou was afraid that she would not be able to digest too much, so he stopped telling stories and feeding her, and went to the side to eat. After he finished eating, he found that the girl on the bed had sat up and was looking at him quietly. "Aren't you going to sleep?" After Luo Qingzhou finished eating, he returned to the bed. Qin Weimao stretched out his hand, handed him his handkerchief, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, wipe your mouth." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the snow-white handkerchief in her hand and said, "No, I just wiped it." The girl had just wiped her mouth with this handkerchief. Qin Weimao did not force it anymore, lifted the quilt, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, I'm tired of lying down." And I remembered. She seemed to have forgotten. She was now wearing only a moon-white undergarment. The quilt was lifted, revealing the icy skin under her neck and the pair of white and slender legs of a young girl. The long black hair fell on her raised chest, reflecting her skin, which was even whiter and more tender, and her appearance was even more attractive. Luo Qingzhou only took a look, turned around and walked to the door, saying to the outside, "Chior, your young lady wants to get up. Come in and help her put on clothes." "Oh." Chior agreed at the door and pushed it open. Luo Qingzhou walked to the table in front of the window and sat down. After thinking for a while, he picked up the ink block and began to grind the ink slowly. The sound of dressing came from the inner room. After a while, footsteps came from behind and stopped behind him. The girl's slightly panting voice came, "Brother-in-law, Weimo feels much better." Luo Qingzhou felt relieved, lowered his head and ground the ink and said, "That's good." Qin Weimo walked to his side, stretched out his snow-white jade hand and said, "Brother-in-law, Weimo wants to help you grind the ink." Luo Qingzhou paused, gave him the ink block in his hand, and pushed the inkstone closer to her, saying, "I thought of a few more poems, and then I will give them to the princess as a gift together with the previous ones. What do you think?" Qin Weimo smiled and nodded. "Well, brother-in-law writes, Weimo will help you grind the ink." Seeing this, Chior quickly moved another chair and put it behind. "Miss, sit down and grind the ink. Standing is tiring." Qin Weimo sat down slowly. Chior didn't stay for long, and immediately went to take the bowls and plates, left the room, and closed the door. The study became quiet. Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen, dipped it in ink, pondered for a while, and started writing. Qin Weimo grinds the ink while looking at it carefully, reciting it silently in his heart. Whether it is the plain or the mountaintop, the infinite scenery is all occupied. After collecting hundreds of flowers to make honey, who is working hard for and who is sweet? The autumn wind blows the horns on the frontier, and the flags are set at sunset along the city. The young man is suitable for riding a horse. It is fun to join the army. Don't ask who you follow. The waiting cavalry has just passed Jibei, and the pioneer will move Wangxi. The return date is still as late as the willows in the spring boudoir. The red sleeves don't need to cry. Hold on to the green mountains and don't let go. The roots are originally in the broken rocks. Thousands of grindings and blows are still strong, no matter the east, west, south, north, and north winds. The counselors in the hall are in the tent, and the fierce generals on the border are fighting. The time, the place, and the people are harmonious. Ying can be attacked, and it is said that it is possible. Today, the towers and the tripods will definitely step on Wenchuan. The people of the capital sing Angry Wind song together, and the officials come to congratulate. Black clouds press down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. The armor shines towards the sun, and the golden scales open. The horn sounds in the autumn sky, and the rouge on the frontier is purple at night. The half-rolled flaming flag faces the Ishui River, and the frost is heavy, and the drums are cold. I will report to you the general on the stage, and I will support Yulong to die for the king. Luo Qingzhou wrote 5 poems in a row, all in one go. Qin Weimo watched and read, and forgot to grind the ink. After he finished writing, he was stunned for a long time, and then looked up at him stupidly and said, "Brother-in-law, if the princess saw these poems, brother-in-law would probably be captured by the princess." Then he murmured, "In fact, Weimo thinks that the water melody song is the best." Luo Qingzhou looked at the 5 poems on the rice paper, turned his head and looked at her and asked, "You just read it. Do you think there are any sentences that are wrong?" Qin Weimo said softly, "Brother-in-law is so talented. How dare Weimo comment casually? In Weimo's opinion, these poems are probably made by the world's #1 talent. No. Let Zhu'er take these poems. I'll give them to the princess." Qin Weimo looked at him carefully several times before reluctantly looking away. He turned to the door and shouted, "Zhu'er." The door opened and Zhu'er walked in immediately. Luo Qingzhou stood up, carefully rolled up the rice paper, handed it to her and said, "When you delivered the poem yesterday, did you personally hand it to Madame?" Zhu'er took the rice paper and nodded. "Yes, I personally handed it to Madame." Luo Qingzhou asked again, "Was there anyone else beside Madame at that time?" Zhu'er thought for a while and said, "Yes, several maids and nannies were there." Luo Qingzhou nodded, without saying anything more, and said, "Send it over. Hand it to Madame in person, and say that these poems were written by me last night, and the princess will definitely like them. By the way, ask Madame, when I go to pay my respects to the princess, can I personally recite these poems?" Zhu'er was stunned for a moment, hesitant to speak, and finally just nodded, took the poems, and left quickly. After the door was closed, the girl who was sitting at the table with an ink block in deep thought suddenly whispered, "Brother-in-law, you are not right." Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, looked at her in confusion and said, "What's wrong with me?" Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said softly, "If it were normal, brother-in-law would not specifically tell Zhu'er that those poems were written by brother-in-law last night, and he would not say that the princess would definitely like them. Also, with brother-in-law's personality, he definitely doesn't want to attend the princess's banquet. Brother-in-law said that to Zhu'er just now. It should be intentional, right?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply and couldn't help but admire. "The second lady's cleverness is really beyond my expectations." The girl heard the compliment and showed a little pride on her face. She whispered, "Brother-in-law, can you tell Weimo? Weimo can keep it a secret for brother-in-law, just like brother-in-law and Weimo slept together that night." Luo Qingzhou. The girl smiled with her hands covering her mouth, her bright eyes sparkling, and her cheeks blushed slightly, making her look less pale. Luo Qingzhou sat down at the desk, picked up a pen, and pondered for a while before looking at her and saying, "If the second young lady recovers a little and can attend the princess banquet together, then I will indeed tell the second young lady about this matter. At that time, the second young lady can act according to circumstances. If the second young lady doesn't go, then I can only trouble my mother-in-law. But I always feel that she is not very reliable." The girl couldn't help laughing and said, "Brother-in-law is so bold that he dares to say bad things about my mother-in-law. Isn't he afraid that her daughter will tell on me?" Luo Qingzhou smiled and looked at her and said, "The second young lady won't." The two looked at each other, with smiles in their eyes. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the rice paper spread out in front of him. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he whispered, "This time the princess came to Maching, which is not a good thing for the Qin family. If it is not handled well, it may be an irreparable disaster." Qin Weimo frowned, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. Luo Qingzhou whispered everything he saw last night and his thoughts. Unconsciously, the girl's weak body had gently leaned on him. Her cheek was very close, and her clear eyes looked at him motionlessly. The wind and snow outside the window had stopped long ago. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was already evening. Luo Qingzhou looked outside and wanted to get up to drink a sip of water, but the girl suddenly hugged his arm and said softly, "Brother-in-law, don't go. Weimo is afraid." Chapter 136, Peerless Poems. In the evening, in the study, red sleeves add fragrance, and white hands grind ink. Luo Qingzhou sat in front of the desk, holding a wolf hairbrush, writing with ink. Soon, the snow-white rice paper was covered with a large piece of beautiful small characters with strong and restrained style. The incense ball in the incense burner was baked to produce curling smoke, which drifted in the room. The faint fragrance of the girl beside him also competed with the smoke from time to time and entered Luo Qingzhou's nose. Thinking of the shy and bold words of Miss Qin just now, and the method that the spirit senior told him last night, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. In fact, he often thought that if he had not married Miss Qin. But, wouldn't it be good if he had? Of course, now that the matter is done, it is useless to think too much. He is indeed willing to sacrifice a lot for this weak and pitiful girl. But some things are not something he can sacrifice just because he wants to. He is now in the Qin mansion, just a son-in-law. Thinking too much will only bring trouble to oneself. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away all heroes. Right and wrong. Success and failure are all in vain. The Green Mountains are still there, and the sunset is red several times. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the river bank are used to watching the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of muddy wine is happy to meet. How many things in ancient and modern times. All in a joke. Qin Weimao grinds the ink with his bare hands while looking at the small words he wrote. When he reads the poem at the beginning, he can't help but turn his head and look at him again. Second miss. This is a new story. A story about 3 countries. As for the 3 countries, you can regard it as my fabrication. This story contains many things. Brotherhood, conspiracy, loyalty, treachery, and more analysis of major events in the world, as well as the art of war, etc. I believe you may like it too. Luo Qingzhou explained while writing. Qin Weimao looked at him tenderly and said, as long as it's written by my brother-in-law, Weimao will like it. Luo Qingzhou paused, turned his head and looked at her, meeting her pair of autumn watery, infinitely gentle eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked again, second miss, do you really think that there are no problems with the poems I wrote in the afternoon? Do they need to be changed? Qin Weimao came back to his senses and smiled slightly. Brother-in-law wrote so many poems in one breath. Plus yesterday's. They are all wonderful poems that make people have to be convinced. Even if there are some flaws or some incoherent places, no one will delve into them, let alone change them. After a pause, he smiled again. Brother-in-law deliberately wrote so many good poems. Isn't it just to paralyze us? Don't worry, brother-in-law. There will be no problem. Others will only be amazed and impressed when they read them. And they dare not doubt them casually. No one dares to question the great talents who are much more talented than themselves. If someone can't understand it, he will only doubt his own lack of talent in his heart. And he dare not say it out loud. That's right. Luo Qingzhou smiled and continued to write Romance of the 3 Kingdoms with his head down. Qin Weimao stared at the words he wrote and said softly, brother-in-law, this story is probably much more exciting than the story of the stone. Right? Weimao can see that this story is magnificent and must be exciting and a story that can be savored for a long time. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, indeed. But some people like it. And some people may not be able to read it. Miss Eyre doesn't have to force it. Most of the people who like to read this story are probably men. Of course, those who like military affairs will definitely like it. Qin Weimao grinded the ink and pouted. Brother-in-law underestimates people. Weimao also likes it. Luo Qingzhou smiled, said nothing more, and continued to write seriously. After writing 2 rounds, it was dark outside. At this time, Chiaoer pushed open the door and whispered, Miss, son-in-law, the lady is here. Come into the yard quickly. Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up, blew the ink on the paper, and rolled up the rice paper. After thinking about it, he walked quickly to the inner room, put it on Miss Qin Eyre's bed, and pressed it with a quilt. There was heating in the room. The ink on it had already condensed, so there was no need to worry about smearing it. Luo Qingzhou walked back to the table. The footsteps had reached the door. Luo Qingzhou quickly picked up the ink block. Madam, Chiaoer, who was standing at the door, bowed and said, Song Ryue took off her shoes at the door, walked in, and looked at the 2 people in front of the desk. A weak girl in a plain white dress was sitting in front of the desk, writing seriously. A young man in a wide robe stood next to her, bowing his head, holding an ink block in his hand, grinding ink for the girl. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, and said with surprise, Weimo, you can get up now? Are you feeling better? The girl seemed to know that she was here, turned her head and looked at her, and said softly, Mom, I'm much better. Song Ryue was full of joy, walked closer, glanced at the boy standing next to her, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, and said coldly, Why are you so close? It's just grinding ink. Can't you stand further away? As he said that, he snorted coldly, and hurriedly helped his daughter pull up the clothes on her chest, muttering, Stupid girl. Don't let someone take advantage of you. Then he walked to the beauty bed, took the snow-white fox fur, and draped it on the girl. Qin Weima's face turned red slightly, and she whispered, Mom, it's hot. What's hot? Wear more clothes, so you don't cough again. Wrap yourself tightly. Be careful of someone's eyes. Song Ryue put it on her body without saying anything, then hugged her shoulders, bent down, and put her face close to her, looking at her handwriting and praised. Our Waymo's handwriting is really beautiful. As beautiful as she is. Then she added, you are worthy of being my child. Seeing the deep affection between the mother and daughter, Luo Qingzhou quickly put down the ink block and took the opportunity to say, Mother-in-law, since you are here, I will go back first. No! No! The mother and daughter turned their heads at the same time and refused in unison. After saying this, the two were slightly stunned and looked at each other. Qin Weimo's cheeks flushed. Song Ryu immediately said with a stern face, why did you go back so early? Didn't you see Weimo writing? You don't grind the ink here. So do you want me to do it? Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything. So he had to pick up the ink block and continue grinding. Qin Weimo breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, Mother, have you read the poems that Jur sent over in the evening? What do you think? Humph. Just make do with it. SOSO. Song Ryu rolled her eyes and curled her lips. Looking disdainful, Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said, then mother, do you want to give them to the princess? Song Ryu said expressionlessly, since there is nothing to give, I can only give these mediocre things reluctantly, whether the princess likes it or not. It's just like that. Qin Weimo nodded and said, then mother will have it framed when she goes back tonight. Those poems were written by my brother-in-law with great effort. Mother, please keep them well, and don't let anyone steal them. Song Ryu sneered. Do you think they are peerless treasures that everyone likes? They are just a few poems. Even if I put them outside the yard, no one will take a second look. Qin Weimo smiled, said nothing, and lowered his head to write. After a while, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help putting down the ink block and bowed again, saying, Mother-in-law, I want. No! Before he finished speaking, Song Ryu glared and rejected it. Luo Qingzhou had to say, I'm in a hurry and want to go out to relieve myself. Qin Weimo smiled secretly with his hands covering his mouth. Song Ryu's mouth twitched, and she glared at him and said, Go! Luo Qingzhou walked to the door, put on his shoes, and left quickly. The mother and daughter were having a good time in the house, and he was really embarrassed inside, so he might as well come out and get some fresh air. The snow outside had stopped, and the wind had stopped. Luo Qingzhou went out and walked towards his own courtyard. He wanted to go see Xiao Dai, and then go see Bailing and Miss Qin. It was really strange. These procedures seemed to have become a habit after dark, and if one of them was not done, he would feel a little uncomfortable. Back to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was embroidering in the room with an oil lamp. Seeing him come back, she was surprised and said, Sir, you are back so soon? Sister Chior told me in the evening that you might come back very late tonight, so I went to bed first. Luo Qingzhou sighed, walked to the bed, picked up the lotus she embroidered and took a look, and said, I will go later. As for when I will be back tonight, I am not sure, so if you are sleepy, go to bed by yourself, and don't wait for me. Xiao Dai said shyly, Sir, what you took is my belly band. Luo Qingzhou stroked it and said naturally, It's quite soft. There is no need to embroider on it. You see, you can put. These edges are made into lace, and a bow can be added to the chest. In fact, the belly part below can be cut off, leaving only the upper part to cover the chest, and the middle connecting part can actually only leave a thin rope, so that when you pull it, Sir, Xiao Dai suddenly interrupted him with a red face, and said shyly, Have you read any unhealthy books recently? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then realized that something seemed wrong with him today. After putting down the belly band in his hand, he said, Then you continue to embroider? I'm leaving. Sir, you haven't kissed me yet. The little girl pouted her little mouth. Her eyes were dim. Luo Qingzhou turned around after hearing this, picked her up, kissed her in his arms for a while, and then put her on the bed and said, Okay, go to bed early. After that, he turned around and left. The little girl lay on the bed. Her little mouth was wet. Her eyes were blurred, and her expression was dull. After a while, Fong clamped her slender and straight legs together. Her face was charming, and she murmured, Master, your servant loves you. Luo Qingzhou went out and went straight to Lingshan Moon Palace. When he reached the door, he saw Bailing standing there in a pink dress, holding a flower in her hand, looking down in a daze, with one of her slender feet kicking back and forth under the hem of her skirt, looking equally charming and lovely in contemplation. Luo Qingzhou approached her silently, and when she raised her head, he suddenly lowered his head and leaned forward, kissing her pink and sweet little mouth, and then hugged her slender and soft waist with his arms. Beiling's eyes widened immediately, and she struggled a few times at first. But soon her eyes were blurred. Her body softened, and she let him pick her. Luo Qingzhou kissed for a while, then let go of her mouth. But his arms were still around her waist. And he whispered, "Do you miss me?" He didn't know why he suddenly felt so passionate today, and the desires hidden in his body seemed to be awakened. Is it because he is energetic after practicing, and he hasn't had sex this month? No. Bai Ling's cheeks were red. Her eyes were watery, and she denied it in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou hugged her waist, pressed against her body, lowered his head, and put his forehead against hers intimately, staring at her shy trembling eyelashes and said, "I'll ask you again. Did you miss me?" Bai Ling pouted her lips, and was about to deny it again. Luo Qingzhou suddenly picked her up and turned to his courtyard and said, "If you dare to say no, I will strip you naked tonight and let you sleep with me." Bai Ling hurriedly begged for mercy. "I miss you, son-in-law. I miss you. I don't want to sleep with you." Woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou put her down, not daring to delay any more time, and said, "Is the eldest lady in the back garden?" Bai Ling snorted, turned away, and said angrily, "No, the young lady is in the room, so you don't have to go to pay your respects tonight." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the door and asked, "Why don't you see Miss Xia-chan?" Bai Ling paused, turned away, and looked at him and said, "Does the son-in-law miss Chan-chan?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Just asking casually." Bai Ling looked at him seriously for a few times, then said, "Chan-chan is not at home. She went to do hard labor to earn money." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said, "Do hard labor? Earn money? What hard labor? Where did she go?" Bai Ling looked at him and said, "Growing flowers. In the flower bed at the back. In the lady's back garden. Wherever she can earn money, she goes there." Luo Qingzhou looked strange and said, "She is a girl. Why does she earn money? There is food and drink here. Besides, don't you have a monthly allowance?" Bai Ling shook her head. "Chan-chan and I were brought back by the lady from outside. We are not servants in the mansion, so we don't have an allowance. If you want money, you have to earn it yourself. Chan-chan can only do hard labor to earn money, except for killing people and putting on a cold face. As for why she earns money, well, maybe she was afraid of being poor and didn't even have steamed buns to eat, so she wanted to save some money." Luo Qingzhou felt a little unbelievable. Such a capable little girl actually fell to the point of planting flowers and digging soil to make money. But think about it. It is understandable. If she really needs money, with her personality, she really doesn't know how to go out to make money except killing people. What's more, she is also a road idiot. However, she is a little girl. She doesn't have to worry about food and clothing here. There is really no need for her to save money desperately. She won't need to spend money to marry a wife in the future. "Okay, then I'll leave. I still have to go to the second lady." Luo Qingzhou said goodbye. Bai Ling's lips moved, wanting to say something but stopping. But in the end, she didn't say it, saying, "Son-in-law, I heard that the night market of the entire Imo city will be open until dawn on the night when the eldest princess comes to Imo city, with lights and decorations everywhere, and various performances. It's very lively. On that day, can you take me and Chan-chan out for a walk?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and nodded. "Okay. Can you take Xiaodai with you?" Bai Ling's eyes moved and smiled. "Of course." Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and left quickly. I don't know if the bad-tempered mother-in-law is angry at this time. After all, he has been out for a long time. Tonight, he will go to accompany Miss Qin for a while. When the mother-in-law is about to leave, he will leave. I believe that even if he wants to stay there longer, the mother-in-law will not agree. After all, there is a difference between a brother-in-law and a sister-in-law. Chapter 137. In the study room, Song Ryue was sitting on the beauty couch with a stern face. Miss Qin had returned to bed. The table was full of sumptuous dinner, but no one ate it. Song Ryue persuaded her for a long time, but Miss Qin couldn't eat a single bite. She closed her eyes after returning to bed and didn't speak again. She thought her brother-in-law had left and would never come tonight. When Luo Qingzhou appeared at the door, Song Ryue immediately scolded with a cold face. "You still know how to come back? Did you go out of the city to relieve yourself?" Miss Qin, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes immediately after hearing the voice. Luo Qingzhou had to explain respectfully at the door. "I was feeling sick, so I came back a little late." "Humph. Come in." After Song Ryue finished speaking, she suddenly glared at him with disgust and asked, "Have you washed your hands?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I washed them. I just washed them again in the yard." Chior also said beside him, "Madam, I just saw my son-in-law washing them in the yard." Song Ryue snorted coldly and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and walked in. But after entering the house, he didn't know where to go. Miss Jean Eyre was still lying on the bed, motionless, and her eyes, which had just opened, closed again. "Eat first." Song Ryue slowed down her tone and pointed to the food on the table. Luo Qingzhou thanked him and walked to the table. Seeing that the food on it seemed to be untouched, he turned his head and looked at her and Miss Jean Eyre on the bed. "I won't eat. And Weimo doesn't have an appetite either. You eat yours." Song Ryue took a book from the couch and said with a cold face while flipping through the book. Luo Qingzhou suddenly smelled a familiar smell and looked at the food on the table. There was a big bowl of bone soup, which seemed to contain many medicinal herbs. It was the soup that Xiao Dai brought back from the kitchen last night. Luo Qingzhou sat down and filled a bowl of rice. When he was about to eat, Miss Jean's voice suddenly came from the room, "Mother, I'm hungry." Song Ryue immediately put down the book in her hand, got off the couch, walked over with a smile on her face, and said, "Eat when you are hungry. Come. Mother will help you put on your clothes first, and then bring it to you later." Qin Weimo whispered, "Mother, I remember. Go eat with my brother-in-law." The smile on Song Ryue's face disappeared immediately. The corners of her eyes twitched, and she was silent for a while, then suddenly turned her head and said, "Luo Qingzhou, don't dirty the dishes. Let Weimo eat first. Also, don't look here." In fact, when Luo Qingzhou heard Miss Jean said she was hungry, he didn't dare to move his chopsticks again. He stood up, walked to the window, turned his back to the inner room, and casually flipped through the books on the bookshelf next to him. Song Ryue looked at him warily, then lifted the quilt, helped her daughter up, and began to dress her. After a while, the mother and daughter supported each other and walked over. Luo Qingzhou then put down the book, walked to the table, and put the chair in place. Song Ryue supported the girl and slowly sat on the chair, then picked up the bowl and chopsticks and served her food. Qin Weimo turned around and said, "Brother-in-law, sit down." "Ahem." Song Ryue suddenly coughed, glared at her and said, "I haven't sat down yet." Qin Weimo said softly, "Mother, it's getting late, and Daddy should be back. You should go back quickly, so that Daddy won't be lonely." "Song Ryue? Stinky girl, are you trying to piss off your mother to death?" The beautiful woman was so angry that her chest felt blocked and the chopsticks in her hand were shaking. Qin Weimo said weakly, "My mother is here, and my brother-in-law is uncomfortable, and my mother always scolds my brother-in-law. Mother should go back and accompany Dad." "I won't. I won't." Song Ryue was immediately furious. "I won't leave today. I will stay here tonight. Let's see what you can do to me." Qin Weimo saw that she was very angry and didn't dare to say anything. Luo Qingzhou quickly took the opportunity to respectfully say, "Mother-in-law, I just feel a little sleepy and want to go back and rest early. Otherwise." "No, no." The mother and daughter said it in unison again, looking at him together. One glared angrily, the other looked pitiful. "Luo Qingzhou, I'm leaving." Song Ryue took a deep breath, put down her bowl and chopsticks, and walked straight to the door. When she walked out of the door, her eyes suddenly turned red. Mother is redundant. Okay. Mother is leaving. Mother will never come to make people dislike her again. After that, she put on her shoes and left sadly. In the study, it was quiet. The two looked at each other. Qin Weimo frowned slightly. "Brother-in-law, Weimo didn't say that mother was redundant. Nor did he dislike her. Weimo is not that kind of person." Luo Qingzhou did not respond. Silently picked up the bowl and chopsticks, helped her pick up some meat and vegetables, put them in front of her, and said, "Second, miss. Eat first." Qin Weimo raised his hand, trembling a little, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, you feed me. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, glanced at the closed door, and then picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and handed it to her mouth. At this moment, with a whoosh, the closed window was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Song Ryue stood outside with a gloomy face, staring at the two of them coldly. "Luo Qingzhou, as a brother-in-law, you should know what to do and what not to do. Leave after you finish eating with Weimo. Don't let anyone rush you. Do you hear me? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said. Qingzhou will leave later. Song Ryue closed the window with a whoosh sound. And said coldly outside, drink the soup yourself. Don't feed it to Weimo. After that, the footsteps outside gradually went away. Then, it disappeared. In the room, the two were frightened by this, and did not dare to speak again for the time being. Luo Qingzhou fed Miss Qin air, and thought about how to escape later. Qin Weimo lowered her head to eat, thinking about how to keep her brother-in-law to accompany her later. The two of them were silent, each with their own thoughts. Qin Weimo ate a few mouthfuls and said, Brother-in-law, Weimo is full. You eat? Luo Qingzhou then sat down to eat. Qin Weimo sat there, watching him quietly. When she saw that he had almost finished eating, she reached out to help him get a bowl of soup, placed it in front of him, and said softly, Brother-in-law, this is what Mother specially asked someone to cook for you. Mother was going to keep you for dinner tonight, so she asked Chuer to go to her place and bring this bowl of soup to heat it up. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard this, took a look at the soup in the bowl, then took a sip and tasted it. It was exactly the same as what Xiaodai brought back from the kitchen last night. He was startled and asked, Second miss, when Xiaodai went to the kitchen to get dinner last night, she also brought back this soup. The taste is exactly the same. Didn't you ask the kitchen to give it to you? Qin Weimo was slightly startled, then shook his head. It wasn't Weimo's order. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said, Mother is like that. She always scolds brother-in-law when she meets him, but she actually thinks about him. Wow! At this moment, the window was suddenly pushed open from the outside again. Song Ryue stood outside with a frost on her face and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? How could Mother think about this stinky boy? Bah! Luo Qingzhou. Qin Weimo. Why haven't you left yet? Just chat. Don't talk about me. Gossip about elders behind their backs. Be careful of your tongue, Song Ryue said angrily, and closed the window with a wow sound. And the footsteps walked away quickly. In the study, the two looked at each other again. This time, neither of them dared to speak again. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to eat and drink soup. Qin Weimo helped him scoop the soup one spoonful at a time, and whispered, Brother-in-law, drink more. Luo Qingzhou quickly finished a large bowl of soup. At this time, other things besides bones appeared in the bowl. They were all some Chinese medicines. Qin Weimo took a look and seemed to know them all. She smiled and read, wolfberry, curculigo, cistange, epimedium, bah. When she read this, the smile on her face suddenly froze, and the words in her mouth stopped abruptly. Seeing that her face was not right, Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Second miss, what's wrong? Qin Weimo's fair cheeks were instantly stained with two blushes. He looked away and whispered, No. It's okay. Brother-in-law, eat quickly. Luo Qingzhou drank the last bit of soup in the bowl, leaving not a drop, and said, I'm done. Qin Weimo looked at him with a red face and couldn't help asking, Brother-in-law, you drank this soup last night. Today did you have any special reactions? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, No. What's wrong with this soup? It should be a soup for nourishing the body. Right? The girl lowered her head and said with a red face, Well, it's for nourishing the body. Mother, how can this be? Luo Qingzhou stood up, put away the bowl and chopsticks, and said, Second miss, are you tired? Do you want to go to bed to rest? Bed? Oh! The girl looked a little absent-minded. Just as she stood up, her body suddenly softened, and she was about to fall to the ground. Luo Qingzhou was quick to hug her and said, Don't worry, Miss Second. I'll help you over. He wanted to help the girl over, but her legs seemed to be too soft to move. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, Miss Second, how about I carry you over? Qin Weimo said shyly. Yes. Sorry. Luo Qingzhou picked her up horizontally, delicate and boneless, almost weightless. He sent her to the bed in the inner room. When he was about to call Chuer to come in and help her take off her clothes, the girl suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand, saying softly, Brother-in-law, don't go. Luo Qingzhou said, I'll call Chuer to come in and take off your clothes. The girl still held his hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would never come back once he left, and trembled and said, Brother-in-law, you can help Weimo. Luo Qingzhou. He turned his head and saw the girl on the bed with a blushing face, shy and charming, but her eyes looked at him bravely. Brother-in-law. Coat. The girl's eyelashes trembled, and she said shyly. Luo Qingzhou finally reacted. And said oh. Helped her take off the thick fox fur coat, and put it on the soft chair next to her. The girl sat on the bed, lowered her thick black eyelashes slightly, raised her feet, and bit her lips. Brother-in-law. Socks. The slender and petite girl's jade feet were wrapped in a pair of snow-white silk stockings, which looked pure white and lovely. Spotless. Looking at the slender and lovely girl's jade feet, the pair of charming eyes, and the shy and beautiful little face in front of him, Luo Qingzhou's mind suddenly became a little confused. Brother-in-law. Take off. The girl bit her pink lips lightly and said shyly. Chapter 138. Good. The lights were dim. The girl's face was shy, and her eyes were full of water. The shy look of biting her pink lips and trembling eyelashes, as well as the graceful posture of supporting the bed with her slender hands and lifting her jade feet, were very touching and exciting. Luo Qingzhou struggled in his heart for a while, and then slowly squatted down. Then he reached out and gently held her slender calf with one hand, and slowly took off the spotless snow-white silk stockings with the other hand. A touch of snow-white suddenly appeared. Then, a delicate, white and jade-like tender girl's jade foot appeared in front of him flawlessly. He didn't dare to look at it for too long and put it down. Wow! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Chior appeared at the door with an anxious face. Miss. Son-in-law. The lady is here. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up hurriedly. Chior hurriedly said. Son-in-law. Quick. Hide. The girl lying soft on the bed also sat up and said shyly. Brother-in-law. On the bed. Luo Qingzhou was like a thief who was about to be caught stealing something. He was frightened. He didn't have time to think about it. He jumped onto the bed and got into the quilt. After he curled up in the quilt with his head covered, he suddenly realized. Why should he hide? Isn't this a guilty conscience and a trap? Wouldn't it be okay for him to walk out directly or go to the desk to grind ink and write? Even if he stood in front of the bed and talked to Miss Qin Er, the mother-in-law wouldn't say anything. Right? But now, he was hiding in Miss Qin Er's bed. If the mother-in-law found out. Wait. Miss Er. He hurriedly came out of the quilt. Before he finished speaking, with a whoosh, the girl on the bed had already pulled up the curtain. At the same time, the mother-in-law's voice was already at the door. Has that kid left? Chior followed and bowed. The son-in-law left a long time ago. Chior also answered at the door. The son-in-law accompanied the young lady to eat and left. The young lady has already fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou. The two girls said this, directly blocking his way out of bed. Humph. You still have some self-knowledge. Song Ryu snorted coldly, took off her shoes, walked into the room, and said coldly, if he hasn't left yet, I just need someone to pick up manure in my back garden. Let him pick up manure for me tonight. Luo Qingzhou shrank back into the quilt and dared not move again. Song Ryu walked to the inner room and whispered, Wei Mo. Are you asleep? Qin Weimo was already lying in the quilt, and said through the hazy curtain, Mother, I'm asleep. I feel a little uncomfortable now. You don't come over. Song Ryu walked to the bedside and said, Are you uncomfortable again? Let Mother see. As she said, she stretched out her hand to pull open the curtain. Luo Qingzhou trembled. Qin Weimo hurriedly said, Mother, don't pull. Weimo is afraid of the wind. Song Ryu paused after hearing this, retracted her hand, and said, Then are you coughing again? Do you want to drink some medicine? Qin Weimo said weakly, No. Mother, I'm sleepy and want to rest. Song Ryu nodded and said, Okay. You rest. Mother will not disturb you. Then, she helped her blow out the red candle on the bedside. Then, she went outside and blew out the oil lamp. In the room, there was only one candle burning on the table. The thick red candle burned slowly in the candlestick, emitting a dim light. The room was quiet and warm. Song Ryu did not leave, but went to the beauty couch and laid down on her side, took a book and flipped through it casually. Chior and Jur came in and took away the food. And by the way, changed the incense ball, added charcoal fire, and brought her a hand warmer. After a while, Qin Weimo, who was lying on the bed, finally couldn't help but said, Mother, aren't you going back to sleep? Song Ryu flipped through the book and said, I'll sleep here tonight. It's nice here. It's much more comfortable than sleeping there. Two people on the bed. What? Don't you want your mother to sleep here with you? Song Ryu asked. Qin Weimo said weakly, No. Song Ryu suddenly put down the book in her hand, sat up and said, Weima, your bed is so big. Can mother sleep with you? Mother has never slept in your bed. I really want to enjoy it. Someone in the quilt trembled again. No, no. Humph. Stingy guy. Song Ryu had got off the beauty couch, walked to the bed and said, Weima, lying all day. Is your body sore? Can mother help you massage your body? No, no. Mother, I'm really sleepy. I need to rest. The girl's voice trembled. Okay. Okay. You go to sleep. Mother won't disturb you. Song Ryu had turned and left, laid down on the beauty couch again, and picked up the book. The room was silent. It was almost dawn. Song Ryu had put down the book, turned her head to look at the inner room, pulled the blanket, covered her body, and lay down, muttering, the girl is too weak. Let her have a good rest. I have to watch over her tonight, and can't fall asleep. The two people on the bed listened and looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou smelled the fragrance of the girl nearby, and the hot air exhaled from his nose. He couldn't stand it, so he had to turn around slowly, facing her back, and pressed against the wall tightly. The two of them lay on their sides, quietly, motionless. They seemed to be able to hear each other's breathing and heartbeats. For her, this was enough. She was very satisfied and contented. She didn't dare to ask for too much, because he didn't belong to her. The girl soon fell into a sweet dream and never coughed again. Her cold body and heart became warm on this night. On the beauty couch outside, the beautiful woman who said she couldn't fall asleep had already started to drool from the corner of her mouth, sleeping more soundly than anyone else. Luo Qingzhou faced the wall, not feeling sleepy at all. When it was almost 3 o'clock, he saw that both the mother and the daughter were asleep. So he closed his eyes and concentrated, and his spirit left his body. Since the body couldn't leave, the spirit would leave. The spirit floated and flew to the roof. Looking down, the sleeping girl had a faint wisp of black air lingering on her body, and when the black air touched his body, it suddenly retreated. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingzhou secretly realized in his heart, no wonder Miss Qin Air was willing to be with him. She must be comfortable in both mind and body. He remembered the words of the spirit senior again. Now it seems that there is some truth. Luo Qingzhou looked at the beautiful woman on the beauty couch outside, and saw a faint red light lingering on her body, looking very healthy. After seeing that the mother and daughter were both asleep, he passed through the roof and floated out. The wind and snow outside had stopped long ago. In the night sky, the dark clouds dispersed, and a silver moon appeared dimly. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air and looked down. After a while, he floated to his own courtyard, ready to go see Xiaodai first. He went into the house from the roof. The little girl was wrapped in a quilt, sleeping in her room, sleeping soundly, with a smile on her face, as if she had a beautiful dream. When Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, the little girl suddenly twisted her body and murmured, Master, I want more. Luo Qingzhou passed through the roof and tried to fly to Lingshan Moon Palace. Sure enough, it was the same as before. Before he flew close, he suddenly felt a piercing chill, and his whole soul seemed to be frozen. He hurriedly moved away, shivered, and prepared to fly to Yuanyang Tower. When he passed the courtyard of the mother-in-law, his heart moved and he fell down. When he arrived at the flower bed behind, he suddenly saw a familiar figure squatting there, pushing the soil with 2 small hands, planting flowers silently. On the ground behind her, there was a sword. In this corner of the flower bed, there were all newly planted varieties. Judging from the soil, they were all planted today. The girl squatted there quietly, piling up the soil carefully. Her 2 originally snow-white little hands were now full of mud, and her body was also covered with mud. There was mud on her forehead and face. Luo Qingzhou had never seen the sword leave her hand since the first time he met her. But tonight, the sword that she held tightly even when she slept was placed on the soil behind her, and she hadn't looked at it for a long time. The girl planted the flowers in front of her, went over to pick up the kettle, and began to water the flowers. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. There was still no expression on her side face, but her eyes were full of seriousness. After watering, she continued to plant the next one. The flower bed is very large, and in addition to flowers, there are also various shrubs. Next to the flower bed is Song Ryua's back garden, which has more rare flowers and plants. In addition to loosening the soil every day, she also has to dig out the dead ones, plant new ones, water, weed, and cut them. Luo Qingzhou silently looked at the top of his head for a while, rose into the air, and floated away. Strange. This girl is not in Lingshan Moon Palace. Why is it still so cold and difficult for the soul to approach? Is there a magic weapon or something else? Luo Qingzhou had just flown out of the Qin mansion, when he suddenly saw the maid from last night at the alley entrance. At this time, the maid seemed to have finished her work, and was walking into the alley from the alley entrance, preparing to return to the Qin mansion. Luo Qingzhou took a look, ignored her, and left quickly. When he arrived at the Yuannong building, the rooftop was empty, and the moon-white figure was not there. Not coming tonight? Luo Qingzhou thought secretly in his heart, and waited on the rooftop for a while before leaving. He decided to go to Chunghua Mansion to take a look. I don't know how the small building is now. At the same time, in the room, the girl who was sticking to his back, I don't know when, woke up. Chapter 139 Chanchan's Efforts and Embarrassment. Late at night, Chunghua Mansion. Silent. 2 lanterns were hung at the gates of each courtyard and at each intersection, emitting a dim light in the dark night. At this time, there were still servants carrying lanterns and walking in the mansion. Luo Qingzhou floated in from the back door with ease. He first came to the courtyard where he and Xiao Dai used to live and took a look. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and desolate. No one had lived there for a long time, and no one came to clean it. The steps were covered with moss. The windows and the house were covered with dust. Luo Qingzhou stayed in the courtyard for a while, and his eyes could not help but emerge the picture of a master and a servant, relying on each other in this small courtyard. In the more distant memory, there was also the figure of that thin and pitiful woman. Thinking about the days back then, I couldn't bear to look back. Fortunately, he and Xiao Dai had left. A blessing in disguise. And now I have the life I have now. In this comparison, the Qin mansion seemed like their real home, and they felt more grateful and friendly to the Qin mansion. After a while, he left with mixed feelings and floated towards the small courtyard where the second wife Yang Pinger and Xiaolu lived. There was no one along the way. Only the dim light was swaying at the round door of the corridor. As Luo Qingzhou approached the small courtyard in his memory, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His whole body suddenly tensed up, and he subconsciously burst out all his strength and speed, and jumped into the sky with a swish. Boom! With a loud bang, a fist shadow suddenly appeared where he had just floated. And then the fist shadow exploded, turning into a terrible airflow and gust of wind, and scattered in all directions. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a blood-red glow all over his body, like a burning flame, suddenly strode out of the corner, looking around, and sneered, "Where did the ghost come from? And dare to wander in my Chunghua mansion?" Luo Qingzhou was familiar with that figure. Luo Qingzhou was even more familiar with that voice. It turned out to be his father, Luo Yanyan. A terrifying warrior's breath came towards him, burning his entire soul and trembling slightly. Luo Qingzhou was frightened and did not dare to stay any longer, so he left from the sky immediately. After flying away from Chunghua Mansion, he immediately descended slowly from the sky and flew in the air at about the same height as the roof. Whether it is a wandering soul or a divine soul, it cannot fly too high. As for flying into the sky, that is even more impossible. As long as the divine soul does not survive the thunder tribulation and become a yang god, it is still a ghost. How can a ghost be higher than the sky? If you are not careful, you may attract the wrath of the sky and be beaten to ashes in an instant. There are rules in the sky and laws on the earth. How easy is it for a ghost to go to heaven? Just like a mortal cultivating immortality, it is more difficult to live forever than to ascend to heaven. Luo Qingzhou was flying towards Yuanyang Tower while thinking about what had just happened. He knew in his heart that Luo Yanyan might be a warrior, but he did not know his specific strength. Judging from the situation just now, the opponent's strength is at least at the martial arts master level, or even higher. Fortunately, his soul is strong and his reaction is very fast. Otherwise, if he was hit by that punch from a distance, even if his soul was not torn apart on the spot, he would be seriously injured. It is still a question whether he can return safely. He was careless today. I thought that I had reached the level of day travel and was not afraid of ordinary warriors. But I didn't expect that the other party was so sensitive that he suddenly appeared and attacked. Now that he is in a spiritual state, he can do no harm to any warrior except for eavesdropping. Even against ordinary people, he can only blow the wind and scare them. He should practice quickly and advance to the realm of controlling objects. When the spiritual soul controls objects with a physical weapon, he can naturally attack people by surprise and kill people invisibly. Not long after, he came to the Yuannong building. On the eaves of the roof, The moon-white figure was already standing there. When he appeared, the moon-white figure turned his head and looked at him, seeming a little surprised. Luo Qingzhou flew close and landed on the roof. He bowed his head and said, "Senior, I came here at 3 o'clock. I saw that you were not here, so I walked around. I didn't keep you waiting for too long. Did I?" The moon-white figure looked at him quietly for a while, then said, "Do you have time to come out tonight?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and said, "Isn't this Junior out?" "Senior means." The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said, "It's okay. I won't tell stories tonight. You go back early." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, "I have nothing to do at home. I can go back at dawn. I want to stay here with you more. I can't go back now. If the soul returns to the body can't bear it, and make a big mistake. It will be too late to regret it. What's more, Miss Jean's weak body can't bear too much stimulation and tossing now. Even if he has to use the life-saving method of this senior, he must proceed step by step. Otherwise it will only backfire. At least let Miss Jean recover for a while." Luo Qingzhou thought so in his heart. Seeing that the senior soul looked at him without saying anything, he bowed and said, "Senior, will I still use this place tomorrow night?" The moon-white figure was silent for a moment and said, "It depends on your time." Luo Qingzhou was about to say Junior has plenty of time, but suddenly thought of the continuous things in the past 2 days. Not to mention that he had no time during the day. His time at night was also squeezed. Maybe something will happen tomorrow night. So, he didn't say anything else. Just nodded. The two fell into silence. Luo Qingzhou wanted to talk about cultivation, but seeing that the senior seemed to be very worried tonight, he didn't dare to say more. It was the 4th watch of the day. The white figure suddenly said, "Go back." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay any longer, and bowed and said, "Then I will take my leave." Just as he was about to leave, the white figure seemed to hesitate for a moment, and suddenly asked, "How is the person you asked me about last night?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "He vomited blood and fainted last night. But he looks good today and had dinner tonight. How did you sleep tonight?" The white figure turned and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou said, "Very well." Who knew that the white figure stared at him and said, "She is your sister-in-law. How do you know she slept well?" Luo Qingzhou. The white figure was silent for a moment, and said, "Did you use the method I told you last night?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "Not yet. That shouldn't count yet." The white figure retracted his gaze, looked into the distance, and stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. When his figure disappeared in the darkness in the distance, the white figure of the moon flashed and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou floated back to the Qing mansion, and couldn't help but take a look at the flower garden behind the mother-in-law's residence. That thin figure, still alone, planted flowers there silently. The hair on the temples was soaked with sweat and stuck to the cheeks. The little face was red, and the dress on the body was full of mud. A silver moon revealed half of its cheek from the clouds, secretly looking at the lonely and hard-working girl, coating her red and sweaty little face with a layer of bright light. The frightening sword was still placed on the soil, like its owner, silent and simple. Luo Qingzhou looked for a while and left quietly. For some reason, looking at the lonely and thin figure of the girl, busy alone in the moonlight, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After returning to Miss Qing's residence, he stayed on the roof for a while before passing through the roof and floating into the room. On the beauty couch, the mother-in-law was still sleeping soundly. On the bed, Miss Jean was also In the dark, Miss Jean opened her eyes and pressed tightly against his back, holding his hand with one hand. And her mouth was eating It was close to his ear, and she seemed to be whispering something. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat and floated closer. The girl's murmur came, "Brother-in-law Wei-Mo knows you are pretending to sleep. Right? If you don't move, Wei-Mo will bite you. Mother is asleep, brother-in-law. Wei-Mo didn't lie to you. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou floated on the curtain, looking at the girl's beautiful face, listening to her murmurs. And for a while, his heart became more and more conflicted. The girl tossed alone for a while, seemed to be tired, hugged him, and fell asleep again unknowingly. Luo Qingzhou finally regained consciousness. His body still felt uncomfortable, but it was within the controllable range. He faced the wall, feeling the softness and hot breath of the girl behind him, not daring to move, closing his eyes, thinking wildly in his mind. The night passed quietly. When the sky was getting light, Song Ryue, who was sleeping on the beauty bed, finally woke up. She got off the bed, walked to the curtain separating the study and the inner room, and quietly looked at the curtain covering the bed. After a long time, she sighed inaudibly, turned to the door, quietly opened the door and left. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and when he saw that she really left, he gently took away the girl's hands and feet, quietly got up and left the room. Chior and Jur had already gotten up. When Chior saw him come out, she took out a shoe from the corner and placed it in front of him. Jur picked up another one from the flower bed outside and placed it in front of him. The two maids kept their mouths shut tacitly and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou looked at the two of them in surprise, fearing that the mother-in-law would come back again. He did not dare to ask any more questions. He immediately put on his shoes and left in a hurry. So it was the lady who threw it away. The two maids looked at each other and whispered after seeing him leave. Just now when they were in the yard, they saw with their own eyes that the woman had a cold face and held a shoe out with 2 fingers in disgust. She threw it into the flower bed like throwing away garbage and then walked away. So the madam already knew it. Chior murmured. Jur sighed and whispered. The madam is actually very conflicted and uncomfortable. If it weren't for the young lady's health. Hey, the two maids sighed. After Luo Qingzhou left the door, he was thinking about all sorts of things and walked towards his residence. When he turned a corner, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking on the cobblestone path next to him. She was thin and slender, and her appearance was beautiful and cold. Her dress was covered with mud, and her forehead and face were also covered with mud. There were grass scraps on her long black hair that fell behind her. The hair at the temples was soaked with sweat and stuck to her cheeks in a mess. She looked a little embarrassed, but the sword in her hand still gave people a sense of coldness and murder that could not be approached. The girl also saw him and was slightly stunned. The two looked at each other. At this time in the past, Luo Qingzhou always avoided her gaze first, but today, she was the first to avoid his gaze. Then, she quickened her pace, tightened her sword, lowered her head, and walked in front quickly as if running away. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, chased after her, and whispered, Miss Xia-chan. Wait, I have something to ask you. Not only did the girl not stop, but she suddenly ran. Miss Xia-chan. Luo Qingzhou chased for a few steps, and had to stop, with a puzzled face. Why run? Didn't she feel embarrassed to be so embarrassed? But what's shameful about earning money with your own hands and hard work? However, this girl was thin-skinned and always acted arrogant and proud in front of him. Now that he saw her like this, she was indeed a little embarrassed. Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore and continued to move forward. When passing by the Lingshan Moon Palace, he suddenly saw Bailing in a pink dress, leaning against the door, holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, squinting her eyes and sniffing happily. After hearing the footsteps, she raised her head, turned around, and asked directly, Son-in-law, you just met Chan, right? Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned and said, yes. Did she tell you? Bai Ling smiled sweetly, revealing 2 sweet dimples on her face. No need for Chan to tell me. I can tell from her face. Luo Qingzhou was full of doubts. Bai Ling didn't explain, raised her eyebrows, and smiled, Son-in-law, it's not even dawn yet. Where did you come back from so early in the morning? Facing her bright eyes, Luo Qingzhou felt guilty and said casually, I woke up early, so I went around. After hearing this, Bai Ling said, oh, with a smile on her face, and didn't ask any more questions. After a while, she suddenly asked again, by the way, Son-in-law, when do you want to sleep with the young lady this month? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked at her deeply, paused, stared into her eyes and said, today. Is it okay? Ah? Bai Ling was stunned when she heard it, and seemed a little caught off guard. Luo Qingzhou said, is it not okay? Bai Ling pondered for a moment, and said with some embarrassment, it's not impossible. But it's just that the young lady was a little tired last night. Then don't ask me. Just ask your young lady. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he waved his hand and left quickly. The restless desire in his body still did not disappear. He had restrained it before when he was with Miss Qin Er. But just now he saw Bai Ling, the delicate girl. Forget it. Go back and take a cold shower and sleep first. After 2 consecutive nights of tossing and turning, he was really a little tired. There was something else this afternoon. After seeing him go away, Bai Ling hesitated at the door, then turned back to the house. The room was filled with hot steam. In the wooden barrel, Xia Chan was taking a bath quietly. Bailing came to the door, knocked on the door, pushed the door open and walked in, staring at the pure and tender little face in the mist and the snow-white girl's shoulders for a while. Then walked over and whispered, "Chan Chan. I just asked my uncle." My uncle looked so anxious, as if he can't hold it back. The girl who was scrubbing her long black hair in the barrel suddenly paused. There was a hint of hesitation in her cold eyes. "Ahem, Chan Chan. You were tired last night. After you take a shower, go to bed early and stop thinking about random things. Well, we are good sisters. Right? Actually, there are some things. You can lead to me, don't worry. I promise to complete the task and never be lazy." Bai Ling's face was full of sincerity. Chapter 140, I have to earn money to support him. Schwa. Schwa schwa. In the small courtyard, Shidia's petite body was sweeping the floor with a broom. The little girl was wearing an emerald green dress and had a few cute braids on her head. She looked cute and lovely. She was humming a song she learned from some maid. She seemed to be in a good mood. Luo Qingzhou entered the courtyard and approached her from behind silently. At the moment when she retreated with the broom in her arms, he suddenly opened his arms and hugged her. The little girl screamed "Ah!", dropped the broom in her hand, and was frightened. But she reacted quickly. "Wow, master. You scared me to death." Luo Qingzhou held her and walked around the courtyard for a few times before putting her down. Smiling, "I didn't come back last night. But you were still so happy?" Xiao Dai turned around, hugged his arm affectionately, and said with her little face up, "Master, Sister Chior came to tell me this morning that the second young lady is much better. And she said it was all thanks to you. Sister Chior also praised you as a great talent and a good person. And she enviously said that I am so lucky." He. Luo Qingzhou's face froze for a moment, and he felt a little guilty. "Did Miss Chior tell me how I helped the second young lady recover?" Xiao Dai nodded and said, "Yes. Sister Chior said that the young master wrote poems and told stories to the second young lady. And the second young lady was in a good mood and her illness was cured." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, raised his hand, and touched her head and said, "Okay. You continue to be busy. I'm going back to the room to sleep. I didn't sleep all night last night." Xiao Dai said obediently. "Then the young master will go to sleep quickly. I will close the door later, and no one will disturb the young master." Luo Qingzhou entered the house. "I wanted to take a cold shower, but it was too troublesome. So I took off my clothes and went to bed. After it gets dark at night, I can take a hot bath in the lake." Soon after lying down, sleepiness came over me continuously. I fell asleep soon. After Xiao Dai cleaned the yard, she tidied it up again, checked the doors and windows, and then went out to continue studying. The words of the young master last night suddenly made her feel that she should learn to make clothes. When the time comes, no matter what the young master likes, she can make it. And the young master will definitely be very happy. Not long after she left, the back door, that was bolted from the inside, was suddenly opened from the outside. Then, a figure walked in. The back door was closed again and locked. The figure walked into the house silently, opened the door, and walked into the room. Then, he stood by the bed and looked at the person sleeping on the bed. A faint fragrance wafted out from her body and entered the nose of the person on the bed. The girl stood in front of the bed and looked at him quietly. After a while, she untied the belt around her slender waist, took off her dress, got on the bed wearing only a small underwear, got into the quilt, and pressed tightly against his arms. She hugged him, looked up at him seriously with her little face. After looking for a while, she kissed him. Then, she took off his clothes. Wow! The curtains on both sides suddenly fell down, covering the view on the bed. Luo Qingzhou had another dream. A very long and wonderful dream. Outside the window, the sky was clear. A round of morning sun rose from the green hills outside the city, spreading warmth and sunshine all over the earth again. The snow in the city began to melt. There were still 2 days before the princess entered the city. This day, Song Jingming, a well-known son of the Song family, one of the 4 major families in Imo's city, invited talented men and women from other families to the Yuannong Tower, climbed up and looked far into the distance, and composed a poem on the spot that amazed all the talented men and women present. Brother Zhengming is really talented. I admire him. I admire him. When I just came here, I heard from Brother Zhengming that he has been working hard recently and has written several poems. He is currently revising them. I wonder when we can feast our eyes on them. Ha ha ha. No hurry. No hurry. These poems are specially prepared for the princess. We need to think about them carefully. Song Jingming was full of smiles. At the end of the banquet, he took two good friends to the mansion. While talking, he showed them another small poem he wrote. The two of them were amazed and impressed after reading it. Other families in Maching are carefully preparing gifts for the princess this time. It can't be too extravagant, but it must show the intention. The merchants and people in the city are starting to get lively. On both sides of the street, there are lights and decorations everywhere. The walls of the inner and outer cities are all hung with colorful lanterns. It's not the new year yet, but it looks like the new year is full of joy. People in the streets and alleys were discussing this matter with excitement. No matter whether they were dignitaries, rich or poor, they were all looking forward to the arrival of the eldest princess. It is said that in order to celebrate the arrival of the eldest princess, the city lord's mansion will open the granary and distribute rice, and all the poor families in the outer city can go to receive it. At the same time, the inner city will open the night market, which will be open day and night. All vendors and people can set up stalls in the night market. For everyone in Mo City, the days when the eldest princess arrives will be a carnival that is even more exciting than the Lantern Festival and the New Year. At this time, compared with the excitement of other families, the Qin mansion seemed too cold and calm. Except for Song Ryua, who tried her best to prepare some gifts. No one else in the Qin mansion seemed to care too much about this matter. Morning. After waking up, Miss Qin Air looked at the empty quilt beside her, and stayed for a long time before getting out of bed with Chior's help. Chior whispered. It was still dark, and the son-in-law left. Not long after the lady left. And, Miss, the lady should have known that the son-in-law was here last night. The lady threw one of the son-in-law's shoes out. And the night before yesterday. After hearing this, Qin Weimo's face was calm. And he said softly, I know. The bold print on the table the night before yesterday had actually been exposed. Chior, go out. I'll write for a while. Don't let anyone in. Miss, you haven't eaten yet. I'm not hungry. Go out. Chior had no choice but to agree. Retreated, and gently closed the door. Qin Weimo glanced at the closed door, then took out the roll of rice paper from under the pillow, walked to the table in front of the window and sat down, spread out the rice paper, put it on top, and took another blank piece of rice paper and put it underneath. Then, she grinded the ink and held the pen, and began to copy. Brother-in-law has done so much for our Qin family. This time, we can't let him take risks again. Anyway, I don't have much time left. This time, let me take the lead. She held the pen in her bare hand and copied the beautiful and graceful small characters, which soon covered the entire rice paper. Looking at the words on the paper, she felt more and more sorry for her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law's talent is not inferior to those top scholars in the past. It's a pity if brother-in-law had not married into our Qin mansion. If he was born in another family, I'm afraid he would have been famous in the literary world. The girl sighed secretly. After copying for a while, she was panting and felt weak all over. She put down the pen and ink, took a break, and looked at the words on the paper again and again. The beautiful and gentle face of her brother-in-law appeared in her mind again. Then, she remembered the scenes of the two sleeping together last night and the night before. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he would take the opportunity to bully me. But my brother-in-law, if it were someone else, I wouldn't let him in. My brother-in-law is a gentleman, kind-hearted, and so gentle to me. He also saved my life on the boat. Of course, I believe in my brother-in-law, but my brother-in-law is too gentlemanly. Or am I not attracted to my brother-in-law at all? Yes. How can I compare to my sister? Even Bailing is more lively and lovely than me. I am sick and weak. So my brother-in-law doesn't want to touch me, and doesn't dare to touch me. The girl sat in front of the table, thinking wildly. When she came to her senses, it was noon. Chior knocked on the door and whispered outside, Miss, it's time to eat something. Otherwise your body can't stand it. The girl sighed inaudibly and said softly, Chior, brother-in-law, will you come today? Chior didn't know how to answer outside. Jur beside her immediately said, Miss, the son-in-law will come today. I will go and call him now. The girl hurriedly said, Ju, don't. My brother-in-law may still be sleeping now. He didn't sleep well last night. Let him sleep a little longer. My brother-in-law has been with me these 2 days. He hasn't rested well, and has no time to read. I can't disturb him anymore. Jur said, then Miss, eat first. I will go later. The girl was silent for a while, glanced at the pen and ink on the table, and whispered, "Oh, then eat first. Wait later." She didn't say anything else. Her heart was full of contradictions. Chior pushed open the door, walked in with the food, and put it on the table. Zhuer came in, supported her, and walked to the table. Two maids served her food on the left and right. But she didn't have any appetite. Her heart, eyes, and head were full of the shadow of her brother-in-law. Qin Weima, you are so useless. Your brother-in-law doesn't even like you. He doesn't touch you when we sleep together, and doesn't kiss you secretly, the girl murmured in her heart, feeling a little sad and aggrieved. At the same time, in another small courtyard, there was silence. In a room with closed windows, Luo Qingzhou was lying on the bed, still sleeping soundly, with a satisfied and happy smile on his face. The quilt was gently lifted. A snow-white and slender girl's jade foot stretched out first. Then, a pair of slender and straight girl's jade legs came out. Then, a girl got off the bed and began to put on her dress, shoes and socks in front of the bed. After all the clothes were put on, the girl carefully checked that there was nothing missing on the bed and under the bed. She then stood in front of the bed and quietly looked at the person sleeping on the bed. After watching for a long time, she slowly lowered her head, came close, and gently kissed his lips, nose, and forehead. Then she helped him press the quilt tightly and left quietly. When she walked to the door, the girl's legs suddenly softened and she almost fell to the ground. She held the wall, slowly opened the door, and walked out. The door closed quietly. The room was silent again, as if no one had ever been there. The girl walked out of the house, bathing in the midday sun. Her beautiful face still had the seductive blush after the sex, as charming as a blooming flower. She stood in the backyard for a while, recovered her strength, and then left through the back door. She was going back to sleep. Tonight, she had to work hard to make money. She had just bullied him again, and had bullied him for so long. So she had to compensate him. She must work hard to make a lot of money. When the time comes, she will give it all to him. Chapter 141. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. Accompany Chan Chan to plant flowers. It was noon when Luo Qingzhou woke up. He found something wrong. The restless heat in his body seemed to have disappeared. Not only did his whole body recover as before, but it seemed to be in a better state. He felt refreshed and extremely comfortable. He lifted the quilt and was about to get up when he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. At the same time, he saw a long hair in the quilt. He was stunned in bed for a long time before getting dressed and getting up. After washing, he went out. Yesterday's work was not finished yet, and he had to go to Miss Qin Er's place today to write something. When passing Lingchanyu Palace, the gate of the courtyard suddenly opened. Bailing was about to come out, and after seeing him, she was stunned for a moment and immediately retreated. Bang! The gate of the courtyard closed again. Luo Qingzhou stopped, stared at the closed door for a while, walked to the door and said, "Bai Ling, I'll give you a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of the courtyard opened again with a creak. Bailing opened her eyes wide and said excitedly, "Uncle, what gift? Did you buy it for me? Did you buy it for anyone else besides me?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Only you have it." Bailing smiled and showed two sweet dimples on her face. She stretched out her little hand and said happily, "Uncle is so nice. Give it to me quickly." Luo Qingzhou took out a hair from his pocket and put it in her palm. Then, he turned and left. The smile on Bailing's face suddenly froze. She stared at the hair in her hand for a few seconds, then stomped her feet at his back and said, "Stinky uncle. Who wants your hair? Stingy guy. Don't think about being naughty to me again." Humph! After a while, she returned to the room and said angrily to the girl who was sleeping on the bed, "My son-in-law is so stingy that he gave me a hair and told me to hide it close to my body, saying that seeing the hair is like seeing the person. But I don't want it." As she said that, she stuffed the hair into her clothes on her chest in front of the girl on the bed. With a little pride at the corner of her mouth, Xia Chan lay on the bed, opened her eyes and looked at her, paused, touched a hair from her head, and handed it to her. Bailing looked at the hair in her hand and was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Who wants your hair? You act as if I don't have it." Then she turned and left, saying proudly, "I not only have my own hair here, but also my son-in-law's hair." After saying that, she left the room and hummed a little song happily outside. The girl lying on the bed was stunned for a while, and then closed her eyes again. Shwa shwa, the weather changed quickly. It was still snowing yesterday, but it was sunny today. The snow in the yard began to melt. Shuer was sweeping the snow in the courtyard with a broom. She decided to call that guy over after a while. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to eat or read. And she wouldn't be happy. Oh, I don't know what's so good about that guy. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. She looked up and saw a tall and elegant figure in the bright sunshine. His face was so handsome, and his eyes were so bright and gentle. Miss Shuer, is the second young lady up? The young man in a wide Confucian robe asked softly. His voice was as gentle as jade. Shuer was stunned for a moment, then woke up and said quickly, well, son-in-law. The young lady got up at noon and is writing now. Son-in-law, please go in quickly. The young man smiled slightly and praised, Miss Shuer is really diligent. After that, he walked into the house. Shuer stood there in a daze, looking at his back, and her cheeks were unconsciously stained with 2 blushes. Son-in-law is so handsome, no wonder the young lady is fascinated by him. Even Shuer always deliberately tempts Xiao Dai to talk about son-in-law. The little maid blushed and thought secretly in her heart. Luo Qingzhou entered the house. Shuer saw him, smiled, and hurried to the door of the study and knocked on the door, saying softly, Miss, son-in-law is here. Qin Weimo was in a daze in front of the desk. When he heard the voice, his eyes lit up and he stood up. Shuer squatted at the door and said, Sir, I'll take off your shoes for you. When Luo Qingzhou was about to say no, the little maid had already held his feet with both hands and started to take them off for him. Thank you, Miss Shuer. Sir, you are so polite. This is what I should do. Shuer put the shoes away and pushed open the door with a smile. At this time, Shuer came in from the door and exposed her. Shuer, the lady and the second young master are here, but I didn't see you take off their shoes. Shuer hurriedly said, the lady has Mayor to help her take off her shoes, and the second young master won't go in. Why should I help him take off his shoes? After Luo Qingzhou entered the room and the door was closed, Shuer snorted coldly, I think you are just greedy for the body of the uncle. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the uncle hears it. Just say that you secretly asked Xiao Dai about the uncle all day long. Don't think I don't know. I did it for the young lady. Then you dreamed of hugging me last night, clamping your legs around me, and kept calling uncle. Uncle, was it also for the young lady? You are talking nonsense. I didn't. You did. I will tell the uncle that you dream of sleeping with the uncle every night. Shuer covered her mouth with one hand and pulled her out with a face full of shame and anxiety. Luo Qingzhou entered the study, walked to the desk, lowered his head to look at the densely packed beautiful small characters on the table, and then looked at the weak girl in front of him and said, Second miss, are you copying? Qin Weimo retracted his gaze from him, sat down slowly again, and said softly, Brother-in-law, you come to talk today. Weimo will write. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, picked up the ink block and said, Okay. Qin Weimo looked up at him and said, Brother-in-law, this morning when did you leave? Luo Qingzhou looked at the beautiful small characters on the rice paper and said, It was just dawn. I left after the lady left. Brother-in-law, last night. By the way, second miss, take another roll of rice paper. You need to rewrite the poems from the day before yesterday and yesterday. Seeing that he refused to mention what happened last night, Qin Weimo had to shut up and took another roll of clean rice paper from the side. Second miss, I will read and you will write. You can write the title of each poem yourself. As for the name, Qin Weimo unfolded the rice paper, picked up the pen, dipped it in ink and concentrated, and said softly, Brother-in-law, read. Luo Qingzhou nodded and read the poems he wrote the day before yesterday and yesterday again. After the girl at the table finished writing all the poems, Luo Qingzhou said again, Let's write 2 more rounds of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms today. There are a lot of words. If Miss Eyre is tired, let's take a break. After a pause, he said again, By the way, Miss Eyre, how is your memory? If I write new poems for you, how many can you remember in these 2 days? Qin Weimo was slightly startled and smiled. If it is written by my brother-in-law, no matter how many poems, Weimo can remember them. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, Miss Eyre is really amazing. It's a pity that as a girl, she can't take the imperial examination. Qin Weimo smiled slightly, looked down at the ink on the rice paper and said, Even if I can take the imperial examination, Weimo doesn't have the heart. Weimo likes quietness and doesn't like officialdom. Luo Qingzhou smiled, That's right. Miss Qin Eyre is so clean and quiet. How can she enter such a dirty and noisy place? It doesn't fit. Qin Weimo covered her mouth and smiled, looking at him with her beautiful eyes, and said, "Brother-in-law, you can't say this casually. If it gets out, the officials will not agree. Besides, brother-in-law will be an official after passing the imperial examination." "Right?" Luo Qinzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Not necessarily." Qin Weimo looked at him softly, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, in fact, if you don't want to be an official, find a place where no one is. There are flowers and grass, food, and shelter. It's quiet and peaceful. It's actually quite good." Luo Qinzhou said, "Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. Leisurely seeing the southern mountains? Second miss like such a place?" Qin Weimo was slightly stunned. "Picking chrysanthemums? Brother-in-law, this poem." Luo Qinzhou smiled, took the pen from her hand, and took a blank piece of rice paper from the side, saying, "Second miss keeps this poem." As he said, he dipped the ink and wrote down the original poem. Qin Weimo stared at it and recited softly, "I built my house in the human world, but there is no noise of carriages and horses. I ask you how you can do that. My heart is far away, and the place is secluded. I picked chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, and saw the southern mountains leisurely. The mountain air is beautiful at dusk, and the birds fly back and forth. There is a true meaning in this, but I have forgotten the words when I want to explain it." As she recited, her eyes were infatuated, and a touch of yearning appeared in her eyes. After Luo Qinzhou finished writing, he put down the pen, blew off the ink on it, and gave it to her, saying, "Although this kind of life is beautiful, it is actually very tiring and lonely. Only older people or people who are tired of the world may like it." Qin Weimo took the poem and read it again in a daze. Fawn looked up at him and said, "Brother-in-law, this kind of life is actually very good if there is a close friend to accompany you." "Weimo, I like it very much." Luo Qinzhou avoided her gaze and said, "Second miss, let's continue writing the story." Qin Weimo stared at him for a while, then retracted his gaze and lowered his head slightly and said, "Oh." Then he picked up the pen and ink, and muttered in a low voice, "Brother-in-law is really timid." Luo Qinzhou pretended not to hear, and continued to read the story. After finishing 2 rounds of stories, Luo Qinzhou read a few more poems. After doing this, he turned his head and looked out the window. The sky outside had darkened unconsciously. Luo Qinzhou did not dare to stay any longer and said goodbye. "Second miss, please keep these things. It's getting late, and I have to go back to study. I haven't studied these days, and I always feel like something is missing." Qin Weimo heard him say this. Although he was very reluctant, he did not dare to keep him. So he had to stand up and look at him softly and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." Luo Qinzhou knew why she thanked him. For herself and for the Qin mansion. But Luo Qinzhou did all this for himself. If the Qin mansion is gone, he and Xiao Dai will probably be gone soon. What's more, there are so many lovely people here. He was reluctant to leave. "Second miss, go to bed early. If I have time tomorrow, I will come again." Luo Qinzhou said goodbye and left. When he walked out of the door, Xiao hurriedly took his shoes, squatted down and hugged his feet, and helped him put on his shoes. Luo Qinzhou couldn't help but say, "Miss Chior, I can wear them myself next time." After Chior helped him put them on, Fong stood up and smiled. "How can that be? The son-in-law worked hard to tell stories to my lady and make her happy. I dare not neglect it." Luo Qinzhou smiled and went out. Chior walked out of the next room and snorted. "You said it was for the young lady, but you are just greedy for the young master's body and want to take the opportunity to hug the young master's feet. You little girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart." "Oh, young lady, Chior is angry. Chior wants to be the young master's concubine. Do you allow it? Speak nonsense again." "Ha ha." The 2 little maids started to make a fuss outside. In the room, a weak girl in a plain white dress stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the figure that disappeared at the door, with a dazed expression. After a long time, she sighed slightly and murmured, "Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountains, brother-in-law. Let's go together, won't it be good?" Luo Qinzhou went out, thinking about things in his heart, and walked forward. When he was about to reach Lingshan Moon Palace, he suddenly saw a familiar slender figure, wearing a black coarse cloth dress, holding a sword in his hand, walking from the road in front. The 2 looked at each other. The figure was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head slightly, quickened his pace, and held the sword tightly in his hand. Luo Qingzhou stopped. When the two passed each other, he suddenly said, "Miss Xiaochan, if you need money?" The girl suddenly stopped, paused, turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes coldly said, "I have money." After a pause, she added another word coldly, "A lot." Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said nothing more. The girl's pretty face was cold. She held the sword tightly and left quickly. Luo Qingzhou watched her frail figure gradually walk away, and his mind couldn't help but think of the scene he saw last night. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable again. On the way back, he said to himself, "Anyway, there is nothing to do tonight. After dinner, I will help her plant flowers and take a look at Dongdong and Cici." Thinking of Dongdong and Cici, he remembered the heavy snow. In the deserted alley, two little beggars were hungry and cold, hugging each other, shivering in the howling wind and snow, waiting for death. He only saved them for a few days, but someone in the Qin mansion saved them for a lifetime. Is it really a coincidence? Obviously not. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard, he saw Xiao Dai standing in front of the window in the house, holding a pair of scissors in her hand, with her eyes wide open, cutting a belly band in her hand very seriously. The part of the belly band covering the abdomen has been cut off. The middle part has also been cut off, leaving only a thin piece of cloth connected. It looks very similar to something. Seeing him come back, the little girl was stunned for a moment, and immediately exclaimed "Aw!" Hurriedly hid the belly band and scissors in her hand behind her, and her little face suddenly turned red. Chapter 142 In the Back Garden. Tenderness under the moonlight. The dinner was very sumptuous, but apart from chicken, duck, fish and meat, it seemed to be missing something. Bone soup. There was no bone soup made with Chinese medicine tonight. In fact, from the shy look of Miss Qin Air after she read out the names of those Chinese medicines last night, and from the various reactions of his body later, he had already guessed something. But sometimes, it is better for people to be confused. Some things, one said, will embarrass everyone. If the other party is a person who is extremely face-conscious, powerful, and has a bad temper, it will be even worse. After dinner, the master and servant took their clothes and took advantage of the night to sneak into the lake to take a bath. The moonlight was bright and the lake was hazy. The two took off their clothes and went into the water. When the little girl was rubbing his back, he was bored and took the initiative to explain to the little girl what to pay attention to when wearing such underwear, how to make it more comfortable, and what to add to make it more sexy and better looking. In fact, in addition to tops, there are bottoms. Oh, there is also a kind of socks. The little girl listened carefully, and Luo Qingzhou was excited. The master and servant were naked, bathing, discussing, and looking forward to a happy life in the future. After taking a bath, Luo Qingzhou went to the backyard and did a few thunder fists without using any force. Then, he jumped and moved quickly, doing a few strange muscle training movements drawn in books, such as monkeys catching the moon and frogs looking at the sky. When his whole body was sweating, his skin was red, and his fascia began to ache, he stopped. He went to the kitchen to get hot water and returned to the room. He took out the muscle training potion bought in Jubao Pavilion, dripped a drop into the bathtub, then took off his clothes and started to soak in the bath to absorb it. When the dark green water became clear again, he got up. At this time, the whole body was warm and comfortable. It seemed that there was an extra stream of heat in the abdomen, which began to flow back and forth along the fascia of the whole body, constantly moisturizing those sore fascia. After taking a bath with medicinal water, Luo Qingzhou changed into clean clothes and went out. He went to Lingshan Moon Palace first. He wanted to greet Miss Qin, but when he walked to the door, he found that the door was locked. Xiaochan went to make money. Where did Miss Qin and Bailing go? Luo Qingzhou thought about it and walked towards the back garden of the mother-in-law. Of course, before going, he needed to report it first. Otherwise, if the mother-in-law knew about it, she would scold him for being unruly. After all, not everyone's back garden can be arbitrarily barged in. When he walked to the door, a maid saw him and hurried in to report. Not long after, Mare came out and said, "Son-in-law, the lady is not here. She just went to the second lady's place and will probably be back later. Do you have something to do with the lady? It's better if she's not here." Luo Qingzhou thought to himself and said quickly, "Miss Mare, I want to go to the flower garden at the back. Do you think it's okay?" Mei looked puzzled and said, "Why are you going there? Pick flowers?" Luo Qingzhou thought these two words were a bit strange and said, I want to see Dong Dong and Cici. I know them. Maya looked at him strangely and said, then go. I wonder if they are still there. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and asked again, by the way, Miss Mayor, I heard that the eldest lady's maid, Xia Chan, is also planting flowers in the back. Right? Maya nodded. Cici brought her here. Originally, the lady didn't let her come, saying that she would be given a monthly salary. But she refused to take it for free and insisted on planting flowers to earn money. The lady couldn't persuade her, so she had to let her do it. And the monthly salary was regarded as her wages. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, is she familiar with Cici? Mayor thought for a while and said, it seems that they have a good relationship. Dong Dong and Cici like her very much. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and didn't ask any more questions. After thanking him, he went around the wall next to him and went to the flower garden in the back. The night was getting darker. A silver moon hung in the night sky, and a few cold stars were looming in the clouds. It was silent all around. No one else was met along the way. Luo Qingzhou entered the flower garden from the round door in the back. He did not see the figures of Dong Dong and Cici, but only saw the familiar figure squatting on the ground, shoveling the soil seriously with a small shovel in his hand. Under the moonlight, the sweat on the beautiful and tender-side face was crystal clear, and a few strands of hair were stuck on it, adding a different kind of tenderness and beauty to her. And the sword was still placed on the soil behind him. Luo Qingzhou stood at the round door, quietly looking at the picture of the girl planting flowers under the moonlight. After looking at it for a while, Fawn walked over quietly. The girl seemed to be shoveling the soil while thinking about something, and did not notice his approach, until he squatted beside her, stretched out his hand, and helped her hold the medicinal flowers to be planted. The girl's body trembled suddenly, and the sword behind her suddenly appeared in her hand. She held the hilt of the sword with her other hand, and the coldness on her body was radiating, and the murderous intent in her eyes appeared instantly. But after seeing his face, her hand holding the hilt of the sword suddenly loosened, but did not let go. Her eyes looked at him in astonishment at first, and then became cold. She squatted there. Her forehead was covered with sweat. Her dress was stained with dirt, and she looked like a servant doing rough work. But the moment she held the sword, her temperament suddenly changed, like a cold killer who would kill with a single strike. But no matter how she changed, she was still so pretty and lovely. Luo Qingzhou said, I just happened to have nothing to do, so I came to help you plant flowers, although I didn't ask for your consent in advance. Miss Xia Chan, you don't have to draw your sword against me, right? The girl stared at him coldly for a while, then slowly let go of the hilt. But for a moment, she was at a loss, not knowing whether to get up and leave coldly, maintaining her original image, or to bow her head and accept her fate, and continue squatting to plant flowers. Let's plant together. Let's talk, Luo Qingzhou said softly. The girl glanced at him, lowered her head slightly. Her eyes flickered, as if she was considering. Anyway, I've seen it too. Even if you run away now, it's useless. Besides, what's so shameful about this? Isn't it just working to make money? You should feel proud. Luo Qingzhou persuaded softly. Then he picked up the shovel she dropped from the ground and lowered his head to help her dig the soil. The girl watched in silence for a moment, and then her tense body slowly relaxed, and the coldness on her body gradually disappeared. She completely took off her disguise. She put down the sword, lowered her head, bit her lips gently, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly reached out her hand to help him hold the flower. Luo Qingzhou began to shovel the soil and fill it. The two of them cooperated silently, and soon planted a flower. Luo Qingzhou went to pick up the kettle and watered the flower. Then, he picked up the shovel again and started to plant the second one. Luo Qingzhou began to fill the soil. The girl picked up the kettle next to her and slowly watered it while he filled the soil. The two cooperated and soon planted flowers on the ground in the corner. The girl went over and took a small hoe, walked to the flower bed on the other side, squatted down, and began to weed and loosen the soil. Luo Qingzhou walked over, used the shovel in his hand to help, glanced at her, and asked softly, Xia Chan, why do you work so hard to make money? This time, he didn't call Miss Xia Chan again. He felt that the relationship between the two of them should be much closer from the last time they were under the bridge to tonight. If there were no one else present, there would be no need to be so unfamiliar and bring a girl. The girl lowered her head to weed the weeds. After hearing his question, she slightly turned her body so that he could not see her face. and then whispered, "Save it." Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "Then why do you save money? You have food and clothes in the Qing mansion. Everything. So there should be no need to save money so hard. Right?" The girl lowered her head to weed and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and did not ask again. The two lowered their heads and weeded and loosened the soil silently. After another half an hour, Luo Qingzhou saw that she was sweating all over her head and her little face was red, and said, "Take a rest and drink some water. By the way, did you bring water?" The girl paused and shook her head slightly. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, turned around, took out the kettle from the storage bag, handed it to her, and said, "I have used it. If you don't mind, drink a few sips of water." The girl turned her back to her and did not take it. Luo Qingzhou said, "You can tilt your head back and drink directly from the pot without facing the mouth of the pot." The girl still didn't take it. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while and had to pull out the cork and prepare to drink a few sips. But at this time, his eyes suddenly caught her swallowing action and the hesitant action of her two little hands. The two little hands were full of dirt. Is she afraid of dirtying his kettle? Luo Qingzhou moved closer and once again reached out to hand the kettle in front of her, saying, "Drink a few sips. It doesn't matter if it gets dirty. I'll go back and wash it, and it will be clean." The girl paused again, and then raised her little hand, ready to take it. But when she saw the dirt on her hands, she suddenly retracted it, thought about it, and wiped it hard on her skirt a few times. After wiping all the dirt on her skirt, she reached out again and took the kettle. But she hesitated and didn't drink it. Luo Qingzhou stood up and walked to the door and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. I'll come back later." He knew that the girl was embarrassed to drink water from his kettle in front of him. After he walked out of the round door, the girl slowly turned her head, glanced at the door, then looked at the kettle in her hand, paused, put her mouth directly to the mouth of the kettle, tilted her face up, and drank. The clear water flowed along the corners of her mouth and flowed into her sweaty white neck, bringing her a hint of coolness. That hint of coolness also slowly flowed into her heart, moistening her lonely and dry heart. She tilted her head up, opened her eyes, and looked at the silver moon in the night sky. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and the expression on her face became as soft and bright as the moonlight. Chapter 143 Bad Guy. It was late at night and quiet. Luo Qingzhou went out for a while and returned to the garden. The girl squatted in the flowers, holding a hoe in her hand, and started working again. The kettle was placed behind her. It was clean, without a grain of dirt. Obviously, after drinking, she wiped it carefully with her skirt. Luo Qingzhou looked at the coarse cloth dress she was wearing, and remembered that this girl seemed to always wear those two light green skirts, but with slightly different styles. Simple. It seemed that there were no other clothes, nor any other girl's decorations. Even on her head, there was only a wooden hairpin. There were no gold or silver hairpins. Luo Qingzhou looked quietly at the door for a while, walked up and said, "Xia-chan, there may be a night market the day after tomorrow night. Did Bailing tell you, when we go to the night market, that I will buy you a beautiful hairpin? Okay?" The girl's hoe, which was digging weeds, stopped suddenly. After a pause, she continued digging without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou squatted down, picked up the shovel, helped her weed, and said, "Just consider it as a thank you for accompanying me back to Chunghua Mansion last time." The girl still didn't reply. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, lowered his head, and weeded seriously. Anyway, if he was going to the night market that night, he would buy her one. Of course, you can't favor one over the other. Xiao Dai and Xiao Bailing, both must have. In the garden, the two squatted together, doing things silently, and didn't say anything, as if they had a tacit understanding. They moved forward step by step, always squatting side by side. The moonlight was like water, bright and gentle. This was a night that belonged to them. A unique night. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the two had weeded all the weeds in the flower bed and loosened the soil. Luo Qingzhou put down the shovel, stood up, stretched his muscles, looked at the girl who was still squatting on the ground and said, "Let's go. Go back. The unfinished work over there can be done tomorrow." The girl squatted and did not move. Luo Qingzhou walked closer, bent down, and took the small hoe from her hand without saying anything, put it on the ground, and said, "Go back, take a bath, and go to bed." The girl was stunned when she heard these words, and a trance appeared in her eyes. After a while, She stood up, walked over and picked up her sword from the ground, and looked at him. Although she still looked cold, Luo Qingzhou didn't seem to be afraid at all. Let's go! Luo Qingzhou walked in front. The two walked out of the garden one after the other, bathed in the bright moonlight, and strolled in the mansion in the dark. There was no one on the road. No lights. Darkness and silence. Neither of them spoke. At first, they walked one after the other, and Luo Qingzhou gradually slowed down his pace and walked side by side with her. She didn't seem to object. They both walked slowly, as if they were taking a nighttime stroll. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but it was unusually comfortable when it blew on their sweaty bodies. They walked for a while longer. Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned around and asked, "Xia-chan, what kind of person am I in your heart?" The girl was silent for a while, and whispered two words, "Bad guy." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing, looking at her and said, "What's wrong with me? Although I've been bad to some people, I've never been bad to you. I've always respected Miss Xia-chan. Haven't I?" The girl didn't say anything else. "Okay, let's not talk about this topic. Then do you think your son-in-law is talented? Is he good-looking?" Luo Qingzhou asked deliberately again. The girl looked cold, and after a while, she said, "Ugly." Luo Qingzhou said, "Ugly? It seems that Miss Xia-chan has high standards. Others say I'm handsome." The girl suddenly stopped, turned her head and looked at him coldly and said, "Bai Ling?" These three words suddenly came out very smoothly. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "Except Bai Ling." Everyone else said the same thing. The girl ignored him and walked forward quickly. Luo Qingzhou caught up with her and said, "Xia-chan, do you and Bai Ling always get along like that? Why does she like to tease you every time I see you? It can be seen that you should have a good relationship, right?" The girl didn't speak and quickened her pace. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and also quickened his pace. Along the way, the girl did not talk to him again. When they were about to reach Lingshan Moon Palace, she gradually slowed down her pace. When they arrived at the door of Lingshan Moon Palace, she suddenly stopped, with her back to him. Without moving or speaking, Luo Qingzhou walked behind her, hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand to help her gently knock off the grass and dirt on her hair, and whispered, "Go back and take a bath and go to bed early. Girls, don't stay up late. Otherwise it's bad for your skin and it's easy to age quickly." "Then I'll go back first." Luo Qingzhou said goodbye and left. After walking a few steps, the girl behind him suddenly said, "You take a bath?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, turned around and looked at her and said, "Of course I will take a bath. There is mud on my body. How can I sleep without taking a bath?" The girl ignored him and went in with a cold face. Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore, and went directly to Yuetingyu Garden. He walked to the corner of the lake, took off his clothes, and went into the lake. The warm lake water immediately enveloped the whole body. Luo Qingzhou washed his hair, scrubbed his body, stretched his limbs, lay comfortably on the shallow rock, and closed his eyes. Tonight is really strange. He didn't know why he was so bored that he had to help Miss Xia-chan until most of the night. Was it because the thin and lonely figure in the dark night looked too pitiful? When did he become so soft-hearted, thinking about things in his heart? His body enjoyed the soaking of warm water, and he was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. At the same time, a figure quietly flashed in from the round door, then stuck to the corner of the wall, passed through the woods and flowers, and quietly approached the lake. Then, hiding in the flowers, he peeked at the figure immersed in the shallow water in the lake. After watching for a while, her ears suddenly moved, turned her head, and looked behind. Another figure, crouching, quietly walked through the flowers, came over, hid beside her, and just as he was about to peek into the lake, he suddenly turned his head and met her eyes. The two looked at each other, both silent. Then, tacitly, they didn't say anything, and silently peeked at the figure in the lake together. Luo Qingzhou lay down for a while, then sat up, spread his legs, and scrubbed everywhere again. After washing, he went ashore, put on his clothes, and hummed a song. He suddenly felt something was wrong, and looked at the flowers in front of him. Then, he walked over, parted the flowers, and took a closer look at the flowers next to it. There was nothing unusual. Then he put on his clothes and left quickly. After a while after he left, two figures slowly stood up in another flower bush not far from the lake. Chan. It was pitch black just now. I didn't see anything. I swear. You know, I come here to take a bath every night. And my uncle knows it too. My uncle must have done it on purpose. Wanting to meet me by chance. Wanting to seduce me in the water. Fortunately, I came late tonight. So my uncle didn't succeed. Chan. Are you coming here to spy on my uncle? Or are you coming here to take a bath? There is a lot of dirt on your body. Let's go down together. I'll help you rub it. No. Help you rub it. Rub it hard, okay? Luo Qingzhou returned to the house. And Xiao Dai had already fallen asleep. He went over to cover the little girl with the quilt, kissed the little girl's delicate face, and then returned to his room. His soul left his body and continued to practice. He first performed the thunder fist in the room for a while, then penetrated the roof, flew into the air, roamed at night, and flew towards the Yuanong Tower. When passing by Miss Qin's residence, he hesitated for a moment and floated down. As soon as he landed on the roof, he heard a familiar cough from the room below. His heart moved, and he penetrated the roof and floated into the room. In the dim room, a red candle was lit on the candlestick. The room was filled with warm air and fragrance. Cough, cough. On the bed, the curtains swayed, and the girl's cough came again. The figure that was looming in the curtains turned over, as if she couldn't sleep, and sighed inaudibly. After a while, she coughed again. Cough, cough. The door was suddenly pushed open. Xiao heard the sound, walked in quickly, walked to the bed, gently lifted the curtain, and said with concern, "Miss, do you want to get up and drink some medicine? Zhuer is getting hot." The girl on the bed shook her head slightly and coughed again. From the open curtains, you can see a pale little face, a white hand holding a moon-white handkerchief, which has been stained with blood. There was a trace of blood on the corner of the girl's mouth. Her eyes were blank, and she stared blankly at the top of her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Xiao cried, "Miss, let Zhuer go and call the uncle. You vomited a lot of blood." The girl shook her head and said with difficulty, "No, don't disturb my brother-in-law." After that, she coughed again with a pale face. Xiao was distressed, and tears welled up beside her. Luo Qingzhou looked at this scene, and suddenly felt a pain and pity in his heart. He did not hesitate anymore, and immediately floated out from the roof, returned to the house as quickly as possible, and his soul returned to his body. Then he went out. In the night sky, the silver moon was like a hook, and the cold stars were dotted. He quickened his pace, and his mind was full of the weak girl with pale face, empty eyes, and dying appearance. At this time, what else can he hesitate about? If he can really save the girl's life, really cure her disease, even if he is cursed and despised by everyone, even if he loses the opportunity to pass the imperial examination, even if he will be driven out of the Qin mansion, he is willing. In this world, there are many people and many things that are worth someone's selfless efforts. A scholar dies for his confidant. That girl is not just his confidant. In this Qin mansion, except for a certain person, it is the girl who gives him the most warmth. How could he watch the other person die? In the room, the girl on the bed is still coughing from time to time. Xiao hurried out of the room and urged Zhuer to quickly serve the medicine. When the two maids were busy in the kitchen, a figure suddenly jumped down from the courtyard wall, and then walked to the eaves along the corner of the wall. Wow! He gently pushed open the window and jumped in. The window closed quietly. He took off his shoes, threw them into the storage bag, and then walked silently to the bed. Cough, cough, cough. The girl on the bed was still coughing, but after the last cough, she seemed to suddenly feel something, trembled, turned her head, and looked outside through the hazy curtain. Suddenly, the footsteps of Qiao and Zhuer were heard outside the house. "Miss, the medicine is here." Qiao took the medicine and walked into the room quickly. The girl on the bed, her voice trembling slightly, "Qiao, no need, I feel much better." The medicine did come, but it was not the bowl she was holding. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou took out the spiritual liquid from the storage bag. On the avenue dozens of kilometers away from Maching, the eldest princess had already led hundreds of silver-armored cavalry out of the military camp, and was on the way to Maching. The red armor wrapped around the exquisite and tall body flashed a cold luster under the moonlight, which was daunting. Chapter 144. The eldest princess enters the city, and the son-in-law wants to divorce the young lady. Ding. At noon, a long and melodious bell suddenly sounded from the high building of the city lord's mansion in the center of Mo City. Then, the whole Mo City was boiling. The eldest princess finally came. Inner and outer cities, The streets and alleys were already filled with people who heard the news. Meng Jinan, the city lord of Imo City, had already led a group of nobles from Imo City to wait on the road outside the city. On the top of Imo City, the soldiers were wearing armor and holding sharp weapons. Solemn and dignified. Outside the city gate, colorful flags fluttered, and the voices were silent. Not long after, on the road not far ahead, dust was flying, and a team of silver-armored cavalry galloped in first. When they came close to Meng Jinan and others, no one dismounted, but dispersed and walked slowly around the crowd outside the city. The cold and sharp eyes on the horse began to scan the crowd one by one. Every person who was swept by the gaze of these silver-armored cavalrymen could not help but feel a chill all over their body. Even the warriors felt a chill in their backs. Hundreds of people outside the city were all silent. After a while, the sound of hooves was like thunder, rumbling from far to near. Everyone immediately held their breath and looked intently. The figure wearing red armor and riding a flaming horse finally appeared on the road ahead. Behind her, hundreds of cavalrymen wearing silver armor and holding silver spears followed her and rushed towards her. Before they got close, a terrifying momentum that only existed on the battlefield rushed towards everyone. Some people couldn't help but feel their legs go weak. Many people trembled in their hearts, and their eyes were even stung. They quickly lowered their heads and bent over, not daring to look again. Soon, Princess Nandong Huiyue led the cavalrymen and rushed to the nearby area. Meng Jinan, the lord of Imo City, and other nobles all stepped forward, bowed their heads, and saluted. The nobles on both sides of the road all followed suit and saluted. Not to mention them, even the princes and ministers in Kyoto had to be respectful and bow their heads when they saw this person. Not long after, Meng Jinan rode on a horse, accompanied the eldest princess, and followed a horse head behind. Surrounded by the crowd, they entered the city in a mighty manner. Behind the eldest princess, there were only 20 female guards following into the city. The hundreds of cavalrymen camped outside the city and waited. The soldiers in the city came every day to deliver food and daily necessities. The streets outside were crowded with dense crowds. But on both sides of the street, there were Imo City soldiers forming a human wall to block them, in case someone was blind and suddenly bumped into the eldest princess. Nandong Huiyue rode a horse with hair like flames. He rarely spoke along the way, and his eyes were watching the streets and people in the city. Meng Jinan, the lord of Imo City, who was accompanying her, observed her expression from time to time. When they walked onto the long bridge leading to the inner city, Nandong Huiyue stopped her horse, turned her head and looked at him and said, "Lord Jiang, the people in the outer city don't seem to be living well." Meng Jinan's back was sweating, and he didn't dare to argue. He bowed his head and apologized. "Yes, it was my fault. I will do my best to improve the lives of the people in the outer city in the future, and I will never disappoint the princess's expectations." Nandong Huiyue turned his head again and glanced at the nobles, who were wearing silk and satin and had rosy faces not far behind him, and said lightly, "The great ancestor was kind and generous, and conferred many meritorious titles. Some nobles have been sitting on the throne for generations, without any achievements, and have no benefit to the country or the people. But they still have fine clothes and food, no worries about food and drink, and enjoy luxury. Lord Jiang, do you think this is appropriate?" Meng Jinan lowered his head, sweat on his forehead, and dared not answer. This was a speech related to national policy. Neither the previous emperor nor the current emperor handled it well. The court had caused several bloody storms over this matter. How could he dare to interrupt? Only the princess dared to speak out in public. Nandong Huiyue did not say anything more and continued to move forward. The inner city was even more lively. In the streets and alleys, people were shoulder to shoulder, bustling, all stretching their necks and looking up at the city gate. When they saw the tall and majestic figure in red armor and the tall horse under her crotch like a raging fire, the crowd suddenly boiled and shouted excitedly, "Princess! Princess!" Many people cried excitedly. Nandong Huiyue just glanced at it lightly and continued to move forward. People followed her excitedly, forming a torrent, rushing towards the city lord's mansion with great momentum. To the east of the city lord's mansion, there is a mansion built specifically for the eldest princess. It is usually guarded by people, and no one dares to enter. Meng Jinan built many new scenes inside. At the same time, the entire city lord's mansion was vacated, and all the people inside were moved out and moved to the mansion next to it for temporary residence. Until Nandong Huiyue entered the city lord's mansion, The crowd on the street outside was still gathered there, reluctant to disperse, and many people were still excitedly shouting eldest princess. For a while, the whole city was full of people. In the afternoon, the government received Meng Jinan's order and began to open the granary to help the poor. On the streets of the outer city and the inner city, the market has been opened and it is very lively. Many people are immersed in this joyful and lively atmosphere. But the Qin mansion is still as calm as before, except for Qin Wensheng, the head of the Qin family, who took the elders of the Qin family to the city lord's mansion to pay homage. Others still do what they should do. Only some maids and servants who have nothing to do today went to the streets to join in the fun and watch the team of the eldest princess entering the city. In the study room, Miss Qin Air sat at the desk, still busy. Her face was still pale with weakness, but she looked much better. She only coughed a few times in a day, and she didn't cough up blood. Chior and Juer were standing outside. The windows and doors of the study were closed. No one could come in without her order. Of course, except someone. The first time the night before yesterday and the second time last night. Someone secretly climbed through the window in the dead of night to give her medicine. Although the two did nothing, and even only said a few words, she was very satisfied and happy. When he accompanied her last night, she couldn't help asking, "Brother-in-law, will you come to accompany Waymo every night in the future?" He answered seriously, "Not every night. Sometimes I have to accompany your sister." Thinking of his answer at that time, Miss Jean Eyre couldn't help laughing, because she knew that her brother-in-law was lying to her, and her sister would not let him accompany her. In the past 2 days, she felt that her mood and body were much better. He not only gave her warmth, but also gave her the strength and hope to live. How wonderful it would be if it could continue like this. The girl thought sweetly for a while, then lowered her head and wrote seriously. During the day these 2 days, Luo Qingzhou did not go anywhere. He went to the secret passage under the lake to practice early in the morning. Today, everyone went out to watch the fun, but he still hid alone in the underground to practice silently until the evening. When he returned to the small courtyard, the Qin mansion seemed to have suddenly become deserted. When Xiao Dai came back with dinner, she told him, the master, the wife, and the second young lady all went to the city lord's mansion to attend the princess's dinner. By the way, the second young master also went. In the afternoon, Sister Chior told me to comfort the young master after I came back, saying that each family had a limited number of guests invited, so they didn't take the young master with them. After listening, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing and said, Miss Chior is good at comforting people. In fact, even if they took me there, I probably wouldn't be able to get in. After all, my identity is here. But it doesn't matter. I never thought of joining in the fun. Xiao Dai hugged his arm, put her cheek on his arm, and said softly, Sir, no matter how others see you, in my heart, you will always be the best, and no one can compare to you. Luo Qingzhou stroked her head and said, Okay, let's eat. Call Bailing and Xiachan later, and we will go shopping together. I will give you candied haws, and buy you some small gifts. Xiao Dai immediately raised her little face and said happily, Sir, I want to eat 3 strings of candied haws tonight. I want another bracelet. Okay? Luo Qingzhou smiled, squatted down, pointed to his cheek and said, Kiss 3 times. The little girl giggled, pouted her lips immediately, and kissed his cheek 3 times, and said with a sweet smile, Sir, that's enough. Can you buy it for me? Luo Qingzhou picked her up, lifted her petite body from the ground, kissed her little mouth a few times, and then said, Xiao Dai, let me ask you a question. Xiao Dai blinked her curved eyelashes and said shyly, Well, Luo Qingzhou said, if one day, I suddenly don't want the eldest lady anymore. And then, before he finished speaking, Xiao Dai suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her face changed and she said, Sir, don't say it. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, Don't be afraid. There are only 2 of us here. I just want to know, if I divorce the eldest lady and get together with someone else in the future, will you look down on you? Ah, little girl, why are you pinching my chest? Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and was about to pinch her bulging chest, but suddenly found that the little girl's face was not right. He suddenly froze, then slowly turned his head and looked at the door of the courtyard. Bai Ling was leaning on the door frame in a pink dress, holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, with a half smile on her face, looking at him. And outside the door, Xia Chan was holding a sword, and her pretty face was also standing there coldly. Her eyes were staring at him coldly. Sir, The little girl in his arms had an ugly face, and was more scared than him. What should we do if the young master's words just now get out, and he is suddenly kicked out by the young lady? How could the young master suddenly say such a thing? Luo Qingzhou paused, put her down from his arms, turned around, looked at the two girls at the door, and his face quickly returned to calm. Wait a minute. We haven't eaten yet. Beiling shrugged, turned around and walked out the door, saying to the cold girl outside, let's go. Chan, the son-in-law is ready to divorce our young lady, and he probably doesn't want to accompany us to go shopping. Let's go by ourselves. Xia Chan still stood outside the door, motionless. After a long time, she finally said, he is a son-in-law. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, yes, the son-in-law is a son-in-law. Only our young lady can divorce him, and he is not qualified to divorce our young lady. Then she suddenly turned around, walked into the door aggressively and snorted, son-in-law, you are dead. Wait for our young lady to punish you in bed tonight. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at the girl outside the door and said, Chan, what do you think? Should the son-in-law be punished? Xia Chan did not speak. Chapter 145. In the evening, outside the gate of the city lord's mansion, on the wide avenue, cars and horses flowed like water, in order to make the princess dinner party tonight more lively. The city lord Meng Jinan invited many nobles in Imo City, and some people from big families. The people from the 4 major families and the meritorious families all sent representatives to come to the banquet with gifts. On both sides of the door, there were 2 rows of soldiers in armor and sharp weapons. Outside the 4 walls of the mansion, there were warriors patrolling at all times. Under the steps of the gate, Meng Jinan's brother Meng Beiwang smiled and held a list to greet the guests in person. Each invited guest can only bring 5 family members to the banquet, and the names of each family member must be reported in advance. A luxuriously decorated carriage stopped on the road not far away. Then, Wang Luan, the head of the Wang family, strode in with several brothers and family members, holding gifts in his hands. Then, Zhang Song, the head of the Zhang family, Luo Yanyan, the head of the Luo family in Chengwa Mansion, and Song Fu, the head of the Song family, all came with their families. Originally, everyone was smiling and talking at the door, but when they saw Song Fu coming with his family, the smiles on everyone's faces faded a little, and their voices became much quieter. The Song family had just lost their son and daughter, and it was hard to laugh even on a day like this. Song Fu's wife, Sun Qiuxiang, had a wooden face. Song Fu knew that tonight was not the time to be sad, and when he saw the heads of other families at the door, he immediately smiled and quickened his pace. Several old friends met, exchanged a few words at the door, and then entered the mansion with their families. After a while, the carriage of the Qin mansion slowly turned in from the street not far away and stopped on the side of the road. Qin Wenjun got off the carriage first. Then Qin Chuan, the second son of the Qin mansion, jumped down lightly, and then went over to help Song Riyue down. The last person to come down was a very weak and beautiful girl in a plain white dress. The Qin family did not bring anyone else today except these people. When Meng Beiwang saw them, he first flipped through the list and took a look, then immediately greeted them, smiling and bowing, saying, Brother Wenjun is busy. You are a little late today. Qin Wenjun bowed and smiled. There were too many people on the road, which delayed some time. Brother Beiwang came out to greet the guests in person today, which is a bit condescending. Meng Beiwang hurriedly smiled and said, No. Today is the eldest princess's banquet. If my brother didn't need to accompany him inside to answer questions, it would not be my turn to come here to greet you guests. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. Meng Beiwang smiled and glanced at the family behind him. Seeing that there was no one else, he bowed and said, Brother Wenjun, please take care of it. For the safety of the eldest princess, my brother has instructed that the gifts brought by the guests tonight should be taken in advance by me. Qin Wenjun smiled and said, It should be. As he said, he stretched out his hand to Qin Chuan and said, Chuan, bring the things over. Qin Chuan immediately held a rectangular brocade box in both hands and handed it to him. Qin Wenjun opened the brocade box and placed it in front of Meng Beiwang, explaining, This jade ruby was obtained by my mother from somewhere else and has been kept at home. Today, I came to visit the princess and I didn't have any other gifts, so I just took it here to show my appreciation. Meng Beiwang took a look, nodded and smiled. It looks good. It's a good thing. Then his eyes turned to the scroll in the hand of the weak girl. Qin Weimo raised his hand and handed the framed scroll in front of Qin Chuan, saying softly, "Second brother, these are some poems and paintings written by Weimo. You show them to Uncle Ming." Qin Chuan took it quickly, held it with both hands, and handed it to Ming Bei Wang. Ming Bei Wang just glanced at it and smiled, since it is poetry, calligraphy and painting. There is nothing to check. Anyway, I can't understand it. Brother Wenjung, your little daughter is a talented girl at first glance. Not bad. Not bad. Qin Wenjung said a few words of humility, and then took his family up the stairs. Song Ryu supported her daughter. Qin Chuan followed on the other side, and kept an eye on it at any time. Just by going up the stairs, Qin Weimo's face flushed, panting, and looked like she was about to fall at any time. Song Ryu not only whispered again, "Mother has already said. Why are you here in this kind of occasion? Your precious poems. Mother will help you send them to the princess. Why do you have to come here by yourself? If you faint later..." Qin Weimo clenched the things in his hand and said nothing. Qin Chuan on the side hurriedly comforted, "Mother, it's okay. I'm watching Weimo. Weimo stays at home all day and has never come out. This time he can finally come out once. And it's not a bad thing to take a breath." Song Ryu sighed again and said nothing. The servant led them into the spacious hall. In the hall, the members of other families had already been drinking tea and chatting. When they saw Qin Wenjung coming in, they all stood up and greeted warmly. The female family members were taken to the next room. Song Ryu quickly found the ladies, who often played together. The few of them quickly became friends. Qin Weimo sat quietly on a chair in the corner, holding the scroll full of poems tightly in his hand. Qin Chuan greeted several young men he knew, and came to accompany her. Song Ryu sat next to her. Although she was chatting and laughing with the ladies, she would look here from time to time. "Weimo, did you write all the poems on this scroll?" Qin Chuan asked softly. Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said, "Yes, second brother." Qin Chuan stretched out his hand and smiled. "Can second brother take a look?" Qin Weimo shook his head and said softly, "Weimo will give it to the princess later. Second brother can't touch it casually. If it is accidentally broken, it will be terrible." Qin Chuan smiled and took a few candies from the plate next to him, handed them to her and said, "Look at your baby. Do you dislike second brother's dirty hands?" Qin Weimo smiled and said, "I won't eat it." "Second brother, how is your martial arts practice recently?" Qin Chuan peeled the candy and said, "It's okay. Just so. I tell you, I guess you won't understand." Qin Weimo pursed her lips slightly, and secretly said in her heart, "Brother-in-law is also practicing martial arts." Qin Chuan put the candy in his mouth, stared at her face for a few times, and said, "Weimo, you look energetic these 2 days, and I didn't see you coughing all the way tonight. It seems that the effect of those medicines is good. You must remember to take them every day, and you can't stop." Qin Weimo chuckled and nodded. "Well, Weimo also wants to take it every day, and Weimo doesn't want to stop." Qin Chuan was a little surprised and said, "What's wrong? Is the medicine not enough? Wait for my second brother to go out and buy it tomorrow. If there is no medicine in the city, my second brother will go out of the city to buy it somewhere else." Qin Weimo smiled and said, "It's enough for now." She secretly said in her heart, "For now." Her brother-in-law is still willing to accompany her, but she doesn't know how long he will accompany her. Qin Chuan glanced at his mother, and suddenly leaned close to her and asked, "Weimo, tell me the truth. That night you were unconscious, and when Qin Zhou came to see you, why did mother suddenly pull Qin Zhou into your room? This seems to be against the rules. Right? And didn't mother not allow any man to enter your room? My father and I have never been in. What's going on?" Qin Weimo smiled and said softly, "Second brother, you should ask mother about this matter. Weimo doesn't know much." Qin Chuan had to shake his head after hearing this. "Forget it. Mother won't tell me such a thing. And this kind of thing seems a bit embarrassing, so I'd better not ask. I'm just a little surprised that Qin Zhou looks stupid, but he seems to be very pleasing to mother. Heart, it's really strange." Qin Weimo said softly, "Second brother, in fact, my brother-in-law is very powerful, but you just don't know it." "Oh!" Qin Chuan was slightly startled and said, "How is that boy powerful? Isn't he just a scholar who can read a few books and write a few poems?" Qin Weimo smiled and said, "Second brother, don't look down on anyone. You will take the exam for Dragon and Tiger College next year, and you must not look down on any opponent. Otherwise you will definitely suffer." Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Of course I know this. But I really can't see where Qin Zhou is powerful. Second brother can push him down with just one finger. Do you believe it?" Qin Weimo smiled and shook his head and said, "Weimo doesn't believe it." She secretly said in her heart, "Brother-in-law can kill a person with one punch. So he won't be pushed down by you." Qin Chuan said with a smile, "You underestimated my second brother. Didn't you? Why don't we go back tonight and find Qin Zhou to let you see how powerful my second brother is? Okay?" Qin Weimo immediately said, "No. Second brother. You are not allowed to bully your brother-in-law." Qin Chuan laughed, "Just kidding. Just kidding. Qin Zhou is a scholar. And my second brother is a warrior. How could he bully him? Even if my second brother wants to bully, he will bully outsiders. Not his own brother-in-law." Brother-in-law? Qin Weimo's heart was suddenly moved when he heard this word. While the brother and sister were talking, the noisy chatter in the hall outside suddenly stopped. Then, the voice of the city lord Meng Jin sounded outside. "The princess is here." In the hall, everyone stood up in a hurry, lowered their heads and eyes, and quieted down. In the side room, the women also stopped chatting in a hurry, stood up from their chairs, stood respectfully with their hands down, and waited quietly. Not long after, a tall figure in a red dress, accompanied by 4 maids and some servant girls, and Meng Jin walked into the hall from the courtyard outside. When the red-dressed girl glanced at them, everyone in the hall was startled, held their breath, bent their heads, and dared not move. Even those noble old men who were over 50 years old were nervous and dared not breathe. This girl took the initiative to join the army when she was 13 years old and showed amazing military talent. In the past 5 years, she has killed countless enemies and personally beheaded the heads of the royal family members such as King Jin. She also killed a full 100,000 surrendered soldiers from the neighboring Baiwa kingdom. Even the armies of the enemy countries were terrified, not to mention those who had never been on the battlefield. This girl was intimidating without anger, and her whole body had a chilling aura. No one dared to look up and take a second look. "Princess, please take a seat." Meng Jin, the Lord of Meng, who had a powerful hand in Mo's city, was also cautious at this time. With a slightly bowed body, showing extreme respect, Nan Donghuyue walked up to the main seat, lifted her red skirt, turned around and sat down on the chair. The wide red skirt was like a flame, adding a more intimidating aura to the girl. Meng Jin bowed and smiled. "Princess, today I have invited many guests to welcome you and celebrate your victory. To promote the power of Great Yin and protect the people of Great Yin, everyone has prepared some small gifts for the princess to show their appreciation. I hope the princess can take a look." Nan Donghuyue glanced at the people below with a faint expression and said nothing. Meng Jin immediately winked at the people below. Zhang Song, the head of the Zhang family, immediately stepped out of the crowd and came to the middle. He bowed his head and bowed his hands, and said respectfully, "Zhang Song greets the princess." This time, the princess resisted the enemy at the border and won a great victory. Not only did she promote the power of Great Yin, but she also protected the people of Macheng. I know that the princess doesn't like extravagance, so I didn't dare to bring anything else today. I only brought a sword to the princess. I hope the princess won't dislike it. As soon as he finished speaking, a person came out from the side, holding a long wooden box in both hands, and handed it to him. Zhang Song took it, bent down, and raised the wooden box in his hands with both hands. Meng Jin immediately came down to take it in his hand, and went over to present it respectfully to the eldest princess. A maid walked out from behind Nan Donghuyue, opened the wooden box, took out a sword from it, held it in both hands, and handed it to her. Nan Donghuyue took a look, took it in her hand, held the hilt, and pulled out a section with a clang. Suddenly, a cold light burst out, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. "Good sword," Meng Jin praised with a smile on his face. "This sword sounds like a clear spring. The blade is cold and sharp, and the sword energy is restrained. It is obviously made of high-quality black iron. I'm afraid the master of refining has added some other materials. Even the best iron armor can be broken with one sword." Nan Donghuyue put away the sword, with no other expression on his face, and nodded. "It is indeed a good sword. Lord Zhang is thoughtful." Zhang Song's ancestors were officials in the court, and now he still holds a nominal position. The princess has come to Macheng several times, so she naturally knows him. Hearing the princess's personal praise, Zhang Song was flattered. and hurriedly bowed his head and bowed deeply, but did not dare to say anything more. He immediately stepped aside and made room for others. Luo Yannian of Chunghua Mansion stepped forward, bowed his head and said, "Your humble servant Luo Yannian pays homage to the eldest princess. I heard that the eldest princess would come to Maching, so I asked someone to prepare a fierce horse for her and keep it in the stable. Tomorrow, when the eldest princess has time, I will send it to her for her to tame personally. Today, my wife also prepared a moonlight pearl for the eldest princess. If she wants to read at night, she can put it in the tent. It is many times brighter than the oil lamp." As soon as the words were spoken, Wang, the eldest lady of Chunghua Mansion, bowed her head and walked out carefully with a brocade box in her hands. Then she bent her knees and knelt on the ground respectfully, holding the brocade box above her head with both hands, and her eyes were always looking down at the ground. The maid behind the eldest princess came down immediately, took the brocade box, opened it and took a look, then walked up and handed it to the eldest princess. Nandong Huiyue took a look and did not comment. Instead, she looked down and said, "Lord Luo, I heard that your eldest son is now in the Imperial Guards in Kyoto, and he is doing well and his cultivation is improving rapidly. Right?" Luo Yannian hurriedly said respectfully, "My eldest son Chantian is indeed serving in the Imperial Guards. As for his performance and cultivation, how can he be praised by the princess?" Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, "I remember that there will be several places for the Dragon and Tiger Academy next year. Maching seems to have a few places. Your eldest son was admitted to the Dragon and Tiger Academy with the first place in Maching. Right? Next year. Do you have a son who will take the Dragon and Tiger Academy entrance examination?" Luo Yannian bowed his head and said, "I have another son, and he will take the Dragon and Tiger Academy entrance examination next year." Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, "If every meritorious family is like Lord Luo's family, studying hard, serving the country, and relying on their own strength to serve as an official, why would I propose to the emperor to abolish the three-generation title and other suggestions?" After saying this, Luo Yannian bowed his head and did not dare to answer. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, "I remember that your title of Chunghua Mansion has been inherited for 3 generations. Right?" Luo Yannian's face changed slightly, and he bowed his head and said respectfully, "Including this humble official, it has indeed been 3 generations." Nandong Huiyue nodded slightly and said nothing more. Luo Yannian's back was covered with cold sweat. After waiting for a moment, he quickly pulled Wang, who was still kneeling beside him, and bowed and retreated. Then, the Wang family, the Song family and other families all presented gifts. After presenting a pair of strong bows, Song Fu, the head of the Song family, also presented a scroll and said respectfully, "The poems on this painting are all written by Zhengming, my nephew in the Chao nationality, specifically for the princess." Nandong Huiyue opened it and casually read 2 works, nodded and said, "Good writing, good poems, good lyrics." When Song Fu bowed his head and retreated, he glanced at Qin Wenjing next to him calmly. When it was Qin Wenjing's turn, Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, "Sir Qin, I remember your family has had the title for 3 generations. Right?" Qin Wenjing bowed his head and said, "Indeed," Nandong Huiyue said indifferently. "If I remember correctly, your eldest son is still studying at the Dragon and Tiger Academy in Kyoto." "Right," Qin Wenjing said. "My son has indeed been studying at the Dragon Academy for more than 2 years." Nandong Huiyue nodded and said nothing more. Ming Jinan on the side hurriedly reminded, "Brother Wenjing, what gift are you going to give to the eldest princess today?" At this time, Song Ryue supported a weak girl in a plain white dress and walked out slowly from the room next door. The girl held a thick scroll in her hand. Chapter 146. The second daughter of the Qin family plagiarized poems and was besieged by everyone. On the stage, Nandong Huiyue looked at the weak girl holding the scroll and needed someone to help her walk out, and her brows suddenly frowned. Other family members also looked at the mother and daughter of the Qin family. Song Fu looked at the scroll in the hands of the weak girl, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His wife Sun Xiaoxiang gritted her teeth secretly. On that same night, her children both died tragically. Mrs. Wang, the eldest lady of Chunghua Mansion, glanced at the Qin family members, and then looked behind, but did not see the figure she wanted to see. Qin Wenjing bowed his head and said respectfully, "What I gave to the princess is a jade ruby and a poem, calligraphy and painting." Qin Chuan immediately held the brocade box in his hand. The maid behind Nandong Huiyue came down, took it in her hand, opened the brocade box and took a look, and then handed it to her respectfully. Nangong Huiyue just glanced at it casually and nodded slightly. The maid closed the brocade box, took the things away, and put them aside. At this time, the mother and daughter of the Qin family had come to Qin Wenjing's side. Qin Weimao lowered her head, held the calligraphy and painting in her hands, and raised them up. Song Ryue tugged at her clothes beside her, indicating that she should kneel down. When the mother and daughter were about to kneel down, Nangong Huiyue said lightly, "Miss Qin is weak, so there is no need to kneel down." Song Ryue paused and had to kneel down by herself. Qin Weimao held the calligraphy and painting in his hand and stood by himself. His body trembled slightly, and he seemed to be a little unstable. "Get up and help," Nangong Huiyue said again. Song Ryue hurriedly said, "Thank you, Princess." After speaking, she quickly stood up and supported the girl beside her, who could no longer support herself. When the maidservant beside Nangong Huiyue was about to come down to take the painting from the girl's hand, Ming Jinan beside her suddenly smiled and said, "Princess, the second daughter of the Qin family has always been known as a talented woman in RMO city. Although she is weak, she can write and paint, and is multi-talented. The poems and lyrics given to the princess today must be excellent. Why not let the second daughter of the Qin family unfold and read a few poems? Let everyone comment on them, or let the princess help guide them." The maidservant stopped. Nangong Huiyue paused, looked at the weak girl in the audience and said, "Then read 2 poems. As for guidance, there is no need." Ming Jinan hurriedly said, "Brother Wenjing, let the daughter read." Qin Weimao raised his head and slowly unfolded the poems and calligraphy in his hand. The whole hall was silent. After a pause, the girl's soft voice rang out slowly, "Golden sword and white jade decoration, shining through the window at night. A man has wasted his time and has not made any achievements. Holding a sword and looking at the world alone. Beijing makes friends with all the extraordinary people, and they share life and death. It is a shame to be unknown in the history books for thousands of years. And I am loyal to the emperor. Since then, I have joined the army by the Han River, and the snow in the South Mountain is as sharp as jade. Although 3 families of Chu can destroy Qin, how can the great Yin be empty?" After the girl finished reading, everyone's eyes turned to the girl in red skirt on the stage. After taking a look, they immediately lowered their heads and waited quietly. No one dared to comment first. Nangong Huiyue frowned slightly when he heard the first 2 sentences. After listening to the whole poem, he pondered for a while, looked at the weak girl in the audience and said, "Did you write this poem yourself?" Qin Weimao bowed his head and said, "It was written by me." At this time, Sun Xiaoyuan, the wife of the Song family, who was standing not far away, suddenly stood out and said, "Princess, she lied." As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall looked at her in astonishment. Song Fu immediately whispered, "Come back. How can a woman like you have the right to speak in front of the princess?" Sun Xiaoyun still bowed her head and gritted her teeth and said, "Princess, she lied." At this time, the people in the inner room also began to discuss in a low voice. "I seem to have heard of this poem somewhere 2 days ago. By the way, I have heard of it too. It seems that it was written by a talented man in the Song family. My son read it several times after returning home." In the hall, everyone's face changed, and the weak girl still held the scroll in her hand, bowed her head, and said nothing. On the stage, Nangong Huiyue suddenly said, "Read the next one." The girl agreed, and her soft voice sounded again in the hall. The general opened the gate, standing upright in the wind. The generals wanted to speak, but hesitated to enter. The sword shot into the sky, and the drum shook the plains. The yellow dust blocked the road, and the horses chased the soldiers. I bent my bow and went from here, and the arrows flew like rain. I intercepted 100 miles, and beheaded 5,000 people. Dai Ma bled to death, and the Hu people hugged the saddle and cried. Since ancient times, we have raised soldiers and often attacked when there was something. Taking advantage of the fortune of my temple, I sat and made the weapons go down. I returned to the capital with a triumphant victory, and the military appearance was so familiar. After the poem was read, there was silence in the hall. Nangong Huiyue frowned, looked at the weak girl in the audience, and asked, "Did you write this poem yourself?" Song Ryue looked ugly, and hurriedly pulled her daughter's clothes. Qin Weimao lowered his head and said in a soft but calm voice, "Yes." At this time, Sun Xiaoxiang suddenly bent her knees, knelt on the ground, and said loudly, Princess. She is lying. These 2 poems were written by my nephew Song Jungming. The people in the inner room whispered again. I heard this poem 2 days ago. It was indeed written by the talented man of the Song family. TSK. I didn't expect that the young lady of the Qin family, who looks so weak and pitiful, is so shameless. She stole other people's poems, and even dared to say that she wrote them in front of the princess. The hall was unusually silent. The discussion in the inner room continued. Song Ryua's face flushed. Qin Wenjing's face also became ugly. Nan Donghuyue looked at the family of 4. Was silent for a moment. Looked at the weak girl and said, read it again. Qin Weimao lowered his head to look at the scroll in his hand. And continued to read softly. Autumn wind on the frontier, drums and horns. Sunset flags on the city. The young man is suitable for riding a horse. Joining the army is fun. Don't ask who you are following. Hochi has just passed Jibei. And the first sound has moved Liaoshi. The return date is still before the willows are lingering. In the spring boudoir. The red sleeves don't need to cry. As soon as the words fell, Sun Xiaoxiang, who was kneeling on the ground, shouted again, Princess. This poem is still written by my nephew Song Jungming. The discussion in the inner room became more and more. Song Ryua finally couldn't help it, and said angrily, Sun Xiaoxiang, you said it was written by your nephew. What evidence do you have? Sun Xiaoxiang knelt on the ground, lowered her head, and did not answer. On the stage, Nan Donghuyue turned her head, glanced at the maid next to her, and said, bring the scroll that the Song family just sent. The maid quickly found the scroll from the gifts, unfolded it, and placed it in front of her. Nan Donghuyue glanced at the poem above, looked at the weak girl below, and said, read it again. Qin Weimao looked calm, lowered his head, and continued to read, hold on to the green mountains and never let go. The roots are originally in the broken rocks. Thousands of grindings and blows are still strong. No matter the east, west, south, north winds. Read it again. Nan Donghuyue said lightly. Qin Weimao continued to recite softly. In the hall, counselors are in the tent. And on the border, brave generals are fighting. The weather, the terrain, and the people are in harmony. Yang can be conquered or not. Today, the towers and the pavilions are full of gongs and drums. And other days, the swords will walk on the mountains and rivers. The people of the capital sing in unison. The governor leads all the ministers to congratulate. Read again. Qin Weimao panted and recited the last poem. Black clouds are pressing down on the city. And the city is about to be destroyed. The armor shines towards the sun, and the golden scales are open. The horn sounds in the autumn sky. And the Yenji on the frontier is purple at night. The half-rolled red flag is facing the Ishui River. And the frost is heavy, and the drums are cold. I will report your intention on the golden platform. And I will die for you with Yulong. Nan Donghuyue looked at her and said nothing. In the hall, there was silence. The discussion in the inner room became louder. Stealing. It's all stealing. I've read these poems. They were all written by the great talent of the Song family. How abominable. They dared to deceive the princess in front of her. The Qin family is a great treason. The princess just came back from a victory. And they actually used plagiarized things to play tricks on her in front of her. Hearing these remarks, Song Ryua's face began to turn pale. On the stage, Nan Donghuyue handed the scroll sent by the Song family to Meng Jinan and said, Lord Meng, take a look first. Meng Jinan took the scroll and looked at it intently. After he finished reading all the poems on it, he was immediately shocked and said, Princess, these poems. He didn't say anything else. And immediately took the Song family scroll down with a gloomy face, handed it to Qin Wenjing and said, Brother Wenjing, take a good look at it yourself. Qin Wenjing took the scroll and looked at the poems on it. Song Ryua next to him immediately leaned over to look together. Each time they read a poem, their faces turned pale. After reading all the poems, Song Ryua's body softened and she collapsed on the ground in fear. Qin Weimao had no one to support him. He was about to fall, but was supported by Qin Chuan, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Qin Wenjing's face was ugly. He froze for a long time. And then he trembled and returned the scroll in his hand to Meng Jinan, who was gloomy in front of him. Brother Wenjing, your daughter is really brave, Meng Jinan said coldly, unfolded the scroll, and read all the poems on it in a deep voice without missing a word. Then he turned around and handed the scroll to other people in the hall. He said with a cold face, The poems that the daughter of the Qin family just read are almost exactly the same as the poems that the Song family gave to the eldest princess. There are only a few words in them. Take a look for yourself. The people of the Wang family, the Zhang family, the Luo family and other families were all shocked when they heard the words, and hurriedly took them in their hands to read. After reading, they all looked unbelievable. Brother Wenjung, how could your daughter even if you want to plagiarize, you can't give it to the princess. Isn't your Qin family the same as? Everyone was talking. Sun Qiuxiang, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke loudly again. Princess, City Lord, the daughter of the Qin family plagiarized the poems of the commoner's nephew, and deliberately deceived and teased the princess at the celebration banquet prepared for the princess. This is a great treason, and she should be executed. The Qin family knew about it, but didn't say anything. And they have ulterior motives. They should be punished together. Their property should be confiscated and exiled to serve as a warning to others. Nandong Huiyue frowned and looked at him, but did not reply immediately. Qin Weimao suddenly turned his head and looked at the woman kneeling on the ground and said, Aunt Sun, are these poems really written by your Song family? Sun Qiuxiang looked up at her and sneered. Whether it is true or false, the eldest princess will be able to tell. My nephew Zhengming wrote these poems a few days ago and compiled them into a collection of essays. The scholars in my Song family saw them with their own eyes and praised them highly. So they all agreed that they should be given to the eldest princess. You are so bold that you dare to tease the eldest princess in person. Do you really think that your Qin family is so powerful in this Imo city that you don't even take the eldest princess seriously? At this time, a woman suddenly came out from the inner room and knelt on the ground and said, Eldest princess, I can testify that I have seen these poems in the Song family a few days ago. They are indeed written by the talented men of the Song family. As soon as the words fell, several women and girls came out of the inner room again, all kneeling to prove that they had heard these poems a few days ago. At this time, several scholars outside shouted loudly, Princess, these poems are indeed written by Song Zhengming of the Song family. We can all testify to this. Qin Wenjung lowered his head, his face gloomy. Qin Chuan's face was equally ugly. Song Ryue collapsed on the ground. The people in the entire hall looked at the four people of the Qin family with contempt, gloating and other emotions. Song Fu lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Meng Jinan said with a sullen face, Brother Wenjung, I'm sorry. Then he shouted coldly, Come here. Arrest this woman who dared to deceive and tease the princess, and take her to jail. 2 armored guards suddenly walked out of the door. Song Ryue trembled all over, her face full of despair. At this moment, a maid behind Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, Your Highness, there is something wrong with these poems. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes immediately looked at her. The 2 armored guards, who entered the room, came behind the weak girl and looked up, but did not act immediately. Nandong Huiyue turned her head and looked at the maid, frowning and said, Yuewu, what's wrong? The maid named Yuewu glanced at the weak girl below and said softly, Your Highness, the poems read by Miss Qin sound fine. But the poems handed over by the Song family, if you look at them separately, there is actually no problem. But compared with the poems read by Miss Qin, there are big problems. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was puzzled. Aren't those poems exactly the same? The daughter of the Qin family just modified a few words in them. Why is one without a problem and the other with a big problem? Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved and asked, What's the problem? The maid named Yuewu lowered her head and said solemnly, Your Highness, some of the poems written by the son of the Song family may be anti-poems. Chapter 147, A Fatal Blow. Confiscation of property and extermination of the clan. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Song Fu, the head of the Song family, who was looking serious, was shocked and looked up. Sun Qiuxiang, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said in a trembling voice, Princess, please understand. The poems written by my nephew are all written specifically for the princess. How could they be anti-poems? Meng Jinan, who was next to him, suddenly became solemn. The people of other families were all secretly shocked. Anti-poems? The women in the inner room, who were discussing that the Qin family was going to be finished this time, also quieted down. The entire city lord's mansion seemed to have suddenly become dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the maid named Yuewu. Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved, and she said, Why is it an anti-poem? Go on. Yuewu bowed her head and said respectfully, Your Highness, Please listen to Miss Jean's poem first. As she spoke, she recited softly, "The autumn wind blows the horns on the frontier, and the flag set at the city. The young man is riding a horse, and is suitable for the occasion. It's fun to be in the army. Don't ask who you follow. Hochi has just reached Jibei, and the forerunner has already moved to Liaoxi. The return date is still as long as Lui. In the spring boudoir, the red sleeves don't need to cry." After reciting, she said, "Your Highness, please listen to the poem of the young master of the Song family again." As she spoke, she recited again, "The autumn wind blows the horns on the frontier, and the flag set at the city. The young man is riding a horse, and is suitable for the occasion. It's fun to be in the army. Don't ask who you follow. Hochi has just reached Jibei, and the forerunner will move to Wangxi. The return date is still as long as Lui. In the spring boudoir, the red sleeves don't need to cry. The red sleeves do not need to cry. His Royal Highness, Miss Jean family, and the Song family's 2 poems. Only a few words were different." Then said again, "These 2 poems, of which Chengtu and the city Pianxin move the west of Liaoning and the west of Liaoning. These words are different." Along the king he murmured several times, and he's suddenly shocked. His face changed. Follow along the general others are still confused. Some people seem to hear it, but they are all changes in their faces, and dare not speak. Nandong Huiyue said, "Yin will die." After saying that, he looked at the Song family's wife, who was kneeling below. As soon as these 3 words came out, Sun Qiuyuan's face turned pale instantly. Song Fu, a member of the Song family, hurriedly stood up, bowed his head and saluted, and said in a trembling voice, "The eldest princess is wise. Our Song family is loyal to De Yin and the eldest princess. We will never deliberately make such anti-poems. Coincidence must be a coincidence." Yue raised her head and looked at him, and said, then the head of the Song family, "Please listen to the second poem. Miss Jean's is that the counselors in the hall are in the tent, and the fierce generals are fighting on the border. The time, the place, and the people are in harmony. Yin can be conquered, and it can be conquered. Today, the towers and the tripods are in the air, and the swords will be used to walk on the mountains and rivers. The people of the capital sing the angry wind song together, and the officials come to congratulate. And your son of the Song family has counselors in the hall, and fierce generals fighting on the border. The weather, the terrain, and the people are favorable. Yin can be conquered, and you can be conquered. Today, the towers and the tripods are in full swing. And another time, he will step on the king's river. The people of the capital sing the angry wind song together, and the officials come to congratulate. Among them, the different characters between your son of the Song family and Miss Jean are Yin, Bai, Wang. If the first one is a coincidence, what about the second one?" As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall changed their faces drastically. Yin Bai Wang, Yin Bai Wang. The first one is Yin will die, and the second one is Yin will die. Plop! Song Fu's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He crawled on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Princess, you are wise. Coincidence, it must be a coincidence." Sun Xiaoxiang was also extremely shocked. She crawled on the ground, shaking all over, her teeth chattering, and she couldn't say a word. If this second poem is also a coincidence. Yue looked at him coldly and said, "Then, there is a third poem." After saying that, she recited, "Black clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. The armor shines towards the sun, and the golden scales open. The horn sounds in the autumn sky, and the Yinji on the frontier is purple at night. The half-rolled Yin flag is facing the Ishui River, and the frost is heavy, and the drums are cold. I will report the general's intention on the stage, and I will support Yulong to die for the king." Among them, there are 4 words in your Song family's poem that are different from Miss Jean's poem, which are Yin, Jian Jun, Wang. Remove the word Jun, and please recite the remaining 3 words yourself. At this time, no one dared to recite. Even Meng Jinan, the lord of Maching, was so scared that his face turned pale, and his legs began to weaken. The eldest princess Nandong Huiyue suddenly started to recite, "Yin will be the king, Yin will die this time." Yin was directly changed to Yin. Plop! In the crowd, the other Song family members all had weak legs and knelt on the ground, trembling. Yue continued, "If the first one is a coincidence, and the second one is also a coincidence, then the third one should not be a coincidence. Right? And if the adults, who understand poetry, read the poems of Miss Jean and young Master Song a few more times. They will find that Miss Jean's poems are very smooth. The level and pitch are well used, and the words are not too flawed. But in the poems of young Master Song, there is no problem with other words. And it is precisely those few words that affect the beauty of the whole poem. So, this is definitely not a coincidence. As soon as these words came out, Song Fu and Sun Xiaoxiang, who were crawling on the ground, both looked ashen, limp like mud, trembling all over, and couldn't say a word. The ground where Song Fu was kneeling was directly wet. Yin will die. Yin must die. Nan Donghuiyue muttered a few more sentences, and the handle of the chair in his hand suddenly turned into powder with a click. Then, her long hair fluttered behind her, her red skirt fluttered, and a bright red flame mark appeared between her eyebrows. The temperature of the whole hall suddenly rose. Plop! Meng Jinan, the lord of Mo City, who was standing next to him, had his legs softened and knelt on the ground. All the people standing in the hall were terrified and knelt down in unison, trembling. The noble ladies in the inner room, the guards outside the door, and other guests all had their legs softened and prostrated on the ground, their hearts horrified. Sun Xiaoxiang, who was lying on the ground, was so frightened that she fainted. Nan Donghuiyue's robe fluttered. Her long hair danced behind her. She slowly stood up from the chair, and said with a cold face, "How can my great Yin Empire really perish because of these few anti-poems of yours?" Boom! There was a loud bang. The chair she had just sat on behind her instantly turned into debris, and scattered all over the room. Kneeling on the ground and trembling, Meng Jinan reacted immediately, hurriedly raised his head and shouted angrily, "Come here! Arrest Song Fu and all the rebels of the Song family and put them in the cell. Wu Shan! You lead your men and horses immediately to arrest all the people of the Song family in Macheng, regardless of gender, age or young. Seal up all the mansions, houses, fields and properties of the Song family. Immediately let the government take people to search the mansion tomorrow. And don't let any corner go. Bring back all the documents, paintings and other items. At that time, I will report to the emperor and take all these rebels to Kyoto for trial." "Yes." A cold response suddenly sounded outside the door. Then, a team of soldiers rushed in and directly held down Song Fu, who was lying on the ground with feces and urine flowing all over, and other members of the Song family in the hall. The women in the inner room also screamed and cried in fear and despair. At this moment, a young man in a Confucian robe suddenly staggered in from the outside of the door, knelt on the ground with a thump, and cried and shouted, "Princess! Princess! I am innocent! I am innocent! Those poems were not written by me, but were forced to be given to me by my uncle and aunt, forced to recite them, forced to copy them, and forced to deliberately read them in front of others unjust. I am innocent." This man was Song Jingming, a member of the Song family. He was just outside, smug and ready to go in to meet the princess and humiliate Miss Jean. But the next moment, he became the one who wrote the anti-poem. And the anti-poem was sent to the princess. He was so scared that he was shocked and his soul flew away. He dared not hesitate. He rushed in and told the truth, cowed out and begged for mercy, hoping to save his life. At this time, Sun Xiaoxiang, who was grabbed by the soldiers, suddenly woke up, hearing that her family was going to be confiscated and her family was exterminated. She was shocked and heard her nephew putting the responsibility on herself. She cried and shouted in a hurry, "Princess! City Lord! Unjust! I am wronged. These poems are not mine, but they are given to me by the eldest lady of Chunghwa Mansion. She forced me to find someone to present them to the princess. She wanted to get rid of her bastard and destroy the Qin family. It was her! It was her!" They were all anti-poems written by Chunghwa Mansion. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked again. Liu Yanyan of Chunghwa Mansion trembled, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Madame Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, was even more pale. She stared at her with red eyes and said in panic, "Sun Xiaoxiang, you are talking nonsense. You are slandering. You are a mad dog biting people randomly." Then bang bang bang. She cowed out repeatedly, and said in a trembling voice, "Princess, please understand. I have never given her those poems, let alone written those anti-poems. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning. I will not die well." After that, she cowed out again, bang bang bang, and soon her forehead was covered with blood. "Wang Yun, it was obviously you who gave it to me. These anti-poems were all written by you. They were all written by you. You want to kill two birds with one stone. Harm the Qin family. And harm our Song family. You have such a vicious heart. Princess. Please understand. Princess. Please understand. I have never met the wife of the Song family. I can't write poetry at all. Slander. She is slandering. The hall was in chaos. The two ladies started quarreling and cursing with red eyes. Pa! Liu Yanyan slapped Wang's face with a slap, which made her mouth full of blood. A big tooth flew out, and he shouted with a ferocious face, Shrew! How can you be so presumptuous in front of the princess? The princess will decide what is right and what is wrong. And you can't make noise here. Wang covered her cheek and froze for a moment, then hurriedly touched her forehead to the ground, trembling all over, and dared not say another word. Ming Jin and glanced at it, and immediately said in a deep voice, Take Mrs. Luo back to the cell. I will interrogate her myself tomorrow. Then he said, Brother Yanyan, now the city lord wants to send people to your Chunghua mansion to search all the documents and paintings. Do you have any objections? Liu Yanyan immediately bowed his head and said, The city lord can go and search. Liu is loyal to Dian, the emperor and the princess. The sun and the moon can testify. If there is evidence of anti-poetry in the family, Liu will immediately be killed and will never dare to trouble others to do it. Okay. Zhang Wu. You take people to search Chunghua mansion. Yes. A response came from outside the door. Then, the footsteps faded away. The soldiers in the house immediately took everyone from the Song family and Wang from Chunghua mansion out. Liu Yanyan was still kneeling on the ground, his forehead touching the ground, and his expression could not be seen clearly on his face. Ming Jin and glanced at him, turned around and bowed, saying, Princess, do you think this is appropriate? Nandong Huiyue's red dress and long hair calmed down, and the flame mark on her forehead disappeared. Her expression returned to calm, and she looked at the people kneeling below the stage. After a while, Fong said indifferently, Everyone, get up. Everyone stood up one after another, still bowing their heads. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their legs were weak. Come here. Bring a new chair for the princess. Ming Jin and shouted immediately. Soon, a brand new soft chair was brought to the stage. Nandong Huiyue looked at the weak girl below the stage, paused, and said, Miss Jin, bring the poem in your hand up for me to see. Ming Jin and immediately went to get it himself, holding it with both hands, and presented it to him. Qin Weima said breathlessly, Your Highness, there is a part from poems and paintings. There is an unfinished story. Story? Nandong Huiyue took the scroll, slowly unfolded it, and asked, What story? Qin Weima said softly, The story of the rise and fall of three countries, called Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 148 The Most Talented Woman in Mo's City. The scroll slowly unfolded. Nandong Huiyue looked at the story behind the poem casually. She was just a sickly woman. Even if she could write some good poems, what wonderful story could she write? Without knowledge and experience, how could she do it with only the knowledge from books? So, she didn't hold any hope. She was just going to take a few glances casually. But the first poem at the beginning of the story suddenly made her eyes light up. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away the heroes. The right and wrong, success and failure are all in vain. The green mountains are still there, and the sunset is red several times. Just from the beginning of this poem, there is a majestic sense of the rise and fall of history. Then, there is another sentence speaking of the general trend of the world. After a long period of division, there will be unity. And after a long period of unity, there will be division. Nandong Huiyue's expression suddenly became serious. She couldn't wait to continue looking down. Seeing this, everyone held their breath and didn't dare to disturb. There was silence in the hall. Soon, Nandong Huiyue finished the first round, and she still felt unsatisfied, full of curiosity and expectation for the story behind. But at this moment, it was not the time for her to read quietly. She raised her head, slowly rolled up the scroll, and looked at the weak girl in the audience. After the scroll was finished, she said, This gift from Miss Qin. I like it very much. But, when the Qin family heard the first sentence, they were all happy. But when they heard the word but at the end, they were shocked again and became uneasy. Nandong Huiyue looked at the weak girl and asked again, Did you really write the poem on this scroll? This time, Qin Weima lowered his head and whispered, If the princess thinks it is, then it is. If the princess thinks it is not, then it is not. This answer made Song Ryue, who was supporting her, change her face. Qin Wenjing's heart skipped a beat. And when he was about to scold her, Nandong Huiyue suddenly smiled and said, "Okay. Then I will take it as it is." Then he said, "Since you wrote it, the talent of the young lady of the Qin family is naturally excellent. Yue behind me is a talented woman from the Baiwa kingdom. And her attainments in poetry are also excellent. You just saw that she never forgets what she hears, and can instantly hear the subtle differences in your poems. Now, you represent my great Yin Empire and fight her. Do you dare?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall had different expressions, and their eyes looked at the girl in a plain white dress. Sure enough, the eldest princess still doubted this young lady of the Qin family. Song Ryu's face became ugly again. Qin Wenjing lowered his head, and his face changed. Meng Jinan, the lord of Mo City, smiled and said, "Since the eldest princess has such a rare interest, you, the daughter of the Qin family, must not lose the face of our Mo City and the great Yin Empire. If you win, this lord will have a reward. If he loses," he did not say. But everyone knows that if she does not perform well later, and does not show the true talent of a talented woman, then it will be doubtful whether those poems just now were written by her. Qin Weimo paused, lowered her head and said, "I am willing to fight." "Okay." Nandong Huiyue waved behind her and said, "Yue, you and Miss Qin, each give each other a question. Whoever does it better wins." "Yes, Your Highness." Yue walked out, stood beside her, looked at the weak girl in the audience and said, "Miss Qin, you go first. Poetry, songs, anything is fine." Qin Weimo looked up at her and said, "Let Miss Yue go first. Since I represent Diyin, and I am in Diyin territory at this time, I am naturally the host. Miss Yue is a talented woman from Baiwa country, so she is the guest. So naturally the guest has priority." Meng Jinan on the side immediately praised. "The daughter of the Qin family said it well. Miss Yue, you should ask the question first." Yue smiled slightly, without delaying, and after a moment of hesitation, she looked at the weak girl in the audience and said, "Miss Qin, then I will ask 2 words. Innocence." As soon as this question came out, everyone looked at the weak girl again, thinking that this question was well posed. If Miss Qin answered well, she would be innocent tonight. If she couldn't answer, then, when everyone was preparing to watch the fun, they saw the weak girl just pondering for a moment. Then her eyebrows moved, and she began to recite, "Thousands of hammers and chisels have carved out the deep mountains, and the raging fire has burned as if it were nothing. I am not afraid of being crushed to pieces. I want to leave my innocence in the world." After reciting, she said, "Title, Lime Chant." Before the others could savor it, the maid named Yue couldn't help but clapped her hands and praised, "Good poem. What a poem that expresses one's aspirations through objects. What a spirit. What a character." Nandong Huiyue on the side also praised, "What a good one who is not afraid of being crushed to pieces. I want to leave my innocence in the world. Very good." When the people in the hall saw the eldest princess speak, they all echoed, "Good poem. Good poem. The daughter of the Qin family is indeed worthy of being the first talented woman in Mo City." Song Ryue wanted to laugh when she heard it. "When did my daughter become the first talented woman in Mo City? Even if you want to flatter the eldest princess, you can't talk nonsense like this." But this flattery is pleasant to hear. She really thought that this good poem was written by her daughter, so she was naturally full of pride. After the hall quieted down a bit, Qin Weimo looked at the girl on the stage and said, "Miss Yue, I will also ask the question of innocence." Yue was slightly startled when she heard this, frowned and pondered for a while, then bowed and said, "Miss Qin, Yue admits defeat in this round." Nandong Huiyue next to her smiled and said, "Another question." Yue thought for a while, looked at the dark night outside, and then looked at the night sky in the distance. Suddenly, her heart moved, and she smiled and said, "Miss Qin, I remember that there is a story about the cowherd and the weaver girl in Dian. It is said that every year on the Qixi festival, the cowherd and the weaver girl will meet on the Magpie Bridge in the sky. I like this story very much. Miss Qin, can you write a poem based on this story?" Everyone's eyes turned to the weak girl again. Qin Weimo's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked up and said, "Miss Yue, in fact, Weimo has already written poems about the cowherd and the weaver girl." Yue smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as it is written by Miss Qin herself. Just read it out." Qin Weimo nodded, secretly said in his heart that his brother-in-law is so powerful, and then he read softly, The thin clouds are playing tricks. The flying stars are conveying hatred. And the Milky Way is far away in the dark. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than countless things in the world. Tenderness is like water. And the good time is like a dream. I can't help but look back at the Magpie Bridge on the way home. If the love between two people lasts for a long time, why should we be together day and night? After reading it, everyone in the hall looked up at the top again. Some people who knew poetry were already secretly amazed in their hearts. This daughter of the Chin family really had real talent and knowledge. Amazing. If love lasts for a long time, why should we be together day and night? Yuewu looked a little dazed. After muttering the last sentence several times, she suddenly bowed and conceded defeat. Miss Chin is very talented. Yuewu is willing to admit defeat. Then she turned around and bowed to Nangong Huiyue and said, Your Highness, Miss Chin is so talented that Yuewu is ashamed of herself. There is no need to compete with the following. Yuewu admits defeat. After these words came out, the stone in Song Ryu's heart finally fell to the ground. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but grin, and then quickly closed. She pinched her beloved daughter with her fingers, and her heart was immediately overjoyed. On the stage, Nangong Huiyue nodded, looked at Meng Jinan beside him, and smiled slightly. Lord Meng, it seems that your Mo city is indeed a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. It is rare for a weak woman to have such amazing talent. Meng Jinan hurriedly bowed and smiled. Mo city can survive to this day, all thanks to the eldest princess. If it weren't for the eldest princess's repeated repulsion of the enemy, this Mo city would have been reduced to ruins long ago. Nangong Huiyue smiled faintly, looked at the weak woman in the audience, pondered for a moment, and said, Miss Chin, are you willing to follow this princess and go to my Huiyue country to serve after the new year? As soon as these words came out, the people of other families in the hall and the women and girls in the inner room were all shocked, and their hearts were immediately envious and jealous. Some people's eyes were red. The heads of other large families of the Wang family and Zhang family changed their faces slightly and were secretly shocked. If the daughter of the Qin family became someone around the eldest princess, then from now on, the status of the Qin family in Mo City will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even the Chunghua mansion would never dare to provoke them casually. There was a moment of silence in the hall. What everyone did not expect was that Qin Wenzheng directly declined and bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, princess, for your kindness to me, but my daughter is weak and has had several attacks recently. My life is in danger. I am afraid that I am willing to serve the princess, but I am not strong enough. Qin Weima also bowed his head and said softly, I am grateful for the princess' kindness. But as my father said, I have been weak since I was a child. I vomited blood and fainted a few days ago, so I can only live up to the princess' kindness. Nangong Huiyue looked at her pale face and unsteady weak appearance, nodded, and said, I was inconsiderate. Your body is indeed not suitable for traveling far. Lord Qin, if you have time, you better take your daughter to Kyoto to see. Maybe it will work. Qin Wenzheng hurriedly thanked him respectfully. Nangong Huiyue looked at the others and stopped talking. Meng Jinan hurriedly reported, Princess, it's getting late. Why don't we have a banquet? Nangong Huiyue nodded. All the people in the hall who were not involved bowed and left. Song Ryue also hurriedly supported her daughter and went into the inner room. The sound of music was heard outside immediately. Colorful lanterns were hung high, and plates of exquisite food were brought up from the kitchen. The city lord's mansion was brightly lit and lively as always. Everyone toasted each other. But the Song family was filled with wailing and crying. In the entire Mo city, all the houses and properties of the Song family were sealed overnight. All the people of the Song family, regardless of gender, age or status, were shackled and taken to the prison. What awaits them will be the most terrible crime and punishment. In Chunghua Mansion, Luo Yu did not attend the banquet, but continued to practice in the martial arts field in the mansion. But soon, a team of armored soldiers rushed into the mansion aggressively and began to search everywhere, as if they were raiding the house. The second wife Yang and other servants in Chunghua Mansion gathered outside the house, their faces pale and trembling. When Luo Yu asked the reason, his face turned pale. At the same time, on the lively streets of the inner city, colorful lights were shining and people were bustling. Luo Qinzhou was carrying 3 beautiful girls, who were as beautiful as flowers in jade, strolling leisurely on the street. Each of them held 2 strings of candied haws in their hands. Of course, he was also being threatened by a beautiful girl. Son-in-law. This. I want this. If you don't buy it for me, I will tell my young lady and my wife what you said tonight. You will be in trouble. Luo Qingzhou bought it for her. And naturally he also bought it for Xiaodai and Xiachan. So every item he bought was 3 copies. Luckily, they were all cheap little things such as girls' head ornaments and jewelry. He could afford it. But he secretly decided in his heart that when he went back tonight, he would punish this complacent little girl. Hee. Son-in-law's performance tonight was really good. When I go back, I will say a few good words for son-in-law in front of the young lady. And then maybe the young lady can have sex with son-in-law a few more times a month. Maybe tonight? Right. Chan? The cold girl following behind looked away, ignored her, and puffed up her cheeks quietly. She was secretly calculating the money he had just spent in her heart. It hurt so much. Chapter 149. The banquet was over. One carriage after another left the small square in front of the city lord's mansion. Qin Wenzheng and his family had just walked down the steps at the door when Luo Yannian of Chenghua Mansion suddenly spoke from behind. Brother Wenzheng, please stay. Qin Wenzheng stopped and turned to look at him. Song Ryue, who was standing next to him, suddenly had a gloomy face. She supported her daughter and continued to walk forward, saying, Wei Mo, Chuan, let's go. Let's get on the carriage first. Qin Chuan followed behind. After the 3 people left, Luo Yannian walked closer and said, Brother Wenzheng, your daughter is really impressive tonight. Even the princess is moved to cherish her talent. Qin Wenzheng said coldly, Brother Luo, just say what you want to say. I have to accompany my wife and daughter to the night market later. Luo Yannian cupped his hands and said seriously, I hope Brother Wenzheng will not take what the Song family's wife said tonight to heart. Luo can swear to heaven that those poems were never taken out by my Chenghua mansion. The city lord sent people to search my mansion tonight, and my wife will be interrogated tomorrow. The truth will naturally come out at that time. Qin Wenzheng squinted and said, Are there anything else to say? Luo Yannian sighed. You and my Qin and Luo families are originally related by marriage, and our ancestors are old friends. We share the same glory. If one loses, all lose. How could my Chenghua mansion do such a thing? Qin Wenzheng sneered. Some people look modest on the surface, but they may do many dirty things behind the scenes. At the beginning, your Chenghua mansion regretted the marriage and pushed a bastard out to block the marriage. From that time on, our 2 mansions have no relationship. Luo Yannian, we tolerated the regret of the marriage, and I never argued about many business matters. Your bastard is living well in my Qin mansion now. You didn't regard him as your Chenghua mansion, so I hope you'd better forget him from now on. If there are still some dirty villains in your mansion who want to play tricks, don't blame Qin for turning his face and being ruthless. After saying that, he left with a wave of his sleeves. Luo Yannian stood there, watching his back as he went away, and was silent for a moment. He turned around and looked at the city lord's mansion, which was still brightly lit. Master, what did that man talk to you about? In the carriage, Song Ryue asked with a sullen face, almost saying the word dog in front of her children. In fact, when the couple chatted privately, they all called Luo Yannian that. Qin Wenjing's face was calm, and he said, We just chatted for a few words. Nothing to talk about. Song Ryue's lips moved, as if she wanted to ask again, and then looked at her children beside her. So she had to hold back and decided to ask again when she went back at night. The carriage carrying a family of 4 was driving slowly on the street. At this time, the streets were still hung with colorful lights. The hawkers shouted, and pedestrians shuttled, and it was very lively. Qin Wenzheng was silent for a while, looked at the weak girl opposite and said, Wei Mo, what's the matter with those poems tonight? Song Ryue also hurriedly asked, By the way, Wei Mo, how could the Song family have those poems? And those poems of the Song family seem to be Luo Qing. What nonsense! Before she finished speaking, Qin Wenzheng on the side suddenly interrupted. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately and muttered in a low voice, There is no one else here. After saying that, she touched her daughter's shoulder again, and whispered, Wei Mo, tell mother quickly. What's going on? How can the Song family have those poems? Also, I saw your scroll with my own eyes last night, and the poems on it are the same as what you read today. Qin Wei Mo looked at her and said, Mother, I replaced your scroll of poems. Otherwise, our Qin family would be in trouble today. She saw that the 3 of them were looking at her eagerly and confusedly, and hesitated for a while before slowly telling the whole story of tonight. Brother-in-law knew that there was a spy in our house, and he also knew that the poems he wrote to the eldest princess would be stolen by the spy. So brother-in-law took advantage of the situation and wrote those problematic poems to let the spy steal them. Then, brother-in-law told me the correct poems and asked me to write them down secretly and keep them safe. When I came here today, I exchanged them with my mother's volume of poems. After a pause, he continued, only 3 of the poems have problems, and the rest have no problems. In fact, brother-in-law deliberately paralyzed those people. If every poem had problems, those people might be able to see the clues. Brother-in-law wrote so many good poems and told mother that he wanted to show off in person, just to make the spy feel that there were absolutely no traps or problems in those poems. In fact, even if there were problems, those people, it is not necessarily obvious. My mother has also read those poems, and the princess and the others have read them today. They are all good poems. My brother-in-law's talent is unmatched in Mo City, which can be seen from those poems. No one will doubt that there is something wrong with his poems. If someone thinks that a certain word is wrong, they will only wonder in their hearts for a few times, and will never dare to change it at will. It's like a cook at a street stall, seeing the big chef in the palace cooking for the emperor. Even if the big chef occasionally makes mistakes, the street vendor will never dare to interrupt. He will only feel that he is shallow in his heart, and may not understand the big chef's method. Mother, father, second brother, this is how it happened this time. The carriage fell into a long silence. After a while, Qin Chuanfang's face was full of disbelief. Wei Mo, are all these things you said really designed by Qin Zhou? Why do you feel that the brother-in-law you were talking about is not the same person as the one I thought of? Qin Wei Mo smiled and said, second brother, I told you before that my brother-in-law is actually very powerful. You just haven't seen it. Qin Chuan was stunned and asked again. Then how did he know who the spy in our house is? And how did he know that someone was going to harm us tonight? Qin Wei Mo smiled and said, second brother, Wei Mo has to keep it secret for my brother-in-law, and can't tell you. Qin Chuan suddenly looked depressed. Wei Mo, I am your dear second brother. You secretly told my second brother, and my second brother didn't tell him. Qin Wei Mo still shook his head. Qin Wenjing suddenly looked at her and said, Wei Mo, the 2 poems you wrote later, weren't they also prepared by Qin Zhou in advance for you? Qin Wei Mo nodded and said, Dad, you guessed right. It was my brother-in-law who prepared it for Wei Mo in advance. The carriage fell into silence again. Qin Chuan suddenly spoke again. Could he have foresight? How did he know what poem the maid wanted you to write? Qin Wei Mo sighed slightly, looked at him and said, second brother, I'm afraid you will never imagine the talent of my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law guessed that someone might test me on the spot tonight, so he prepared 100 poems for me in advance just in case. When these words came out, the other 3 people in the car were dumbfounded. 100 poems. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched a few times, and he said, Wei Mo, he can write so many poems at once? And you can recite them all? Qin Wei Mo's eyes showed a touch of tenderness and admiration, and he said softly, second brother, I just said that my brother-in-law is very powerful. He wrote 100 poems for me, covering all aspects of content and style. Many poems. In fact, I can remember them after reading them once. Brother-in-law's poems are actually very easy to remember. Qin Chuan grabbed his head and couldn't help sighing. Wei Mo, you are really a genius. To be honest, the poems you read today, even if you read them 10 times in my ear, I may not be able to remember even one of them. Qin Wei Mo smiled and said, second brother, if someone performs a set of boxing in front of you, I believe that second brother can remember them in less than 3 times. Right. Qin Chuan heard the fist, and his eyes were brightened, looking at her with a strange face. Wei Mo, how do you find the second brother? You don't leave your brother-in-law now. Can you pull your sister? Qin Wei Mo raised his eyebrows and laughed. The brother-in-law said, the brother-in-law is full of knowledge, and the words are all very reasonable. Qin Chuan suddenly looked lonely, to be honest. The second brother is sad. The most mentioned? Shouldn't it be his brother? Qin Wei Mo smiled and laughed. Then, she suddenly felt a little strange. She turned her head and looked at the side. Mother, what do you don't say a word? Qin Wenjing and Qin Chuan looked at her. Normally, she was the one who talked the most. Now that everyone was talking, why did she suddenly stop talking? After a while, Song Ryue murmured 3 words, so insidious. It turned out that she had just come back to her senses from the plan her daughter had just said. Qin Wei Mo nodded in agreement. Yes. The Song family and Chunghwa mansion are both very insidious. Song Ryue rolled her eyes, turned her head and looked at her and said, don't play dumb. I'm not talking about those people in the Song family. Qin Weimao smiled. Mother, the book says that only bad people can use the word insidious. Brother-in-law's plan tonight saved our Qin family, and took away the Song family, who had a grudge against us. Mother, you are not talking about your own people when you say insidious? Humph. Song Ryue turned her face away, her expression complicated, and muttered in a low voice, I think one day, our Qin family will be taken away by someone, including the pots and stoves. Qin Weimao held back his laughter, and stopped making her angry. The carriage suddenly stopped. The voice of housekeeper Zhou came from outside. Master. Madam. We are here. It's not the mansion, but the night market. Qin's father and son got off the carriage first, and then Qin's mother and daughter helped each other get off the carriage. Looking at the lively night market, Qin Chuan became happy and whispered, Wei Mo. No matter how powerful your brother-in-law is, he is just a son-in-law, and he will be afraid of his wife. He probably doesn't dare to come to such a place where there are beauties everywhere on the street. He is probably closely watched by the two maids of Jinjiao every day. Not to mention going to those brothels, like other scholars and talents. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Weimao suddenly pointed to the crowd gathered in front, and said, brother-in-law is guessing lantern riddles there. Qin Chuan was stunned and looked up. At the lantern riddle guessing place, a young man in a white Confucian robe stood there, followed by 3 delicate and pretty girls, and surrounded by a large group of young women dressed up in fancy clothes. Looking at the young man with shyness and admiration, those young girls and young women were still shouting excitedly. Wow! Young master is so awesome. Give it to me. I want one too. Young master. Give me one too. I want one too. I want one too. I want one too. Qin Chuan. In the city lord's mansion. The banquet was over, and the guests left one after another. Ming Jin then also said goodbye and left. After the whole mansion was quiet, the eldest princess Nandong Huiyue entered the mansion built specifically for her, bathing and changing clothes. After taking a bath, Nandong Huiyue entered the room and ordered the maid behind her, Yu, bring the scroll sent by Miss Qin. The maid took the order and quickly brought the scroll. In the room, cigarette smoke curled. Nandong Huiyue, with her long hair loose and a red skirt, dragged on the ground, sat down in front of the table, and slowly unfolded the scroll in her hand. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away all heroes. At that time, she only read it briefly. Now, she read it again from the beginning, and still felt a sense of desolation, heroism, and tragic momentum. She read every word carefully. The first round was finished. She immediately couldn't wait to read the second round. After reading all 3 rounds, she saw the line that made her stunned and almost angry. To know what happened next, please listen to the next chapter. The scroll ends. In the next round, she disappeared. Nandong Huiyue was stunned, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Her towering chest rose and fell, and she said to the door, Yuewu, go to the Qin mansion tomorrow and bring Miss Qin air. Yuewu immediately replied, yes. Nandong Huiyue's eyes turned to the poems on the scroll again. After reading them all again, she said, do you think these poems were really written by her? Yuewu was silent for a while, and said, I can't tell either. Nandong Huiyue's eyes turned to the back of the scroll again. After pondering for a moment, Fawn said, if it's not her, then I want to know who it is. These poems don't matter, but the story behind them may be of great use to me. After that, he ordered outside, go and ask Yi to check all the people in the Qin mansion, whether they are masters or servants. Also, try to check the relationship between their major families. Yes, Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue stared at the beautiful small words on the scroll for a while, then closed the scroll, stood up, and walked to the window. Open the window. Outside, the moon is bright, and the stars are twinkling. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed and her gaze fixed on the top of the attic in the moonlight in the distance. Chapter 150 Awe. At midnight, the lights were still on. However, the tourists on the street were no longer as bustling as before, and began to disperse one after another. After all, many people had to get up early tomorrow to make a living. Qin Wensheng walked home with his family. Along the way, no one spoke. Beiling's lively eyes looked at this one and that one. Seeing that everyone was serious and silent, she did not dare to say anything. She shook the jade bracelet she had just bought on her snow-white wrist by herself. Looking happy, Xia-chan also wore one on her wrist, but her face was still cold. Luo Qinzhou was a little strange. Usually, when she saw this mother-in-law, she always ridiculed and scolded him. But tonight, she didn't say a word. Could it be that she was scared by those people from the Song family tonight? I don't know what happened in the city lord's mansion tonight. But since they were able to return safely, and were in the mood to go shopping at the night market as a family, there should be no problem. Besides, Miss Jean Eyre seemed to be in a good mood. And just now she took the initiative to ask him to buy her a string of candied haws. Not long after, the few of them returned to the mansion. When they entered the gate and were about to separate in the front yard, Qin Wenjing suddenly stopped and called him, Qinzhou. Wait a minute. Luo Qinzhou stopped. Bai Ling saw that the master seemed to have something to tell him. So he quickly pulled Xia Chan and Xiao Dai away first. Father-in-law. Luo Qinzhou bowed his head and saluted. Qin Wenjing glanced at him for a few times, with a gentle smile on his face, and praised, Qinzhou. You did a good job tonight. You and Wei Mo have made great contributions to our Qin family this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? Sniff. Song Ryue, who had been silent all the way, finally spoke at this time, and sniffed. Luo Qinzhou glanced at her and heard her complaining in her heart. Give this stinky boy a reward. He climbed into the bed of your precious eldest daughter tonight, and climbed into the bed of your precious second daughter tomorrow night. He flirted with the maids every day. All the women in your mansion are being raped by this stinky boy. What are you going to reward him with? Are you going to reward the daughters of your second, third, and fourth sons to harm him? Luo Qinzhou. Father-in-law. Qinzhou is the son-in-law of the Qin mansion. It is his duty to work for the Qin mansion. He does not need any reward. He hurriedly replied respectfully. It's over. It seems that this mother-in-law knows about him climbing into the bed of Miss Jean Eyre at night. Qin Weimo said softly, Dad, my brother-in-law is one of us. There is no need to reward him. You don't have to worry about this matter. Even if you want to reward him, Weimo will help you reward your brother-in-law. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Song Ryue's mouth began to twitch. Luo Qinzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, and said goodbye quickly. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, second brother, second lady. Qinzhou will go back first. Qin Chuan came over and patted his shoulder. With a complicated look on his face, Qinzhou. Good job. Second brother didn't misjudge you. It's getting late. Then you go back to rest. Study hard. Second brother believes that you will pass the autumn exam next year. Thank you. Second brother. Luo Qinzhou bowed and said goodbye. Qin Weimo said quickly, Brother-in-law, wait for me. Weimo will go back with you. Then he said, Dad, Mom, second brother, Weimo is going back first. After saying that, he chased after her, with the help of Chior beside him. The family of three stood in the yard, watching her delicate body hurried away. After a long silence, Qin Chuan suddenly said, Dad, Mom, did you make a mistake at the beginning? Hearing this, Qin Wenjing and his wife looked at him in confusion. Qin Chuan shrugged and said, It's obviously a mistake. You gave what should have been given to Wei Mo to Jianjia. Jianjia may not need it, but Wei Mo definitely needs it. Isn't it? The couple fell silent. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan suddenly laughed and said, Actually, this is nothing. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Qinzhou will definitely pass the autumn exam next year. By then, he will have a good reputation. It's normal for a Juren master to marry a few pairs of sisters as wives. As far as I know, there are 3 or 4. And one even married 5 sisters. Hey, father, mother, what are you doing? In the middle of the night. What are you doing with a broom and a stick? Ah, a gentleman should talk, not fight. You bastard. Marry a few pairs of sisters. Right? I'm a villain, not a gentleman. Little bastard. 3 wives and 4 concubines. Right? I'm a beauty, not a gentleman. Bang, bang, bang. Pa, pa, pa. Ah, my son is wrong. Is it okay if my son is wrong? The family of 3 chased each other in the yard. Butler Zhou and other servants turned their heads and looked away. On the corridor, Zhuer led the way with a lantern. Chior supported Miss Jean Eyre and walked with Luo Qinzhou. Luo Qinzhou simply asked about the situation tonight. Qin Weimo smiled and said, Brother-in-law is very smart. Everything is as expected by brother-in-law. There is no mistake. Then he smiled and said, Brother-in-law, what reward do you want? Luo Qinzhou looked at her eyes full of autumn waves and said, We are family members. What reward do we want? After a pause, he said, "Oh, Miss Eyre, let Chior go to my place later." After saying this, the smile on Qin Weimo's face was slightly stunned. Chior, who was supporting her, was stunned for a few seconds after hearing the words, and her face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. Jur, who was walking in front with a lantern, held back, but couldn't help but sneered. The son-in-law really likes Chior. Can't he help but let Chior go to the bed so soon? Chior was embarrassed and at a loss. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "I asked Miss Chior to go over because I have something for her." Jur snorted coldly, "My son-in-law is so accurate. Chior is in her safe period these days." Jur, stop talking nonsense. Chior was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in the ground. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and whispered in Miss Qin's ear, "I have written 2 more rounds of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Miss Qin, remember to copy it again after you take it back tonight. The princess may still want it after reading the first 3 rounds." Qin Weimo finally reacted. Luo Qingzhou whispered again, "The spy is still with your mother, and he probably doesn't know what happened tonight. How does Miss Qin decide to deal with it?" Qin Weimo's ears were itchy from the breath he exhaled when he spoke, and his whole body was weak. He whispered, "Weimo has told mother and father about this matter, and they will deal with it tonight. Brother-in-law, tonight? I have something to do tonight." Luo Qingzhou knew what the girl was looking forward to, but he couldn't go every night, and the girl looked much better tonight. He would give her 2 drops of spiritual liquid tomorrow to see the effect. "Brother-in-law?" Miss Qin pouted her lips and looked dim. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and said, "Miss Eyre, I'll leave first." After that, he quickened his pace and left. When passing by Lingchan Moon Palace, Bailing was standing at the door waiting for him. Seeing him coming, he quickly raised the jade bracelet on his wrist and shook it, and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, does it look good?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It looks good." Bailing smiled and said, "Is it my wrist that looks good, or the jade bracelet on my wrist that looks good?" Luo Qingzhou said, "The jade bracelet looks good." Bai Ling pouted her lips and snorted, saying, "Son-in-law, have you forgotten that I have a handle on you?" Luo Qingzhou didn't reply and walked straight towards her. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening, and quickly crossed her arms and said, "Uncle, no, don't be naughty with me anymore." Luo Qingzhou walked up to her, suddenly bent down, picked her up horizontally, and then turned around and walked towards his residence. Bai Ling lay in his arms for a while, then began to struggle. "Uncle, what are you doing? Put me down. Put me down." Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and continued to walk forward. "Don't be afraid. I just want to see what kind of handle you have on me. Go to my room later and let me take a good look." Bai Ling was frightened when she heard this, and quickly begged, "Uncle, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I don't have any handle on you." Luo Qingzhou quickened his pace, thinking to himself that he had to punish this girl tonight, so that she would be more restrained in the future. Uncle Woo-woo, put me down. Put me down, I don't want it, I don't want it." When they were almost at the door, Bai Ling suddenly twisted her body and struggled again, but her arms were tightly around his neck. As soon as Luo Qingzhou raised his head, he suddenly saw a cold figure standing at the door. She was wearing a light green dress, holding a sword in her arms, staring at him coldly, and her pretty face was as cold as ice. "Uncle Woo-woo, I'm afraid of pain." Bai Ling was still struggling with tears in her voice, when Luo Qingzhou loosened his arms and put her down. Her arms were still tightly around his neck, her whole body hanging there, but she was still begging for mercy. "Uncle, don't. I don't want it." Luo Qingzhou had to force her arms apart. Bai Ling seemed to have just noticed the girl standing at the door, and hurried over crying, Chan Chan. Chan Chan. Luckily you are here. My uncle almost took me home by force and bullied me." Woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, nor did he talk to the girl next to her, and quickly walked into the house beside the two of them. Bang! The courtyard door closed. It suddenly became quiet outside the door. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, Xiaodai suddenly walked out of the room and said, "Sir, Sister Xiaochan just came. She returned all the bracelets, hairpins, handkerchiefs, and hairbands that you bought for her tonight. I didn't dare to take them, so she went into your room and put the things on your desk." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Then he entered the room and looked at the table in front of the window. There were indeed the things he bought for the girl tonight. Xiaodai followed in and said, I asked Sister Xia-chan why she didn't want them. And Sister Xia-chan said one word. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Which word?" "Expensive." Xiao Dai sighed. Sister Xia-chan is so frugal. Sister Xiao Ao and the others all said that they have never seen Sister Xia-chan wearing new clothes. Nor have they seen her wearing any headdresses or jewelry. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, picked up the things from the table, and wanted to go out and return them to her immediately, but thought of the girl's character and had to give up. I don't know if she will go to the flower garden tonight. Luo Qingzhou decided to go to her again tonight. And at that time, no matter what, he would let her accept these things. Show time. On the eaves of the Mandarin Duck building, the moon-white figure stood there, and his eyes suddenly looked at the city lord's mansion in the distance. Under the moonlight, a red shadow suddenly rose from the mansion and flew here. Chapter 151 Chan Chan. Outside the courtyard, the two girls were gone. Luo Qingzhou waited at the door for a while with a roll of rice paper. Qurfeng came hurriedly with a lantern. Luo Qingzhou handed the rice paper to her and whispered, "Don't show it to others. Hand it to your young lady in person." Xiao knew the importance of the things inside, nodded, hugged the rice paper, and left in a hurry. After returning to Meixiang Garden, Zhuer teased her again. "Xiao, didn't the uncle stay there to sleep with you? Have you kissed the uncle?" Xiao ignored her, went into the study, and handed the rice paper in her hand to her young lady very solemnly. Qin Weimo was sitting at the desk reading a book. After taking it, he couldn't wait to spread it on the table and read it carefully. After reading a few paragraphs, she turned around and asked softly, "Xiao, did my brother-in-law say anything else?" Xiao whispered, "My brother-in-law told me not to show this thing to others, and asked me to hand it over to the young lady in person." Qin Weimo hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Is there anyone else at my brother-in-law's place?" Xiao was stunned for a moment, and said, "Young lady, I didn't go in. When I went, my brother-in-law was waiting for me at the door." Qin Weimo was silent for a moment, nodded, "You go and get busy." Xiao bowed her head and left. Qin Weimo looked at the ink on the rice paper. Her expression was dazed for a while, calmed down, and started reading seriously again. For safety reasons, she had to remember all the stories of these 2 rounds in her mind, and then rewrite it again, lest the princess really ask about it. She would reveal her feat. Thinking that her brother-in-law would not come again tonight, she couldn't help but sigh secretly. Outside the window, the silver moon was bright. The snow piled up in every corner had melted for the most part. The temperature was still very low. Luo Qingzhou took out the martial arts stone in the room and checked the data. Strength, 1,600. Speed, 13. Resistance to blows, 800. Mental strength, 32. The training during the day these days has had some effect. Strength and speed have increased a little, but resistance to blows and mental strength have not changed much. Refining tendons does not seem to increase resistance to blows much. As for mental strength, it is necessary to continue to cultivate the soul. I wonder if the soul master will go there tonight. Luo Qingzhou was not sleepy at all. After practicing the thunder fist silently in the room for half an hour, he went out. At this time, Xiao Dai had fallen asleep. He had not slept with the little girl for a long time. In addition to being busy every night, there was also a little escape mentality. The little girl is now more and more beautiful, and her body has also developed. Although she still looks a little immature, she is already a girl with curves and curves. He has already lost his virginity and is addicted to it. He is afraid that if they sleep together and touch each other's ears and cheeks, it will be bad if he can't help it. At least, he should wait until next year when the little girl is 1 year older. Otherwise, he will be worse than an animal. Moreover, he is not in need of women now. Thinking about things in his mind, he hurried all the way to the flower garden behind the residence of his mother-in-law. However, the flower garden was empty. He did not see the thin and lonely figure. "Didn't you come tonight?" He looked around and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a chee-chee sound of water flowing from the flowers next to him. He turned his head and looked. There was a figure squatting in the flowers, with a pair of eyes staring at him. Luo Qingzhou. He turned and left the flower garden. After walking around outside, Fang came back. In the flower garden, the cold figure stood on the flower path, holding a sword in his hand, looking at him coldly. It seemed to be waiting for him. Luo Qingzhou walked over and said in surprise, "Xia-chan, did you just come? I just came here once, but I didn't find you. I thought you wouldn't come tonight." The girl held a sword in her hand. Her pretty face was still as cold as ice. Her eyes were as cold as swords. And she stared at him motionlessly. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Then he took out the small gifts she had returned from his pocket and handed them to her, saying, "They were all very cheap little things. If you don't want them, I'll think you're disgusted." The girl looked at the things he took out, and the expression on her face was stunned for a moment, and the coldness in her eyes gradually faded. "Xia-chan, look at this bracelet. It's very beautiful. I picked it for you in light green, which matches your skirt very well. Your wrist is slender and white, and it looks very good on you." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he glanced at her and said, "How about I help you put it on?" The girl didn't speak, motionless, and her pretty face was still cold. Luo Qingzhou carefully reached out his hand and held her wrist, staring at her expression. After seeing that she didn't show any dangerous expression, he picked up her wrist and slowly put on the jade bracelet in his hand, saying, "Look, isn't it very beautiful?" In fact, Bailing had already put it on her on the street tonight. However, there were many people at that time, so Luo Qingzhou just took a look, didn't praise, and didn't say anything. "Well, can I help you put on this hairpin?" Luo Qingzhou asked. After waiting for a while, seeing that she was still motionless, he immediately moved closer and gently pinned the green leaf hairpin in his hand on her head, praising her again, "Very beautiful. It suits you very well." The girl stood there like a stone sculpture, motionless, letting him fiddle with it. Luo Qingzhou tied the hairband to her hair at the back and inserted the hairpin. Finally, there was a handkerchief left. Luo Qingzhou stuffed it into the belt around her slender waist. Then he stepped back 2 steps, looked up and down, and praised, "Miss Xia-chan is so beautiful when she is dressed like this." After a pause, he said, "She is much more beautiful than Bailing." Just after these words, the girl finally looked at him coldly and said, "Bailing, eat more." "1 string Luo Qingzhou?" He thought about it carefully, and then suddenly remembered. Tonight, each of them bought 2 strings of candied haws. Bailing ate quickly. After finishing 2 skewers, she asked for the remaining 1 from him, but he had already bitten off 1 of the skewers. Just for this? Luo Qingzhou was speechless. "Xia-chan, just because Bailing ate 1 more skewers of candied haws, you don't want the gift I gave you? You are too." The girl twisted her body and turned her back to her. Luo Qingzhou wanted to say that she was too petty, but seeing that she seemed angry, he could only say, "Well, I will go out and buy you 2 more strings tomorrow. I will only buy them for you. Bailing will not have any." "Okay." No matter which era, little girls need to be coaxed. The girl turned her back to him, was silent for a while, and said, "No." Luo Qingzhou said, "Why don't you want it again?" The girl lowered her head slightly, looked at the jade bracelet on her wrist, and whispered, "Waste money." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile, walked up to her and said, "It's okay. Just 2 strings of candied haws. It doesn't cost much. I have money here. It's okay to buy it for you every day." The girl looked dazed for a moment, raised her head and looked at him. "You are the same to Bailing. Did you say it?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and shook his head. "I haven't told her." The girl stared at him blankly for a while, lowered her head, looked at the jade bracelet on her wrist again, then reached out to take it off, and took off all the headdresses on her head. Then, she handed all of them back to him and said, "Bai Ling, Xiao Dai, you should give them all." You shouldn't give them all." After that, she stuffed all the things into his hands. Then she turned around and squatted in the corner, picked up the small hoe, and continued to hoe the ground silently. Luo Qingzhou frowned, looked at her stubborn look, thought about it, and had to give up, put away all the things, and said, "Xia-chan, I have something to do tonight, so I won't accompany you. I will keep these things for you first. If you want them, just tell me. I will keep them for you all the time, and you can ask me for them at any time." The girl lowered her head to hoe the ground and did not respond. Luo Qingzhou asked again, "Did you bring water?" After that, he took out his water bottle, walked over and put it behind her, and whispered, "Drink more water. Don't be thirsty. Your body is the most important." The girl still lowered her head and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou did not stay any longer and turned to leave the flower garden. He still had to go out to cultivate his soul tonight. It's okay to come and accompany her once in a while, but it's impossible for him to come every night. After he left for a long time, the girl who was weeding with her head down finally stopped slowly. And after a pause, she turned around and looked at the kettle behind her. She put down the hoe, stood up and walked over. After wiping her muddy hands on her dress for a long time, she picked up the kettle. Her expression was stunned. She opened the cork, lowered her head, and her lips slowly touched the mouth of the kettle, muttering, "Having you is enough, I don't want those things." After Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, he locked the door, and his soul left his body. The soul put on the mask. After performing the thunder fist twice in the house, he flew through the roof and flew to the Yuanong building. It was already after 3 o'clock at this time, and I didn't know if the Soul Senior had gone. Even if he didn't go, he would wander around alone in the dark for a while to hone his soul for a night. Starting tomorrow, he would seize the time to continue practicing. Try to succeed in muscle training before the Chinese New Year. In 2 days, he should be able to go out of the city to hunt monsters. He still has 2 chances. I wonder if I will meet that little cousin named Nangong Meiju again. Thinking about things in his mind, he moved very fast. Not long after, he arrived at the Yuanong building. But what surprised him was that on the roof of the attic, in addition to the moon-white figure, there was actually another fiery red figure. The 2 figures, one like moonlight and the other like flames, were shrouded in them, hazy and unclear. Is it the friend of that senior? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and floated over carefully. Chapter 152 Sister Yu. Schwa. Luo Qingzhou just approached. The fiery red figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the roof in an instant. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, floated over, landed on the roof, looked around, and did not see the figure. Gone. The white figure standing on the eaves said lightly. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Senior, is that person just now your friend?" The white figure was silent for a while and said, "I guess so." Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "Senior's friend must also be a master of the soul with extremely high cultivation? Is that person also practicing in Mo City?" The white figure looked at the distance and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou wanted to ask more about the soul cultivators, but seeing that she seemed reluctant to talk about it, he had to give up. After a while, Fawn said, "Senior, do you want to read a story tonight?" The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said, "Read it. Start from the beginning. Or continue from the last time? Read the next one." Okay. Luo Qingzhou recalled it briefly, and it seemed that he had finished the 6th chapter. So she recited, "Wealth, honor and fame are predestined. So don't be deceitful. Be upright and honest. And the results of loyalty and kindness will be deep." The story is that the Monkey King was taken to the demon-slaying platform by the heavenly soldiers and tied to the demon-subduing pillar. He was chopped by knives, axes, spears and swords, but no one could hurt him. The Southern Dipper ordered the gods of the fire department to set fire to burn him, but he couldn't be burned. He also ordered the gods of the thunder department to hit him with lightning chips and nails, and he couldn't be hurt at all. The white figure suddenly interrupted when he heard this. Knives, axes, spears and swords. Don't think of hurting him, he was tied up. But he could do this. This is the realm of refining the body to the diamond. The burning of heavenly fire, and the hitting of lightning chips and nails can't hurt him at all. This is the realm of soul, and soul thunder tribulation. Luo Qingzhou stopped talking and looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant. The white figure paused, slowly turned around and looked at him and said, "There is something I need to explain to you first." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior, please speak." The white figure stared at him for a moment, and then slowly said, "The story you read actually hides many extremely profound cultivation methods. Last time I asked you to read it repeatedly. I was actually listening to the method and practicing at the same time. I have broken through the bottleneck and successfully advanced." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked. Cultivation method? Journey to the west? The white figure looked at him and said, "So, in fact, you are helping me practice. However, these things are too profound, and you still can't understand them for the time being." Luo Qingzhou woke up and took the opportunity to bring up the old matter again. "Then, Senior, can I worship you as my master? It should be okay this time. Right?" The white figure, Luo Qingzhou thought she tacitly agreed, and hurriedly knelt down and prepared to kowtow. The moment the moon-white figure saw him bend his knees, it suddenly flashed and moved behind him, saying coldly, "No." Luo Qingzhou looked up and saw no one, so he turned his head and said, "Senior, if I were your disciple, I would do my best to help you practice." Why does this sound wrong? The disciple helps the master practice? As soon as Luo Qingzhou turned around while kneeling, the moon-white figure suddenly flashed again and stood on the eaves behind him again. And his voice became even colder. Get up. Seeing that she seemed really unwilling, Luo Qingzhou did not dare to force her anymore. So he stood up and faced her, saying, Then, senior, you should tell me a name. Right? The moon-white figure stared at him, and after a moment of silence, he said, You? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Senior Yu. Junior Chu He. Senior. Just call me by my name from now on. The moon-white figure. Senior. Shall we continue? Yes. Luo Qingzhou raised his head, pondered for a moment, and continued to recite, The Hunyuan body is in harmony with the innate, and the thousands of calamities are natural. The vast and inaction is the Tai, and the unmoving name is Chu Xian. The moon-white figure's expression became more and more solemn. Holding his breath and listening attentively, the night passed quietly. It was not until the eastern sky was slightly white that Luo Qingzhou stopped and bowed, saying, Senior Yu, it's almost dawn. I should go back. The white figure seemed to be still interested in what he had heard. After a while, he looked at him and said, Have you ever left your body during the day? Luo Qingzhou looked up and asked in confusion, Senior, what else? The white figure looked at him for a few times before saying, Also, it's best not to call me senior. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the distant mountain again, his voice ethereal and cold. I don't like it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, bowed his head and said, Yes, Sister Yu. The white figure's eyebrows jumped, and Luo Qingzhou said, Not yet. The white figure pondered for a moment and said, Starting tomorrow, in the evening, when the sunset is the thickest, remember to leave your body. You are now the realm of the day trip, and you must hone during the day. In the realm of the imperial situation, your soul is really different from those ghosts. And that said that, she paused for a while. It seemed that she wanted to turn her head to look at him, endured it, and continued to look at the distance, and stopped talking. Sister Yu, then I will leave. Luo Qingzhou turned around and flew away. After he left for a long time, the white figure turned around and looked in the direction where he disappeared. After a while, he murmured to himself, Sister Yu? Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion and went to the flower garden first. The cold and lonely figure had left, probably because he was afraid of meeting him again in the morning, or meeting someone else. It doesn't matter. Those bracelets and headdresses will be sent out one by one when the time comes. He didn't believe that he couldn't send them out with his means. To be honest, Xia Chan is actually much easier to coax than Bailing. To put it nicely, the girl is pure and simple. To put it bluntly, she is stupid. Of course, such a girl will be more pitiful and sympathetic when she becomes pitiful. Anyway, every time he saw her squatting in the garden and working silently, he would feel a little uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would not be so self-indulgent as to help her. Back to the house. It was still dark outside the window. The sun was still hidden in the horizon, but there was a hint of whiteness in the farthest sky. It was obviously a good day today. Luo Qingzhou's soul returned to his body, and he got out of bed and stretched his body. When he was about to go to bed to catch up on his sleep, he thought about it, opened the door, walked to the door opposite, and pushed the door. The door was not locked, and it was pushed open directly. Luo Qingzhou hesitated, walked in, and closed the door. Then he took off his clothes and got into the bed, and got into the little girl's quilt. It's been a long time since I slept with the little girl, so I'll make it up to her for a while today. Xiao Dai was awakened. Her petite body trembled with fear, and she was about to scream. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Xiao Dai, don't scream. It's me. The little girl woke up, whimpered, and said, Young master, you scared me to death. Then he said, Young master, why are you sleeping over there? The night outside the window began to fade away gradually. After dawn, Xiao Dai quietly took her feet out of the young master's hand, got off the bed gently, and put on her clothes. As a maid, she had to get up early. Otherwise, if someone came here to look for the young master, it would be troublesome. After putting on her clothes, Xiao Dai stood in front of the bed, staring at the young master's beautiful face for a while. Then she couldn't help it, quietly lowered her head, pouted her little mouth, and kissed the young master's lips, like a dragonfly touching the water, and then left the room contentedly, went outside to sweep the floor and drive away those annoying sparrows. It was not long after dawn. A girl in a goose-yellow dress rode a white horse. brought several guards from the city lord's mansion and a carriage, and came to the Qin mansion, asking to see the second lady of the Qin family. Butler Zhou immediately went in to report. Qin Wenzheng hurried out and saw that it was the maid next to the eldest princess, and immediately took her to the Meixiang garden in person. A maid had already run to notify her one step ahead. Shuer was cutting flowers in the yard. When she heard the news, she immediately went into the house and asked Shuer to go in and call her own lady. Qin Weimo had already gotten up. At this time, Zheng Su was holding a pen and practicing calligraphy in front of the window. Last night, her brother-in-law didn't come. She stayed alone in the empty bed and didn't sleep for half a night. She got up before dawn in the morning and sat in front of the desk, silently looking at her brother-in-law's poems in a daze. Chior knocked on the door and entered the room, whispering, "Miss, the princess sent someone to find you." Qin Weimo heard this, and there was no surprise on her face. She looked at her brother-in-law's pen and ink again, thinking about her brother-in-law's whispered instructions last night. She couldn't help but secretly say in her heart again, "Brother-in-law is so amazing. Really amazing." Yuewu entered the Meixiang garden, looked around the courtyard, and smiled. What a beautiful scenery. No wonder it can raise a talented person like Miss Qin Air. Qin Weimo packed up and took the story she copied last night. After leaving the house, she was supported by Chior and bowed slightly, saying, "Miss Yuewu." Yuewu looked at the delicate beauty in front of her, who made people feel pity, and smiled. "Miss Qin, sorry to bother you. The princess read your story about the 3 kingdoms last night and couldn't sleep at night. So she asked me to invite Miss Qin Air to come over early in the morning. I wonder if Miss Qin Air has finished writing the story." Qin Weimo said softly, "I just wrote the last 2 rounds, and the other rounds have not been written yet. If the princess likes it, Weimo will try his best to write it out in the next few days." Yuewu nodded and said, "Okay, Miss Qin. Please." Qin Weimo followed Zhuer and Chior out of the door. A luxuriously decorated carriage was waiting at the gate outside the mansion. Yuewu said to Qin Wenzheng, who was seeing her out, "Don't worry, Lord Qin. After the princess and Miss Ling have finished talking, Yuewu will send Miss Ling back safely." Qin Wenzheng bowed and said, "Thank you." Yuewu walked down the steps, got on the white horse lightly, and left slowly with the carriage. Qin Wenzheng stood at the door for a long time, until the carriage disappeared at the corner of the alley, then turned to Zhou Tong behind him and said, "Go and call Luo Qinzhou." "Yes, sir." Butler Zhou left in a hurry. At this time, Luo Qinzhou had been awakened by the sound of Xiao Dai driving away sparrows outside the window. After getting up and washing up, he hugged the little girl tightly in his arms, biting her mouth and preparing to punish her, when Beiling's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Son-in-law, are you up? The master is looking for you." It turned out that every time before housekeeper Zhou came to see Luo Qinzhou, he would send a maid to Lingshan Moon Palace first. It was not convenient for him to come here directly. Who knows who was sleeping in the room of this son-in-law last night? It would be better to let the eldest lady's people come and call. When Luo Qinzhou went out, Beiling suddenly approached him and whispered, "Son-in-law." Chan Chan suddenly fainted after returning this morning. Chapter 153. Waiting room. Qin Wenzheng was sitting on a chair eating morning tea. His brows were furrowed. His expression was solemn, and he seemed to have something on his mind. When the young man in a Confucian robe appeared at the door, his brows suddenly relaxed again, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Luo Qinzhou entered the hall and bowed his head respectfully. "Father-in-law." Qin Wenzheng put down the teacup, stared at his face and body carefully, and nodded secretly. "This kid is gentle and elegant, calm and introverted, full of talent, and elegant. No wonder even Wei Mo was impressed by him and kept talking about him. No one in the mansion slandered him behind his back." He spoke softly. "Qinzhou, from what happened yesterday, we can see that although you have been studying in the house all day, you are good at making decisions, smart and intelligent, and you are not comparable to those pedantic scholars. You also know that your elder brother and second brother are not interested in the family business, and your wife and sister-in-law never go out of the house. So I want to hand over all the family businesses to you. What do you think?" After a pause, he said, "Of course, I won't disturb your studies. I will let your second uncle and third uncle help you. Whenever you have time, you can go and take a look and give them some advice. In the future, most of our Qin Mansion's industries can be inherited by you and Jian, your wife. Qinzhou, you can consider it." After listening, Luo Qinzhou directly declined, Thank you for the letter, father-in-law. Ren. But Qingzhou has no interest in these, and has no intention to manage them. Qingzhou is now devoted to studying. He has no distractions. As for the Qin Mansion's industry, Qingzhou will not want it. Qingzhou has food, clothing and shelter here, which is enough, and dare not ask for too much. Qin Wenzheng looked at him and continued to persuade, Qingzhou, no matter you become an official or do anything in the future, you need industry support. My request is very simple. As long as you treat my daughter and my Qin family well, you can use everything in the Qin family at will. These words I said today are not to test you. They are all sincere. You can think about it carefully. Luo Qingzhou looked up at him, and suddenly heard him say in his heart, Hack! I don't want to do this kind of exhausting work for a day. Calculating all day. Worrying all day. Working day and night. Tired like a stupid cow. And I don't even have time to go out for a drink. Let's throw it to the kid. And tire him to death. And see if he still has time and energy to waste my daughter and the maids in the mansion. Luo Qingzhou. Qingzhou. The industry of my Qin mansion is not much less than that of Chengba mansion. If you are willing, you will be in charge of the affairs of the Qin family in the future. In the future, you can participate in the Maching Chamber of Commerce and various family meetings with the identity of the head of the Qin family. At that time, you will be on an equal footing with Liu Yannian of Chengba mansion. Wouldn't it be great? Qin Wenzheng continued to seduce. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, Thank you, father-in-law, for your trust. But Qingzhou still said that Qingzhou really has no interest in these. And Qingzhou has no experience in industry management. Qingzhou now only wants to study. So please ask father-in-law to find someone else. Only a fool will fall for your trick. Seeing his firm attitude, Qin Wenzheng was silent for a while, and could only sigh, Okay. Since you really don't want to, then forget it. I won't force you anymore. I will hand over the position of the head of the family to your second uncle. After you finish the autumn exam next year and your second brother's exam, we will take Wei Mo to Kyoto for treatment. If you have nothing to do by then, come with us. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and did not answer immediately. Who can say for sure what will happen next year? If he can get his revenge, he will make a decision. Qin Wenzheng frowned again and said, By the way, Qingzhou, the princess sent someone to take Wei Mo away this morning. It seems that it was because of the story last night. Do you think Wei Mo will be in trouble? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Don't worry, father-in-law. The second lady is smart and will be fine. Qin Wenzheng was relieved after hearing this and said, Okay, I won't delay your time. Go back to study. Qingzhou, goodbye. Luo Qingzhou withdrew. Then, he hurried to Lingchan Moon Palace. Just now, Beiling said that Xia Chan fainted suddenly when she came back in the morning. At that time, she was in a hurry to come here, and Butler Zhou was waiting. So he didn't ask much. He didn't know what happened to the girl. He had to go and see. When they arrived at Lingchan Moon Palace, Beiling was carrying a basin of hot water from the kitchen and preparing to enter the house. When she saw him, she frowned and shouted, Oh, son-in-law, come quickly. I can't carry it. It's too heavy. Luo Qingzhou walked over to help her hold it and asked, How is Miss Xiaochan? What happened? Beiling took him into the house and said, Chan is sick. Her forehead is very hot, and her body is also very hot. It may be related to being too tired these days. Then she begged at the door, Son-in-law, can you help me take care of Chan? I still have to go and see the young lady. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, I'm a man. It's not convenient. Otherwise, I'll call Xiaodai over? Beiling shook his head and said, No, uncle. Except for you. No one else can come in here. Otherwise the young lady will be angry. That night when I brought Xiaodai here, the young lady was angry. Luo Qingzhou said, Why? Bai Ling whispered, The young lady doesn't like the smell of other people. As he said that, he pushed the door open and said, Uncle, come in quickly. Help Chan wipe her forehead, neck, and body with a hot towel. Luo Qingzhou? Bai Ling laughed, Uncle, I'm just kidding. Just wipe the forehead and neck. Don't touch other places. After that, he pushed him in and waved, Uncle, you have to take good care of Chan. I'm going to see the young lady. Bang! The door behind him closed. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Then he walked to the bed with the basin. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the light was very dim. The cold girl lay on the bed, wrapped in a quilt. revealing only a red and hot little face, and a little messy black long hair. The pair of eyes were open blankly, and she was staring at the curtain above her head absent-mindedly. When she saw him come in, she looked at him. Luo Qingzhou wrung out the towel in the basin, walked to the bed and said, Bai Ling has to go to see the eldest lady, so let me take care of you. I will help you wipe your forehead and neck. Okay? The girl looked at him blankly, as if she was burned stupidly. Without speaking or moving, Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore. Put the towel on her forehead, wiped it gently for a while, and then went down to wipe her neck, and comforted softly. It's okay. It's just a fever. It should be tired these few nights. Just rest for a day. Luo Qingzhou rubbed the towel in the basin, then came over and sat on the stool beside the bed, saying, Would you like to wipe your hands and arms too? This can help you dissipate heat, and you won't feel too uncomfortable. The girl still stared at him blankly without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou looked at her a few more times, reached into the quilt, took out one of her little hands, wiped her sleeves, and began to wipe it gently with a towel. After wiping this one, he wiped the other one. After a while, he began to wipe from the forehead and neck. The girl stared at him blankly from beginning to end, without speaking or moving, and was so gentle and weak that it was pitiful. In fact, when you have a fever, the quilt can't be too thick. You have to dissipate heat. Luo Qingzhou put down the towel, took off the quilt on her body, put it inside, and only covered her with a thin layer of quilt. Xia-chan, if you feel cold, tell me. When you have a fever, sometimes you feel hot, and sometimes you feel cold. Close your eyes, and have a good rest. Maybe you will be fine when you wake up. By the way, did Bailing make medicine for you? Did you call a doctor to see you? Luo Qingzhou talked to himself for a while, and prepared to get up and ask Bailing. At this time, the girl on the bed finally spoke. No, I don't want to eat. The medicine is bitter. Luo Qingzhou reached out, and touched her forehead again. It was still hot. He said, If you don't take the medicine, I'm afraid the fever will subside very slowly. Good medicine tastes bitter, but is good for the disease. Just close your eyes and drink it. Miss Xia-chan is not afraid of killing people. So why is she afraid of taking medicine? The girl looked at him blankly and whispered, Afraid. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and gently advised Xia-chan, Don't go to plant flowers at night in the future. If you really have to go, go during the day. The temperature is low at night, and the yin energy is heavy, and you have a cold body, so you are very easy to get sick. The girl was silent for a while, and whispered, My body is not cold. Luo Qingzhou reached out and held her little hand, then put her little hand on his face, and said, Look, you should be able to feel it yourself. My face is hot. Your hand is cold. You usually have a cold body. Don't you notice? That night when he was out of his spirit, he could clearly see that the girl's whole body was condensed with ice crystals, and even the air around her was condensed with ice crystals. How could it not be cold? And as long as she was close to Miss Qin Air, Miss Qin Air could clearly feel it. The girl seemed to show a trace of panic in her eyes. She slowly turned her back and faced the inside, still whispering stubbornly, No ice. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, and advised, Anyway, don't go to plant flowers at night in the future. It's not good for your health. I heard from Bailing that although your swordsmanship is powerful, you have never practiced martial arts. Your physique is very weak. Otherwise you wouldn't have been sneezing and shaking when you were caught in the rain at night. Xia-chan, there is no need to be strong or avoid this kind of thing. I'm not laughing at you when I say it. I just care about you. As for making money, wait until your body recovers. And, to be honest, you really don't need to work so hard to make money. If you need money, I can give it to you. After a pause, he said, Of course, I don't have much money now, but I can make money soon. And then I can give you a lot. What do you think? The girl turned her back to him, looked inside, and was silent for a long time before whispering, Don't want yours. I earn it myself. She doesn't want to be a gigolo. Let him support her. He is obviously a son-in-law. A son-in-law is a gigolo. She wants to work hard to make money, and let him eat her gigolo forever. At the same time, in the small palace next to the city lord's mansion, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a red dress, was kneeling in front of the table with her long legs, watching the other 2 rounds of stories brought by Miss Qin Air carefully. When he saw the last 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu, he couldn't help but say, This Lu Fengxian is a hero. But it's a pity that he didn't meet a wise master and ended up with those losers. What a pity. Then he sighed. But with his character, even Chow Mingda might not be able to control him. Miss Jean Eyre, who was dressed in a plain white dress, knelt softly beside him and said softly, "It's a pity that he didn't meet the eldest princess. If he was under the eldest princess, the three surname slave thing would not happen. The eldest princess only needs to use a little trick, and he will be convinced and work for the eldest princess." When Nangang Huiyue saw the last line of small words to know what happened next. Please listen to the next chapter. Her breathing was stagnant, and she was a little angry. But after hearing her words, she turned her head and looked at her and smiled. Miss Jean Eyre doesn't look like someone who would flatter. Qin Weimao lowered her head. She lowered her head and said softly, "I have never flattered anyone since I was a child. So, what I said just now is the truth. With the intelligence and ability of the princess, it is easy for her to subdue Lu Fengxian." Nangang Huiyue smiled, picked up the rice paper in her hand, looked at her and said, "The story is indeed wonderful. But it is too short. Miss Jean Eyre, remember to write a few more rounds after you go back. Of course, health is the most important. How about 3 days?" Qin Weimao said respectfully. "I will do my best." Nangang Huiyue stared at her pale and beautiful face for a while, and suddenly smiled and said, "In fact, I have a method that can alleviate Miss Jean Eyre's condition. But I'm afraid Miss Jean Eyre doesn't want to." Qin Weimao's heart moved, and he lowered his head and said, "Princess, can you tell me?" Nangang Huiyue's eyes flashed, and said, "Dual Cultivation." Chapter 154. It was almost noon. Xia Chan, lying on the bed, finally fell asleep. Luo Qingzhou helped her wipe the exposed skin again, then opened the door and prepared to leave. As soon as the door opened, Beiling was outside, sneaking around and preparing to escape. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her arm and pulled her back, saying, "If you have nothing to do, just watch her. I have something else to do, so I'll come back in the evening." Beiling turned around and said with embarrassment, "Son-in-law, I have something else to do, and I have to go watch the young lady. Before she could finish, Luo Qingzhou pressed her against the wall next to her and kissed her roughly. After a moment, Fawn let go and said, "Anything else?" Bai Ling's body was weak. Her eyes were blurred. Her lips were wet. Her chest was heaving. Her face was red and she panted, "No more." Bang! Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her wet mouth again. And then Fong turned and left. Bai Ling leaned against the wall blankly, watching his majestic back, and was stunned for a long time. Fong raised her slender jade fingers, touched the wetness on her lips, and murmured, "Son-in-law so domineering." Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, ate a few pieces of beef, and then took his things and went to Yi Tingyu Garden. The garden was quiet and empty. He went down to the lake and went to the underground secret passage. After practicing the thunder fist for half an hour in the stone room, Fawn began to follow the tendon training pictures in the book and began to do various tendon stretching movements. After a while, he was sweating profusely. The speed of those movements also began to get faster and faster. Bang! He tightened the tendons on his legs to accumulate strength, then kicked suddenly, and the stone wall next to him shattered instantly. Relying on the coordination of fascia and muscles, explosive power and strength can be greatly increased. Boom! 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 He followed the movements in the tendon training picture in the book. First tightened the tendons all over his body to accumulate strength, then suddenly stretched and exploded, and punched the thunder fist with even heavier strength, and bursts of piercing sonic booms rang out in the air in the stone chamber. After only one punch, he felt sore muscles and tendons all over his body, and most of his strength was consumed. His whole body seemed to be soaked by rain and wet. He persisted in practicing for more than an hour, and finally, he was exhausted and his whole body was in pain, especially the fascia connecting the bones and muscles, which kept beating and painful, as if it was about to break. Luo Qingzhou knew that this was a normal reaction when the fascia was tempered violently at the beginning. It was so painful. If you persist for a while longer, when the fascia becomes tougher, the pain will naturally decrease a lot. However, the space here is limited, and it is impossible to perform the muscle training movements such as jumping and running as shown in the books. Luo Qingzhou decided to go to Jubao Pavilion tomorrow to see if he could go out of the city to hunt monsters. The wide and deep Blackwood Forest is a good place for cultivation. If you can encounter monsters, it will be better. if you want to successfully train your muscles before the new year. In addition to the muscle training potion and the deep blue liquid, you have to go to the Blackwood Forest to find monsters to fight. Without actual training and external stimulation, you will never be able to achieve the best state and effective training. Luo Qingzhou panted heavily and walked out of the stone room with sweat all over his body. When he was about to take a bath at the bottom of the lake, his eyes suddenly looked at the place blocked by rocks in the 3 roads ahead. He hesitated for a moment, walked over, and entered the middle passage. After a short rest, he suddenly put all his strength into his arms and punched the rock blocking the front with a bang. Bang! Stone chips flew. The rock broke into pieces and scattered. Bang! Boom! Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched the rock several times in a row, and the stones immediately fell to the ground. The passage began to extend forward a little. He thought to himself, I don't know where the front leads to. If I clear some obstacles like this every day, I will treat it as practicing boxing. Maybe I can open up this road directly at that time. As he thought about this, the fascia stretching action in the book appeared in his mind again, and he punched again with a bang. Stone chips flew and stones rolled down. It looks good to practice like this in the future. It can exercise fascia muscles, refine skin and practice boxing, and split stones to open a way. The strength in his body has been exhausted. He didn't stay any longer, turned out of the secret passage, and entered the bottom of the lake through the monster's mouth. He took a good bath in the warm lake water. After landing, it was already evening. The setting sun fell to the horizon, and the sunset glow was like fire. He suddenly thought of what Senior Yu said last night. When the setting sun fell in the evening and the sunset glow was thick, it was the best stage to start the day tour practice. He looked around and saw that there was no sound around. Fong walked into the bamboo forest and checked it again. After seeing that no one had come, Fong found a bush, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, and his soul left his body. This was his first time leaving his body in the daytime. As soon as his soul flew out of the top of his body, he felt a burning breath coming. This time, he did not wear the mask for protection, since he wanted to practice. He naturally could not wear a mask to isolate the sunlight and other substances in the daytime. He flew out of the bamboo forest slowly. When the first ray of sunset shone on his body, his whole soul trembled suddenly, as if he was suddenly roasted by flames, and a pain came over him. But soon, the pain began to disappear. He continued to fly forward, and slowly his entire soul was bathed in the golden sunset and the fiery red sunset. The burning sensation on his body began to subside, and slowly became warm. The feeling of leaving the body at night was completely different from that of leaving the body during the day. When leaving the body at night, it felt like a summer night breeze blowing on the body, with a slight cool feeling. When leaving the body during the day, it felt like the sun shining on the body in winter. Warm. It seemed quite comfortable. Luo Qingzhou faced the sunset, floated out of the flowers, and floated over the lake. Then he slowly rose and landed on the roof of the moon-watching building. The orange-red sunset fell on his body and on the clear water of the lake, sparkling and beautiful. Luo Qingzhou sat down on the top of the attic, bathing in the warm sunset, and slowly closed his eyes. At night, a dark soul gradually began to become transparent under the illumination of the sunset. Something seemed to be slowly changing. Luo Qingzhou felt comfortable as if he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, the sun had already set and night had fallen. A bright moon rose into the sky. He quickly got up and floated back to the bamboo forest, his mind and spirit returning to his body. He then left the moon night listening to the rain garden and returned to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding her chin with both hands, looking at the door waiting for him eagerly. When she saw him coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she stood up and said, "Sir, Sister Zhuer came just now. She said that the second young lady has not come back yet. So she asked me to tell you, and Sister Bailing also came. She asked me to tell you to remember to go to the eldest young lady to pay respects in the evening." Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. "Is the second young lady not back yet? What else did Zhuer say?" Xiao Dai shook her head. "Sister Zhuer said just this," and then left worriedly. Luo Qingzhou thought about it and comforted. "It's okay. Let's eat first." He had been practicing intensively in the afternoon and was already hungry at this time. As for the second young lady Qin, it was useless to be anxious, and she could only continue to wait. If she doesn't come back tonight, she will have to go and see. Xiao Dai went to the kitchen and brought the hot food. Luo Qingzhou sat down, gave her some first, and then wolfed it down. After eating and drinking enough, he went out. First he went to Meixiang Garden to check. Miss Jean Eyre had not come back yet. After he comforted Zhu, he went to Lingshan Moon Palace again. Xia Qian's forehead was still burning hot, and the fever had not subsided. She was already confused and conscious. Bailing boiled the medicine and fed her to eat it, and she fell asleep again. Luo Qingzhou sat by the bed and wiped her forehead and neck several times. Then said to Bailing beside him, "Didn't you go to see a doctor?" Bailing sighed and said, "I went to see Dr. Sunday. After listening to my symptoms, Dr. Sun directly prescribed medicine. I asked him to come and see, but he hugged the table and said he would rather die than come." "Why?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and looked at her in confusion. Bailing glanced at the girl on the bed and said helplessly, "Chan Chan was also sick before. When Dr. Sun came to treat her, he just walked to the bedside and Chan Chan's sword pointed at Dr. Sun's throat and pierced a few centimeters. Dr. Sun's neck bled a lot, and since then, he has never stepped into here again." Luo Qingzhou. Bailing looked at him meaningfully and said, "Son-in-law, you are the only one who has entered Chan Chan's room except me and the young lady." Luo Qingzhou looked at the unconscious girl on the bed with fever, was silent for a while, turned to look at her and said, "It looks a bit serious. It's best to help her reduce the fever physically after taking the medicine." "Physical fever?" Bailing looked puzzled. "What is that?" Luo Qingzhou explained, "Wipe the whole body with warm water, and it's best to control it for half an incense stick each time. Tonight, you have to wipe it repeatedly to help her body dissipate heat until her whole body temperature drops. Otherwise, if she keeps burning like this, the temperature is too high and it may burn her brain. If it turns into encephalitis, it will be troublesome." Bailing was stunned for a moment, then turned and walked to the door and said, "Uncle, I will continue to boil water. You are responsible for helping Chan Chan to cool down physically. I will turn on the stove and heat the water, and you can help Chan Chan to cool down physically at night." Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up and said, "You need to wipe your whole body." Bailing. Bang! Bailing immediately walked out, closed the door, and said outside, "Uncle, just wipe it. Chan Chan is asleep and doesn't know." "I don't know. I still have to take care of the young lady." "Uncle, I'm going to trouble you tonight. Whether Chan Chan's brain will be burned depends on you. I believe you can definitely save Chan Chan's brain." After saying that, the footsteps quickly faded away. Luo Qingzhou. Outside the window, the moon was bright. In the palace next to the city lord's mansion, Princess Nangong Huiyue was having a meal. Miss Qin, who was wearing a plain white dress, accompanied her. She simply ate a few bites and then stopped eating. After Nangong Huiyue finished her meal, Miss Qin said goodbye again in a weak voice. "Your Highness, it's getting late. If Weimao doesn't go back, my parents will be worried." Nangong Huiyue ate a piece of fruit brought by Yuewu, and was silent for a while. Then she looked at her and said, "You really don't consider practicing dual cultivation with me? My body can just restrain the disease in your body. Although it can't be completely eradicated, it can at least extend your life by 3 years. Miss Qin's cheeks were slightly red, and she lowered her head and said, "Your Highness's dual cultivation is really a bit unbelievable." Nangong Huiyue smiled and said, "What's unbelievable? It's just that you have never seen it. The dual cultivation between women is much cleaner and purer than that between men and women." Then she smiled and said, "Why? Do you have a lover? So, you don't want to be intimate with this princess?" Miss Qin's cheeks were red. She lowered her head, and didn't say anything else. Nangong Huiyue smiled, put down the half-eaten fruit in her hand, waved her hand and said, "Okay, go back. Remember to give me a few more rounds of the Three Kingdoms story in 3 days. If you write well, this princess can agree to one of your requests. All your requests in Mo City." Miss Jean Eyre stood up, bowed, did not dare to stay any longer, and retreated respectfully. After she left, a maid walked in quickly and whispered, "Your Highness, I sent someone to check. There is a person in the Qin mansion who is very suspicious." At this time, Yuewu also walked in quickly, with an excited face. "Your Highness, this Mo City is really a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. I just found out about several other poems outside, which are even many times better than those written by Miss Jean Eyre last night. One of them is Ode to Plum Blossoms, and the other is Song of Water Melody. I think even all the poems in the entire Baiwa Kingdom and Dian Kingdom cannot compare." After listening to this, Nan Donghuyua's heart moved immediately. Could it be that this small border town, as some rumors say, hides a huge secret? Otherwise, how could so many talented people suddenly appear? Chapter 155 Secret. The night was silent. Outside the window, a crescent moon hung on a sparse-tongued tree. A few cold stars flickered dimly in the clouds. The water droplets under the eaves were still ticking. At this time, it was already the evening hour of Su. Luo Qingzhou opened the window and stood in front of it for a while, letting the air flow in the room for a while. Then closed the window and went over to touch the forehead of the girl on the bed. The forehead was still hot, but compared to the previous scorching heat, it finally subsided. Luo Qingzhou helped her wrap the quilt and walked out of the room. As soon as the door opened, a figure suddenly ran away from the door and hid in the corner in front. But there was still a scent of the girl's flowers left at the place. Luo Qingzhou said to the corner, "I'll go see if the second young lady is back. If she hasn't come back yet, we have to go pick her up." Bai Ling poked her head out from the corner, looked at him and said, "Uncle, will the second young lady be okay?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "Probably not. You look after Xiaochan. I'll go see." Bai Ling walked out from the corner. "Oh. Then uncle, go quickly. If the second young lady hasn't come back yet. Uncle, I have to inform the master." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and left quickly. Bai Ling walked to the door of the room, looked at his back as he went away, couldn't help but sigh, and murmured, "If uncle really likes the second young lady, then hey." She pushed the door into the room, walked to the bed, squatted in front of the bed, looked at the sick girl on the bed, and said softly with a sad face, "Chan, if that's the case, what should we do?" The girl on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and turned to look at her. Bai Ling immediately changed her words. "What should you do?" Luo Qingzhou rushed all the way to the Meixiang garden. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Zhuer suddenly opened the door and prepared to come out. When she saw him, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Sir, I was just about to inform you that the young lady is back." Luo Qingzhou felt relieved when he heard this. "Is the second young lady okay?" Zhuer smiled and said, "The young lady is fine. Just a little tired. She will go to bed after taking a bath." Luo Qingzhou finally felt relieved. When he was about to say goodbye, Zhuer grabbed his arm and said, "Sir, don't go. Since you are here, you must go in and let the young lady see you." Luo Qingzhou was forcibly pulled in and said, "Shouldn't Miss Zhuer say that since you are here, you must go in and see the young lady?" Zhuer closed the courtyard door, laughed, and snorted. "The young lady is taking a bath, so you can't look at her. Let the young lady look at you." Luo Qingzhou stopped in the courtyard and didn't dare to go in again. Zhuer walked into the room, knocked on the door, and said to the inside, "Chiu, the son-in-law is here. Ask the young lady if she wants to talk to him later." Chiu didn't seem to ask, and hurriedly said, "Yes." Zhuer, "Ask the son-in-law to wait for a while. The young lady will finish her bath soon." Zhuer responded and came out to answer. Luo Qingzhou had to wait in the courtyard. The snow in the flower bed had melted away, and many flower buds that were not afraid of the cold had opened their petals. However, the slanting plum blossoms under the eaves had already withered. When Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something in his heart, the window in the study was suddenly pushed open, and a girl in a plain white dress, with her still wet black hair, appeared in the window, looking at him with a smile and said, "Brother-in-law, come in quickly." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her pure and lovely appearance after bathing, hesitating for a moment, and entered the house. When he reached the door, Chior came out with water and whispered, "Son-in-law, the young lady's hair is still wet. Son-in-law, please help wipe it. Otherwise the young lady will get sick. Usually, she does these things. But today, of course, she understands her young lady's intentions. So she didn't do it again." Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and entered the study. In addition to the smell of incense, there was also the steam flower fragrance of the bath just now, and the unique medicinal fragrance of Miss Qin air. Several scents mixed together. And looking at the girl in front of the window, with a pair of white jade feet and a white dress coming out of the bath, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but feel a little moved, and his steps hesitated for a moment. "Brother-in-law, come in." Qin Weimo gently closed the window, called him softly, and then walked into the inner room with a snow-white long skirt. The skin that had just been washed was white and tender, and it was so soft that it could be blown away. Chior came over and stuffed a long towel into Luo Qingzhou's hand, then left the room and closed the door. The girl sat down on the chair in front of the dressing table, turned her head and looked at him and said, "Brother-in-law, what are you daydreaming about?" Luo Qingzhou calmed down, walked over with a towel, stood behind her, looked at her in the bronze mirror, and began to help her wipe her black hair. The girl sat there quietly, looking at him through the bronze mirror, her eyes full of gentle smiles. Silence for a moment. Luo Qingzhou felt that the atmosphere was a bit too depressing. So he asked, "Second miss, why did you come back so late today? Did the princess make things difficult for you?" The girl lowered her head slightly. "Yes, she did." Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he looked at her in the mirror and said, "What did the princess ask you to do? Force you to write the next round?" The girl suddenly turned her head and looked at him and said, "Brother-in-law, the princess wants to dual cultivation with Wei Mo." "Dual cultivation?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned. "What do you mean?" The girl looked at him with her eyes full of love, and a smile appeared on her face. "Just take off your clothes, sleep together, whisper in each other's ears, and then maybe do things between husband and wife." Luo Qingzhou. The girl stared at the expression on his face with a smile, and after a moment, she suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother-in-law, are you scared?" Luo Qingzhou continued to help her wiping her hair. She said, "Miss, are you teasing me on purpose?" The girl turned her head and smiled at the mirror. "It's okay if my brother-in-law doesn't believe me. Anyway, the princess has taken a fancy to me and may snatch me away when the time comes." Luo Qingzhou rubbed her hair with both hands and smiled. "If the princess wants someone, she doesn't have to snatch me away at all." The girl looked at him in the mirror. Her smile slightly faded. "But if I don't want to, will she snatch me away?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No. The princess shouldn't embarrass or force a weak woman. This is not in line with her character." The girl was surprised and said, "Brother-in-law hasn't seen the princess. How can he know what her character is?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and wiped her hair, saying, "Some people's character can be seen from their usual deeds. The princess's mind is on the country and the people, and she won't waste it on these things." The girl sighed softly. "Brother-in-law is really amazing. In fact, Weima also thinks so." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh. "So the second lady is praising herself in a roundabout way." The girl chuckled. "She is praising brother-in-law. Brother-in-law knows everything in the world without going out. Not to mention this Mo city. Even in the entire Great Yen Kingdom, there are few people who can compare with brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her eyes in the mirror and said nothing. Qin Weima didn't say anything either. The room fell into silence again. Luo Qingzhou quietly helped her wipe her hair. She looked at him quietly in the mirror. After a while, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "By the way, miss, after you left this morning, my father-in-law called me over and said something to me." Qin Weima was slightly startled, and then his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. "Daddy? Brother-in-law? What did Daddy say?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Father-in-law said that he wanted to hand over all the family businesses to me, and asked me to be the head of the Qin family. But I refused. I am not interested in those." Qin Weima couldn't help laughing and said, "Daddy wanted to be lazy, and wanted my brother-in-law to help him take on the responsibilities of the family. But if it were someone else, he would definitely not refuse. After all, it is such a big business. My brother-in-law is not an ordinary person, and he is not interested in this, so it is reasonable for him to refuse." After a pause, he said, "Brother-in-law, did Daddy talk to you and just say these?" Luo Qingzhou said, "There is more." When these words came out, the little girl's hands folded on her legs tightened slightly, grasping the skirt below, staring at him closely in the mirror, and smiled. "Brother-in-law, what else?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Father-in-law also said that after I finish the autumn exam and my second brother finish the exam next year, he will take you to Kyoto for treatment, and let me go with you at that time." Qin Weima was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said softly, "Brother-in-law, it's fake to treat Weima. Weimo's disease is actually incurable. Otherwise it wouldn't have dragged on until now." Luo Qingzhou's lips moved, as if he wanted to comfort, but didn't know how to comfort. Qin Weima whispered, "In fact, Daddy has been planning for a long time. Many of the family's big businesses have changed hands. Some have been sold to others, and some have been given to the second uncle and the third uncle. Daddy wants to take us away from here and go to Kyoto." Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "Why? Isn't it good here?" "Here, at least you are still a big family. If you are in Kyoto, Qin Weima shook his head slightly. Weima doesn't know. But judging from recent events, Daddy should be right. Many families in Maching seem to be hostile to us. Daddy is different from the rulers of other families. Although he inherited the title, there is such a big industry. But he is not interested in these. He just wants his family to be safe and happy. What's more, he knows that the eldest princess has always wanted to abolish the previous title system. At the dinner last night, the eldest princess deliberately mentioned that if we don't know what's good for us, it will be too late to quit. Luo Qingzhou said, second miss means that father-in-law not only wants to get rid of these industries, but also wants to resign his title and go to Kyoto to avoid disaster? Qin Weima nodded slightly. It should be like this. But these are just Weima's guesses. Luo Qingzhou said, the title system should be related to the interests of all nobles. It is difficult for the princess to implement it alone. Right? Qin Weima whispered. The princess has made many suggestions before, but they were all stopped by those nobles. At that time, although the princess had prestige, she had no power. But now it is different. After the death of the previous emperor, the princess not only has her own army, but the emperor who succeeded to the throne is also her brother, who listens to her. I heard that last year. The princess started to prepare for these things. The prime minister and the general who opposed her at the beginning, as well as several. Prince. Now he has been demoted. Meiji cousin's father was also crowned as a king. But because of this incident, he has now been demoted to a county prince. His fiefdom has been removed, and he has been kept in Kyoto and is not allowed to leave. Daddy must have seen this and started to get scared. So he started to prepare to withdraw. Luo Qingzhou was a little curious. Second miss. Is the mother of Meiji cousin your mother-in-law's biological sister? Qin Weima shook his head and said, no. They are cousins. And they are only distant relatives. Luo Qingzhou nodded. No wonder the Song family has no scruples. The two chatted for a while. Luo Qingzhou saw that her hair had been dried and was ready to leave. Qin Weimo turned around and said, brother-in-law, tonight? Not tonight. Luo Qingzhou avoided her dim gaze and said, Xia-chan is sick and has a high fever. Bailing said that other people can't go in. So she asked me to take care of her. I may have to stay there all night. Qin Weimo frowned slightly when he heard this. Is Xia-chan sick? Then he nodded and said softly, then brother-in-law, go and take care of her. Xia-chan, she is quite pitiful. And her health is not very good. She often gets sick. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, does the second lady know her? Qin Weimo was silent for a while. Shook his head. I only know that she is very cold. And I dare not get too close. Since I got close to her once and suddenly coughed and vomited blood. She has been. I didn't appear in front of me. When I was hurt, I might not be able to marry a child in my life after listening. Luo Qingzhou stayed for a long while. And put down the towel, Miss Air. Then I go first. After a long time. Fawn whispered, brother-in-law. I'm sorry, there are some things Weima can't tell you good to her. Even in the future Weimo is willing. Luo Qingzhou came out of Meixiang Xiayuan, thinking that what Miss Qin Air just said suddenly became heavy. No wonder she worked so hard to save money. No wonder she was so frugal. It turned out that she had been wandering and hungry. Her current body should also be caused by the wind, rain, frost, snow and ice outside during that time. Right? Luo Qingzhou's heart was full of pity. And at the same time, an inexplicable pain surged in his heart. He quickened his pace and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. It doesn't matter. He will do his best to help the poor girl walk out of the cold shadow. I hope that one day, her face will also be able to show a bright smile like Bailing. I believe it must be beautiful. Chapter 156. The clock stopped. And the night was quiet. The girl on the bed finally got rid of her high fever. Luo Qingzhou repeatedly stroked her forehead. And when he was sure that her temperature had finally returned to normal, he breathed a sigh of relief, wrapped her in the quilt, and left the room. He was going to go back to sleep for a while. He had to go to Jubao Pavilion tomorrow. He hadn't had a good sleep in the past few nights. Just after leaving the room, he suddenly saw the door opposite move, and a pink corner of clothes flashed in. He walked over directly and said at the door, Bai Ling, I'm going back to sleep. Miss Ya Chen's fever has subsided, and she should be fine. There was silence in the room, and no one responded. Luo Qingzhou didn't stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden cough in the room. He stopped and looked inside through the half-open door. The room was dark, and he couldn't see anything. He suddenly thought of the same scene when he was in the bridal chamber. In the darkness, He was suddenly hugged by someone and pressed on the bed in a rotation. Then, his heart was slightly moved, and he looked at the crack in the door, and suddenly whispered, "Bai Ling, do you want me to go in?" There was no response from the room. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand, and pushed the door open. Squeak! The door opened gently. He struggled for a moment, but finally walked in. His vision quickly adapted to the darkness. In the corner next to him, Bai Ling was leaning against the wall in a pink dress, biting her lips, looking at him quietly, her eyes flickering, as if she was hesitating about something. Bai Ling. Luo Qingzhou's eyes met hers, and his heart was immediately moved. Bai Ling leaned against the wall, looked at him quietly for a while, and then whispered, "Son-in-law, do you want to bully me?" Luo Qingzhou walked closer, looked at her watery eyes and pretty face in the dark, suddenly stretched out his hands to hug her slender waist, lowered his head and pressed against her forehead and said, "Didn't you lure me in?" Bai Ling's face was pink, her eyelashes drooped, and she whispered, "No." The girl's breath was warm, and her body exuded a charming fragrance. Her heart was beating fast, and her towering chest was slightly up and down. Luo Qingzhou's heart was hot, and he lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. Son-in-law. Don't." Bai Ling struggled in her mouth, but her body was soft in his arms. Her hot little face was tilted up. Her eyes were blurred, and she looked like she was ready to be picked. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and kissed her for a while, suddenly bent down, picked her up horizontally, walked to the bed, and threw her on the bed. Tonight, he wanted to be awake and linger with her once. When he pressed on her and was about to take off her pink dress, he suddenly felt a chill from behind. Just like that night. His body froze, and he turned his head to look. There was nothing behind him. The room was empty. There was no one at the door either. He was stunned for a moment, got up and walked quickly to the door, opened the door and looked outside. There was no sound outside, and there was no one either. But where did the chill come from just now? He hesitated for a moment, walked to the room opposite, gently opened the door and looked at the bed inside. Xia Chan was still lying quietly on the bed, sleeping soundly. Strange? He was startled, closed the door, looked around again, and thought to himself, could it be that I was frightened many times and had an illusion? He didn't think about it anymore and went back to Bai Ling's room. He closed the door and directly inserted the bolt. The girl in a pink dress was still lying quietly on the bed, maintaining the posture he had just pressed, with her hands on her head. Messy hair, shy face, blurred eyes, trance, motionless. The pink skirt spread out, like a flower waiting for him to pick. The pair of slender legs of the girl were placed on the edge of the bed, also slightly apart. Luo Qingzhou watched quietly for a while, squatted down, and helped her take off her shoes. Then, he helped her gently take off the pink stockings on her feet. Then he stood up, bent down, and helped her gently untie the pink belt around her waist. Just as he was preparing for the next move, the door suddenly clicked and made a sound. He froze and turned his head to look. The door was still closed. There was no sound at the door. Nothing unusual. He was stunned for a moment, walked over, and just as he was about to pull the bolt, he suddenly found that the bolt was already open. He clearly remembered that it was just plugged in. His heart skipped a beat. He opened the door, walked out, looked around, and didn't see anyone. He immediately walked to the opposite room, pushed open the door, and looked at the bed again. The girl was still wrapped in the quilt, motionless. Could it be the eldest lady? Thinking of this, the desire in his heart was immediately dispersed, and his mind immediately regained clarity. No matter who the other party was, things could not continue at this time. The other party was obviously determined to ruin his good thing with Bai Ling. If he didn't leave at this time, it would only be more embarrassing. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and walked back to Bai Ling's room quickly, and said at the door, "Bai Ling, I'm going back. You have a good rest. I was actually joking with you just now." After that, without waiting for her answer, he quickly fled. Bai Ling lay on the bed in a daze for a while. Then she sat up and shouted, "Uncle." No one responded. Someone had already fled. She sat on the bed in a daze for a while. Then she grumbled aggressively, At least help me tie my clothes and put on my socks. It's annoying. Stinky uncle. Don't think about taking off my clothes or looking at my feet anymore." What? Squeak. The door was suddenly pushed open. Then, a cold figure appeared at the door, standing there like a ghost. Silent, Bailing immediately covered her face and sobbed. Stinky uncle. So hateful. I was sleeping. He suddenly ran in and held me down. And started bullying me. Woo. I'm weak. I can't resist it all. Woo. Then she looked at the door through her fingers and said, Fortunately, I fought hard in the end. So that the stinky uncle didn't succeed. Chan Chan. Tomorrow you can help me punish the uncle. And let him stop being naughty to me. Okay? The cold figure at the door, with messy long hair, was motionless and silent. Bailing got up from the bed, bare her snow-white feet and said, Look! The stinky uncle took off my socks, and hugged my feet, and kissed them for a long time. So scary. At this time, the figure at the door finally spoke slowly. You want to let him know. You still. Bai Ling lowered her head to put on her shoes and socks. Denying, I didn't. You still want. No. 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 The figure at the door was silent for a while, and then whispered, Bai Ling. Don't let him. No. Bai Ling looked at her and said, But I can't help it. After a pause, she quickly explained, No. It's not the kind of help you think. I just said that I can't help but let him know because I see you are pitiful. I don't mean that my body can't help it. Obviously. It's all. No. No. I won't give in to the stinky son-in-law. I want to be a pure and tender flower forever. I don't want to be dirty. Don't tell him. The girl said coldly and left from the door. Bailing stood by the bed, stunned for a while, then picked up the pink belt from the bed, tied it gently around her slender waist, and murmured, But I can't help it. The son-in-law is so domineering. Luo Qingzhou returned to his residence, climbed onto Xiaodia's bed again, hugged the little girl, and soon fell asleep. When Xiaodai woke up, she was dazed in his arms for a while, kissed him gently a few times, and then got up quietly and happily. It was almost noon. Luo Qingzhou woke up, after washing up. After lunch, he went out. He went out from the back door of the Qing mansion, put on a mask in the alley, and walked onto the street. The excitement on the street has receded, and it has returned to its original appearance. Excitement and excitement are always temporary. People who calm down may find that their lives are the most important. The arrival of the eldest princess did not seem to bring them much benefit. Even if there was, it was only temporary. Luo Qingzhou soon came to the Jubao pavilion, and was taken to the roof by the waiter. The silver-haired knife's sister was sitting on the rooftop drinking tea. Seeing him coming, she invited him to sit down and taste tea, and told him, You can leave the city tomorrow, if you have time. Luo Qingzhou sat down and drank a cup of tea, chatted with her for a while, and then said goodbye and left. I wanted to go to the counter downstairs, but when I thought of my tight budget, I only had 200 silver coins on me, not even a gold coin, so I had to give up. I have to make money quickly. The potion needed for tendon refining will soon be used up. There is also a book saying that after the soul reaches the realm of controlling objects, it can only drive weapons made of special materials. For example, flying swords made of materials such as lightning wood, sharp blades made of materials such as fine iron and spiritual peach wood, etc. All of these require expensive gold coins or demon pills to exchange. Even if you have these materials, you still need the help of the refining master to refine, add runes, etc. All of these require money. As long as you have money, Jubao Pavilion can help you get it done. So, he must make money as soon as possible. The Soul Master said that as long as he practiced according to the other party's method and combined it with the soul skills taught by the other party, he would soon be able to advance to the realm of controlling objects. At that time, he must have a flying sword or other weapon of his own. In that case, he would no longer have to kill people in person in the future. On a dark and windy night, a tiny flying sword that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly cut through the sky, pierced the enemy's throat with a swish, and then flew away with another swish. I'm afraid the enemy will die before he can figure out the situation. Kill one person every 10 steps. Leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Kill people invisibly. Escape silently. Be free and unrestrained. Come and go freely. If a man is like this, he will not live in vain. Luo Qingzhou's heart is looking forward to the scene of practicing successfully in the future, flying in the dark, and galloping in all directions. His heart can't help but be excited and emotional. He almost couldn't help but singly buy chivalrous it's done. After stabilizing his emotions, he went to buy a few strings of candied haws. Just after passing through the alley, he suddenly saw a tall and familiar figure in front of him. The figure was blocking the alley, standing firmly and powerfully with long and sexy legs. Her chest was full and tall, holding a black whip in her hand, staring at him coldly, sneering, "You are still thief. Come on. Rob me of my money or my body. If you have the guts, don't run away today. I will make you get what you want." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "What's your name today?" The figure snorted coldly, snapped the whip in his hand, and said, "Luo Jianjia." Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 157. Snap! The crisp sound of a whip rang out in the narrow alley. A pedestrian passing by the alley was startled and looked inside carefully. He saw two figures chasing each other, one in front and one behind, and soon disappeared into the depths of the alley. Back to the mansion. Luo Qingzhou first went back to the house to write 2 rounds of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that the princess needed, and then prepared to go out for training. As soon as he went out, he saw Bai Ling, wearing a pink dress, holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, leaning against a big tree in front of her, looking at him and saying, "Son-in-law, you did something bad to someone last night. You have to give her an explanation." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, stepped back and said, "Come in. Let's go to the house. I'll give you an explanation now." As soon as he said this, Bai Ling immediately stood up straight, stepped sideways and stepped back into the distance, saying with a bitter face, "Son-in-law, I was wrong. I don't want to explain. I came here to tell you that the master is hosting a banquet tonight and holding a family meeting. You have to remember to go." Luo Qingzhou went out and said, "Stand closer and talk. I can't hear you." "No." Bai Ling hurriedly stepped back a few steps, pouted her lips and said, "Son-in-law, do you want to bully me in broad daylight? That's too much." Luo Qingzhou pretended to chase after her. Bai Ling turned and ran, saying as she ran, "Son-in-law, remember to go to Lingshan Moon Palace with the young lady tonight." "Humph. Son-in-law played with my feelings last night. Don't even think about being naughty with me again. I will never talk to you again." Seeing her panicking figure running away, Luo Qingzhou smiled, locked the door, and went to Yueting Garden. "I don't know what important things are to be announced at the family dinner today." Thinking of the conversation between the father-in-law and him yesterday, and what Miss Qin Er said to him last night, he felt that things should not be simple. However, as a son-in-law, if it were normal, he would definitely not be qualified to attend such a banquet. Now, he should be qualified. Entered the secret passage at the bottom of the lake. Still practiced the thunder fist for an hour first. Then began to stretch and temper the fascia. In the afternoon, he walked out of the stone room, entered the middle passage blocked by rocks, and began to use his fists to violently open the way. Boom! 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 The fascia first tightened, accumulating strength, and then it suddenly ejected with the muscles, hitting the rock in front heavily. The passage was immediately filled with flying stone chips and falling rocks. An hour later, not only the fascia was throbbing with pain, but also the muscles, membranes, and bones began to hurt. After all, it was a flesh and blood body that kept hitting the hard rock. In addition to the fists, the back, shoulders, elbows, feet, legs, and even the buttocks were all hit violently. The whole body was soon soaked in sweat, and the only shorts he was wearing were also torn apart. After a short rest, he continued to practice. Until the evening, he stopped exhausted. At this time, the blocked passage had opened up a distance of 7 or 8 meters. The ground was covered with stone chips, and the walls next to it were blown apart by the vibration. Luo Qingzhou stroked his fist which had become numb from the pain, stopped practicing, and slowly performed a set of thunder fists. After his heartbeat slowly slowed down, he came out of the secret passage. He went to the bottom of the lake and took a careful bath with warm water. Then he went ashore. After seeing that there was no one in the garden, he entered the bamboo forest again, hid behind the bushes, and concentrated his mind. His soul floated out of the bamboo forest, facing the sunset, floated to the lake, and landed on the moon viewing tower in the middle of the lake. Then he sat there, bathed in the sun, and soon fell into a doze. When he woke up, it was almost dark. Thinking of the family dinner tonight, he immediately floated into the bamboo forest, returned to his mind, and returned to the courtyard. Xiaodai was waiting for him anxiously in the courtyard. Seeing him come back, she hurriedly said, "Young master, why are you back now?" The master and the lady, as well as the eldest and second young ladies, have all set people to urge you to go. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly took her out. It's just a family dinner. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. Right? He just needs to go for dinner. Why did they send someone to urge him? They didn't say anything. Did they? Luo Qingzhou asked as they walked on the road. Xiao Dai said. No. I just came to urge you to go earlier. I said you are still reading in the room and will go later. I didn't let them in because I said it would disturb you. Luo Qingzhou touched her head and praised her. Well done, Xiao Dai. I will reward you tonight. Xiudia's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at him shyly and expectantly and said, Sir, how are you going to reward me? Luo Qingzhou said, I will massage your feet. The little girl pouted. When the master and servant were joking, Beiling's dissatisfied voice sounded in front of them. Sir, it's already so late. Why are you still flirting with Xiao Dai? The lady has been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Qingzhou quickly straightened his face and walked over. At the entrance of Lingshan Moon Palace, Beiling stood there in a pink skirt. Next to her stood a cold-faced girl holding a sword. In the courtyard, Miss Qin, dressed in white, sat in front of the stone table. Reading quietly, Luo Qingzhou walked to the sword-holding girl, stared at her face and asked, Is Miss Xiaochan okay? Xiaochan turned her body to one side, turned her face away. Her pretty face was cold, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou didn't know who had been ruining his and Beiling's good things last night, so he was a little embarrassed. He didn't say anything more and said to Beiling, Call the young lady to leave. Beiling snorted, went into the house, and said, Miss, the son-in-law is here. It's time to go. Qin Jianjia then put down the book, stood up and walked out. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and walked out of the door, secretly amazed by the girl's peerless appearance. Almost every time he saw it, there was a kind of beauty that made people have to marvel. Unfortunately, he didn't think about it anymore, and bowed to Miss Qin who was going out, saying, Miss, I was just reading in the room, so I came a little late. Qin Jianjia glanced at him coldly and walked in front. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind him. Beiling came to him and whispered, Son-in-law, it seems that the young lady found out that you bullied me last night. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he whispered, Was that person the young lady last night? Beiling nodded and said, It's very likely. Luo Qingzhou, how did you find out? I woke up this morning and saw that the young lady looked at me in a wrong way. Also, Chanchan fell asleep last night because she was sick. It couldn't be Chanchan. There are only 3 of us at home. If it wasn't the young lady, who else could it be? Why do I feel that everything you say is unbelievable? Son-in-law, you didn't say that when you bullied me last night. Did I say anything when I bullied you last night? Yes. I heard it all. What did you say? Lingling. Don't move. Bear it. Son-in-law will be fine soon. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Miss Qin walked in front and didn't go directly to the hall, but went to the Meixiang garden. Shuer was standing at the door. When she saw them coming, she ran in and shouted, Miss and son-in-law are here. Qin Weimel was wearing a plain white dress. She was standing under the eaves with Shuer's support, staring at the silver moon on the branches in a daze. Hearing Shuer's voice, she looked at the door. Qin Jianjia walked in from the gate with Luo Qingzhou and others. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and there was no other expression on their faces, as if they had already understood each other, and they didn't even need to make any expression. Qin Weimel walked out from under the eaves, came to the small courtyard, and whispered, Sister. Qin Jianjia stopped, glanced at her pale face, turned her head, and said to the young men behind her, You accompany Weimel. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Beiling was also stunned, looking at her own lady, with a look of astonishment on her face. The cold girl standing in the shadow outside the door also looked here. Qin Jianjia didn't say anything else, passed by Miss Qin Air, walked into the eaves, and said, I'll go to your study to read for a while. Shuer hurried in and pushed open the door of the study. Beiling was stunned in this small courtyard, and for a moment, she didn't react. Qin Jianjia stopped under the eaves, didn't look back, and said in a cold voice, Bai Ling? Xiaochan, you accompany the son-in-law. After that, she went into the house. The courtyard fell into a long silence. After a long time, Mayor hurried over, looked at the faces of several people, and said anxiously, Second Miss, son-in-law, the lady is angry. Why haven't you gone yet? It turned out that Miss Qin was not prepared to go from the beginning. Qin Weimal looked at the young man in front of him and said softly, "Brother-in-law, if you don't want to go, Weimal can. It's okay. Let's go together. I just happen to be hungry." Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate anymore. Turned around and said, "Let's go." He glanced at Bailing. It didn't matter whether Miss Qin accompanied him or not. He didn't care. Anyway, there was nothing between the two. Bailing avoided his gaze and looked into the house. Then turned her head and looked at the cold girl in the shadow outside the door. But the girl had disappeared at some point. "Son-in-law. Second miss. Let's go quickly. The lady is really angry. Everyone is waiting." Mayor's face was anxious. Luo Qingzhou accompanied the second Miss Qin and walked out the door. Bai Ling hesitated and followed behind. The few of them went out. Luo Qingzhou looked around and saw the cold girl standing in the shadow of a sycamore tree more than 10 meters away. As if she had merged into the shadow. Luo Qingzhou stopped. And before he could shout, Bailing behind him said, "Son-in-law, don't call Xia Chan. She won't go." Luo Qingzhou closed his mouth. He almost forgot that the girl couldn't get close to Miss Qin Air. Qin Weimal also glanced over there and whispered, "Brother-in-law, come out later and bring something for Xia Chan to eat." Luo Qingzhou nodded. Surrounded by maids and nannies, several people walked towards the banquet hall, until their figures disappeared. The girl hiding in the shadow of the sycamore slowly walked out. She stood there for a moment, and then entered the Meixiang garden. Then, she walked to the shadow under the eaves and stood there, looking at the silver moon in the night sky. Stunned. Squeak. The window was gently pushed open. Qin Jianjia, wearing a white dress, appeared in the window, looking at her gently. And after a moment of silence, she said softly, "Don't worry. Wei Emma will agree." The girl lowered her head slightly, then turned around and looked at her, with a hint of stubbornness on her beautiful face. "No. I don't want to leave you." Qin Jianjia looked at the bright moon in the night sky and murmured, "Maybe I can't get through this disaster." The hall was very lively. Several masters and young men of the Qin family came. All gathered together. When Miss Qin Air appeared with Luo Qingzhou, the hall suddenly became quiet. Song Ryua had a gloomy face and was about to get angry. But after meeting the eyes of the young man, her anger was immediately suppressed. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her when he entered the door. He thought she was going to scold him fiercely in front of everyone, but suddenly heard what she said in her heart. "Forget it. I will endure it. This stinky boy is mean and treacherous, and he has many tricks. He killed the whole family of the Song family without making any noise. It's terrible. If I make him angry, he might set a trap one day and sell me to some remote mountain. Forget it. I will endure it first, and wait until the time comes to tie him up to death in my Qin family. And then I will let my daughter teach him a lesson." Humph. Luo Qingzhou. Wei Mo. Qingzhou. Everyone is waiting for you. Come and pay your respects to your second uncle and third uncle. Qin Wenjing's face was full of gentle smiles. Luo Qingzhou followed Miss Qin Air and walked to the front of those middle-aged men, calling them second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, and so on one by one. He had seen these people when he was in Chunghua Mansion. But at that time, the other party heard that Chunghua Mansion wanted to break the engagement and asked him to marry in place of Luo Yu. Several people were very angry and left angrily without looking at him. On the day of the wedding, several people were very cold to him. But today, several people saw that his expression was a little strange, especially when they saw him following Miss Qin Air. They all showed a touch of surprise on their faces, but they all tacitly did not ask more questions, just nodded. Wei Mo. Qingzhou, you go sit at that table with your brothers and sisters. I have something to say to your second uncle and cousins. After seeing the two greet all the seniors, Qin Wenjing waved his hand and asked them to leave. Qin Weimo took Luo Qingzhou to a table next to him and sat down, and then introduced them to Luo Qingzhou one by one. Brother-in-law. This is cousin Wenshan. This is cousin Ru Lu. This is sister Yan Er. Luo Qingzhou stood up and bowed one by one. Those cousins also stood up politely to greet him. The story of Miss Qin Air at the princess banquet the night before had spread throughout Imo City, and she had been praised as the most talented woman in Imo City. Moreover, they all knew that it was Miss Qin Air who saved their entire Qin family. So they all respected and admired this girl, since she brought this son-in-law here personally and introduced him to them personally. And judging from her attitude towards this son-in-law, it seemed that they had a close relationship. So no one dared to underestimate or be careless. At this time, everyone at Qin Wenjing's table was also whispering. Brother, what's going on with you? Why did you let Wei Mo bring that guy out? Isn't this against the rules? Yes, brother. How can a sister-in-law bring her brother-in-law out to meet guests? Wei Mo's relationship with that guy doesn't seem right. You better be careful. Don't let Wei Mo get involved. Why did you call a son-in-law here tonight? Brother and sister-in-law. What are you doing? Why do I feel scared? Something big is going to happen. Qin Wenjing had a calm face. After everyone finished asking and calmed down a little, he said in a deep voice, Everyone, I asked you to come here tonight. In addition to celebrating the defeat of the Song family, I also want to announce something. A very important thing. Song Ryue, who was sitting next to him, frowned and looked gloomy, seeming very reluctant. The people at other tables in the hall seemed to have heard his voice, and immediately quieted down. Qin Weima took a candy from the plate in front of her, peeled it, and handed it to Luo Qingzhou, saying softly, Brother-in-law, eat. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and shook his head. He also looked at Qin Wenjing's table. What exactly was the father-in-law going to announce? Chapter 158 The Second Miss Qin's Marriage. In the hall, there was silence. Everyone looked at Qin Wenjing, the head of the Qin family and the clan leader, waiting for him to announce the important matter. Many people had begun to feel uneasy, because from the look on his face, it was obvious that this matter was of great importance, and it was probably not something worth celebrating. Ahem. Qin Wenjing cleared his throat and suddenly laughed. Don't be so nervous. It's not a matter of life and death for the family. It's just after careful consideration. I decided to write to the court in a few days to resign from the title of the Qin family. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Without waiting for others to speak, Qin Wenjing threw out another big thing. Also, from today on, I will resign from the position of the head of the Qin family, and this position will be handed over to the second brother. I can't do it. Everyone in the Qin family in the hall was shocked by this matter, and their heads were buzzing. Some people were even like being struck by lightning. If you resign the title, the Qin family will be just a family of commoners. What can they use to compete with other families in Imo City? Isn't this a matter of life and death for the family? The third master of the Qin family stood up suddenly and said, Brother, how can you do this? The title of our Qin family was given by Taizu, and it has been passed down for 3 generations. If you are gone in the future, it will be Langer who will inherit it. If Langer is gone, there will be Langer's next generation to inherit it. The development of our Qin family is all due to the support of this title. How can you just say you don't want it? The fourth master of the Qin family said in a deep voice. Brother, is it because of what the eldest princess said at the banquet that night? Even if the eldest princess said something, she couldn't interfere with the title conferred by Taizu. Brother, don't worry about this. There are people in the court who oppose her. Even those princes. How many people are willing? The others at the table were hesitant to speak. But the matter was of great importance, and no one dared to interrupt casually. Qin Wenjing said, I am just informing you about this matter so that you can be mentally prepared. We brothers will discuss the details separately, so we won't talk about this matter today. As for the matter of the head of the family, I have already decided to hand it over to the second brother. I have discussed it with the second brother in advance. If you have different opinions, you can raise them. But I am very determined this time, and will never change it again. The second master of the Qin family said, Brother, I can accept the matter of the head of the family. I know you have never liked to be the head of the family, and you need to worry about the affairs of Wei Mo and Jianjia. But the title, like the other brothers, I disagree. After all, this is a matter related to the interests of our Qin family for generations, and we can't just give up. Of course, I know what my eldest brother is worried about. But when the sky falls, there will naturally be tall people to support it. When it really doesn't work, we will compromise with those people. There is no need to give up so early. If we give up now, we will only be the first to stand out, and those nobles will look down on us and target us. Qin Wenjing waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this today. I have other things to explain. The second master of the Qin family nodded and stopped talking. The hall fell into silence again. Qin Wenjing looked at his daughter's table, paused, stood up and said, Everyone, what I'm going to say next is about my family's Wei Mo. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to the weak girl. Luo Qingzhou, who was sitting next to him, was stunned for a moment, and also looked at the girl beside him. Qin Weima smiled at him slightly, with a calm face. as if he had already known about this matter. Qin Wenjung continued, I want to propose a marriage for Weimo. First, let Weimo have a companion, so that he doesn't have to be lonely at home every day, with only books as company. Second, I also want to get married. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a while, and immediately applauded. Brother, this is a good thing. It's time to find a good husband for Weimo. Brother, which boy do you like? I'll help check it out. If the boy is trustworthy, Weimo doesn't have to choose a good day. He can get married before the new year. By the way, brother, do you want Weimo to get married? Or, nonsense. Of course, I want to find a son-in-law. Weimo's body. Weimo is a talented woman in my Qin family. She can't marry someone else to work like a cow or a horse and suffer. I must find a son-in-law to let the other party work like a cow or a horse for Weimo. Otherwise, I won't agree. Everyone immediately expressed their opinions and talked about it. The depressing atmosphere just now was quickly dispersed by this happy event. In fact, everyone knew that this poor girl had been tortured by illness since childhood, and it was estimated that she could not be cured. So she should find someone to marry quickly. At least she can enjoy the happiness and sweetness of marriage while she is alive. So everyone was very positive. Song Ryua sat there with a wooden face, looking through the noisy crowd at a figure next to her daughter, her lips moving slightly, and she was mumbling something in her heart. Qin Wenjung raised his hand to suppress the noise in the hall, and said, as for the specific candidate, her mother and I have not yet finalized it. I told everyone today to ask others to recommend and look around. If there is a suitable candidate, you can bring it here for us to take a look. He paused, glanced at the table over there, and suddenly said something that shocked everyone. In fact, no matter what the other party's identity or background is, even if he has a wife at home, it doesn't matter, as long as my Weimo likes it. As long as he is willing to treat my Weimo well in the future, I can accept it. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked and found it difficult to understand. Big brother Qin Wenjung waved his hand and said, no need to say more. I have discussed this matter with her mother. As long as Weimo likes it and is willing, no matter if the other party is a commoner or a noble, no matter if the other party is a legitimate son or an illegitimate son, no matter if the other party has been married before, even if he is a beggar, her mother and I are willing to accept it. The discussion in the hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other. The third master of the Qin family couldn't help but stand up and said, Big brother, even if Weimo she is not in good health, you can't treat her like this, right? With the current status of our Qin family, there are many good men in Imo City, so there is no need to be as exaggerated as you said. You are willing, but we are not. Weimo is the lucky star of our Qin family, and a great talent of our Qin family. We must not treat her wronged. Qin Wenjung looked at him and said, Third brother, I have made it very clear just now. No matter what the other party's identity is, the premise is that our Weimo likes it. As long as Weimo likes it, and the other party's character is acceptable, everything is not a problem. Then he added, even if she is a servant in our house, as long as Weimo likes her, her mother, and I have no objection. The third master of the Qin family was about to speak, but the second master of the Qin family suddenly shouted, Third brother. The eldest brother and sister-in-law have their own ideas. Weimo is their precious daughter. Don't they know how to feel sorry for her? They will find a suitable husband for Weimo, so you don't have to worry about it. After saying that, he glanced at a figure at the table over there. No matter whether the other party is a legitimate son or a bastard, no matter whether the other party has been married, no matter what the other party's identity is, even if it is someone in the house, it doesn't matter, as long as Weimo likes. Isn't it obvious? It's just short of saying who it is. The eldest brother said this, probably because he wanted everyone to be mentally prepared in advance. So he didn't say it directly. After all, the other party's current identity is indeed problematic, which is easy to cause everyone's dissatisfaction and confusion. The second master of the Qin family couldn't help but look at the figure over there again, and he was secretly puzzled and muttered in his heart. He didn't know what the boy's strengths were. The eldest brother not only married Jianjia, but now he also wanted to force Weimo to him. The two sisters married him together. Wouldn't that boy be happy to death? Although there are many men who marry sisters, the boy is a son-in-law after all, and he has not yet achieved fame. I don't know what the eldest brother thinks. And the eldest sister-in-law, with her personality, she would never agree. Moreover, the eldest sister-in-law always talks a lot and loves to make trouble, especially in front of many people. Why is she so quiet today? Not saying a word? It's really strange. The third master of the Qin family muttered a few words, sat down, and patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, eldest brother. I will go back tonight and tell people. And tomorrow, I will go to search the entire big family in Mo City. I must find a good family background for Wei Mo. A good man with everything. We must not let our Wei Mo down." Others also echoed, "Don't worry, big brother. Our Guer's friends are all over the inner city. He knows which young master is unmarried, and which son is talented. Wei Mo is the most talented woman in our Mo City. Even the princess praises her highly. If we are to find a man, we must find a talented man. Only in this way can we have similar interests, and talk with our Wei Mo, don't you think so? Yes. We must find a great talent. A talented man and a talented woman are a perfect match." Everyone talked a lot again, and discussed enthusiastically. Exquisite dishes were served one by one. Qin Wenjun smiled and said, "Eat, eat. There is no rush for this matter. Take your time. If you have a good candidate, just bring him over when the time comes." Song Ryue still had a wooden face, quietly lowered her head, and ate without tasting the food. Without saying a word, Qin Wenjun also looked at her strangely. Usually, she was the one who talked the most, and loved to show off. Even if she was unhappy about the matter with her daughter today, she shouldn't be so silent. Right? Song Ryue lowered her head, and ate in small bites, with a heavy heart, muttering to herself, "I was so rude to that boy before. I don't know if he will bear a grudge against me. If he passes the autumn exam next year, or even becomes the top scholar, our Qin family will lose the title. Will he suddenly take revenge and severely bully my daughter? Or even me? Oh! Let the wolf in. Let the wolf in. Wei Mo. Congratulations, Sister Wei Mo. I also know a few talented people. I can introduce them to you when the time comes." Hee. Sister Wei Mo. There are also a few talented people in our academy. They are all good people. My cousin can bring them to you when the time comes. At another table, the younger generation of the Qin family were all giving advice on the affairs of the second Miss Qin. Qin Wei Mo smiled politely and said softly, "Everyone, let's eat. This matter is entirely up to Daddy and Mommy. Wei Mo hasn't thought about it yet." Several brothers and sisters introduced other talented people. A girl named Qin Kai suddenly said, "By the way, Wei Mo, I know that there is a talented person in Maching, who is very talented, especially in poetry. Many people in our academy praise him, both men and women, and they all admire him very much. Even our teacher, when he mentioned the other party's work, applauded and said that if he met the other party, he must worship the other party as his teacher." "But?" a young man next to him asked, "Sister Kai." "But what?" Qin Kai said a little embarrassedly, "It's just that I don't know what the other party looks like. And I don't know whether the other party is a man or a woman." "Ah?" When everyone heard this, their faces were full of surprise. Some people couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Qin Kai also knew that her words were a bit embarrassing, and hurriedly explained, "It should be a man. Our master guessed that the other party was a man. And many people thought that the other party was a man, because from the poem, it is obviously not written by a woman." Qin Weimo's heart moved, and he smiled and said, "Sister Kai, which poem is it?" Qin Kai paused and said, "When will the bright moon appear? I asked the blue sky with wine. I don't know the palace in the sky. And what year is it tonight, Weimo? You must have heard of this Shui Tiao Gu too? If the other party is a man, and he is not too old, I think his talent is definitely worthy of you. Weimo, what do you think?" Someone sitting next to Miss Qin Air couldn't help but move his toes under the table awkwardly, and continued to lower his head to eat. Qin Weimo smiled, "Sister Kai, Weimo thinks so too." Chapter 159. The dinner was very dull. Although there was the second Lady Qin's marriage to mediate, the first two things Qin Wenjun said, especially the resignation of the title, made everyone in the Qin family feel uneasy. Without the title, they had no confidence to go out and meet people. As for doing business, studying, making friends, and serving as an official, it would be greatly affected. So everyone was worried and uncomfortable. Qin Wenjun saw that everyone had no mood to eat, and the brothers were also absent-minded when drinking. So after eating for a while, he let everyone go in a hurry. Everyone left unhappily. Luo Qingzhou packed a few chicken legs and some snacks. When he was about to leave, Qin Wenjun suddenly stopped him. "Qingzhou, you and Weimo wait for a while. I have something to say to you." Luo Qingzhou had to wait in his seat. After everyone dispersed, Qin Wuzheng said to him, "Qinzhou, come out and talk in the corridor." Song Ryue was still sitting at the table. Luo Qinzhou had no choice but to follow him out and stood behind him respectfully. Miss Qin Er also followed him out with Chior's support and stood not far away watching them. Song Ryue immediately stood up and followed him to the door stealthily, sticking her ears to the door and eavesdropping. Qin Wuzheng was silent for a while, then turned around and said, "Qinzhou, you should have heard what happened tonight. I will resign the title and the position of the head of the Qin family. By then, our Qin mansion may be an ordinary family. Some of our properties will also be handed over to your second uncle and others to manage. So, I want to ask, if you pass the imperial examination in the future, will you dislike our Qin family?" Song Ryue, who was eavesdropping at the door, immediately stretched her neck, stretched her head out, held her breath, and eavesdropped. Miss Qin Er, standing under the eaves, looked at the bright silver moon in the night sky with a soft look, and secretly said in her heart, "Brother-in-law will certainly not." Luo Qinzhou immediately replied respectfully, "What are you talking about? Father-in-law? Everything Qinzhou has today was given by the Qin mansion. Even if Qinzhou can pass the imperial examination in the future, it is also the credit of the Qin mansion. Without the Qin mansion, Qinzhou's food, accommodation, transportation, and even survival would become a problem. How could he have the opportunity to study and take exams with peace of mind? What's more, Qinzhou is now a member of the Qin mansion. No matter what the Qin mansion becomes in the future, Qinzhou is a member of the Qin family and will never change. How could he dislike it?" After these words came out, Song Ryue, who was hiding at the door and eavesdropping, secretly said in her heart, "Humph. This stinky boy still has a conscience. So I won't throw his stinky shoes in the future." Qin Wuzheng nodded with relief. "Qinzhou, I believe in your character. There is absolutely no problem. Otherwise, I would not have prepared to hand over the Qin family's property and the Qin mansion to you yesterday." After a pause, he suddenly sighed and said, "Qinzhou, I know that you have been a little wrong since you came to my Qin mansion. Jianjia, that girl. Hey, she left the mansion for a few years, and her temperament changed after she came back. Even your mother-in-law and I can't communicate with her. So I know that you must have suffered a lot of grievances from her. Letting her get married was actually for her sake. Who knew? Hey, it still didn't work. Qinzhou, tell me the truth today. Do you have feelings for Jianjia?" Under the eaves not far away, Miss Qin too looked over. Bailing stood by the railing on the other side and looked over. Luo Qinzhou was silent for a moment, then bowed and said, "My dear father-in-law, I haven't suffered much grievance since I married into the Qin family. I'm much better off here than in Chunghua Mansion. As for the eldest lady, she's also very nice to me. She's never scolded or reprimanded me, and she hasn't let me suffer any grievances. She's cold and doesn't like to talk or communicate with people, which is actually understandable. I think the eldest lady is very good." The corridor fell into a brief silence. Qin Wuzheng nodded slightly and said in a gentle voice, "Jianjia is indeed okay. No matter who she is, she always looks cold. But she has never embarrassed others. But you are her husband, and she really shouldn't treat you like that. And I heard that she only allows you to have sex once a month. Right?" Luo Qinzhou turned his head slightly and glanced at Bailing over there. Bai Ling saw his gaze and immediately turned her face away and looked away. Luo Qinzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "Father-in-law, the eldest lady may not be in good health. In Qinzhou's opinion, there is actually no problem with having sex once a month. Qinzhou is now concentrating on studying and doesn't really care about other things." Qin Wuzheng smiled gently and said, "Qinzhou, we are a family. There is no need to say polite words. If a husband and wife are cold and indifferent, never communicate, and don't live together, what kind of husband and wife are they? Qinzhou, can you tell me the truth? Do you have feelings for Jianjia? Don't worry. Even if there are no feelings, you are still my Qin family." Luo Qinzhou was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and replied, "Father-in-law, Qinzhou respects the eldest lady more than the love between husband and wife. As for feelings, there should be some." After saying this, Qin Wuzheng glanced at Song Ryue at the door, and then at the weak girl under the eaves not far away, and suddenly smiled. "Qinzhou, feelings are not something you can just say. So, let me ask you, have you ever thought about living with Jianjia? Or, have you ever thought about having a child with Jianjia?" Bai Ling looked over again. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then said respectfully, the eldest lady has a cold personality. If we live together, Qingzhou, don't worry about Jinjia for now. I'm asking you now. Do you really want to live with her? Do you want to be as equal as husband and wife with her? Grow old together? And have a child? Say what's in your heart. It's okay. Qin Wenzheng interrupted him and encouraged him kindly. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment. Then replied, yes. If he lives with Miss Qin and becomes a real couple, then Bailing will naturally not be able to escape. Of course, there may also be Xiachan. Miss Qin is so beautiful. And there are two such lovely and pretty girls. Why would he not want to? As long as he is a man, no one would not want to. The corridor fell into a brief silence again. Qin Wenzheng frowned, pondered for a while, and said directly, Qingzhou, in fact, I asked you these questions today just to know whether you feel that such a married life is too aggrieved and too unhappy. If you think Jinjia is not suitable for you. Actually, father-in-law. Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, Qingzhou does not think that the eldest lady is not suitable for me. On the contrary, Qingzhou feels that being able to be a husband and wife with the eldest lady is the greatest blessing in Qingzhou's life. As for the father-in-law's worry that Qingzhou will be wronged and unhappy, it is completely unnecessary. Qingzhou is quite satisfied with his current life. And Qingzhou also feels that his current life is quite happy. Therefore, father-in-law does not have to worry about anything. Qin Wenzheng. He looked at his wife at the door. His lips moved, and he was about to speak. But the girl under the eaves suddenly spoke softly, Dad, it's getting late. Let brother-in-law go back first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. Xiachan and the others haven't eaten yet, and brother-in-law brought them food. Qin Wenzheng frowned and looked at her, paused for a moment, and had to nod and said, Qingzhou, then you go back first. If there is anything, I will ask someone to find you again. Read carefully in the house. Books. Try to try high school next year. In that case, our Qin family does not need any jaws. You are enough. Luo Qingzhou heard the words, and suddenly the burden on his shoulders was a lot. And he bowed his head and respectfully, Daddy. Then Qingzhou said first. Song Ryu's face coldly. His body twisted, and when he was about to ignore him, he didn't know what he suddenly remembered again. He quickly twisted his body and squeezed a smile on his face. Well, go back and take a good rest. Children, they used to give you a call, and they could be your Tonfon girl. I am his mother-in-law. Even if he is cunning, and even if he is the top scorer in the imperial examination, what can he do to me? Can he really sell me secretly? Even if he is given 100 times more courage, he will not dare. I am not afraid of him. Luo Qingzhou. Thank you, mother-in-law. But I have Xiao Dai, and I don't need other maids. Song Ryu smiled and said, Oh, really? Enough? Well, you can come to me anytime when you want. There are many maids at home. You are tired of studying, so you should ask for a few more maids to serve and massage. Don't be embarrassed to ask. We are family, so we don't talk about the two families. If you need anything in the future, you can come to my mother-in-law. Don't be polite to her. Luo Qingzhou. He thanked her again in a hurry, and didn't dare to stay any longer. He bowed and retreated down the steps and turned to leave. Bailing hurried out of the corridor and followed him. Jumping and walking, her steps were light, her skirt fluttering, and two sweet dimples appeared on her face. The corridor was silent for a long time. After a while, Miss Qin Er said softly, Daddy. Mother. Weimo has gone back first. Song Ryu immediately came out of the room, held her hand and comforted her softly. Silly girl. Don't be sad. It's okay. Others don't love you. Mother will always love you. Qin Weimo smiled softly. Mother. Weimo is not sad. Weimo actually knew it in his heart a long time ago. Qin Wenzheng suddenly said, What do you think that boy means? Jinjia treated him like that. And he said that. Is he really infatuated with Jinjia? Does he really have feelings for Jinjia? But he and Weimo are so tacitly in love. And they have the same interests and hobbies. And he also treats Weimo like that. Qin Weimo lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Song Ryu frowned. Her eyes flashed for a moment, and suddenly her face changed. I know. As soon as this was said, the father and daughter looked at her together. Song Ryu suddenly sneered and gritted her teeth and said, I understand. I finally understand. Well, that stinky boy is really mean and insidious. cunning and scheming, greedy and unworthy of being a son-in-law. He deliberately said that he had feelings for Jinjia, and that he couldn't let go of Jinjia. He was not honest and loyal at all. And he didn't want any of them at all. He actually wanted to get both sisters. He wanted to take both of our Qin family's precious daughters into his room. Shameless little thief. Qin Wenzheng. Chapter 160. In the mansion, the snow melted. The snow on the roof flowed down and condensed into crystal clear and sharp icicles under the eaves. Occasionally, there would be crisp cracking sounds. Just out of the corridor, Luo Qingzhou pulled Bailing to avoid a sudden attack of icicles. Then he took her soft and delicate little hand and didn't let go. Bailing struggled for a while at first, pouted her lips and said, "Son-in-law, let go. It's not good for others to see." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and continued to pull her forward. The moon was bright in the night sky. The moonlight was like water, falling down, covering the two with a thin layer of moon-white clothes. The temperature at night was still very low. The two hands held together slowly warmed up. After walking for a while, Bailing struggled again and whispered, "Son-in-law, don't be like this. She belongs to the young lady, not you. The young lady hasn't even agreed to be your maid." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her pretty face and said, "Isn't your young lady mine? Even she is mine. So you are naturally mine, right?" Bailing immediately pouted and retorted, "No. Son-in-law is a son-in-law. So we can only say that the son-in-law belongs to the young lady, not the young lady." Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay. Then I will go to my father-in-law later and tell him that I have thought about it carefully and think that the second young lady is better." The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, Bailing Fong said softly, "Uncle, you understood everything just now." Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "I'm not a fool." Bai Ling looked at him puzzledly and said, "Then Uncle Second Miss is so good to Uncle, so gentle, and has similar interests with Uncle. Why did Uncle refuse just now?" Luo Qingzhou looked ahead, silent for a moment, suddenly stopped under a big tree, then turned around, hugged her gently, lowered his head, and kissed her little mouth, picked up the hand they held, put it in front of her, and said, "Do you understand?" Bai Ling was stunned, looking at the hand they held together. His expression was dazed for a moment. His lips moved, and he was about to say something but stopped. "Of course, there are other reasons." Luo Qingzhou led her and continued to walk forward slowly, looking at the darkness in front of him and said, "The eldest lady is just cold in character. But she is not bad to me. I have been married to her and worshipped heaven and earth. Even if she took the initiative to propose this matter, I still feel a little reluctant. What's more, I am not a commodity. How can I give it to others? If she divorces me directly, I will not have any objection. But if she wants to give me away..." Then having said this, he paused and said, "Also, I think this will have a great impact on the reputation of the second lady. Of course, she will not care about those. But if she becomes my wife, but is always pointed at behind her back, I will feel very uncomfortable. And the second lady is too weak, and I can't protect her now. I still have some things that I haven't finished, and it will take some time." Bailing was silent for a while, and said, "Son-in-law, there is actually a way to solve the problems you mentioned." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "What is the way?" Bailing stopped and stared at him with burning eyes, saying, "When you pass the autumn exam next year, you will have a good reputation. At that time, you don't need to be divorced by the young lady, and you can directly marry another one. In this way, you can avoid the family scandal of the younger sister snatching the elder sister's husband. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned and immediately scolded, "Nonsense." After that, he continued to pull her forward and fell silent. Bailing suppressed her laughter and glanced at him, saying, "Master, are you thinking? Bailing is so considerate and cute. How does she know I think this way? Can she see through my mind? I love this girl so much. Master, right? Are you thinking this way?" Luo Qingzhou, "Master, if you don't say anything, it means you agree." Bailing approached him with a smile, and for the first time took the initiative to put her cheek on his arm, and said crisply, "Master, as long as you work hard, all the young ladies and maids in the Qin family will belong to you in the future, including you." Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look at her. Bailing smiled and said, "Of course, it includes me." And Chan Chan. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned, and didn't say anything, as if he was lost in thought. The two walked hand in hand in the Qin mansion at night. Even if the maids and servants saw them, they would stay away from them. When they were almost at Meixiang Garden, Beiling Fong struggled to break free and whispered, "Son-in-law, don't be naughty to me in front of Chan Chan anymore," Luo Qingzhou said. "Why?" Beiling said. "Chan Chan is lonely alone, and I have to accompany her loneliness. If you get too close to me, she will feel that I have abandoned her, and will feel very uncomfortable." Luo Qingzhou thought about the scene he saw in the flower garden those 2 nights, was silent for a while, nodded, and agreed. "Okay." Entered Meixiang Garden. The cult figure still stood in the shadow under the eaves, not knowing whether he was in a daze or thinking about something. After seeing them, her eyes focused. Beiling whispered, "Son-in-law, I'll go in and call the lady. You give the food to Chan Chan. She must be starving." After that, she ran into the house. Luo Qingzhou walked under the eaves, handed the chicken leg and snacks in his hand to the girl, and said, "Xia Chan, I brought it to you. It should still be hot." Xia Chan looked at him coldly, then looked away, ignoring him. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her little hand without saying anything, stuffed the food into her hand, and ordered, "Eat it." Xia Chan narrowed her eyes, and looked at him coldly again. A chill came over Luo Qingzhou, but he was fearless, and looked her in the eye and said, "If you have the guts, draw your sword and kill the good brother-in-law who once jumped into the water to save you, stayed with you under the bridge in the wind and rain, helped you plant flowers in the flower bed on cold nights, and stayed with you all night when you were sick and had a fever." Xia Chan, Luo Qingzhou threatened, "If you don't eat, I won't save you next time you fall into the water, or when it thunders. Next time you go to the flower bed to plant flowers, or get sick again, I won't accompany you. Go find Beiling and see if she is as gentle and considerate as your brother-in-law." Xia Chan turned around and snorted, but her hand had already clenched the thing he had just stuffed into her. "Eat it while it's hot. I'm leaving first." After giving his instructions, Luo Qingzhou turned around and left, saying to the room, "Beiling, tell the young lady that I'm going back first." The window of the study suddenly opened. Beiling shouted from the window, "Son-in-law, won't you wait for us?" Luo Qingzhou walked to the door, turned around and said, "I still have to go back to study. You and Xia Chan can accompany the young lady back." After saying that, he left quickly. Beiling looked at the door where his back disappeared, and was stunned for a moment before closing the window and turning around to say, "Miss, that's what the uncle just said. He said he couldn't bear to leave you and didn't want to be divorced by you. Even if you ignore him, he wants to be your husband and wife for life." Qin Jinjia sat at the table, quietly looking at the poems on the rice paper. After a moment of silence, she said, "Doesn't he like Wei-mo?" Beiling thought for a moment and said, "The uncle didn't say it, but judging from the situation, the uncle seems to only like Chan Chan." A cold voice suddenly came from outside the window. "Ming Ming, it's you." Under the light, Beiling's face turned red, and she muttered in a low voice, "No." Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard. After flipping through books about the monsters in the Black Forest for a while, Xiao Dai came back slowly and explained, "Sir, I went to see Sister Xiao Ao." As she spoke, she took out something from behind her back and said with a smile, "Sir, look. This is what Sister Xiao Ao saw in the Jinzhuang Pavilion outside today." The shop owner said that these socks came from the neighboring country Baiwa. The women there love to wear this kind of socks. And the women in Kyoto and many big cities in our Great Yin are also wearing this kind of socks now. Sister Xiao Ao thought it was very strange, so she bought a few pairs and tried to imitate it to see if she could make it. I asked for a pair, and I am also going to learn it. Luo Qingzhou looked at the white stockings in her hand, was stunned for a moment, and quickly took it in his hand, stroked it, pulled it, and even smelled it. Soft, silky, elastic, smell. "Sir, do they look good?" Xiao Dai said excitedly, "I'm going to make a few pairs with other colored fabrics." Sister Xiao Ao said that different fabrics will produce different effects. Some are more transparent, some are more hazy, and some are as thick as pants. Anyway, with this kind of socks, you don't have to wear pants in the future. I heard that many noble ladies in Kyoto are wearing them like this now. Luo Qingzhou was in a trance for a while, handed the stockings in his hand to her, hesitated, and said, "Xiao Dai, in fact, this kind of socks does not need to be made of this length. It can be made shorter, reaching the thigh, knee, calf or ankle. Also, I think black, White or skin-colored ones are better looking. Striped ones are also okay. As for colorful ones with embroidery, I don't think they are necessary. Xiao Dai opened her eyes wide and watched him speak incessantly, and said in surprise, Sir, why do you look so good? Have you worn it before? Luo Qingzhou. Xiao Dai quickly said, Oh, I forgot. This is for girls. Have you seen it in the store before? Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and said, Okay, I'll read for a while. You go and get busy. You don't need to come tonight. I have something else to do. The little girl pouted, said oh, and left somewhat unhappily, muttering softly, I'm going to wear these socks tonight and sleep with you, young master. When she walked out of the room and was about to close the door, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, By the way, Xiao Dai, I just thought about it. There shouldn't be anything tonight. You should come and help me warm the quilt later. The little girl immediately smiled and said happily, Yeah. Then she closed the door, returned to her room, and began to carefully observe the slippery and soft white stockings in her hand. After a while, she locked the door, climbed onto the bed, took off the pants under her skirt, revealing a pair of slender and white girlish legs, and then began to carefully put the stockings on her legs. These socks, why do I feel so embarrassed when I wear them? The little girl looked at the white silk on her legs. Her face turned red unconsciously. Her heart was full of doubts and wonders, not knowing why she had such a feeling. I wonder will the young master like it? After a while, the little girl changed into a thin nightgown, wearing smooth white silk, and blushed as she left the room, knocking on the door and saying, Young master, are you going to bed? Luo Qingzhou said on the bed. Come in. The little girl pushed open the door, walked in shyly, locked the door, climbed onto the bed, got into the quilt, and like a docile kitten, she stuck to his chest and whispered softly, Young master, I want. You're just dreaming. I said next year. It's almost the new year. Young master, I just want to say, I miss you. I haven't warmed your quilt for many days. Oh, then keep it warm tonight. Sir, I hope you keep your word. After the new year, I will grow up. By then. Snoring. Snore. Woo. Sir. Snoring. Sir, if you pretend to sleep again, I will be rude. Snoring. Snore. Humph. The little girl snorted, and suddenly shrank and got into the quilt. Luo Qingzhou's snoring stopped abruptly. Outside the window, the moonlight is like water. A small garden with plum fragrance. In the study, cigarette smoke curls, and the candlestick is still lit. A girl in a plain white dress, with soft long hair and a pair of snow-white silk stockings, sat in front of the desk, stepping on the soft carpet, holding a pen in her hand, still writing beautiful small characters under the lamp. Chior was wearing a light yellow gauze, quietly grinding ink. Cough, cough, cough. The girl who was copying the story suddenly coughed. After a short pause, she coughed again. Then she suddenly picked up the snow-white handkerchief next to her, covered her mouth, and coughed violently for a while. Chior hurriedly walked behind her, patted her back, and said to the outside in a hurry, Zhu, hurry up. The young lady is coughing up blood again. Go and heat the medicine. Shuer hurriedly ran into the kitchen and put the medicine that had been boiled long ago on the stove, holding a cattail leaf fan. She fanned anxiously in front of the stove for a few times. She suddenly remembered something, then put down the cattail leaf fan and ran out the door, running all the way. The night was silent, and the wind was biting, when she ran to the door panting and banged on it and shouted. Xiao Dai was wearing thin pajamas, with a red face and a silly smile on her face, brushing her teeth under the eaves in the courtyard. When she heard the sound, she didn't bother to go back to the house to put on clothes, and immediately ran to open the door. Zhuer said anxiously, Xiao Dai, hurry up. Let the son-in-law go over. My lady is coughing up blood again. Xiao Dai hurried back to the house when she heard it. Hearing the news, Luo Qingzhou quickly got up from the bed, put on his clothes, thought about it, and took the storage bag. When he and Zhuer hurriedly arrived, the weak girl was still sitting stubbornly at the table, silently transcribing the story he brought. Chior stood aside, grinding ink with red eyes. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and entered the room. The girl turned her head and looked at him. A trace of apology appeared on her beautiful and pale face, and she said softly, Brother-in-law, I'm sorry Waymo is useless, and I disturbed you again. Chior quickly retreated and closed the door. Luo Qingzhou walked closer, took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag, held her fair and weak little hand, and dripped a drop of black liquid on it. Then, he took out another porcelain bottle, and dripped a drop of dark blue liquid on it. The 2 drops of liquid quickly blended into her snow-white skin and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou put away the porcelain bottle, let go of her little hand, looked at the beautiful little words she copied, and said, "There is no need to work so hard." The girl also looked at the little words and said softly, "It's not hard at all. Only by writing poems and stories for brother-in-law, Wei Mo's body and heart will feel better." Luo Qingzhou thought of what happened tonight, looked at her pale little face with long eyelashes drooping, and fell silent. Chapter 161. The night was quiet. Under the long corridor outside the house, the melted snow slowly dripped down along the crystal icicles under the eaves, hitting the ancient bluestone slabs, making a crisp sound of dripping. Inside the house, the candlelight was dim. The incense in the incense burner was roasted, and wisps of thin smoke rose slowly from the delicate small holes, drifting in every corner of the room. Miss Jean Eyre was weak, and could no longer hold on. Luo Qingzhou supported her, and sent her to the bed, covered her with a blanket, and said softly, "Second miss, take a rest." Qin Weimo lay there looking at him, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, go to sleep." Luo Qingzhou did not stay any longer, turned and left the inner room, pulled down the bead curtain between the 2 rooms, and then walked to the table in front of the window and sat down, grinding ink while saying, "I will help you write a few more rounds, and copying 2 rounds at a time is enough. Don't be too tired. Good stories need time to be carefully conceived, and the princess will understand." Qin Weimo lay there on his side, looking at him through the slightly shaking bead curtain, his eyes full of tenderness. The night passed quietly. There was only the dripping sound of snow outside the house, and the sound of grinding ink and falling inside the house. Not long. Luo Qingzhou had finished 2 rounds, put down the pen and stood up, turned and looked through the bead curtain at the bed in the inner room. The girl on the bed was not asleep, still lying there, eyes open, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and walked over. The falling bead curtains collided gently, making a crisp and pleasant sound. "Brother-in-law." The girl's eyes were full of water waves. Her pearly teeth gently bit her pink lips, and her face was as red as clouds. Because of nervousness, the delicate body trembled slightly, and the snow-white little hand was still lifting the quilt. Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed, helped her pull the quilt, wrapped it tightly around her body, looked into her eyes and said, "It's cold. Cover it up." The girl was slightly startled, then pouted her little mouth. Her eyes were dim, but she lay there quietly, without acting coquettishly, speaking, or moving. Luo Qingzhou helped her wrap the quilt, stood in front of the bed, and stared at her eyes for a while, then turned and left, lifting the bead curtain. It made a crisp sound. The girl bit her pink lips. Her eyes were infatuated, but she never spoke again. At this moment, Zhuer and Qiuer's trembling voices suddenly came from outside. "Madam, why are you here?" In the room, the expressions on the faces of the 2 people were frozen. Song Riyue brought Mayer into the house and said with a worried face, "Is Weimo asleep? I'm afraid the girl will be sad, so I decided to accompany her tonight." Qiuer and Zhuer, who were standing at the door, were frightened and pale, not knowing how to answer. Song Riyue glanced at the 2 of them, frowned, and was about to speak, but her eyes suddenly saw the familiar pair of shoes at the door, and her face suddenly changed. The 2 maids softened and knelt down, lowered their heads, and trembled. Song Riyue froze at the door, silent for a while, suddenly went over and picked up one of the shoes, walked out of the house quickly, walked to the flower bed in the courtyard, threw it out fiercely, and cursed. "You said no, but now you sneaked here. You really want what's in the pot, and you don't want to give up what's in the bowl, right?" She stood in the courtyard and cursed in a low voice for a while. After venting her anger, she slowly came to her senses. "Mayor, go pick up his stinky shoes and put them away." After saying that, she suppressed her anger and went into the house. Mayor immediately went into the flower bed, picked up the shoe, and put it back in the house. Song Riyue stood at the door and said with a gloomy face, "Wei Mo, you are weak. Take a good rest. Some things can be done, and some things cannot be done now. You must take good care of your body, and don't let your mother worry. Understand?" After a while, Miss Jean's voice came from the room. "Mother, Wei Mo knows. You should go back quickly." Song Riyue rolled her eyes in anger. twisted her body, and was about to leave. But she was still a little angry in her heart. After thinking about it, she suddenly walked to the door, stepped on the pair of shoes, stepped hard a few times, and walked towards the door. At this moment, a maid ran into the yard from the gate in a hurry, and said in panic, "Madam, it's bad. There is news from outside that something happened in the third master's mansion in the mansion." Song Ryue stopped in the yard and said with a gloomy face, "What happened? You are so flustered. Tell me clearly." The maid's legs suddenly softened, and she knelt down, trembling with fear, and said, "Madam, the third master, their family, all were killed, and the master has taken people there." As soon as these words came out, Song Ryue was suddenly struck by lightning. Her body softened, staggered, and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Mare was beside her and hurriedly supported her. Song Ryue's face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, All tell me clearly. How many people are there?" The maid trembled all over and said, "I don't know either. I heard that the third master and the third madam, as well as several cousins, are all dead." Song Ryue's lips trembled a few times, and she stood up hurriedly and said, "Did the master tell you anything before he left?" The maid cried and said, "The master asked the lady to look after the house, lock the door, and tell the family not to go anywhere." Song Ryue gritted her teeth, hurriedly calmed down, and hurried out and said, "Follow. Go and notify all the guards and men in the house. Go and notify Chuaner. Don't sleep. Get up and keep watch. Wait for the master to come back." "Yes, madam." Several maids followed her and hurried away. In the room, Zhuer and Chior, who heard the news, were all pale. Squeak! The door of the study suddenly opened. The two maids trembled with fear. Luo Qingzhou supported the second Miss Qin and walked out. Qin Weimo looked solemn and said softly, "Chior, Zhuer, let's go to accompany mother." Then he turned to the young man beside him and said, "Brother-in-law." "You?" Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Second miss. I want to go to the third uncle's house to take a look." Chior hurriedly said, "Son-in-law, you must not go. There must be many people dead there, and there is blood everywhere." The little maid trembled as she spoke. Qin Weimo frowned and said worriedly, "Brother-in-law, it's not safe otherwise. Tomorrow, when Dad comes back, you can go with him?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "Then the second lady goes to the hall first. I will go to call Xiao Dai and the eldest lady. At this time, it is better for everyone to gather together." Qin Weimo nodded and said, "Well, brother-in-law, go quickly." Luo Qingzhou immediately went out and ran quickly towards Lingshan Moon Palace. At the dinner tonight, the third master of the Qin family looked burly and strong, and should also be a warrior. Unexpectedly, he was killed not long after returning. Is the enemy only targeting their family, or the entire Qin family? If it is targeting the entire Qin family, then tonight's tragedy will definitely continue to happen. Maybe next time, it will be here. So, he must go and see tonight. After returning to the house later, he will immediately leave his soul and go there to see the situation. Maybe he can see some clues. He must not sit and wait for the tragedy to happen again. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, the door was locked and the people inside were gone. Bailing and the others should have received the news and were rushing to the hall in front. Luo Qingzhou immediately ran back to his residence. Xiao Dai was anxiously waiting for him in the courtyard. Seeing him come back, she hurriedly said, "Young master, Sister Bailing came to see you just now, saying that something big happened in the mansion, and asked you to go to the hall quickly." Luo Qingzhou locked the courtyard door, pulled her into the house, and locked the inner door again, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Dai, you stay in the room and don't go anywhere. I have something to do in the room. About half an hour. If someone comes, you try to hold her back. Anyway, don't let her into the house. Understand?" Xiao Dai didn't dare to ask more, and nodded quickly, "Young master, don't worry. I will definitely hold her back." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, and immediately went into the room, locked the door, and got on the bed. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated, and his soul left his body. At this time, he might still see the souls of his uncle's family. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly felt heavy. At the table where he sat tonight, according to Miss Qin Air, the girl named Qin Kai and a boy of 7 or 8 years old seemed to be the children of the third master of the Qin family. I don't know what happened tonight. They Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to think about it anymore. His soul passed through the house and floated into the air. First, he searched the entire Qin mansion from a high position, and after seeing that there was nothing unusual, he quickly followed several Qin mansion servants on the street and floated towards the residence of the third master of the Qin family. Before he got close, he smelled an extremely strong smell of blood in the air. Chapter 162 The Murderer. Shua. Luo Qingzhou sped up. He knew where the mansion of the third master of the Qin family was located without the servant leading the way. Watching from afar, above the mansion, a large group of scarlet blood mist was clearly floating. The cold moonlight shone through the blood mist. The whole mansion seemed to be shrouded in a blood-red halo, looking eerie and terrifying. Luo Qingzhou flew quickly to the nearby area. A team of patrol soldiers from Maching had already arrived at the door of the mansion. Qin Wenzheng and other members of the Qin family hurried over with their people, and were checking the bodies in the mansion with pale faces. Luo Qingzhou floated to the middle of the mansion and looked down. There were several bodies lying on the ground in the front yard. Most of them were servants and guards. On the long corridor in the middle, the pillars were broken and the railings were broken, with obvious signs of fighting. Several guards died here. In the backyard, there were more bodies, mostly maids and nannies. In the back garden, near the back door, Luo Qingzhou saw the bodies of the third aunt and her daughter, as well as the bodies of many servants. In the flowers not far away, the girl named Qin Kai, who sat at the same table with him tonight, was lying on the ground, holding her young brother under her. Her back was full of blood holes, and her head was almost split in half. The two siblings died tragically together. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of the dinner tonight, when the girl said with admiration that the talented man who wrote Shui Tiao Gu Tu was very popular in their college, and enthusiastically said that she would introduce the talented man to Miss Qin Air. The little boy also crisply called him cousin brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air, silently watching the miserable scene in front of him, with anger burning in his chest. Who on earth was so cruel that he slaughtered the whole family? Even the children? A burning breath suddenly came from the ground. He looked at it carefully, and saw a group of warriors with vigorous blood and energy like flames entering the mansion from the gate. A warrior took out a transparent bead and shone it everywhere, even in the air. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly rose and floated away. Don't be discovered by the magic weapon and mistaken for the murderer. That would be troublesome. The warriors and detectives of the government have been dispatched, and I don't know if they can find the murderer. The princess is now in Mo City, but such a massacre has suddenly occurred here, and the Qin family still has a title. I'm afraid that not only the government, but also the city lord's mansion and many people will not be able to sleep tonight. It's not suitable to wander around tonight. I'm afraid that many martial arts masters will appear here soon. The Qin mansion is probably in a panic now, and he has to go back quickly. He rushed all the way. Many people appeared on the originally quiet and deserted streets at this time. Some of them were from other branches of the Qin family. After receiving the news, they hurried over with their men and horses. Some are from the government. Others are from other families in Mo City. Who dares not to come when something like this happens to the Qin family? Even the families that usually have conflicts with the Qin family are rushing here without stopping. It's not good to be suspected. The streets where people gathered were filled with blood and energy like a sea of fire. Waves of burning breath rushed towards the sky. Fortunately, Luo Qingzhou is now in the daytime realm. If he was still in the nighttime realm, he would probably be burned by these scorching breaths. However, his soul at this time is easy to be discovered. He did not dare to stop, and immediately flew back to the Qin mansion, fell into the room from the roof, and his soul returned to his body. When he opened the door and came out, Xiao Dai was stopping Mayor in the courtyard and explained to Mayor, Sister Mayor, the young master is not feeling well. Let him sleep for a while. Mayor said anxiously, it's not that I don't let the son-in-law sleep. It's the lady who urged the son-in-law to go over. Everyone is gathered in the hall. The situation is very dangerous now. The son-in-law cannot be left alone in the room. When the two were confronting each other, Luo Qingzhou came out of the room and said, let's go to the hall. Xiao Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him come out. Mayor said with an unpleasant expression, son-in-law, go quickly. The lady is very anxious. If you don't go, the lady will bring the second son to find you in person. Luo Qingzhou followed behind her, thinking to himself that it seemed that the mother-in-law still cared about him. If it was in other mansions, he was just a son-in-law. Even if he was killed in the house by the murderer, no one would remember it. The three of them quickly came to the hall. In the yard outside, there stood several warriors, and all the servants of the Qin mansion. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the warriors, was slightly startled, and continued to move forward. Song Ryue was standing at the door, with a frown on her face. When she saw him coming, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, rolled her eyes, and was about to scold. But she held back and said in a deep voice, "Something big happened in your third uncle's house. It's not safe in the mansion now. You all go to the hall first and don't go back tonight." Luo Qingzhou nodded and walked up the steps. Qin Chuan was wearing a black training suit and standing in the corridor with a gloomy face. When he saw him coming up, his expression eased a little, and he said in a gentle voice, "Qingzhou, it's dangerous outside. Go inside. My second brother is here. It's okay." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the cold girl in the shadow of the corridor, not far away, and entered the hall. Miss Qin was sitting in the corner, still reading quietly. Bailing stood behind her. Miss Qin was sitting next to her, wearing a thick fox fur coat, with her eyebrows slightly frowned, as if she was thinking about something. Chior and Zhuer stood by. The hall was full of maids and nannies from the Qin mansion, and the corridors and courtyards outside the hall were filled with servants and guards from the Qin family. The atmosphere was solemn and depressing. Everyone was full of fear and anxiety, and no one spoke. Luo Qingzhou walked towards the two daughters of the Qin family, thinking about the miserable scene he had just seen in the house of the third uncle. If this scene happened here, the corpse lying on the ground would become these people in front of him. Would he be able to accept it? He couldn't help but shudder all over. No, he would never allow that to happen. "Brother-in-law, sit down." Miss Qin Air saw him coming and quickly pointed to the chair next to her, but soon reacted and quickly pointed to the chair next to Miss Qinda, her cheeks slightly red. "Sit with my sister." Luo Qingzhou stopped beside her, but did not sit down, and asked, "Is Miss Air in good health?" Miss Qin Air nodded, "Much better. Thank you, brother-in-law, for your concern." Neither of them dared to mention what happened in the room before, and they both treated it as if they had just met tonight. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, moved his fingers on the table, and did not speak to her again. He walked over and bowed to Miss Qin, and then looked at Bailing next to him and asked, "Did Miss Bailing come to see me just now?" Bailing shook her head and denied. "No." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, walked aside, and looked at the anxious maids and nannies in the room for a while, and then looked at the guards and servants in the small courtyard outside the house. No one spoke in the hall. In the evening, in this hall, the family of 5 of the third master of the Qin family all ate here, smiling at the table. But now, just after midnight, their whole family has died tragically. Things are unpredictable. Who could have thought of it? Miss Qin frowned and murmured in a low voice, "I don't know how Sister Kai is doing." Luo Qingzhou looked outside, and did not dare to look at her, let alone answer. The girl was already dead, and she was holding her brother. Her death was extremely tragic, and her head was almost split open. The murderer was obviously very cruel, hated them very much, and was extremely ruthless. At this time, a guard suddenly hurried in from the gate and walked to the small courtyard to report respectfully, "Madam, I just went to see the third master and others." Song Ryue stood under the eaves, her eyelids twitching, her face pale, and said in a deep voice, "Just say it directly. There is no weak person in my Qin family who can bear it." The guard bowed his head and said, "I have confirmed that the third master was killed. The third wife and her children and cousins, as well as the maids and servants in the mansion. A total of more than 50 people, all died tragically in the mansion, and only 2 servants survived and were taken away by the government. I heard from the master that they should have been poisoned first, and then they could not resist and escape. The master also told his subordinates to come back and tell the lady that from now on, the whole mansion cannot eat or drink anything in the mansion for the time being to prevent poisoning." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the yard, the corridor, and the house was terrified and pale. More than 50 people in the entire mansion were all slaughtered. The murderer was so cruel. Miss Qin Air stood up, and with the help of Chior and Zhuer, she walked out and stood at the door and said, "Guard Jean, have you seen their bodies?" The guard said respectfully, "I have seen them." Miss Qin Air did not speak again. Song Ryue's voice was a little trembling. "You go. Stay by the master's side. Chuaner and the others are enough here." Guard Jean responded, turned around and left quickly. There was silence inside and outside the hall. Bang! In the corridor, Qin Chuan suddenly punched the pillar in front of him and said with gritted teeth, Don't worry, Mother. I will help Father find the murderer. I must tear the murderer into pieces and grind his bones to ashes to avenge my uncle and aunt. Song Ryue was silent for a long time, and suddenly sighed. Mother now finally understands why your father is determined to resign his title and leave here. In fact, as long as people can live well, what can't be given up for fame and wealth? Our Qin family has been in this Mo city for so many years, and we have offended many people. We are coveted by so many people. If we continue to hold on, I am afraid that we will not be able to retreat when we want to. Qin Chuan looked at him and said, Mother, do you want to inform my elder brother? Song Ryue shook her head and said, Your elder brother is studying in the academy, so don't disturb him. After we have dealt with the property here and settled everyone else, we can go to Kyoto after your father resigns his title, and then we will notify him. Qin Chuan was silent for a while, and said, If my father wants to resign his title, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Some people in the court are afraid that our Qin family will set a precedent and implicate them, so they will definitely obstruct it. However, if you don't resign your title, according to the rules, we can't move our family away from here, and Dad can't leave casually. Mother, how about you take Jinzhou Weima, Qizhou, and the others to Kyoto first? Dad, and I will stay here for the time being. Song Ryue hasn't replied yet, and the weak voice of Miss Qin Er came from the door. Second brother, if you want to leave, let's go together. If you don't leave, then stay here. Our Qin family has gone through so many ups and downs for so many years. How could we be scared by this storm? Second brother, believe Weima, we will definitely be able to solve this matter. You, Dad, second brother, uncle and the others. And she paused and said in a positive tone, with you here, the Qin family will definitely get through this difficult time, and the murderer will definitely be found soon. Weima believes in you. Qin Chuan looked at her with red eyes, then clenched his fists and said with determination, Weima, with your words, even if my second brother doesn't sleep or eat these days, he must find the murderer and seek justice for my third uncle and the others. Eliminate the threat to my Qin family. Qin Weima nodded and said, well, second brother, Weima believes you can do it. You go. Daddy's place. Maybe there can be traces of the murderer left there. Qin Chuan hurriedly said in a deep voice, no, I want to protect you here. Qin Weima whispered, second brother, you are not needed here. Someone will protect us. Go and help Daddy. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment, looked at the guards in the yard, and the servants holding kitchen knives, sickles and other weapons, hesitated for a moment, looked at her bright eyes again, and nodded, okay. Although he looked down on those guards, he believed in his sister very much. If she said it was okay, then it was okay. The most important thing now is to track down the murderer, so as to completely resolve the crisis for the Qin mansion. He has been practicing in the backyard for so long, wasting so many resources at home. Now it is time for him to show his strength and role. Mother, Jianjia, Weima, Qingzhou, be careful. Just stay here. I will be back soon. After that, he left quickly. Song Ryue was worried about him and wanted to ask a guard to follow him, but she was afraid that there were not enough people here. So she frowned and looked at her daughter, saying with some blame, Wei Mo, your second brother is not very smart except for martial arts. Why do you ask him to track down the murderer? Qin Weimo glanced at the servants and guards in the courtyard and said softly, Mother, Dad is feeling upset and worried now. Let the second brother go to accompany him. He will feel better with the second brother by his side. Song Ryue fell silent. Qin Weimo suddenly said again, Mother, are there only 3 guards in our Qin mansion now? Song Ryue nodded, there are a few more. Taken away by your father. Qin Weimo glanced at the 3 guards and asked, does Mother know their cultivation level? Song Ryue said, they are all martial artists. We can't afford to hire higher-level martial artists. The one with the highest cultivation level is the Golden Guard. Mother remembers that he is at the martial artist bone refining level. Qin Weimo stopped talking and turned his head to look inside the room. The young man who was originally standing in the corner of the room had come to the door without knowing when, and was standing next to the door. Puff! At this moment, the lights and candles in the hall suddenly went out. The whole hall was instantly plunged into darkness. Chapter 163 The Qin family's guardian hiding in the dark. Ah! A maid's scream suddenly rang out in the hall. Everyone was frightened and uneasy by the news and atmosphere tonight. Seeing the lights in the house suddenly go out strangely, they were naturally terrified and couldn't help screaming. Swish. 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 The darkness had just enveloped the entire hall. And the figures near the oil lamps and candlesticks suddenly took out sharp weapons with cold light from their arms. Then, they were ready to take advantage of the darkness and panic to massacre the ladies and maids in the entire hall. There were no guards in the room. Only some old, weak and sick. The dumb and stupid eldest lady of the Chin family sat in the corner. And the sick and disabled second lady of the Chin family stood at the door. The others were some weak maids and old nannies. Oh! And there was also a useless scholar. No one in the hall wants to escape today. Two figures holding sharp weapons flashed to the door first, ready to block the door and kill the people in the house first. Bang! 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 In the darkness, there were suddenly several sounds of flesh colliding and several muffled groans. Outside the house, Song Ryue, who reacted, suddenly changed her face and shouted hurriedly, "Quick! There is an assassin in the house! Go in and save people!" But the two guards in the yard suddenly turned around tacitly. Bang punched the chest of the guard in the middle, and directly knocked the other party out and killed him on the spot. Then, the two guards turned around and whooshed like two sharp arrows, rushing towards her in the corridor. The servants in the yard were stunned for a moment and had no time to react. Even if they had time to react, they could not stop the two warriors. Bang! The two suddenly jumped over the railing, and then their robes fluttered, and their two fists fell towards her with unmatched momentum. Schwa! At this moment, a cold figure suddenly flashed out from behind her, and with a flash of cold light, it instantly pierced the throat of one of the warriors. The other warrior's fist fell, but it missed. Song Ryue was pulled aside by the suddenly appeared cold figure. And then, there was another flash of cold light, and the throat of the second warrior was instantly pierced. Bang! The two warriors fell heavily to the ground together, and then covered their throats with blood rushing, stared with wide eyes, and twitched on the ground. After a few breaths, their bodies stiffened and they died completely. Lanterns were hung on the corridor, and the servants in the yard were holding lanterns in their hands, and they could clearly see this sudden scene. But it was too late. From the sudden attack of the two guards to the sudden softening of their bodies and falling heavily to the ground, it was only a few breaths before the servants could react. The two assassins who suddenly rose up to kill were pierced through the throat and fell to the ground and died. Everyone's eyes turned to Song Ryue in the corridor. Song Ryue stood there, safe and sound, but her face was a little pale. Next to her stood a pretty girl with a slender body, black hair down to her waist, and a cold face. The girl held a sword in her hand, and the sword was still in the sheath, as if it had never come out. Everyone froze in place, looking confused. Some people didn't even know what happened. Xia-chan. Inside, Song Ryue suddenly woke up and rushed into the house in a hurry. But at this time, the light on the candlestick in the house suddenly lit up again. Bai Ling held a fire starter and lit the lights everywhere in the house. She turned her head and looked at her and smiled. "Madam, it's okay. I don't know where the wind came from just now, but it blew out all the lights in the house." "Nothing?" Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, looked down at the ground, and her mouth twitched fiercely. Two old maids and three maids were lying on the ground, dead, except for one old maid who was still alive. The others had collapsed chests, exploded heads, or broken necks, all with white eyes, completely dead. In their hands, they all held a dagger with a cold glow. The other maids and maids in the house didn't see this terrible scene until the lights came on at this time, and they began to scream in fear again. "Ah! Ah! Ah! Shut up!" Song Ryue yelled angrily, her eyebrows raised. "A bunch of trash. Shut your mouths." The maids and nannies who were screaming suddenly shut their mouths, as if someone had grabbed their throats. The scream stopped abruptly. Song Ryue glanced at the bodies on the ground again, and then looked at the pink-dressed girl who was collecting the tinderboxes, and said in disbelief, "Bai Ling? These are all you." Bai Ling smiled sweetly, revealing two sweet dimples on her face. "Madam, it's not me. The room was pitch black just now. I only saw a black shadow running around, and after beating these people to death, he jumped out of the window, and I didn't see who it was." Song Ryue frowned and looked at the window next to her. The window was closed and not opened at all, and she was outside just now, and Xia-chan was also outside. So no one ran out at all, no matter how fast that person was. Could he be faster than Xia-chan's sword? Sure enough, Xia-chan is not simple, and this little Bai Ling is not simple either. Song Ryue looked at her deeply, and suddenly looked at the old nanny sitting on the ground, leaning against the corner, and said with great sorrow, "Madam Sun, why did you betray our Qin family? You have been with us for more than 10 years. Why?" Madam Sun's kneecaps were broken by someone's kick, and she was leaning against the corner groaning in pain. Hearing this, she smiled miserably, closed her eyes, and said hoarsely, "Madam, I am sorry for you. Just kill me and give me a quick death." After a pause, she suddenly opened her eyes again, looked around the room, fixed her eyes on Bailing, and smiled miserably. "So cruel. Girl, I was so blind that I didn't realize you were a warrior. Before I die, I just want to know how you found us in advance. We just blew out the candles and oil lamps. And before we could do anything, you jumped over and punched and kicked us one by one. And we were all standing apart. I'm really confused. Can you tell me? Let me die with my eyes closed." Bai Ling blinked her eyes and looked at a fool. "Mammy, you are so weird. You are a traitor to our Qin family. Why should I let you die with your eyes closed? Do you think I'm a fool?" "Mammy Sun." Song Ryua walked up to her and said gloomily, "Madam Sun, tell me, who asked you to do this? Since you have served our Qin family for so many years, I can give you a quick death later." Madam Sun sneered, closed her mouth and said nothing. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded next to her. "It's the Song family." As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall looked over. Madam Sun's eyelids jumped, and she looked at the weak scholar who spoke, and laughed sinisterly. "Yes, you said it was the Song family. Then it is the Song family. Anyway, I can't live anymore. So just say whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou walked closer, looked into her eyes and said, "This time the Song family was conspiring for rebellion, and their property was confiscated and imprisoned. There should be many people who escaped. Right? I guess. There should be 100? Madam Sun's face twitched, and she sneered. 1,000. 10,000. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, 23. As soon as this was said, Madam Sun trembled and opened her eyes wide. Luo Qingzhou asked again, "Why did you betray the Qin family? Was it because of money or because?" Madam Sun looked at him with doubtful eyes and shut her mouth. Luo Qingzhou nodded and asked again, "Were these maids and guards bribed by the Song family? Did you do that to the third master of the Qin family?" He asked a lot of questions in a row. Madam Sun kept her mouth shut and sneered. Song Ryua couldn't help but said, "That's enough. Stop asking. How can you interrogate a prisoner like you? Even a fool wouldn't tell you just because you ask him a question." After that, she suddenly glared at Nani Sun and shouted, "If you confess honestly, I can leave you a whole body. If you are stubborn, I will cut you into pieces today. You will never be reborn. Start now. I ask a question. You answer it. If you dare not answer, Mayor, bring me a shoe. Slap her face." Mayor immediately agreed, and found a shoe from somewhere, standing by with a fierce look. Song Ryua asked angrily, "Tell me, who asked you to assassinate us?" Nani Sun sneered, but still kept silent. "Pa!" Mayor suddenly slapped her face with a shoe, which directly knocked out one of her big teeth, and her mouth began to bleed. Song Ryua sneered and looked at the nerdy son-in-law next to her and said, "Did you see that? This is how you should interrogate a prisoner." Madam Sun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. "Song Ryua, you little slut. You are narcissistic, conceited, selfish, arrogant, snobbish, hypocritical and boastful. You are obviously a 30-year-old woman, but you still pretend to be young and girly all day long. It's disgusting." Snap! 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 Song Ryua hurriedly snatched the shoe from Mayor's hand and slapped him hard on the mouth. While slapping, she was angry and retorted loudly, "I'm 29. I'm only 29 this year." Ha ha ha. Madam Sun laughed loudly, her face full of contempt. Luo Qingzhou turned and left, walked to the door, approached Miss Qin and whispered, "It was the Song family. 23 people from the Song family escaped this time and hid in the Zhang family. What happened in Third Uncle's house tonight was done by them. Their family is destroyed, and they are ready to take revenge on our Qin family at all costs. In addition to the Zhang family, there may be others who helped. Otherwise it would be impossible for so many people to escape. Madam Sun is actually a distant relative of the Song family. When she first came in, the Song family didn't know about it. The Song family has only been in contact with her in recent years. Those maids and the 2 guards were all bought by the Song family at a huge price. Also, Miss, They think you are the think tank and the most important person in the Qin mansion. More important than your father and mother. So they are ready to kill you first tonight regardless of everything. Qin Weimao listened to him quietly, then nodded slightly, and didn't ask him how he knew this, but whispered, they are so stupid. They are doomed to fail. Brother-in-law, do you know why? Why? Miss Qin moved her mouth, looked at him softly and said, because they misjudged the person. The think tank and the most important person in the Qin mansion is not me, but brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, thinking about how to go to the Zhang family and solve all the threats. Otherwise, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. The other party's family was destroyed, and the entire family was completely wiped out. This is an irreconcilable feud. So this time, he must fight to the death to kill all the Qin family members. He must take the lead and cut the grass and root it out. He looked outside. 10 steps away. Under the eaves, the cold figure stood there holding a sword, his eyes looking coldly at him and Miss Qin. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two bodies of the guards in the corridor, and said to Miss Qin Air beside him, Miss Air, you go in first and persuade your mother not to waste her saliva. Kill those who should be killed. No need to keep them. Qin Weimao nodded slightly, followed his gaze, looked at the cold girl under the eaves not far away, sighed slightly, and said softly, brother-in-law, I actually like Xia-chan very much. But unfortunately Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, when Miss Air gets better, you can naturally get close to her. Don't worry. Miss Air will be fine. Qin Weimao looked at him deeply and nodded, well, when the time comes, I will get along well with Xia-chan, and I will treat her as my sister. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, said nothing more, went out, and walked towards the cold sword-holding girl under the eaves. Qin Weimao looked at his back, smiled slightly, and murmured in a low voice, Weimao will definitely even if she is a sister. It doesn't matter. Chapter 164 Chan Chan. Cooperate with your son-in-law. Snow drips from the eaves. The girl stood there alone, holding the sword, motionless, like a statue without any emotion. When Luo Qingzhou passed by, she slightly turned her body and looked away. Luo Qingzhou turned around and stood shoulder to shoulder with her under the eaves, watching the snow dripping outside. Silence for a moment. He said, Miss Xia-chan is so powerful that she shouldn't make money by growing flowers. Miss Xia-chan's hand is the hand that holds the sword, not the hand that holds the hoe. The girl looked away with a cold face, as if she didn't hear anything. Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned his head and looked at her and said, Miss Xia-chan, turn your face away. I have something to say to you. The girl's pretty face was still turned away, ignoring him. Luo Qingzhou stared at her cold profile for a while, and suddenly said, Xia-chan, Chan, turn your face away. I have something to say to you. The girl turned her face suddenly, staring at him with cold eyes. A chill came over me. Luo Qingzhou did not move, facing her cold eyes, not panicking at all, and asked, do you like killing people? The girl stared at him with cold eyes for a moment, and finally said coldly, if I like, I will kill you. Luo Qingzhou, I'm not kidding. You were so powerful just now. 2 warriors were killed by your sword in an instant. You just moved your hands and saved the entire Qin mansion. So I think, with my intelligence and your invincible swordsmanship, I can definitely catch all the enemies and kill them all. What do you think? Miss Xia-chan? Humph. The girl snorted coldly, turned her face away again, looked elsewhere, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou called out again, Xia-chan. Chan. What do you think? The girl suddenly turned her face away again, staring at him with cold eyes, one hand on the hilt of the sword. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and leaned close to her and whispered, I will be responsible for finding the murderer, and you will be responsible for killing one by one. The 2 of us will cooperate with each other to eliminate the threat to the Qin mansion. What do you think? The girl stared at him coldly for a while, and then spoke again, I won't take the initiative to kill people. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and understood, you mean? You only protect the Qin family, and you kill the enemy when they come, but you won't take the initiative to go out and kill the enemy. Right? The girl turned her face away and stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, okay, sorry for disturbing you. He turned and left. After he entered the house, the girl slowly turned her face in the shadow of the pillar, looked at the door where he disappeared, puffed up her cheeks, and muttered in a low voice, no. Ask me. After dawn, Qin Wenzheng brought Qin Chuan and others back with red eyes. Song Ryua wanted to ask about the situation over there. But Qin Wenjung waved his hand and looked at the corpse in the yard. His face suddenly changed. Qin Chuan was also shocked when he saw the scene. Mother. Why are Guard Yang and the others dead? Did an assassin come in after I left? Song Ryua said with a gloomy face. They are assassins and traitors. They were killed by Xia Chan when she was protecting me. Qin Wenjung and his son's eyes, as well as the eyes of the guards, all looked at the sword-holding girl under the eaves not far away. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get someone to deal with the body. Nani's son was also bribed and is not dead yet. I interrogated her all night last night, but couldn't get any information out of her. You guys go and interrogate her. Song Ryua's voice was a little hoarse, obviously caused by the quarrel with Nani's son last night. Miss Jean Eyre suddenly came out of the house and said, Daddy, come in. Wei Mo has something to tell you. Qin Wenjing's expression moved. He walked up the stairs, looked back at the others, and said after a moment of hesitation, Everyone didn't sleep all night last night. They should all be tired. Go back to sleep now. Butler Zhou, you are responsible for checking the water and food in the mansion. And find a few more dogs to raise. Check the food and drinks every day. Butler Zhou immediately bowed his head and said, Yes, master. When the maids and servants saw him coming back, they felt a little safe in their hearts, and they dispersed one after another to catch up on their sleep. Qin Jinjia also came out of the house, bringing Bailing with her, ready to leave. Qin Wenjung glanced at her, as if he wanted to comfort her, but seeing her cold face, he didn't say anything. Luo Qinzhou followed Miss Qin. Xia Chan also walked out from under the eaves. Song Ryua walked to Bailing and whispered, Bai Ling, you don't have to worry about the affairs of the mansion. You and Xia Chan just need to protect Jinjia and take care of your son-in-law. After speaking, he glanced at someone and went into the house. Luo Qinzhou waved to Xiao Dai next to him and took her to follow Miss Qin to the backyard. He looked back. Miss Qin was standing at the door looking at him. Seeing him looking at her, Miss Qin smiled slightly. That weak and pale face can make people feel soft, warm and kind at any time. Luo Qinzhou couldn't help but think of the scene in her room last night. If it weren't for the sudden interruption of the mother-in-law and the incident at the home of the third master of the Qin family, he would have fallen into the gentle trap of Miss Qin Eyre last night and couldn't extricate himself. How many men can resist a person like Miss Qin Eyre? Son-in-law, how do you thank her? Just as he was thinking about it, Bailing came over, blinked at him, and asked in a low voice. Luo Qinzhou was stunned for a moment, wondering, why should I thank you? Bailing snorted coldly, moved closer to him, and whispered, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Last night, someone punched and kicked one by one in the dark hall. Wasn't it very cool? Humph. In the end, let others take the blame. Too much. Luo Qinzhou didn't say anything else. Bailing bumped his arm and pouted, Uncle, I'm asking you a question. How are you going to thank me? Seeing that no one was looking at him, Luo Qinzhou reached out and touched her little hand, whispering, come to my place later. I'll give you something good. Bailing was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly stepped back, pouted and muttered, Uncle wants to bully me again. I don't want you to succeed. Luo Qinzhou said, I just want to give you some snacks. Bailing was immediately frightened when she heard it. No, I don't want it. If you eat Uncle's snacks, you might get pregnant. Uncle is so scared. Luo Qinzhou. He silently took out a paper bag from his pocket, opened the paper bag, took out a small piece of snack from it, and handed it to Xiao Dai next to him. The little girl immediately took it happily and started eating. She secretly thought in her heart, if I can get pregnant with your child after eating the snacks, I will be so happy. The few people separated at the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace. Before leaving, Luo Qinzhou looked at the cold girl and said, Miss Xia Chan, stay in the house recently. Don't go to work anymore. And protect the young lady well. Xia Chan looked at him coldly without saying anything. Luo Qinzhou said Hello to Miss Qin and left with Xiao Dai. After the master and servant walked away, Bailing Fong came to Xia Chan and asked gossipingly, Chan, what did the uncle say to you in the corridor of the hall just now? At that time, I saw the uncle almost sticking to you and whispering to you for a long time. Xia Chan looked at the direction where the two left, was stunned for a while, turned and went into the house, and ignored her. After Luo Qinzhou returned to the courtyard, he asked Xiao Dai to embroider at home. He entered the house. His spirit left his body, passed through the house, floated over the roof, bathed in the morning sunshine, looked down from a high place, and carefully observed the entire Qin mansion. After observing for a long time, he saw nothing unusual, and then he returned to the house. His spirit returned to his body. Today he had to go out of the city to hunt monsters. He had to continue to practice, advance as soon as possible, and practice more life and death. Only in this way could he increase his chances of killing the enemy. Sitting and waiting for death in the mansion, waiting for the enemy to sneak in or slaughter other Qin family members. Passive resistance was definitely not his style. He decided to practice in the Blackwood Forest during the day, and then leave his spirit at night to go to the Zhang family. After finding out where the people from the Song family were hiding, he would find a way to catch them all in one fell swoop, eradicate the roots, and not leave a single one. Anyone who threatens his current life must not be left. He read books about the monsters in the Blackwood Forest in the house for a while, and when he saw that no one came to disturb him, he went over to say something to Xiao Dai, and then went out. The Qin family is now in a panic, and everyone is hiding in the house and dare not come out. There are only 4 guards left, and with Qin Chuan, they are not enough to patrol all places in the mansion. But during the day, everyone is more at ease. Luo Qinzhou walked along the way and did not meet many people. When he came to the garden leading to the back door, he saw several servants holding weapons, guarding the door of the garden, and talking in a low voice. Luo Qinzhou took a detour, climbed over the wall next to the courtyard, quickly walked to the back door, opened the bolt, and went out. After seeing that there was no one in the alley, he took out the mask and put it on his face. Such a big thing happened last night, and everyone in the Qin mansion gathered in the hall, but did not see the little cousin named Nangong Meiju. I don't know if she hid at that time or went somewhere. Anyway, she is a distinguished guest from Kyoto and belongs to the royal family. Song Ryue will definitely give priority to her. I hope I won't meet her again today. Last night, the whole family of the 3rd master of the Qin family was slaughtered, and today the news quickly spread throughout Maching. The whole city was shocked. After hearing the news, the city lord Meng Jinan was extremely angry and immediately sent people to track down the murderer. Other families got the news last night and talked about it privately. Many people guessed that it was the people from the Song family who escaped. After all, in this Mo city, only they had an irreconcilable feud with the Qin family. It is said that among those who escaped from the Song family, several were warriors. Because the Song family committed treason, the warriors and guards in their house would suffer together. Anyway, they would all die, so they might risk their lives to fight the Qin family to the death. While sighing, many family members were actually gloating and ready to watch the excitement of the Qin family. I thought that the Song family collapsed, and the Qin family would naturally re-enter the list of the 4 major families in Mo City. Who knew that things were far from over? No one wants others to live better than themselves. Most people are actually happy to see others in trouble. In the palace next to the city lord's mansion, Princess Nangong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was sitting at the table and repeatedly watching the first few rounds of romance of the 3 kingdoms brought by Miss Qin Air. When Yi came in to report the tragedy that happened in the Qin family last night, Nangong Huiyue put down the story in her hand, turned her head and looked at her and said, "What a coincidence. All the warriors of the Song family ran away, and none of them were caught?" After a pause, she suddenly ordered Yi, "Take my token and go outside the city to mobilize 200 silver cavalry to enter the city." Yi looked up and said, "Your Highness, do you want the silver cavalry to help track down the murderer and those people from the Song family?" Nangong Huiyue said lightly, "No. Let them come and guard outside the city lord's mansion." Yi showed a hint of doubt in her eyes, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately withdrew. Nangong Huiyue thought for a while, and said to the outside, "Yuewu, you go to the Qin mansion and bring Miss Qin Air. Remember, use our own carriage and guards." "Yes, Your Highness." Yuewu bowed and retreated. Nangong Huiyue's eyes turned to the story of the 3 kingdoms on the rice paper on the table again, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Intrigue and deception. The 3 kingdoms hegemony? Chapter 165 Great Harvest. Jubao Pavilion. When Luo Qinzhou walked up to the top floor, the silver-haired Daojia and the middle-aged man Wu Kui were both there. There was also an ordinary-looking young man in the corner. Daojia introduced. "His name is Zhou Buyue. Like you. He is now in the tendon training stage. Today is the first time he has gone out of the city to do a mission." Daojia pointed at Luo Qinzhou and said, "Chu Feiyang, Luo Qingzhou and the young man named Zhou Boyue bowed to each other and nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. Daojia? Is there anyone else? Luo Qingzhou asked. Daojia frowned. There is another one. I don't know what his name is today. Luo Qingzhou suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. When he was about to ask if it was the person from last time, a familiar footstep suddenly came from the stairs. Then, a cold and arrogant girl in a black knee-length skirt, tall and sexy, with black silk stockings wrapped around her legs, walked up with her slender waist and hips twisted. Her long black hair was scattered around her waist, and a thin black whip was wrapped around her waist. The whip head swayed slightly with her footsteps, like a snake spitting out its tongue. Luo Qingzhou took a closer look at the black stockings on her sexy legs, and in a trance, he seemed to have traveled through time and space. The middle-aged man named Wu Kue and the man named Zhou Boyue were stunned when they saw her dress. It was obviously the first time for them to see such a strange and bold dress. Only Sister Dao was knowledgeable and calm, and asked directly, "What is your name today?" The whip girl lifted her long hair, sat down on the seat next to her, and stretched out her long legs in black stockings, and said coldly, "Lark?" Luo Qingzhou. Sister Dao's mouth twitched, and she stood up and said, "Okay, since everyone is here, let's go." After that, she carried her broad knife and went downstairs first. The middle-aged man Wu Kue followed behind with a deep face. Luo Qingzhou and the young man named Zhou Boyue looked at each other, stood up together, and walked down. Nandong Meiju looked at his back, touched the whip at his waist, and followed behind. Outside the gate, a carriage was waiting. Several people got on the carriage one after another. The three men sat together. Nandong Meiju crossed her long legs and sat with Sister Dao, staring coldly at someone opposite. Luo Qingzhou saw that she was looking at him all the time, hesitated for a moment, and decided to explain, "Miss Lark, I think I need to explain that matter." Nandong Meiju said coldly, "I don't think it's necessary." Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a while, shrugged and said, "Okay. If it's not necessary, then it's not necessary." He has never had the habit of arguing with women. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. Anyway, now they are a team. At least, she won't do anything to him on the surface. Others in the carriage looked at the two curiously, and they probably thought secretly about what the conflict between the two was. No words along the way. The carriage left the city smoothly, bumping and galloping on the road. Nandong Meiju leaned back, crossed her arms, crossed her long legs, closed her eyes and rested. A slender jade finger kept tapping on her arm, as if she was thinking about something. Luo Qingzhou was also thinking about something. He thought that he had to quickly train his tendons successfully, have faster speed and stronger explosive power, and then he could completely get rid of those people from the Song family. The carriage soon stopped on the path outside the Blackwood Forest. Sister Dao led a few people out of the carriage, because there were new people today. She repeated the things that needed to be paid attention to, and the matters of forming a team. After she finished speaking, she asked, "Does anyone need to form a team today? Or need to hire me?" No one spoke. The young man named Zhou Boyue was always silent. Even though it was his first time to hunt monsters in the Blackwood Forest, he did not have any uneasy expression. "Since there is no one, let's go." Sister Dao waited for a while, shrugged her shoulders, took the lead and walked into the forest with a knife. Wu Kue and Zhou Boyue left from another forest respectively. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the whip girl, who was leaning against a tree and looking in the mirror not far away, and turned to walk in another direction. It was still the direction he came from last time. After walking in the forest for a while, he suddenly felt something was wrong and looked back. The whip girl, who was called Lark today, was following him silently. When she saw him looking at her, she said expressionlessly, "Don't get me wrong. It's just a coincidence. I don't rob money or women." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and continued to walk forward. He quickened his pace. After walking for a while, he looked back and saw that she was still following him slowly. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but stop, turned around and asked, "What do you want?" Nandong Meiju said lightly, "You should ask yourself. What do you want every time you follow me?" "Luo Qingzhou," I said. "It was a misunderstanding." Nandong Meiju said, "I just said it. It was a misunderstanding." When the two were facing each other in silence, the bushes next to them suddenly moved, and then a huge head appeared, and two scarlet eyes looked at the two coldly. The fur was brown and yellow. The body was as big as a calf. There were two sharp fangs at the corners of the mouth, and the body was covered with brown spots. It was actually a demon leopard. Woo! The demon leopard looked at the two people, drooling from the corner of his mouth, baring his fangs, revealing a ferocious expression on his face, and crouching down, as if ready to pounce. Shwa! Nandong Meijiu's eyes lit up, and he pulled out the whip from his waist, saying coldly, "Mine!" As soon as she finished speaking, a brown figure suddenly whooshed down from a big tree on the other side of her, and pounced on her from top to bottom like lightning. It turned out that the first demon leopard was actually trying to attract their attention. The real killer was on the tree. In an instant, two demon leopards appeared. Nandong Meiju reacted quickly, and the whip in her hand flew out to the top of her head with a schwa sound, turning into a black whip shield, and her tall and bumpy body instantly retreated to the back. When the first demon leopard appeared and was about to attack her with his companions, Luo Qingzhou had already run over at the fastest speed, then suddenly jumped up and punched it with a bang. "Awuh!" The demon leopard roared, moved nimbly, and dodged in an instant. Then it suddenly jumped up again, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced on him. Luo Qingzhou's punch missed. As soon as he landed, he saw it pounced on him, moving as fast as lightning. He had no time to retract his punch, and his body suddenly lowered. The muscles in his arms instantly tightened, and then his elbow bounced out heavily like a spring with a whoosh sound. Bang! The elbow shot out suddenly and hit the demon leopard's chin heavily. Both the man and the leopard were shocked. Luo Qingzhou took a few steps back. The demon leopard raised its head and fell to the ground, then suddenly jumped up, roared a woo, and pounced on him again. Luo Qingzhou saw that it was aggressive, with fangs like blades and claws cold. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned around and ran. But with his speed, how could he be faster than the demon leopard? Swoosh! The demon leopard ran a few steps, jumped directly, and pounced fiercely on his back. Luo Qingzhou's muscles were tense. His fascia tightened and accumulated strength. Then he suddenly jumped up, bounced up, and suddenly jumped to a big tree in front of him. His toes touched the trunk, and his body suddenly changed direction and jumped to the left. Bang! The demon leopard pounced into nothing. But it was also agile. Its limbs landed on the tree trunk, and it suddenly jumped and chased him. Luo Qingzhou continued to run in the forest, jumping, dodging left and right, and up and down. The muscles and fascia of his whole body kept contracting, accumulating strength, ejecting, and stretching, and soon they became hot and jumping. His breath was long and his physical strength was amazing, because of his spiritual practice. His energy was also extremely strong. He ran, jumped and dodged for half an hour, and still had strength to spare. But the demon leopard behind him began to run out of strength, panting heavily, and his movements began to become sluggish. It wanted to give up several times, but every time it stopped and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou suddenly took the initiative to pounce on it, and attack and provoke. Repeatedly, the demon leopard was aroused with anger, and continued to roar and chase, and his whole body strength was quickly consumed. At this time, the demon leopard gradually discovered the trick of this human. But now it is in a dilemma. It can't catch up, and it can't turn around and run away. It is getting more and more anxious. "Awuh!" It suddenly roared, as if calling its companions to help. But its companions did not respond. It suddenly felt depressed and stopped. Luo Qingzhou also stopped immediately, seeing that it was at the end of its strength. He suddenly clenched his fists, tightened his tendons and muscles, turned around and rushed towards it, and his internal force quickly flowed into his arms, and began to accumulate strength. His eyes met the scarlet eyes of the demon leopard, and he suddenly heard its thoughts. "No, I have no strength. I must leave as soon as possible." Its soul began to fear. Schwa! Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped up and pounced on it, then concentrated his soul, poured force into his throat, stared with his eyes, and suddenly shouted angrily, "Hey!" A shout suddenly sounded in the demon leopard's mind. It was about to turn around and run away, but it was suddenly shocked and stood still, with a moment of trance in its eyes. However, this moment doomed its tragedy. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched it hard on the head. The demon leopard was hit hard, and its head lowered and lay on the ground. But it quickly shook its head and prepared to jump up. Bang! But at this time, Luo Qingzhou's second punch had arrived. This punch suddenly sounded like a thunder in the silent forest, and a purple lightning flashed at the same time. Bang! Just as the demon leopard was about to stand up, it was hit hard on the head again, and its head lowered and fell to the ground. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou knew that it had thick skin and tough flesh, so he didn't give it any chance to breathe. He put all his strength into his arms and punched its head 3 times in a row. After 3 punches, the demon leopard finally had its head broken, and its brain was full of blood. Its body collapsed on the ground, twitching violently. Boom! Luo Qingzhou threw one last punch, completely killing it. Hoo-hoo! Standing in front of the demon leopard's body, he was panting heavily, sweating all over. A wound was scratched on his back by the demon leopard's claws. The muscles and fascia of his body were slightly hot and still beating, and at the same time they began to ache. Luckily, when he looked at the demon leopard just now, he discovered the other party's fear, and then tried to attack it with the soul-shaking technique taught by the Soul Senior, which actually achieved a good effect. Otherwise, this battle would probably continue for a while. With the speed of the demon leopard and its familiarity with the environment here, if the other party wanted to escape, he might not be able to keep the other party today. Today, he not only successfully hunted a monster, but also exercised his fascia, honed his combat skills, and discovered that eavesdropping can actually be used on monsters. Also, the soul-shaking technique that Senior Yu taught him can actually be used on monsters. This time out, it is definitely a great harvest. He took a short break and took out the warrior dagger that he bought at Jubao Pavilion at a high price from his storage bag, ready to break open the belly of the monster to see if there is a monster pill inside. If there is a monster pill in the body of this monster, then this time the harvest will be even greater. Just as he was holding the dagger to start the dissection, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look. 2 middle-aged men in black tights walked over with shining eyes. Chapter 166 Despicable and Vicious Scholar. Luo Qingzhou stood up. He clenched the dagger in his hand and looked at the 2 men. The 2 warriors in tight clothes, one tall and one short, had similar eyebrows and eyes, and seemed to be a pair of brothers. Little brother, you are so lucky, the tall man said with a smile on his face. We brothers have been here for several days in a row, and we haven't encountered any monsters. You actually encountered one. This monster leopard is a good thing. Its fur is precious, and there may be monster pills in its stomach. The 2 brothers stopped 5 steps away, with a half smile on their faces. The short man said, Little brother, sell the fur and monster pills to us brothers. You can take the rest. How about it? Luo Qingzhou put away the dagger in his hand and said calmly, What price are you 2 prepared to pay? The short man grinned and stretched out 5 fingers, 5 gold coins. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. The tall man smiled and said, Little brother, 5 gold coins are already very good, and you can also take away other things from the demon leopard. If you meet other people, they are not as kind as us 2 brothers. At that time, I am afraid that even you may have to stay in this blackwood forest. Luo Qingzhou slowly clenched his fist. The short man looked at him with contempt and sneered. We all saw your last punch just now. You are at most in the tendon refining realm, right? And it seems that your physical strength seems to have been almost consumed, and you are injured. At this point, he stroked his fist and grinned. My brother is in the bone refining realm, and I am in the tendon refining realm. Little brother, as a person who has experienced it, I advise you to think twice before you act. Although money is important, life is the most important. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, looked down at the body of the demon leopard on the ground, and the expression on his face changed for a while before he stretched out his hand and said, 10 gold coins. At least 10. The 2 brothers looked at each other and suddenly smiled. The tall man didn't say anything more. He took out his purse from his arms, took out 10 gold coins from it, threw them at him, and said with a smile, Little brother, this is the smartest choice. You are still young. If you want monsters, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Luo Qingzhou took the 10 gold coins, counted them carefully, and turned away without saying a word. TSK. I thought you were going to stretch your muscles again. The short man saw that he left wisely and sneered, seeming a little disappointed. Then the 2 brothers walked towards the monster leopard on the ground with a smile on their faces. If they could encounter such a coward and good things every day, they would not have to work hard to find monsters in this broken forest. They could just sit back and wait. Let's go. Drag it out and break it open in the market outside. Otherwise it will be bloody and hard to take. Someone wants the flesh and blood of this demon leopard. Put it in the storage bag. Wait a while. Let its evil spirit dissipate first. The two brothers each grabbed one leg of the demon leopard and walked happily out of the forest. Luo Qingzhou left quickly. After walking a few dozen meters away, he suddenly saw the whip girl named Nandong Meiju under a big tree next to him, looking at him with a gloating look on her face. Luo Qingzhou asked, "Where's your demon leopard?" Nandong Meiju shrugged and said, "It ran away too fast." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, with a gloomy face, and walked forward quickly. Nandong Meiju followed him and said coldly, "Poor thing. The demon beast that you worked so hard to hunt was snatched away by others. This may be the fate of a stalker." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and quickened his pace. Nandong Meiju still followed him quickly and laughed. "Why? You run so fast. Are you afraid that others will chase you?" Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, "Why are you following me?" Nandong Meiju raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm bored, so I want to see the stalker's frustrated look and the helpless and furious look." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and continued to move forward. Soon, he came to the entrance and walked towards another path. Nandong Meiju showed a hint of doubt in his eyes and continued to follow. Not long after, a figure appeared in the woods ahead, with short silver hair and a broad sword on his shoulder. He was wandering around. Hearing the footsteps of the two, Sister Dao immediately tightened the handle of the sword, turned around alertly, and saw them. She was stunned for a moment and said, "It's you." Luo Qingzhou asked directly, "Sister Dao, how many gold coins do I need to hire you to help?" When this was said, Nandong Meiju, who was following behind, was stunned. Sister Dao paused, looked at him and said, "Help to hunt monsters. At least 200 gold coins. Help. How many gold coins do you need to help entangle a warrior in the bone refining realm?" Luo Qingzhou interrupted her and asked directly. Sister Dao was slightly startled. "Just entangle? How long will it take?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "1 stick of incense time." Sister Dao frowned and thought for a while, then stretched out 5 fingers. "At least 500 gold coins are needed. I am also in the bone refining realm. If the other party fights hard, I may be seriously injured or even lose my life. So it is more expensive. Deal?" Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate at all, and directly took out 10 gold coins from his pocket, threw them to her and said, "Sister Dao, this is the deposit." Sister Dao stretched out her hand and accurately took the 10 gold coins, took a look and said, "It's a bit too little." Luo Qingzhou said, "Since we are companions this time, Sister Dao should trust me." After speaking, he took out the storage bag from his arms, showed it to her, patted the storage bag and said, "It's not short of money." In fact, he only had these 10 gold coins on his body. "The most valuable thing is this storage bag." Sister Dao glanced at his storage bag, smiled, put away the gold coins, and said, "Let's go." Luo Qingzhou immediately turned around and took her to the road they had just taken. Nandong Meiju showed a hint of curiosity on her face, and continued to follow behind. Sister Dao turned her head and looked at her and said, "You were also hired by him?" Nandong Meiju sneered. "Do you think he is worthy? I just think it's fun and want to follow to see the excitement." Sister Dao retracted her gaze and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou explained on the way, "I just hunted a demon leopard and was robbed by someone. The other party was 2 brothers, one in the bone refining realm and the other in the tendon refining realm." Sister Dao frowned. "In this Blackwood forest, it is normal to be robbed by someone. You didn't form a team and acted alone. You should have thought of it earlier. But are you going to take it back?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer. Sister Dao immediately said, "Let's make it clear in advance. I will only be responsible for holding the warrior in the bone refining realm for 1 stick of incense. I will not take care of other things. When the time is up, I will leave." Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Okay." Sister Dao looked at him, with a hint of surprise and confusion in her eyes. Nandong Meiju became more and more curious. Luo Qingzhou quietly took out the porcelain bottle, dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid on his palm, and soon disappeared. Not long after, the 3 of them came to the forest. Luo Qingzhou stopped and said, "Wait here for a while. They should be coming out soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 brothers in the forest in front carried a demon leopard, with a joyful expression on their faces, and walked over briskly. Luo Qingzhou went straight to meet him. When the 2 brothers saw him, the smiles on their faces disappeared immediately. Then they stopped. Their faces became gloomy, and they clenched their fists. The 2 seemed to know Sister Dao, with a hint of fear in their eyes, and their faces looked a little hesitant. Luo Qingzhou looked into their eyes, and suddenly said first, Leave the things behind. I can forgive you. Sister Dao is in the bone refining realm. I am in the tendon refining realm. Then he turned sideways and pointed at Nangong Meiju, who was standing under the big tree at the back, and said, she is also in the bone refining realm. As a person who has been through this, I advise you to think twice before you act. Money is important, but life is the most important. The two brothers, Sister Dao moved her lips, and finally did not speak. Nangong Meiju, who was standing far behind, was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, and did not react for a moment. Luo Qingzhou strode over and stood in front of Brother Lin, looking into the eyes of the short young man, and said, put it down. His tone was calm, but it was an order that could not be refused. The short young man looked at him gloomily, then looked at Sister Dao and the tall girl at the back. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched a few times, and then stared at him coldly, bent down, and slowly put down the demon leopard in his hand. Put it down. Luo Qingzhou stared at him, and when he let go of his hand, his heart was weak, and he was obviously afraid. He suddenly gathered his soul, filled his throat with strength, and shouted loudly. It was like a thunder suddenly sounded in the depths of the short young man's mind. The short young man's body shook, and there was a moment of trance in his eyes. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's fist, which had already tightened his muscles and fascia, accumulated strength, and was ready to go, suddenly shot out, and with a bang, hit him heavily in the face. The short young man had no time to react, and he raised his head and fell directly to the ground. At this time, the tall young man next to him reacted and shouted angrily. Before he could do anything, Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted, Sister Dao. Swish! The knife flashed. A broad knife suddenly chopped down with a cold light, and chopped directly towards the tall young man's forehead. The tall young man's face changed suddenly, and he retreated in a hurry. Bang! He could only stare with wide eyes, watching the despicable young man raise his second punch and hit his brother's head hard. The short young man was knocked to the ground by the punch. His face was sunken, blood all over his face. His vision was blurred, and before he could react, Luo Qingzhou hit him hard on the head again. A sharp pain came. The short young man roared in fear and despair, and just as he was about to jump up, there was a bang, and Luo Qingzhou's third punch hit his head hard again. Crack! The skull was shattered, and blood and brain matter rushed out. The short young man opened his mouth wide. His face and head collapsed, and he died instantly. Second brother. The tall young man was furious when he saw the scene. They brothers were ready to give up the demon leopard and retreat. Why? Why did the vicious young man suddenly attack? He shouted in his heart, roared wildly, waved his fists, and fought fiercely with Sister Dao. Sister Dao waved the broadsword in her hand and said, Sorry. I've been hired to keep you company for an instant stick of time. After an instant stick of time, you can kill him, and I won't interfere. As soon as these words came out, the tall young man's eyes suddenly turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, You despicable and vicious little beast. If you have the guts, don't run away. I'll cut you into pieces later to avenge my brother. Luo Qingzhou ignored him, squatted in front of the short young man, searched his whole body, and took out a storage bag. Then he dripped blood to recognize the owner, opened it and took a look, and found more than 1,000 gold coins and some other items in it. He poured out 490 gold coins and put them aside, saying, Sister Dao, put the gold coins here. After an instant stick of time, they will be yours. Sister Dao waved the broadsword in her hand, looked away, and the corners of her mouth twitched fiercely. Luo Qingzhou directly put the body of the demon leopard on the ground into his storage bag in front of the body of the short young man. The tall young man's eyes were bloodshot. His face was ferocious, and he gritted his teeth and said, Little beast, don't leave. If you have the guts, don't leave. After one stick of incense, Luo Qingzhou stood up, put away his storage bag, leaned against the tree next to him and said, I won't leave. I'll wait for you. The words in the mouth of the tall young man stopped abruptly. His eyes were red, and he silently calculated the time in his heart. Sister Dao frowned, wondering in her heart, this kid spent 500 gold coins. Didn't he just want me to pester this bone refining realm, so that he could take the opportunity to take things and escape? Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, Sister Dao, I will add money now. Can you kill him? Sister Dao said coldly, No, I will not accept a second mission if one employment mission is not completed. And within 3 days, I will not accept missions against the same person. Also, I only accept missions to kill monsters, not missions to kill people. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again, leaning against the big tree next to him, watching the wonderful battle between the two leisurely. Nandong Meiju finally couldn't help but walked over and asked, "What other tricks do you have?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and stared at the tall young man's eyes. When it was almost an instant stick of time, he suddenly walked over and whispered, "It seems that your physical strength should be almost consumed. Right? Sister Dao will not kill you. But do you see the person behind me? She is also in the bone refining realm. You should have seen the relationship between her and me. Later, we will join forces to reunite you with your brother in the underground." As soon as these words came out, the tall young man's face changed obviously, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He glanced at the girl not far behind him. He began to think about escaping. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted, "Why don't you surrender?" The tall young man panicked and looked at him. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou looked at his panicked and frightened eyes. His soul condensed, and he poured his strength into his throat. He suddenly shouted angrily, "Surrender!" A thunder suddenly pierced his eardrum, making his brain and soul buzz. At this moment, Sister Dao suddenly put away her knife and retreated. "Time is up!" Bang! At the moment when the tall young man was stunned in a trance, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched him in the stomach. Bang! The tall young man was caught off guard. His body suddenly bent, and he bent down. Before he could react, Luo Qingzhou's other hand suddenly flashed with cold light, and the sharp warrior dagger pierced into his left eye fiercely. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou did not give him any chance to react. He punched like the wind and thunder, hitting him hard on the head. 5 consecutive punches hit the same place. When the 5th punch came down with thunder and lightning, the tall young man's head finally broke with a click sound, and his body softened and fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Luo Qingzhou still did not stop, waving his fists, pouring force into his arms, and using the greatest strength to hit his broken head 3 times in a row. Seeing that his whole head turned into a ball of paste and his body was completely motionless, he finally stopped and immediately took a few steps back. Hoo-hoo! The forest was silent, with only his heavy breathing due to nervousness. After a while, after confirming that the tall young man was completely dead, he walked over, squatted down, and searched his pockets, but found nothing. It seems that the things of the 2 brothers were all put together. He was a little disappointed, but it was good to be able to completely solve these 2 troubles and prevent them from taking revenge next time. He stood up and took out the kettle from the storage bag. While pouring water to wash his hands, he turned around and looked at Sister Dao and the girl named Nangong Meijiao, but was surprised to find that the 2 girls had retreated more than 20 meters away and were staring at him with fear and vigilance. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 167 Tyrant Fist. In the woods, there was silence. A strong smell of blood floated in the air. Luo Qingzhou put away the kettle and walked towards Sister Dao and the girl named Nangong Meijiao. "Well, I want to explain." "No need," Sister Dao and the girl named Nangong Meijiao said in unison. At the same time, one of them held the handle of the knife tightly in his hand, and the other held the whip at his waist tightly in his hand. The 2 stood together, staring at him nervously and vigilantly. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said nothing. The woods fell into silence. Luo Qingzhou looked up at the sky. It was just noon. "Sister Dao, the warrior market outside is not open yet. Where can I sell my prey?" he asked. Sister Dao stared at him solemnly for a while, then said, "You can either take it back to the city and find a store to sell it, or sell it directly to me, and I will take it back to Jubao Pavilion." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "If you sell it directly to Sister Dao, what is the price?" Sister Dao moved her lips, as if she wanted to speak, and suddenly hesitated for a moment, saying, "If you want to sell it, let's go out and go to the carriage first. I need to see the prey first before I can give a price." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Okay." Sister Dao held the knife tightly in her hand, kept a distance of 5 meters from him, walked side by side with him at a leisurely pace, and kept her eyes on him. Nandong Meijiao stood there alone for a while, hesitated for a moment, and followed him. When they arrived outside the woods and saw the carriage and the driver of the Jubao Pavilion, Sister Dao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, "Chu Feiyong, you are too cruel." Luo Qingzhou said lightly, "Sister Dao, the prey I exchanged for my life was snatched away by them. although I can get it back in the end. If I don't kill them today, do you think I will dare to come to the Blackwood Forest again in the future? Sister Dao was silent for a while, and said, It's okay to kill people. But why torture the corpse? Luo Qingzhou said, I didn't torture the corpse. The other party's cultivation is higher than mine. I don't know what means he has to fight back. If I don't kill him completely in one go, I might be the one to die. Sister Dao didn't say anything else. When the two walked to the front of the carriage, she turned her head and looked at him, and said faintly, You are the first warrior who has the cultivation of tendons that makes me nervous. Even if it is a warrior who refines bones and organs. I am not so scared. Luo Qingzhou smiled, and said nothing more. He poured out the calf-sized demon leopard from the storage bag. Hey. Not bad. We actually got something today. The middle-aged man driving the car immediately jumped off the car and squatted in front of the demon leopard to check. Sister Dao also pulled out a dagger from her waist, squatted down and peeled off the fur, mouth and eyes, etc., and carefully checked. After a while, the middle-aged man looked up at Luo Qingzhou and said, Do you want to sell it to us at Jubo Pavilion? The price may be slightly cheaper than the market in the evening, but we will never cheat you. The vendors in the market are mixed. If you wait until the evening to sell it, you may be cheated. Sister Dao also looked up at him and said, The price Jubao Pavilion gives you will not be much cheaper. At most a few dozen gold coins. But you don't need to handle this prey. And you don't need to bargain. The most important thing is that you won't encounter scammers. The middle-aged man laughed and said, Some inexperienced warriors who go to the market to sell may even be cheated by those unscrupulous vendors. Little brother, I am not exaggerating. Luo Qingzhou asked directly, How much can you offer? Sister Dao patted the skull of the demon leopard with the dagger in her hand, and raised her head and said, We can offer a total of 800 gold coins for the fur, flesh and bones of this demon leopard. If there is a demon pill, the demon pill is another price. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and nodded. 800 gold coins should be a good price. This is just a lowest level monster. Even if you go to the market and ask one by one, it is estimated that it will not cost much more. Luo Qingzhou had read books about the prices of these monsters before. He thought about it and said, Let's see if there are any monster pills inside first. The middle-aged man smiled and said, If you are sure to sell it, we will help you break it open. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore and said, Sell it. Okay. The middle-aged man immediately took out a dagger and other tools from the storage bag, and made a precise cut directly from the belly of the monster leopard, and then slowly cut it open. It's a pity that this monster leopard has no monster pill. Sister Dao took a look and felt a little regretful. The middle-aged man turned the body of the monster leopard over and asked him to look carefully inside the abdomen, saying, Little brother, you have a good look. Don't think we are deceiving you. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Indeed, there is none. The monster pills of monsters are hidden in their DNC, right in the abdomen. When the belly is broken open, you can see it at a glance. 800 gold coins. If you are sure to sell it, we will exchange the money and the goods. Sister Dao stood up and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. Luo Qingzhou looked at the body of the demon leopard on the ground again and nodded. Okay. Sister Dao, I want to go back to the city now. Is it convenient? Today's harvest is very rich. There is no need to stay any longer. Sister Dao did not answer and glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man opened the storage bag and took out a bag of gold coins first. He weighed it with his hand, grabbed a handful of gold coins from the storage bag, put them in the bag, and handed it to him, saying, A total of 800 gold coins. Take it, if you want to go back to the city now. Of course, I just want to take this demon beast back and deal with it quickly. The longer it takes, the worse the quality of its flesh and blood will be. Luo Qingzhou took the bag and counted it carefully. Not more. Not less. Just 800 gold coins. Let's go! The middle-aged man put the monster's body into the storage bag, then jumped onto the carriage with agility, and said with a smile, Brother Chu, you are the luckiest warrior who entered the Blackwood Forest today. It's only noon, and you have hunted a monster and earned 800 gold coins. Sister Dao's eyes twitched, and she couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart, there are more than 800 gold coins. And there is also a storage bag. I don't know how many gold coins and good things are in it. Luo Qingzhou smiled, didn't answer, and got on the carriage. After entering the carriage, he opened the curtains and looked at the long-legged beautiful girl standing not far away outside, and suddenly shouted, Miss Lark, do you want to go back together? I'll treat you to candied haws? Nandong Meiju stood under a big tree, looked at him vigilantly, and snorted coldly, Do you think I will be fooled by you? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and lowered the curtain. Sister Dao. Let's go! The middle-aged man named Anya drove the carriage, and slowly left. After the carriage started running, and went far away, Sister Dao carried her broadsword, turned around, looked at the girl who was still standing under the tree and said, Why? You were scared by the scene just now, and you dare not go in? Nandong Meiju sneered. Do you think this lady is as timid as you? Afraid of even a boy in the tendon refining realm? Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, You looked worse than me just now. But that boy seemed to know you. Do you have a good relationship? Nandong Meiju curled her lips with disdain. I would have a good relationship with that kind of stalker who wants to rob money and sex. Sister Dao was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, glanced at her towering breasts and sexy black silk long legs, shrugged and said, Maybe. This is your own problem. After that, she stopped talking nonsense with her, carried the knife, and went into the forest. Nandong Meiju stood there for a while, then tightened the whip around her waist and walked in, muttering, Will I be afraid of him? The carriage entered the city quickly. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage at the entrance of Jubao Pavilion, went in and flipped through a book on the first floor for a while, then left. He bought a few strings of candied haws on the street, and jumped over the wall from the alley behind the Qin mansion into the mansion. After taking off the mask, he felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't meet many people along the way. He saw 1 or 2 servants, but they all hid in advance and quickly returned to the courtyard. He entered the house and locked the door. He then took out the storage bag he picked up in the Blackwood Forest and began to carefully check today's harvest. In addition to the 800 gold coins earned from hunting monsters, there were 550 gold coins in the storage bag, which added up to a total of 1,350 gold coins. For him, who had just come into contact with gold coins, this was definitely a huge sum of money. With these gold coins, buying tendon refining potions was not a problem at all. In addition to gold coins, there were some daily necessities in the storage bag, such as quilts, food, medicine, clean water, etc., as well as more than 500 taels of silver. Hey, there was actually a large bag of lime. Looking down, there were actually 2 bottles of tendon refining potions and a bottle of bone refining potion. He immediately put all these good things into his storage bag. After searching carefully, he found a jade pendant, a warrior dagger, and a book. He immediately took out the book and looked at it carefully. On the cover, a few black characters were scribbled, shaking mountain fist. Boxing? His eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't wait to open the cover. When he was about to read carefully, there was a hurried knock on the door outside. Then, Zhuer's voice sounded outside. Son-in-law, open the door quickly. Hearing the voice, Luo Qingzhou immediately put away everything, walked out of the house quickly, and went to open the door. Zhuer panted outside and said, Son-in-law, hurry up, get ready, and go out with me. The princess's people are still waiting in the hall. Princess? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard that. Zhuer panted and explained, In the morning, the princess sent someone to pick up the young lady. I and Xior went with her. Just now, the princess suddenly sent someone back with me, saying that she wanted to take son-in-law with her. I don't know what happened. The young lady is still there. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Miss Qin too was exposed? He immediately went into the house and said, Wait a minute. I'll go change my clothes. After entering the house, he immediately changed into a loose confusion robe, went to the yard, washed his face, neck and hands with well water, and then went out. Just after walking a distance, he suddenly said again, Zhu, have you informed the eldest lady? Zhuer was stunned and asked in confusion, Son-in-law, why should I inform the eldest lady? The eldest princess wants to see the son-in-law, not the eldest lady. Luo Qingzhou turned around and walked towards Lingshan Yugong, saying seriously, I am a son-in-law. Before going out to see other women, I must get the consent of the eldest lady first. Don't you know this rule? Zhuer. Luo Qingzhou decided to go and get Chan Chan to bring her with him for safety. Chapter 168 The Princess Question. Lingshan Moon Palace. In the courtyard, Bailing was sitting in front of a stone table, holding a flower in her hand, and was picking the petals on it boredly. Pink petals fell one by one. Some fell on her pink skirt, blending into her skirt, as if they were the pink flowers embroidered on it. Xiaochan stood silently under the eaves, holding a sword, staring at her blankly. but her eyes were not focused, and her thoughts flew to who knows where. When footsteps sounded at the door, the two came back to their senses and looked over together. A young man in a wide Confucian robe walked in gracefully. His handsome face and tall body, like a ray of sunshine, fell on their originally calm and boring heart lake, causing ripples. Beiling's eyes lit up. She stood up, smiled sweetly, and two sweet dimples appeared on her face. She said crisply, "Sir, are you here to pay respects to the young lady so early?" Zhuer stood outside and did not dare to come in. "This Lingshan Moon Palace is not open to everyone," Luo Qingzhou said directly. "Beiling, the eldest princess just sent someone to the mansion and asked me to go over." "The eldest princess?" Beiling frowned and asked in confusion, "Why did the eldest princess ask you to go?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged, "I don't know. But the second young lady is there." Beiling said, "Oh," and looked strange. "Then why is the uncle here?" "Go quickly." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl under the eaves, then looked at her and said, "The eldest princess is a woman. Can I go to see her alone?" Beiling was stunned for a moment, and seemed to not understand. Luo Qingzhou said directly, "As a son-in-law, if I want to go out to see other women, shouldn't the eldest lady send someone to follow and supervise me?" "Bai Ling," she finally reacted, turned her head, looked at the girl under the eaves, and couldn't help but laugh. "Chan, this is the first time that the son-in-law invites you to go out together. Go and supervise the son-in-law. Don't let him mess around outside. I will watch the young lady at home." Xia Chan stood under the eaves with a sword in her arms, with a cold face, motionless. Luo Qingzhou had to walk over and said, "Miss Xia Chan, there is a reward. If you accompany me once, I will give you a string of candied haws." As he said, he suddenly took out a string of candied haws from his back and handed it to her. Bai Ling saw it. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she ran over and said, "Son-in-law, son-in-law, I will accompany you. I will supervise you. Let Chan watch the young lady at home." As soon as he finished speaking, the candied haws in Luo Qingzhou's hand were suddenly snatched away. Xia Chan walked out of the eaves with a sword in one hand and a candied haws in the other, and walked towards the door coldly. "Son-in-law." Beiling pouted her lips, looking pitiful. Luo Qingzhou said, "No more. Only one string left." As he said this, he glanced at the cold girl walking towards the door, immediately took out another one, secretly stuffed it into her hand, stretched out his hand and pinched her pink face, and then left seriously and quickly. Beiling held the candied haws in one hand and touched her pinched face with the other hand, and stood there in a daze. It was not until they both walked out of the door that she stamped her feet and muttered, "Stinky son-in-law, taking advantage of me again. Hateful." As he said this, he narrowed his eyes happily and began to eat the candied haws. Zhuer was anxious and led the way quickly in front. Luo Qingzhou followed behind with Xia Chan. When they arrived at the hall, a girl in a goose-yellow dress stood up from the chair, looked at him curiously, and then smiled. "This must be Mr. Luo. I am Yuewu, a maid beside the eldest princess. The eldest princess wants to ask Mr. Luo to come over. I wonder if Mr. Luo is convenient." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Miss Yuewu, I wonder what the eldest princess wants to ask me for." Yuewu smiled and said, "Mr. Luo will know when he goes." Song Ryue, who was accompanying the guests, stood up and said, "Qingzhou, go quickly. Wei Yimo is still there. If the eldest princess has something to ask, if you can do it, you must do your best to help and satisfy the eldest princess." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Yes, mother-in-law." Yuewu smiled and said goodbye, "Madam Qin. Then we will leave first." The group left the mansion. There was already a carriage waiting at the gate. Yuewu smiled and said, "Mr. Luo, please go first." Luo Qingzhou glanced at Xia Chan behind him, and got on the carriage without refusing. Xia Chan was definitely not allowed to get on the carriage. There are some rules that must be followed outside. Yuewu also got on the carriage. The two sat in the carriage, looking at each other. Xia Chan and Zhuer followed the carriage. The guards followed behind. On the streets of the city, carriages can only move slowly, not gallop. I heard from Miss Qin Air that Mr. Luo is a scholar, and is preparing for the autumn exam next year. Miss Qin Air is known as the first talented woman in Mo City, and even the princess praised those poems. I guess Mr. Luo's talent is also excellent. Right? Yuewu smiled and said. Luo Qingzhou said modestly, "How can I compare with Miss Qin Air? I am just a bookworm, who can only recite some articles, and do some questions from books." How can I have any talent? Yuewu smiled slightly. Mr. Luo, I love poetry very much. After following the princess to Maching this time, I heard several poems, all of which were amazing. One of them, Shui Tiao Gu Tu, is like the work of a poet. There is also a Young Mei, which makes me very impressed. However, I spent a lot of time to find people to find out who the authors of these two works are. However, the poem Young Mei fallen into mud and dust. Only the fragrance remains the same, seems to have come from the Qin mansion. Could it be the work of Miss Qin Air? Luo Qingzhou said calmly. Sorry, Miss Yuewu. I study at home every day and rarely go out. I am not good at poetry, so I don't pay attention to these. Yuewu looked at him with a smile and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou turned his head, lifted the curtain beside him, looked at the girl outside and said, Are you tired? Zhuer looked up and smiled. Sir, I'm not tired. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, I'm asking about Miss Xiaochan. Zhuer. Xiaochan looked straight ahead, with a cold face, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou lowered the curtain, turned around, and his eyes met with the girl's eyes opposite. Neither of them spoke again. The carriage soon arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. At the gate, there were many more soldiers wearing silver armor and holding silver spears. Luo Qingzhou could clearly feel the strong murderous aura emanating from these soldiers. And they were obviously soldiers who had been on the battlefield and killed people. Yuewu led the way with a graceful figure. When they reached the gate of the palace, the guards reached out to stop Xiaochan and Zhuer behind them. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the two girls and said, You wait here. Zhuer walked aside and stood respectfully. Xiaochan still followed behind him, with a cold face and holding the sword tightly in her hand. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, turned around and walked in front of her, suddenly lowered his head, leaned close to her ear and said, Be good. Wait outside. And when the son-in-law comes out later, I will give you a candied haws to eat. Xiaochan was stunned for a moment, her eyes staring at his cheek close at hand, smelling the familiar breath on his body, feeling the tenderness in his tone in her heart. And her expression suddenly became slightly dazed. Paused for a moment. She clenched the sword in her hand, turned and left, away from the guards and Zhuer, standing alone under a tree not far away, looking at him, her pretty face still as cold as ice. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and followed Yuewu into the house. Stepping on the soft carpet, he passed through several gates guarded by female guards, and turned into a luxuriously decorated corridor. After passing through the corridor, he entered a hall. On the right side of the hall was a study. Two maids in goose-yellow dresses stood at the door. Seeing him coming, they all looked at him. Yuewu walked to the door and bowed respectfully to the inside. Your Highness, young Master Luo is here. After a while, a light female voice came from the room. Let him in. Yes. Yuewu turned her head and glanced at the young man behind her, motioned him to follow, and then walked in first. Luo Qingzhou followed her, stepped on the red carpet, and entered the room. Then, he stopped in front of a bee curtain. Yuewu lowered her head, stepped aside, and said softly, Mr. Luo, just stand here and answer. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head. In front of the long table in the room, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, knelt there, holding a wolf brush and writing. Miss Qin Air, wearing a plain white dress, knelt beside her and gently ground ink for her. After a while, Nandong Huiyue said, as he was writing, Mr. Luo is a scholar. I have a few questions for you. I hope you can answer them. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Please ask. Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue said, A gentleman acts according to his position and does not want to go beyond it. Mr. Luo, do you think the sentence in the doctrine of the mean is correct? Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and replied, A gentleman is content with his fate, is content with his current position, acts in moderation, advances and retreats without losing his way, does not envy anything beyond his duty, and does not have unreasonable expectations for things beyond his duty. I think this sentence depends on the situation. For some people, he is right, but for some people, it is too rigid and pedantic. Oh! Nandong Huiyue put down the pen in his hand, turned his head and looked at him and said, Explain it. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, For some officials, it is said that this sentence can make them abide by the law, serve the public and the people wholeheartedly, not seek profit for themselves, not cheat, not only think about promotion and wealth, but also do their duty well. But for those soldiers or students, and those who still have a lot of room for improvement. This sentence will hinder their progress and wipe out their ambitions. Just like soldiers. Soldiers who don't want to be generals are not good soldiers. Because only when soldiers have the dream of becoming generals can they be more passionate, more idealistic, more motivated, braver, and fight the enemy at all costs. If all soldiers abide by the law, muddle through, and just want to be a small soldier all their lives, just do their current things well, then this army will not be able to fight, let alone win battles all the time. After saying this, the room fell into silence. After a while, Nan Gonghuiyue said, "Soldiers who don't want to be generals are not good soldiers, Mr. Luo." "Well said." Miss Jean Eyre, who was grinding ink next to her, lowered her head and moved the corners of her mouth slightly. Nan Gonghuiyue was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you think, Mr. Luo, as the commander of an army, you should also have this kind of thought?" Chapter 169, A Talent of a Unicorn. Commander of an army? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, bowed his head and answered respectfully, "I am just a scholar. How dare I talk about the commander of an army? What I said just now was just a casual remark. Your Highness does not need to take it seriously." The room fell into a brief silence. Nan Gonghuiyue picked up the pen, dipped it in ink, and continued to write with her head down. Her figure still calm. Mr. Luo dare not answer the question of the commander of an army. "Then, I will ask my own question. Mr. Luo, do you think that a princess like me who has her own fiefdom, has nearly 100,000 soldiers, and is second only to one person and above 10,000 people, should I do as that sentence says, and keep doing my duty, or as Mr. Luo just said, have ideals and ambitions, and continue to work hard?" As soon as these words came out, Miss Jean Eyre, who was grinding ink, trembled in her ink block. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the blurred red shadow in front of the long table through the beaded curtain. His face changed and he lowered his head and said, "Your Highness, I am just a scholar." Then Water Melody Song Head, "Did you write it?" Nan Gonghuiyue asked suddenly before he finished speaking. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and admitted, "Your Highness is wise. Other poems can continue to be quibbled and concealed. But there is no need to conceal the poems written on the painting boat that night, because Mr. Tang had already seen who wrote it. And just on the way here, the girl named Yue Wu beside him had already reminded him. The eldest princess should have found out long ago. So, if he continued to be stubborn and refused to admit it, he would only ask for trouble. What about the song fallen into mud and ground into dust? Only the fragrance remains the same? Nan Gonghuiyue asked again. Luo Qingzhou felt the eyes of the girl Yue Wu next to him looking at him, and bowed his head respectfully and said, "It was also written by me." Nan Gonghuiyue continued to bow his head and write, saying lightly, "I heard that this poem Ode to Plum Blossoms has been spread in Kyoto, and is praised by Kyoto literati as the best poem about plum blossoms. It is said that it was spread by a woman named Su Qingwan. Do you know her?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "I have met Miss Su once." Nan Gonghuiyue turned her head and looked at him through the beaded curtain and said, "I met her once. So you just picked out such a best poem about plum blossoms? Mr. Luo, this poem should be written by you specifically for someone. Right? Scattered into mud and crushed into dust. Only the fragrance remains the same. Such a beautiful poem. I am afraid that only one person in the Qin family is worthy of it." Qin Weima, who was grinding ink with his head bowed, clenched the ink block in his hand with his white fingers, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "I just did it casually. Just did it casually." Nan Gonghuiyue smiled faintly, retracted his gaze, and looked at the weak girl beside him. "What a casual thing. Mr. Luo, I like the talent of the second lady of your Qin mansion very much, so I really want to take her away. Are you willing?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "The second lady is weak, and I'm afraid she can't serve your Highness." Nan Gonghuiyue looked at him and said, "Is Mr. Luo weak?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and remained silent. Nan Gonghuiyue retracted his gaze, picked up the rice paper on the table, looked at the words on it and said, "I like this Three Kingdoms story very much, and I like the person who can write this story even more. Mr. Luo, I will give you two choices now. First, I will take Miss Qin away and raise her in Huiyue country to serve me. Second, if you can write another story that satisfies me, I will pretend that nothing happened. Whoever has deceived me, I will not pursue it again." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and remained silent. Nan Donghuyue looked at the story on the rice paper and said lightly, "This Three Kingdoms story is very exciting. Miss Qin Er wrote this story for me, and I didn't take advantage of her. I already know what happened in your Qin family last night. I never interfere in these things. But this time, I made an exception to help you. I helped you keep the most dangerous people, and the rest of the people can only be solved by you." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. Thinking of the silver-armored soldiers he had just seen outside, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Does your highness know about the escaped traitors in the Song family?" Nan Donghuyue put down the rice paper in his hand, picked up the pen again, and said, "I am not interested in knowing. Moreover, my status is special, and I will never interfere in the case of treason. There are government offices here, and the government offices are connected to the court in Kyoto. Young Master Luo should go to them." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said nothing more. The case of treason is indeed not something that a feudal lord who leads troops outside and has great power can intervene casually. Nan Donghuyue lowered his head and wrote a few lines, and then ordered Yuewu, "Light the incense." "In one stick of incense." "I need to hear his affirmative choice." "Yes, your highness." Yuewu immediately went outside, brought in a stick of incense and lit it. The room became quiet. Miss Qin Er looked calm, still kneeling here, holding the ink block in her bare hands, quietly grinding the ink. Nan Donghuyue looked at the story on the rice paper and copied it with a brush. The lit incense turned into smoke and rose up. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and stood outside the bee curtain. He was silent for a while, and then he said, "Your Highness, I can't think of any story at the moment." As soon as these words came out, the bare hands that were grinding ink stopped immediately. But he suddenly said, "However, I have a military book here. I wonder if your highness needs it." "Military book?" After saying this, Nan Donghuyue suddenly stopped writing, turned her head and looked at him and said, "I have memorized all the military books of the Great Yin Empire before I was 13 years old. I have read the military books of Baiwa Kingdom, Dali Kingdom and other countries." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "This military book of mine is called 36 Strategies. Have you ever read it?" 36 Strategies? Nan Donghuyue frowned and said, "I have never heard of the name. Since there are 36 strategies, you can tell me one first and I will listen." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said respectfully, "These 36 strategies can be summarized in a poem. The Golden Jade Tan Gong strategy is used to capture robbers, and the fish and snakes laugh in the sea. Sheep and tiger are separated by peach and mulberry trees. The tree is dark and the fool is gone. The cauldron is empty and the distant guest is suffering. There is a beautiful corpse on the roof beam. Attack Wei and attack Guo. The first strategy is the first word of this poem. Jean. And it is called Golden Cicada Shedding its SH.L. Golden Cicada Shedding its SH.L. Nan Donghuyue put down the pen, sat up straight, and seemed to be interested. "Go on." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "Golden Cicada Shedding its SH.L means that when a cicada turns into an adult, it has to shed its young SH.L. It is a metaphor for escaping with a trick so that the opponent cannot find it in time. What way? Preserve its shape. Complete its momentum. Friends do not doubt. Enemies do not move. Sun and stop the poison. It means to preserve the original shape of the position. Create the momentum of still defending in the original place, so that the friendly forces will not doubt and the enemy will not dare to attack rashly. When the enemy is confused, suddenly transfer the main force without anyone noticing." Hearing this, Nan Donghuyue's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, in the 5th round of stories of the Three Kingdoms written by Miss Qin Er sending a false edict to all towns to respond to Chao Gong, breaking through the pass and 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu, there is a similar strategy. Sun Jian was chased by Hua Xiong, took off his hat and let his subordinate Zhu Mao put it on, and fled in 2 ways. Hua Xiong saw the hat and chased after him. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and told the story outside the beaded curtain. Nan Donghuyue's beautiful eyes were burning, and she gradually held her breath. Luo Qingzhou finished telling a story about the 3 kingdoms and another about the warring states, all of which were escape strategies. After he finished telling 3 escape strategies, Nan Donghuyue's beautiful eyes were bright, and she was still not satisfied. "The strategy is good, and the story is even better. What a great 36 strategies. Escape strategies." He savored it for a moment. She suddenly said, "Mr. Luo, come in and talk." Yuewu and the others outside the curtain were startled when they heard this. And then, they all looked at the young scholar at the door with complicated eyes. The first plan alone made His Highness so important. And there are still 35 plans left. And there may be more. I'm afraid His Highness will. Mr. Luo, go in quickly. Yuewu saw him standing there motionless, and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou then lowered his head, pushed aside the bee curtain, looked at the ground, walked in, and stood not far away. Nandong Huiyue's beautiful eyes first looked at him, and then asked impatiently, "The second plan is the word you. What does it mean?" Luo Qingzhou respectfully replied, "Throwing a brick to attract jade." Chapter 170. Throwing a brick to attract jade? Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, and listened attentively. Luo Qingzhou explained, "Use similarities to lure them, and attack them in confusion. There are many ways to lure the enemy, and the best way is not to make them suspicious, but to make them similar, so as to consolidate their confusion. To lure the enemy with flags, drums and gongs is to make them suspicious. To lure the enemy with the old, weak, and food and grass is to make them similar." Nandong Huiyue stood up directly from the table. Luo Qingzhou continued, "The pursuers are behind, throwing food, gold and silver to lure them, ambushing them, and when they start to rob goods and their morale is in chaos, suddenly attack them. This is throwing a brick to attract jade. The two armies have been facing each other for a long time, and the flags of our army are gradually decreasing. The smoke from cooking is gradually decreasing, and the voices of people are gradually decreasing. The other side is confused and thinks that our army is in panic and everyone is scattered. So they go out to attack them. But they are ambushed by our army and attack from front and back. This is throwing a brick to attract jade. When the two armies are fighting, one side pretends to be defeated and retreats, and the other side pursues. Seeing that their stores are decreasing day by day, they lead their elite troops to rush forward rashly, but are ambushed and defeated. This is throwing a brick to attract jade." Nandong Huiyue's heart surged when she heard this. Dragging her fiery red skirt, with a pair of bare white jade feet, she left the table directly and walked to him. "What does the word hide mean? Hide the truth and cross the sea. What does it mean to hide the truth and cross the sea? If you see it often, you will not doubt it. Yin is within yang, not opposite to yang. When you are well prepared, you are more likely to be careless. Things that are taken for granted will often make you lose your vigilance. The so-called hiding the truth and crossing the sea is to deliberately use disguises to confuse and deceive the other party again and again, so that the other party can relax their guard, and then suddenly take action to achieve the purpose of winning. What about the two words yang hu? Take advantage of the opportunity to steal the sheep. Take advantage of the situation. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Take advantage of the opportunity. What about dao zai? Take advantage of the fire to rob. Close the door to catch the thief. The two asked and answered. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head, looked at the ground, and talked freely. First he explained the meaning, then listed the stories, one by one, simple and clear, but wonderful. Nandong Huiyue's jade hands in her wide sleeves clenched and loosened from time to time. Her delicate and fair cheeks flushed slightly with excitement, and her beautiful eyes were full of light. "Sir, please sit down and talk." After the 10 strategies were finished, Luo Qingzhou felt a little dry in the mouth. Nandong Huiyue hurried to the table and invited him to sit opposite. At the same time, the way she addressed him changed and her attitude became respectful. Then she said to the outside, "Yuewu, come in and pour tea for the sir." "Yes, Your Highness." Yuewu walked in gracefully in a goose-yellow dress and glanced at the young man. "In the study of Your Highness, teacups and tea are never prepared for anyone. As for the man sitting opposite Your Highness, there was no one. The room was spotless and covered with luxurious carpets. Even if they came in, they took off their shoes. But this young man, Your Highness actually ignored him. This young man had only been here for a short time, but he had already won the favor of Your Highness so much, which made her feel incredible. "Sir, you're welcome. Please take a seat." Nandong Huiyue knelt in front of the table and extended her hand again to invite him. Her attitude was sincere, and her dark and deep eyes showed a rare gentleness. Luo Qingzhou did not refuse again. He bowed and knelt in front of the table opposite him, looking down at the table without looking away. Miss Qin, who was kneeling beside him, was still grinding ink with her head down, without saying a word, nor looking up at him. Yuewu took the teacup and poured a cup of warm tea. Luo Qingzhou thanked him, took the tea, and drank it all. "Give the gentleman another cup," Nandong Huiyue ordered, her beautiful eyes flashing, and she looked at the young man in front of her carefully again. Luo Qingzhou drank 3 cups in a row before bowing and thanking him. Yuewu took the tea, stepped back a few steps, and stood by. Nandong Huiyue waited for him to rest for a while before asking again, impatiently, "Sir, what does the Fu Kong in the poem mean?" Luo Qingzhou answered respectfully, "Fu means to remove the firewood from under the cauldron, and Kong means the empty city plan. What is removing the firewood from under the cauldron? And what is the empty city plan? It is better to remove the firewood from under the cauldron than to stir the soup to stop it from boiling. Only by removing the firewood from the bottom of the pot can the water stop boiling and solve the problem fundamentally, unable to resist its force, but eliminating its momentum. The image of Dui below and Qian above. Water boiling is force. The force of fire. The yang among the yang. And it is unstoppable. Firewood is the soul of fire. That is, the momentum of force. The yin among the yin. Close but harmless. Therefore, the force is unstoppable, but the momentum can still be eliminated. This question and answer, one puzzle and one solution, lasted from noon to dark. After the 36 stratagems were finished, along with various exquisite, cunning, and amazing battle stories, Nandong Huiyue's heart was surging. Her eyes were bright, and she almost forgot the time. It was not until Luo Qingzhou saw that Miss Qin's face was pale, and she seemed unable to hold on, and she hurriedly stood up to say goodbye, that she gradually came back to her senses. Miss Qin's body softened, and she almost fell on the table. Luo Qingzhou had no time to care about his status, and immediately supported her and held her in his arms, saying respectfully, "Your Highness, it's getting late. Please allow me to send Miss Qin back." He was a man who practiced martial arts, and his legs were numb after kneeling for such a long time. Not to mention the weak Miss Qin. But the princess was so interested in listening just now, and kept asking questions, so he couldn't stop. At this time, seeing Miss Qin's legs numb and weak, and her face pale and limp in his arms, he felt distressed and regretted that he didn't take her to say goodbye directly in the afternoon. Nandong Huiyue glanced at the second Miss Qin in his arms, then nodded and said, "It's my fault. I was so engrossed in listening that I forgot that the second Miss Qin was weak. Sir, send her back quickly." Luo Qingzhou held the second Miss Qin's delicate body horizontally in his arms, lowered his head, and prepared to leave. Nandong Huiyue glanced at the two of them, and suddenly said, "Sir, I have a question. You can choose to answer or not." Luo Qingzhou had to stop and said patiently, "Your Highness, please ask." Nandong Huiyue glanced at the weak girl in his arms with a blushing face, and asked directly, "Sir, are you and the second Miss Qin just a brother-in-law and sister-in-law relationship? Or do you want to go further?" Luo Qingzhou was silent, and did not answer. Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly, "Sir, your current status in the Qin mansion is indeed a bit awkward, and you shouldn't think too much about it. But if you have any intention in your heart, I can help you achieve your wish." Luo Qingzhou hugged Miss Qin Air in his arms, and bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, when I go back, I will write down all the 36 strategies, including the stories of each battle, and then present them to your Highness. As for the matter between me and Miss Qin Air, your Highness must have misunderstood. I have always regarded Miss Qin Air as my sister." Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved, and she said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou held Miss Qin Air in his arms, and bowed his head to say goodbye. "Yuewu, go see Mr. Off," Nandong Huiyue ordered. "Yes, your Highness." Yuewu immediately followed him out, took Miss Qin Air's shoes from outside the door, and walked to the front to lead the way. Nandong Huiyue looked at the figure gradually walking away outside the bead curtain. After a long silence, she said, "Yuying, if I invite him to be our military advisor, will he agree?" A respectful voice came from outside the door. "Probably not." Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, "I think so too. What do you think if I kidnap Miss Qin Air and force her to follow me?" There was silence outside the door for a while, and then she said, "If His Highness does this, he will only lose his heart and achieve the opposite effect." Nandong Huiyue looked out the window and couldn't help sighing. "If it was someone else's husband, I would have snatched him away without any hesitation. Unfortunately, it's hers. Miss." Luo Qingzhou carried Miss Qin Air out of the door, and Zhuer and Qior's faces suddenly changed, and they hurried over. "It's okay. My legs are just numb," Luo Qingzhou explained. Miss Qin Air in his arms blushed, pursed her lips, and pressed her hot cheeks against his warm and thick chest. Zhuer took the shoes from Yuewu and thanked her. Yuewu led a few people and walked outside. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl standing under the tree in the distance and shouted, "Chan Chan, let's go!" He didn't believe that the girl would come and give her a sword when she called her Chan Chan in front of so many people, and held a shield Miss Qin Air in her arms. The girl standing under the tree looked at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and continued to walk forward with Miss Qin Air in his arms. After walking 10 steps away, the girl under the tree followed behind. Outside the gate, it was still the carriage. Luo Qingzhou held Miss Qin Air in his arms, and got on the carriage. The others still walked around the carriage. Yuewu rode a white horse, and led the way with guards. The carriage was quiet for a while. Luo Qingzhou carefully placed Miss Qin Air on the seat next to him, and asked, "Miss Air, are you feeling better?" Qin Weimao lowered her head, touched her legs, and frowned slightly. "Brother-in-law, it's still a little numb." Luo Qingzhou looked at her straight legs under her long skirt and said, "Rub them to get the blood flowing." Qin Weimao paused, raised her pretty face with a blush and looked at him, bit her pink lips, and whispered, "Brother-in-law, can you help Weimao? Rub okay?" Luo Qingzhou. Qin Weimao's eyelashes trembled, and her eyes shyly but bravely stared at his eyes. Her little mouth pouted slightly. "Brother-in-law, are you disliking Weimao? For wrong?" Luo Qingzhou couldn't face and ignore her pitiful and sympathetic little eyes and expressions, and her soft voice, so he had to squat down helplessly, put his hands on her legs through the soft white skirt, rub them, and change the subject. "Second miss. The eldest princess seems to be a little wrong." Qin Weimao lowered her head, looked at his hands rubbing her legs, bit her pink lips, and whispered, "Well, brother-in-law, we have to stay away from her." Luo Qingzhou rubbed for a while and asked, "Second miss, are you feeling better?" The girl shook her head, blushed, bit her pink lips, and whispered, "Brother-in-law, continue."